Douglas Holmes, a Hufflepuff with an Eastern soul, returned to Hogwarts 3 years after graduation to accept a professorship, bringing a refreshing charm to the institution. Chapter 1. 2 decades traversed, 3 years post-graduation. July 1992, England, Surrey County. The Welfare Institution. Director George's office remained as cluttered as ever. His plump fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, producing a joyful beat. Wonderful, splendid. Doug, I always knew you wouldn't linger here forever. The director's voice boomed, reverberating against the glass panes. Though I shall miss you, this decision is the right one, and I am genuinely happy for you. Across from him, Douglas Holmes helplessly rubbed his brow. He possessed chestnut hair and deep green eyes, which at that moment brimmed with a mixture of bemusement and irony. Director, may we discuss the matter of my name? I've told you countless times, please call me Douglas. While Doug is endearing, it can easily be misheard as calling a dog. Director George nodded vigorously, his smile contorting into a tight grin. Very well, Douglas. Douglas finally relinquished his struggle. A twinge of guilt unfurled within him like ink dispersing in clear water, for he had only stayed for 4 months, despite the initial promise of a full year. All right, call me whatever you prefer. His voice softened, laced with barely perceptible gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, Director. Bidding farewell to the children proved more taxing than he had anticipated. As he exited the welfare institution, the street was already awash in the warm glow of orange streetlights. The traffic flowed like luminous rivers, the cacophony enveloping him. Douglas did not linger, turning into a quiet residential alley. Here, the light was swallowed, and the air instantly turned chilly. He surveyed his surroundings cautiously, ensuring there were no prying eyes. An unremarkable wooden stick slipped from his sleeve into his palm as wand. He closed his eyes, mentally sketching the coordinates of his destination with precision. In the next moment, the air around him was sharply compressed inward. The entire world twisted into a blur of colors. Pop! With a soft sound, he vanished from the alley in a small park at the northwest corner of Surrey County. The air quivered slightly in a dim corner. Douglas materialized, standing on soft grass. He steadied himself, adjusting his somewhat crumpled collar. This corner was shielded by a soundproofing charm and a muggler-repelling spell. To muggles, it appeared merely as an unremarkable thicket that one might instinctively want to avoid. Since obtaining his apparition license at 17, granting him the legal ability to apparate, he had grown accustomed to this legal form of rapid transit. Emerging from the shadows, he blended seamlessly into the crowd of parkgoers. His home, an ordinary muggle residence, was safeguarded by a counter-apparition spell. He owed this to the private guidance of his apparition instructor, Vicky Tycross. Any uninvited guest could not pinpoint this location. He had little fondness for surprises. In the kitchen, he simply prepared 2 dishes for himself. The sound of the iron pan clashing with the spatula, the sizzling of oil as it danced in the pan, these culinary noises of the muggle world offered him solace. He relished the act of creating food with his own hands, provided he only had to cook a small amount. After dinner, he sat at his desk, 2 parchment letters laid before him. One was aged, the other pristine. He first picked up the old letter. The magic of time proved stronger than any spell. As his fingertips brushed the envelope, the gates of memory silently swung open. 21 years. He had been in this world for 21 years. At the age of 7, a jarring screech of brakes had cleaved his life in 2. His awakened abilities had shielded him during the accident, but could not save his parents. Due to his tender age and the lack of close relatives, the community had contemplated sending him to distant relatives. However, those individuals were unwilling to become his guardians or take him in. Douglas understood all too well that in England, a child without guardians would find it impossible to navigate life. Ultimately, he reluctantly requested to be sent to George's welfare institution in Surrey County. The house left by his parents was entrusted to his mother's cousin, the Evans couple, residing in Cockworth. Coincidentally, she had a daughter married in Surrey, while another had gone to a distant boarding school. Thus, every year, she would visit Surrey to see her eldest daughter. It was a fortunate arrangement. Regrettably, when Douglas was 9, the Evans couple also perished in an accident. Initially, he had intended to entrust the house to their eldest daughter, who resided in Surrey. He had attended their wedding when his parents were still alive. What was her name? Penny or Pelly, perhaps. However, when he called, the moment he identified himself, he was met with a barrage of insults. She called him a calamity and a monster. Not only had he brought disaster upon his parents, but he had also cursed hers. Before she could finish, Douglas hung up the phone. From that point forward, he had no further contact with that cousin. It was then that he realized that his so-called abilities were viewed by others as a harbinger of misfortune. Thus, he had proactively sought admission to the welfare institution. He once believed he was following a script of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Until an owl delivered the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, he discovered that the script he held was, in fact, that of Harry Potter, and his proud abilities were merely the magical talents possessed by every wizard. From the Chosen One, he was abruptly relegated to the status of an ordinary young wizard under the supervision of the Ministry of Magic. Douglas chuckled to himself, placing the old letter down. He then picked up the second letter. He flicked the parchment between his fingers, hoping for some miraculous occurrence. Perhaps the elusive system that was supposed to activate post-graduation but remained silent to this day. The parchment remained unresponsive. Dear Mr. Douglas Holmes, regarding your application for the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, our school has passed the initial review. The Flynn Network will connect your fireplace to the Hogwarts Deputy Headmaster's office on July 5th at 10 a.m. Connection duration, 5 minutes. Please arrive promptly for the interview. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It seems I must await my formal employment to activate it. He mused, rubbing his temples as a headache crept in. An interview. He was uncertain of his success. If memory served correctly, the defense against the Dark Arts professor in 1992 should be the charlatan known as Gilderoy Lockhart. Douglas stroked his chin, his gaze drifting across the parchment. Perhaps I should gather evidence to send this best-selling author to Azkaban? This thought was fleeting. He resolved to attend the interview first. If he failed, he would then contemplate how to deal with his rival. As for altering the plot, he smirked, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Perhaps the esteemed professors of Hogwarts are equally curious about the trajectory of a world devoid of Douglas Holmes. On July 5th, precisely at 10 o'clock in the morning, Douglas, clad in formal attire, stood within the confines of his own fireplace. In one hand, he grasped a briefcase, while the other held a handful of shimmering flue powder. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Professor McGonagall's office, he declared, his voice clear and steady as he sprinkled the powder at his feet. In an instant, emerald flames erupted, enveloping him completely. The sensation of swirling disorientation lasted but a fleeting moment before he stepped out of the vibrant green flames, his heels barely finding stability. Before he could fully acclimate, a voice, stern to the point of severity, struck him like a bolt. Mr. Holmes, I believe it would be prudent for you to first rid yourself of the soot upon your attire. Douglas lifted his gaze to find Minerva McGonagall seated behind her desk, scrutinizing him through her square spectacles with a piercing intensity. With a flick of his empty hand towards himself, he proclaimed, clean and fresh. In an instant, the dust that had clung to him vanished without a trace. A nearly imperceptible softening appeared at the corners of Professor McGonagall's mouth. An impressive nonverbal, wandless spell, she remarked habitually. Were you still a Hufflepuff student? I would award your house 10 points. It is an honor to receive your praise once more, Professor. I trust when I'm not late, he said, extending a paper-wrapped parcel towards her. These are some new confections I've prepared. I believe you will. His words faltered mid-sentence as he noted the sudden wariness in McGonagall's gaze. It was the kind of expression one wore upon encountering a particularly perilous contraband. Douglas's smile froze upon his lips as a realization dawned, prompting a hasty clarification. Professor, I assure you, there is absolutely no catnip contained within. You may indulge without concern. The mention of catnip. McGonagall's demeanor darkened momentarily. However, the unnatural tension dissipated after half a second, restoring her usual authority. She cast a glance at the modestly wrapped gift, bemused by the antics of this student, whose brilliance was as undeniable as his penchant for mischief. Place it on the desk, she commanded, her tone leaving no room for debate. The headmaster is awaiting you. Rising from her seat, she led Douglas out of her office. At the end of the corridor, a grotesque stone gargoyle faithfully guarded the spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's chamber. Cold lemon juice. McGonagall declared to the statue, uttering the password. In response, the gargoyle sprang aside, revealing the staircase beyond. Douglas followed behind, silently critiquing in his mind. After all these years, Dumbledore's taste remained steadfastly unpretentious and easily decipherable. Chapter 2. Astonishment. Snape refused me over a dish of beef tripe. The stone creature shifted its weight heavily, revealing the spiraling staircase that ascended behind it. Douglas ascended the steps, allowing it to transport him smoothly to the summit. He pushed open the oak door of the headmaster's office. A familiar scene greeted him. The silver magical instruments exhaled faint wisps of smoke. The portraits of former headmasters adorned the walls, and the air was imbued with the peculiar scent of lemon sherbet mingled with aged parchment. This place was nearly identical to what he remembered from his school days. Time seemed to have frozen within this circular office. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, directing her gaze toward the enormous desk. Dumbledore was hunched over a book, his expression intensely focused, as if the world had faded away, leaving only him and the printed words. Ahem. Professor McGonagall raised her voice slightly, tinged with an unmistakable urgency. Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Holmes has arrived. As her words lingered, Dumbledore lifted his head slowly, like a diver surfacing from the depths of the ocean. He reluctantly closed the book, his fingertips brushing lightly against the cover. It was that glance. Douglas's gaze precisely captured the familiar design of the cover. His pupils dilated in sudden realization. That book should never have existed in this world, let alone be on Albus Dumbledore's desk. The next moment, Dumbledore's gaze traversed the semicircular lenses, intersecting with Douglas's in the air. Those cerulean eyes sparkled with their usual insight, but at that moment, they seemed to harbor a hint of embarrassment, as if caught unawares. A command flashed through Douglas's mind instantaneously. An invisible barrier surged within the confines of his thoughts, and the brain-closing spell was already in effect. A carefully woven tapestry of false memories swiftly concealed his genuine astonishment, like a curtain drawn across the stage. This was a magic he had mastered in his third year. During that period of Voldemort's terrifying reign, Hogwarts offered certain exceptionally talented younger students some extraordinary privileges in the advanced defense against the dark arts curriculum. Dumbledore noticed the fleeting stiffness in Douglas's expression. He awkwardly cleared his throat, attempting to dispel the subtle tension in the air. Ahem, Douglas, it's been quite a while. This truly reminds me of the days we shared hotpot right here. Douglas quickly recognized that his reaction had been excessive. A warm smile blossomed on his face, as if the earlier surprise had never occurred. Ah, Headmaster, it has indeed been too long. I too fondly remember our hotpot gatherings. He continued in harmony with Dumbledore's words, his tone imbued with sincere regret. Truly, it is quite difficult to procure dragon blood tofu without side effects out there. Albus. Professor McGonagall shot a stern glance at the two, interrupting their conversation, which was veering off course. I must attend to my duties. There is a mountain of new student correspondence awaiting my attention. I must once again remind the two of you. Please, and I mean absolutely do not, prepare hotpot in the headmaster's office using a crucible. Observing the two individuals huddled together, quietly discussing the recipe for sesame sauce, Professor McGonagall felt a throbbing headache. It was in this very place, several years prior, that Severus Snape, the newly appointed head of Slytherin, happened upon these two using a precious crucible to cook lamb tripe. The expression on the young potion's master's face at that moment resembled that of one who had just witnessed a troll performing ballet. Professor Snape nearly submitted his resignation on the spot. Since that day, even though Douglas Holmes achieved an impeccable outstanding in potions during his OWLs, Professor Snape resolutely declined to allow him entry into his new course. McGonagall sighed silently within. If the school were to hire Mr. Holmes, the tranquility that Hogwarts had painstakingly upheld in recent years would surely be disrupted once more. As the office door gently closed, the sound of McGonagall's footsteps faded down the staircase. Douglas retrieved a box of pastries identical to the one he had presented to Professor McGonagall from his satchel. Professor, before the formal interview commences, allow me to present you with this humble gift. He extended the box towards her, his face radiating Hufflepuff sincerity. These are my homemade wife cakes, crafted from candied wintermelon, wheat flour, and sesame seeds, perfect for a great wizard like yourself in need of a sugar boost. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp, acerbic voice erupted from a portrait on the wall. Bribery. This is flagrant bribery. A little Hufflepuff brat has gone astray. It was Phineas Nigellus Black, the least favored former headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore turned his head, offering a kind smile to the portrait. Oh, Phineas, please don't be so agitated. I believe this is merely a gesture of pure affection and regard from a former student toward his esteemed headmaster. No sooner had he spoken than several other heads of former headmasters squeezed into the frame, hastily covering Phineas's mouth with paint-rendered hands. Douglas, please take a seat. Do not feel constrained. Dumbledore cheerfully winked at Douglas before inquiring. The usual? With a gentle flick of his fingers, a steaming cup of tea and a plate of freshly cut fruits silently appeared on the small table beside Douglas. His gaze fell upon the fruits, revealing genuine astonishment in his eyes. The tea was nothing out of the ordinary after graduation. He had made a habit to send fine tea leaves to the professors at Hogwarts, even to the very Professor Snape who had rejected him. Yet these fruits, bananas, mangoes, and several lychees, exuded a vibrant hue and a fragrant aroma that indicated they had been harvested but moments ago. In all of Hogwarts, the only place capable of producing such non-native fruits was that small patch of land at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It was during his time that he, alongside a group of like-minded Hufflepuffs, cultivated that land. For this endeavor, he received considerable assistance from Professor Sprout, the head of their house. The mature fruits were partially allocated to the professors, as well as the president of the student council and the head boy. The remainder became the most sought-after dessert in the Hufflepuff common room. This incident even sparked the renowned Battle of the Badgers among the three houses. He had presumed that after leaving school, the orchard, a testament to countless hours of labor, would gradually fall into disrepair due to neglect. Dumbledore perceived the astonishment and nostalgia on Douglas's face. With a smile and a hint of sentimentality, he remarked, "We have preserved that orchard. Naturally, it still bears the name of the Holmes orchard, and I believe this name shall endure. Hogwarts will never forget any student who has contributed to its legacy. You may have graduated, yet those fruit trees continue to be well cared for, with both professors and head boys showing great concern for the orchard." Dumbledore paused, a glimmer of wistfulness evident in his gaze. "Regrettably, since your graduation, no new varieties of fruit have been introduced to the orchard." Douglas nodded, peeling a banana. The sweet aroma of the fruit instantly enveloped him, reminiscent of flavors long nestled in his memory. He casually remarked, "It is easy to fall from frugality to extravagance, yet difficult to descend from extravagance to frugality." Dumbledore nodded in agreement, reflecting on his own weekly indulgence in hotpot, feeling that this statement resonated deeply with him. As he pondered, he picked up the book he had just closed, its cover facing Douglas. "Douglas, you have done remarkably well these past few years," Dumbledore stated. "This banana-loving badger, is that you?" Cough. A piece of banana lodged in his throat, nearly leading Douglas to heroically sacrifice himself for the esteemed professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. He pounded his chest a few times to clear his airway. When he looked up, he met the headmaster's cheerful yet unwavering gaze. The fleeting panic of having his secret unveiled lasted only a moment. Douglas shrugged, his expression quickly regaining composure, tinged with an appropriate hint of resignation. "I never imagined you would discover this, Headmaster," he admitted candidly. "Indeed, that is my pen name. However, I must say, you are truly exceptional." Before he could finish, Dumbledore waved his wrist lightly. Several beautifully bound hardcover books flew from the shelf, landing neatly on the desk with soft thuds. "Yet, you do so very discreetly. Although you emphasize on the title page of each book that these are merely works of fantasy, unrelated to the real magical world, I can discern that you have made significant strides in ancient magic and the construction of future magical systems." Dumbledore's fingers gently traced the cover of a book, where the title "The Culinary Wizard" was embossed in gilded letters. Within its pages, various levels of magic were mentioned: beginner, intermediate, advanced, sorcerer, and archmage. He raised his gaze to Douglas. "If I recall correctly, when you penned this tome, you must have still been in your second year, correct?" "Oh wait, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions." His fingers glided to the next volume, The Full-Time Magician. Here, the book elaborated on the classifications of magic: fire, earth, lightning, summoning, and spatial magic. Finally, he paused at the Master of All Professions, which contained intriguing concepts such as magical guilds, potions, and enchantments. "Wait, Professor." Douglas could no longer contain himself, the astonishment on his face unmistakable. "If I'm not mistaken, the elements you just mentioned have never been featured in the published versions in the magical realm. You actually take an interest in Muggle literature?" The moment the question escaped his lips, Douglas felt his heart leap into his throat. Upon discovering the stark poverty of magical culture in this world, a bold notion immediately seized his mind: to write a novel. In the second semester of his first year, he embarked on the arduous journey of writing. No computer, no typewriter, no matter. With a shorthand quill and a touch of transfiguration, the ink could effortlessly arrange itself into words upon parchment. His creative pace remained entirely unrestrained by technological limitations. As a Hufflepuff, he was fortunate. Recently graduated and working as an intern editor at Memoriam Publishing was Mr. Slane, a fellow Hufflepuff who, simply because Douglas was also a Badger House student, unhesitatingly extended a helping hand to this first-year student he had never met. Douglas did not disappoint him. Thus, the world bore witness to the emergence of the books Dumbledore had mentioned. However, to avoid provoking the fragile and sensitive nerves of the Ministry of Magic, he crafted two versions of each book. The version released in the magical realm adhered strictly to the existing magical framework, while the Muggle edition was whimsical and infused with numerous elements from his past life. Otherwise, he might have found himself unjustly accused of leaking the secrets of the magical world and sent to the infamous Azkaban of Hogwarts' fifth house. He believed he had executed his plan flawlessly. Yet, the greatest white wizard of this century, Albus Dumbledore, had somehow obtained the Muggle version and developed a keen interest in its concepts. This realization sent a chill down Douglas's spine. Dumbledore showed no sign of displeasure at being interrupted. In fact, he appreciated the caution and vigilance displayed by the young man. He certainly surmised Douglas's concerns. Should those concepts truly circulate within the magical realm, the impact on the existing spell system and societal structure would be incalculable. The wizarding world, in certain respects, was terrifyingly conservative. A hint of cunning amusement graced Dumbledore's face, as if Douglas had finally posed a pivotal question. By Merlin's beard, I must say, it is indeed a remarkable coincidence. Last year, a first-year student from a Muggle family approached me, clutching one of your books, and earnestly inquired if I was a great wizard. He gazed at Douglas through his crescent-shaped spectacles, his eyes shimmering with a mischievous glint. It was at that moment I inadvertently noticed the author's name, the banana-loving Flathead. Douglas mused to himself how astonishingly small the world is. Who could have imagined that a young wizard from Hogwarts would venture into the Muggle realm to peruse a fantastical novel about magic? And who would have guessed that he would bring forth the very same question to Dumbledore? For that query, "Are you a great wizard?" was one he had posed many years ago, right here in this office. Chapter 3. Merlin's Worn Trousers. Headmaster, I am at enmity with evil. The teacup gently met the surface of the desk, producing a crisp sound of porcelain colliding. Dumbledore's azure eyes sparkled behind the crescent lenses, radiating a gentle light that seemed capable of penetrating the very fabric of one's soul. Whether in the Muggle edition or the Wizarding version, the theories presented in your book are remarkably compelling. It is clear that you do not speak without thought. Some of the spells you envisioned, I privately attempted, and to my surprise, they proved effective. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his fingers interlaced atop the ancient peachwood desk. You mentioned 2 points in the Wizarding version: the primacy of imagination over magic, and the essence of spells as a reflection of the heart's transformation of the world. I wholeheartedly agree. He nodded, a trace of barely perceptible astonishment in his tone. It is difficult for me to fathom how you grasped such profound truths about magic during your youth. In an instant, Douglas understood. So that is it. Perhaps this is the true reason he finds himself here, undergoing this extraordinary interview. At that moment, the gentle ambience of the office shifted abruptly. Dumbledore's words sliced through the atmosphere like an unheated scalpel, precise and incisive. Or rather, why did you specifically choose the position of defense against the dark arts? His gaze sharpened, transforming from appreciation to scrutiny. From your student days to the time I explored your writings, I am left with the impression that the podium for the charms class would be more befitting of your talents. Of course, Filius has no plans for retirement at present. Dumbledore added, I recall Filius praising you on numerous occasions, stating that you transformed a simple Lumos charm into an effective counterspell against dark magic. Thus, I remained curious as to your reasoning before he could finish. Douglas sensed the air in the office momentarily grow dense. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes rested silently upon his shoulders, imparting an invisible weight. Douglas feigned nonchalance as he shrugged, leaning back against the chair, evading the piercing intensity of that gaze. In truth, the world outside is rife with turmoil, Professor. The interactions between individuals are fraught with deceit and treachery. This holds true for both the Muggle realm and the magical world. One might even argue that the machinations within the magical domain are more lethal, which poses significant challenges to my writing. Douglas's tone bore a subtle weariness, akin to that of a seasoned traveler. Hogwarts, to him, resembled an ivory tower. He noticed a slight arch of Dumbledore's brow, evidently unfamiliar with the contemporary application of this Muggle term. Ah, it appears your understanding of the Muggle world is not entirely comprehensive, Douglas explained, elaborating that the term ivory tower has acquired a new interpretation in the modern Muggle context, diverging from its biblical connotation. He opted for a more archaic term. In my view, Hogwarts is a utopia within the tangible world, though not devoid of conflicts. Overall, the souls here are considerably more innocent. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, before presenting a more compelling rationale. Of course, there is one primary reason. A hint of an awkward smile flickered across Douglas's face. My writing has encountered a bottleneck. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze behind the lenses revealing curiosity. Professor, since you have perused that tome, The Complete Master, you must have noticed that it has been on hiatus for 8 months, both in its magical and Muggle editions. The reality is that the resources available to me are exceedingly limited, most of which derive from the Muggle world. Given that you are aware I began writing novels in my first year, it was the Hogwarts library that provided me with my initial and greatest support. He sighed, his expression deepening with resignation. Furthermore, the prolonged hiatus has stirred considerable discontent among readers in both the Muggle and magical realms. I have heard that some extreme fans have resorted to tracking down my true identity through various means. Upon hearing this explanation, the scrutinizing gleam in Dumbledore's eyes softened, and he nodded in understanding. He chuckled, a glint of childlike mischief returning to his cerulean gaze. I understand completely. I too have a few fans who send me rather peculiar, sometimes even perilous items, merely to ascertain whether I am truly too old to move. Dumbledore playfully winked, his expression suggesting, "See, we share the same burdens." However, this moment of levity was short-lived. Dumbledore raised his teacup once more, yet did not drink. Instead, he gently traced the warm rim with his fingertips. The only sound in the office was the crackling of the flames in the fireplace. "Douglas, I recall that during your time at school, you maintained a rather amicable relationship with Professor Quirrell, did you not?" Douglas's heart sank abruptly. Quirrell, of course, he remembered. He had been the professor of Muggle studies, a remarkably gifted and charming wizard. As one of Hogwarts' most illustrious graduates, Quirrell had chosen to remain at the school as a teacher, and he was even privately regarded as a formidable contender for the next head of Ravenclaw House. Initially, Douglas had harbored doubts, pondering whether this Quirrell was indeed the same stammering professor of defense against the dark arts from Harry S.'s first year. Yet, the individual before him bore little resemblance to the coward who had languished under Voldemort's shadow. He dismissed it as nothing more than a coincidence of surnames. Their shared passion for travel and their remarkable personalities and intellect had fostered a genuine camaraderie during their time at school. However, over 2 years ago, Quirrell had announced his intention to take a year-long sabbatical to explore the forests of Albania, after which their correspondence had ceased entirely. Observing Dumbledore's current demeanor, a sense of foreboding crept into Douglas's mind. Dumbledore nodded, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the flickering light of the hearth. The next question struck like a chilling bolt of lightning. "Is this also the reason you applied for the position of defense against the dark art professor?" In an instant, Douglas's mind went blank. What connection could there possibly be between his application for the defense against the dark arts and Quirrell? Witnessing the genuine astonishment and confusion etched on Douglas's face, the stern glint in Dumbledore's eyes gradually softened. He sighed, as if recounting a tiresome chapter from the past. The previous year's defense against the dark arts professor was indeed Quirrell. "What?" Douglas exclaimed in disbelief, springing upright from his chair. He had always assumed that the stuttering Quirrell, adorned in a garlicky scarf, was merely a temporary hire dredged up from some obscure corner by Dumbledore. Merlin's ragged trousers. He had been utterly oblivious to this fact, but now none of that mattered. What truly weighed on him was the implication behind Dumbledore's words. The old man clearly harbored suspicions that he might be an undercover agent sent by Voldemort. Given Dumbledore's inherently distrustful nature, even the slightest hint of doubt would prompt him to view Douglas as yet another obstacle in Harry Potter's journey. What to do? What to do? I need help. Urgently. This damned system chose the most critical moment to fall silent. He had come to seek employment and unlock the system, not to serve as a mere experience package for the savior. In a flash of clarity, Douglas forced himself to regain composure. Fear would not resolve the matter. Only contemplation could. He quickly organized his thoughts, lifted his gaze, and met Dumbledore's eyes directly. "Professor, the last time I communicated with Quirrell was over 2 years ago. He mentioned that he would be taking a year off to travel in Albania." He leaned forward, his voice laced with just the right amount of shock and curiosity. "However, I previously overheard my editor mention that last year's defense against the dark art professor was a man wrapped in a garlic-scented scarf, who spoke with a stutter. This seems entirely at odds with the suave queerness, does it not? Professor, if it is permissible, could you elucidate what transpired? Moreover, where is he now?" Douglas's gaze swept across the vacant professor's seat, ultimately posing the most direct question, one that could absolve him of any suspicion. Could it be that this position is indeed cursed? This unexpected counterattack evidently caught Dumbledore off guard. Observing Douglas's sincere yet perplexed expression, he found himself somewhat troubled. He was now concerned that should his assumptions be misguided, this rare and exceptional candidate might abandon the position due to the rumors of a curse. If that were to happen, he would once again have to invest effort into seeking a new professor. His heart felt weary. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment before gradually recounting the events surrounding Professor Quirrell from the previous year. "Douglas, you must understand that the study of dark arts is an immensely perilous endeavor. It can insidiously erode and alter a person's mind." When mentioning the Dark Lord residing in Quirrell's mind, Dumbledore carefully observed Douglas's reaction. He keenly noted that at the very utterance of that name, Douglas's body did not flinch. His eyes remained clear, though his brow furrowed deeper. This slight shift allowed a fraction of tension within Dumbledore to ease. Meanwhile, Douglas diligently assumed the role of a competent listener. Upon hearing of Quirrell's misfortunes in Albania, he expressed sorrow, as the details of Voldemort's parasitic nature unfolded. Disbelief and horror filled his eyes. Learning of the transgressions Quirrell committed in his quest for the Philosopher's Stone, his demeanor transformed into one of complexity and weight. He spoke little, yet every subtle expression conveyed to Dumbledore that his narrative had not been in vain. Once Dumbledore concluded his account, the office fell into a prolonged silence. Douglas lowered his head, lost in contemplation. He was no longer absorbing this tale from the perspective of a Muggle reader. He was reconstructing the entire event as a wizard well-versed in magical theory, considering possibilities that perhaps even Dumbledore had not contemplated at the time. Yet in this moment, Douglas hesitated. He was uncertain whether to speak, for once he did, he risked being suspected of exonerating Quirrell. To put it more starkly, he could very well be branded a sympathizer of Voldemort, becoming a target that the Order of the Phoenix would prioritize for elimination. Dumbledore seemed to perceive his inner turmoil, and his aged yet sagacious voice resonated once more. "Mr. Holmes," he deliberately emphasized the surname. "Is there an issue here? Or is there something you wish to express?" Douglas lifted his gaze to meet those penetrating eyes, inhaling deeply as he cautiously crafted his response. "Professor, the following statement merely reflects my logical inference based on your discourse. It does not represent any personal stance of mine." Dumbledore picked up a lemon sherbet and placed it in his mouth, nodding vaguely, a flicker of encouragement glimmering in his eyes. This childlike gesture did not entirely assuage Douglas's wariness. However, he comprehended Dumbledore's goodwill. Thus, he gradually articulated the doubts that lingered in his mind. Chapter 4. Dumbledore's Workplace PUA. "Professor, do you genuinely believe such a far-fetched explanation, with garlic stuffed and scarf?" Douglas's voice resonated distinctly in the stillness of the headmaster's office. "I distinctly recall from a third-year defense against the dark arts textbook that it did not mention vampires being averse to such things. In fact, I once encountered a vampire in Mexico who relished garlic as a snack. His words were like precisely thrown stones, creating ripples on the placid surface of water. Therefore, let us entertain a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Professor Quirrell is, in his own way, transmitting a distress signal to the outside world?" A clear appreciation flickered in Dumbledore's azure eyes, followed by a gentle shake of his head, his silver beard swaying slightly. "The notion regarding the scent of garlic may merely be our speculation. I suspect it is more likely attributable to some potent potion." Douglas nodded decisively. "Very well. You are the headmaster. Your word is final." He tempered his sharpness, adopting an expression brimming with curiosity, leaning forward slightly, and cautiously inquired in a near whisper. "I am merely curious. Headmaster, with your abilities, can you penetrate that thick scarf to see what lies on the back of Quirrell's head?" He recalled vividly that Dumbledore seemed capable of seeing through Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. Wait, a thought surfaced unbidden. How splendid that image would be. Ahem. The old wizard cleared his throat to mask the brief pause. "I am pleased, Douglas, that you can fearlessly utter Voldemort's name rather than resorting to that moniker. Furthermore, in certain specific, exceedingly urgent circumstances, I can indeed see through some physical barriers. Of course, this ability must not be misused." He paused, his gaze behind the lenses deepening. "Perhaps you ought to grant a venerable elder sufficient trust. In fact, under normal circumstances, I did not detect any alarming anomalies beneath Professor Quirrell's scarf." Douglas's demeanor grew serious once more. He nodded, his thoughts racing. "This indicates that Voldemort can completely conceal his form within Quirrell, rather than always manifesting at the back of his head. Otherwise, with your insight, he would have been discovered as soon as he entered the castle. Moreover, even disregarding the formidable presence of Voldemort, one must ponder the capabilities of Professor Quirrell. If he truly intended to harm Harry Potter, it would seem rather imprudent to select the Quidditch pitch amidst the watchful eyes of the entire school. To employ a curse that necessitates continuous incantation. Such a spell ranks among the most easily interrupted in the art of wizarding duels." At this juncture, Douglas nearly stumbled over his words, on the verge of exclaiming that had he, a seasoned aficionado of over 1,000 episodes of Detective Conan, been entrusted with the task, he could undoubtedly devise 100 more discreet methods to orchestrate an accident. However, this jest was ill-timed. The elder before him bore a gaze that hinted at a subtle scrutiny, as if questioning whether Douglas might be a new operative dispatched by Voldemort. After all, the position of defense against the dark arts professor possesses a rather tarnished reputation. Over the years, it was only through Dumbledore's illustrious standing in the magical community and his formidable connections that this role was sustained, albeit tenuously. Apart from a certain brooding potions master who had expressed fleeting interest, few would willingly leap into such a perilous undertaking. Upon hearing Douglas's analysis, Dumbledore nodded slowly, acknowledging that the situation did appear rather uncharacteristically simplistic. Could this, as you suggest, be a form of forewarning from Professor Quirrell? In truth, the moment Douglas audaciously uttered the name Voldemort, Dumbledore had already arrived at a conclusion. A genuine ally of Voldemort would, like others, treat that name with trepidation. Those who fear the darkness merely evade it, rather than choosing to stand in the light and confront its name directly. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that the venerable headmaster wished to observe this young man, who seemed to be developing under the guise of anonymity, closely. After all, the last prodigious student who took to changing disguises post-graduation was named Tom Riddle. Douglas felt a chill run down his spine under Dumbledore's discerning gaze, especially after recalling certain rumors regarding the headmaster's inclinations. Should he wait for the system to activate and hastily devise an excuse to withdraw? Dumbledore appeared to sense Douglas's fleeting discomfort, pondering if his conclusions had been drawn too hastily. After a moment's contemplation, he deftly retrieved a piece of parchment from a precarious pile of documents on his desk. With a flick of his wand, some of the ink upon the parchment dissipated like mist, and he picked up a quill, dipping it into ink to begin his revisions. By Merlin's beard, he said casually as he wrote, Douglas, I must inform you that my initial candidate for the position of defense against the dark arts professor was another writer of considerable renown. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible furrow crossed Douglas's brow. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Dumbledore, noticing his subtle expression, smiled and gestured toward a vividly colored box of sweets on the corner of the desk. If you find life somewhat bitter, I recommend you try a Honeyduke's Fizzing Whizbee. You may savor its delightful flavor while I, this old man, regale you with the rest of the tale. Douglas acquiesced readily, plucking a candy and placing it in his mouth, as the faint fizz and explosive sweetness enveloped his palate. Dumbledore, having completed his revisions, set down his quill with satisfaction. He interlaced his fingers atop the desk, leaning slightly forward as he continued, Of course, I may have overestimated the influence of my aged visage. After receiving my letter, the recipient graciously declined my invitation. My original intention was to persuade him in person. Thanks to Minerva's reminder, I recalled that several months ago, you had submitted an application to Hogwarts for precisely this position. It then occurred to me, why not invite another writer to give it a try? Although, he has always operated under a pseudonym in the Muggle world. At this, Dumbledore playfully winked at him, resembling a mischievous child. He gently slid the revised parchment across the table to Douglas. This was an appointment letter concerning the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts, along with the associated responsibilities. You may peruse it at your leisure. Douglas's gaze fell upon the 2-foot-long parchment, densely filled with elegantly scripted terms. His finger eventually rested upon a particular line, hereby appointing Mr. Douglas Holmes as Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, temporary. Douglas lifted his gaze, pointing to the conspicuous word, his eyes filled with questions. Professor, what does this temporary mean? Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated this inquiry, his expression betraying no hint of surprise. Oh, it is quite evidently the literal interpretation. Mr. Holmes, I hope you can comprehend that while the authority to appoint and dismiss professors resides with the headmaster, given your youth. Of course, I do not doubt your capabilities. If memory serves, the last individual to be appointed as a full professor at the age of 21 was Severus. However, at that time, Severus had already achieved recognized success in the field of potions, and Professor Horace Slughorn had strongly recommended him for the position of head of Slytherin upon his retirement. As for you, if I may be frank, aside from your best-selling works under a pseudonym, the most noteworthy entry on your resume is merely your pristine graduation transcript. Provided you successfully navigate this academic year and gain the approval of both students and fellow professors, the temporary designation on this letter will naturally vanish. Douglas nearly rolled his eyes. What did he mean by unnecessary murmurs from colleagues? In all of Hogwarts, the last person he wished to encounter in the professor's lounge, aside from the one in the cellar, was a mystery. Only that individual possessed the ability and motive to trip him up with Dumbledore. Nevertheless, he understood the nature of an internship. Upon seeing Douglas nod in agreement, Dumbledore's eyes widened in mild surprise. He had even prepared a plethora of motivational platitudes for guiding new professionals. After all, being young, one ought to exhibit a semblance of youthful pride, especially considering this particular individual had never been one to conform during his student days. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and, adopting a nonchalant tone, posed his final test. In truth, I have a rather nascent suggestion to propose. I could personally invite that writer to join you in the role of defense against the dark arts professor for this academic year. I believe that as fellow writers, you would find ample common ground. Naturally, your preferences remain paramount. Competition for positions, elimination of the least competent, A culture of ruthlessness? A cascade of distant yet familiar terms detonated in Douglas's mind like an incantation. He seemed to hear the fervent rhetoric of a former employer during a motivational assembly. Who would have thought that, having evaded the grueling rigors of the 9-to-9 work culture, he could not escape the competitive pressures of the magical realm? From east to west, from the Muggle world to the magical one, the scythe of capital may arrive tardily, yet it inevitably does. With this thought, Douglas abruptly rose, his posture erect, and declared with an almost oath-like fervor, "Rest assured, esteemed headmaster, I firmly believe that I alone can proficiently oversee the entire defense against the dark arts curriculum at Hogwarts." No sooner had the words left his lips than he seized a quill and swiftly inscribed his name at the conclusion of the appointment letter. Having signed, one ought not to contemplate retracting. The moment the quill lifted from the parchment, a cold, mechanical, yet sonorously pleasant voice resonated deep within his consciousness. The scholar development system has been activated. Douglas exhaled a long, profound sigh, his muscles unwinding with palpable relief. Heaven knows how long he had awaited this pronouncement. The last time the system activated, it had delivered but a chilling notification. Conditions for activating the scholar development system, officially employed in an educational institution. Countdown, 2 years. As a quintessential transmigrant, he fully comprehended the implications of that voice. Although he had once silently raged at the sky for 2 hours, deep down, a sense of secret glee lingered. Those endowed with a golden finger, the fortunate transmigrants, engaged in a vastly different game than those without. Though belated, it was certainly preferable to a complete absence. This 2.5-year, nay, 2-year requirement felt rather irksome. Yet, having lived in a magical world for a decade, he recalled Arthur Weasley's adage, "One should never trust anything that thinks for itself, unless one can discern where its mind resides." Initially, Douglas even contemplated employing a mental barrier to counter this enigmatic system. Had he not hailed from a Muggle background, which left him bereft of substantial resources on soul magic, he might have plunged headlong into this forbidden realm of study. Ultimately, observing the daily countdown that resonated in his mind each morning, he chose to acquiesce. He initially leveraged a modicum of financial advantage to infiltrate a Muggle university in London. Alas, after a semester there, aside from garnering the favor of a physics professor who wished to cultivate him as a research assistant, the system remained unresponsive. "Dear Holmes, I wish to nurture you as my experimental assistant." It was this very phrase that sparked a revelation within Douglas. Is it possible that the name of the system is quite literal? Cultivation can refer to nurturing oneself as well as nurturing others. Otherwise, he would simply return to the orphanage where he grew up. He believed that Headmaster George would not mind his lack of a teaching qualification from the Muggle world. Upon witnessing Douglas's expression of profound relief after signing, Dumbledore seemed to recall something. Behind his crescent-shaped glasses, a glimmer of mischievous amusement resided within his cerulean eyes. He lifted his wand and gently pointed it into the air. A silver phoenix, composed entirely of pure light, erupted from the tip of his wand, gracefully spiraling beneath the office's vaulted ceiling before dissipating into twinkling stardust. At that moment, Fawkes, the phoenix perched in the corner, suddenly turned his head and emitted a clear, piercing cry towards Douglas. Dumbledore chuckled and explained, "Fawkes is inquiring why you did not bring him a gift this time. In fact, since the last occasion, I have expressly forbidden the kitchen from providing that spice known as fox ashes for you. You see, he seems to have developed a bit of an addiction to it, much like Muggles with smoking. Therefore, Professor Douglas, during your time teaching here, please refrain from offering him any peculiar food." By the end of his statement, Dumbledore even rubbed his temples. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret regarding whether admitting this restless creature into Hogwarts was indeed the right decision. Douglas also recalled the incident that nearly led to Fawkes' premature rebirth due to his feeding. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards, yet he solemnly assured, "Rest assured, Headmaster, who says that after 30, one is no longer youthful." Although at that time, Douglas's sole age was approaching 40. Spice, fox ashes ingredients, core ingredients, by weight ratio cinnamon, cinnamon bark 30 frankincense, frankincense resin 25 myrrh, myrrh resin 25 benzoin, benzoin resin 20 preparation steps. Pre-processing ingredients. Remove the hard stems from the cinnamon bark and cut it into 1 centimeter segments. Crush the frankincense, myrrh, and benzoin resin into small pieces, maintaining a granular texture to avoid complete pulverization. Place all ingredients separately into a dry skillet and sauté over low heat for 30 seconds, without oil, enhancing the aroma while removing trace moisture. This step simulates flame preheating, allowing the spices to resonate with fire in advance. Mixing and grinding. After the ingredients have cooled, place them into a grinder or use a mortar and pestle, and grind them into a coarse powder. Once evenly mixed, store in a dark glass jar, sealing it tightly, and keep it in a cool, dry place, avoiding direct sunlight. Kitchen usage. Awaken the rebirth flavor of food with a sense of warmth. The essence of this spice lies in eliciting a burning aroma through high temperatures rather than direct seasoning, making it suitable for imparting a distinctive ambience to meats, root vegetables, or baked goods. For smoked meats, when grilling steaks and lamb chops, lay a sheet of aluminum foil on the bottom of the grill and sprinkle 12 spoonfuls of phoenix ashes, then place a rack above to hold the meat. The high temperature will gradually release the spices, allowing the surface of the meat to absorb the essence of wood-smoked, sweet resin, as if kissed by the flames of the phoenix. 4. High-temperature stir-frying. When sautéing root vegetables such as pumpkin and sweet potatoes, add a small amount of butter to the pan, and once melted, sprinkle half a teaspoon of spices. Wait for the aroma to burst forth, approximately 10 seconds. Then introduce the ingredients and stir-fry. The sweetness of cinnamon and the richness of resin will permeate the tender flesh, imparting a warm, caramelized essence. 4. Baking seasoning. When creating whole wheat bread or nut cookies, incorporate 1 teaspoon of spice powder, sifted to remove coarse particles, into the dough. As it bakes, the oven will be filled with a scent reminiscent of spices burning in a hearth, and the finished product will possess a subtle divine sweetness. Perfect for pairing with hot tea. 4. Ritualistic dipping sauce. Combine spices with Greek yogurt and honey in a ratio of 1:5 to create a dipping sauce. The coolness of the yogurt balances the heat of the spices, while the sweetness of the honey resonates with the fragrance of rebirth, making it an ideal accompaniment for roasted vegetables or flatbreads, akin to new life emerging from the ashes. Usage of fox. Take a small mouthful and ignite it with the flames in your mouth, exhaling smoke rings, then inhale through the 2 holes in your beak, bringing it back to the olfactory bulb. Chapter 5. There are too few classes, we must add more. Shortly after the guardian phoenix departed from the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's azure eyes sparkled behind the crescent-shaped lenses, a smile almost spilling from the corners of his mouth. Douglas, I believe you may now seek out Minerva, he said cheerfully. If we linger any longer, I fear she might truly believe we are having a hot pot in the office. Douglas's gaze swept around the office, taking in the spinning silverware and the portraits of past headmasters. Yet notably absent was the cauldron famously associated with Hogwarts hotpot. Dumbledore caught his eye and shrugged knowingly, casting a glance that seemed to share an unspoken secret. You know, Severus often visits me here. I certainly do not wish to challenge the nerves of a potions master with a pot of spicy hot pot wafting through my office, he added, winking playfully in the direction of the cellar. Douglas understood perfectly. Upon re-entering Professor McGonagall's office, he was greeted by an atmosphere of meticulous formality. The snack he brought had already been unwrapped, the elegant packaging neatly folded to the side. Professor McGonagall was engrossed in reviewing a document, her square glasses reflecting the candlelight. Without looking up, she remarked, "Quite delicious. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Albus has already communicated with me through the Patronus, so..." At this point, she finally set down the parchment and raised her head. A sincere smile illuminated her typically stern face, softening the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. "Welcome to the fold, Professor Holmes. I dare say Pomona will undoubtedly be overjoyed upon receiving this news, perhaps even showering her cherished herbs with an extra measure of water. Currently, this appointment is merely provisional. Your guidance and support will be essential in the days to come." Naturally, that poses no issue. Professor McGonagall nodded affirmatively, sliding a scroll of parchment towards him. "However, you must first peruse this." Her tone carried an air of unyielding decisiveness. "The institution currently requires only this one professorship, as the schedules for the other courses have long been established. Consequently, your course timings have been largely predetermined." She paused, a sly smile gracing her lips. "Of course, should you find yourself indisposed, Severus will be more than willing to substitute for you, I imagine." Douglas, wearing a broad smile, accepted the parchment imbued with the scent of ink. In the next instant, his expression seemed to be petrified, starting from the corners of his mouth, gradually stiffening and shattering, ultimately freezing into an odd countenance. The entire schedule for the course. His voice was somewhat parched. "All of these are my classes?" Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, her expression seemingly asking, "What else could it be?" "Indeed. Oh, I nearly forgot. You have likely only encountered the student version of the timetable." She reclined against her chair, arms crossed, regarding him with an air of leisure. The life of a professor is not as effortless as you might presume. A sudden wave of profound regret washed over Douglas. He lamented not having acquiesced to Dumbledore's suggestion of co-teaching this cursed course with another professor. Yet, The hint of challenge in McGonagall's tone ignited a fierce competitive spirit within him. He felt belittled. "Oh, Merlin's beard." Douglas quickly suppressed his frozen expression, adopting a visage of deep dismay. "Just look at the schedule. I mean to say, our classes are astonishingly few. Professor McGonagall." Her countenance was etched with disbelief, as if questioning whether she had misheard a single word. Douglas, however, was fully immersed in his fervor, extending his finger to point at the meticulously packed schedule of defense against the dark arts classes, launching into an impromptu discourse. "Professor, you see, our classes are predominantly scheduled between 8:30 in the morning and 4:45 in the afternoon, except for astronomy, which is an exception, taking place at 11 o'clock at night. In between, ample time is squandered." The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, as if he were the headmaster of Hogwarts. "During my own schooling, I sensed this. We could easily incorporate morning study sessions from 6 to 7:30 to recite material such as history of magic that necessitates memorization. And in the evenings, the time after dinner must not be neglected. We could." As Professor McGonagall listened to his impassioned address, she initially found some merit in his arguments. However, gradually, her gaze shifted to one of peculiarity, as if observing a student she had never known. "Mr. Holmes," she interjected, "if memory serves me correctly, you did not exhibit such diligence during your own schooling. You have been tardy to my transfiguration class no less than 10 times. Ahem. Douglas quickly cleared his throat. "Professor, I believe I've already explained." Professor McGonagall's eyebrows arched even higher. "Indeed, I recall. You were perpetually occupied in the kitchen experimenting with new recipes, tending to the fruit trees beyond the Forbidden Forest, and, oh yes, cultivating a small vegetable garden of your own." Her gaze sharpened, as if piercing through the fabric of time. "I nearly forgot. You also cast a spell on several young ladies from Ravenclaw over a few fruits, which ultimately incited, well, a brawl among the four houses." Douglas shrugged nonchalantly. "Professor, you know well that although I was consequently confined, I still did not believe I was in the wrong." Memories from 7 years ago unfurled in his mind like a painting awakened by a spell. It was during Douglas's 3rd year when, with Hagrid's assistance, he established a modest orchard at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He tended to it with the devotion of a parent, diligently patrolling, fertilizing, and reciting growth incantations each day. One afternoon, having just finished class, he hurried to his orchard only to encounter a group of girls clad in Ravenclaw robes amidst the ruins of his garden. Had they merely plucked a few fruits for consumption, he might have seized the opportunity to engage them in conversation. However, what he beheld was utter devastation, broken branches strewn about, and numerous unripe fruits discarded after a single bite. One tall girl, upon spotting him, even laughed and remarked, "Your apples and bananas are far inferior to what the Great Hall offers." Perhaps they bore no malice, merely sheltered girls oblivious to the struggles of the outside world. Yet, in that moment, Douglas's fury ignited completely. That orchard was the fruit of his labor and care. Pointing to a green apple on the ground, his voice was as cold as ice. "I once believed Ravenclaw represented wisdom. It appears instead to be a gathering of talking monkeys." Clearly, they were not monkeys, but a cadre of witches wielding wands. The brilliance of spells erupted instantaneously. However, Douglas was no ordinary fellow. He navigated through the intertwining spells with finesse, his wand dancing like a windmill. With a few crisp incantations of Expelliarmus, the girl's wand soared into his grasp. He did not require any additional spells. Instead, he transfigured the broken branches into resilient ropes, binding those girls firmly to a stake outside the orchard. The magical world is small, and Hogwarts even smaller. Who does not have a few friends or a romantic interest? The aftermath of that skirmish was as follows. Gryffindor, 3 students sent to the hospital wing. Ravenclaw, 9 students sent to the hospital wing. Slytherin, 5 students sent to the hospital wing. Hufflepuff, none. The consequence of that battle was Douglas being sentenced by the smiling Professor Sprout to labor in the orchard for a week. The deans of the other 3 colleges wore grim expressions as they imposed a semester-long punishment on all participants, forbidding the use of magic to tend to the fruit trees. What vexed the deans even further was Douglas's unsolicited offer to supply fresh fruit to the entire faculty and the heads of various colleges free of charge. Moreover, his orchard could serve as a designated location for laborious punishment for students who had erred. There was no room for negotiation, in her words. The distance from the northern highlands of Scotland to Surrey and London is far from trivial. One might conjecture that even Dumbledore would hesitate to traverse such a considerable distance using a disapparition spell without exerting his full effort. When Douglas stepped out of the fireplace once more, the familiar decor of his home greeted him, freshly tidied, with a flick of his wand. He brushed off the soot covering him and promptly made his way to the basement, a space he had meticulously arranged for magical experiments. He sank into a single armchair, seeking the most comfortable position, and then quietly summoned, System, Academic Excellence Development System. An inexplicable, adolescent sense of embarrassment washed over him. In the next instant, lines of azure text materialized before his eyes, as if projected. Academic Excellence Development System. After each class, points will be awarded based on student satisfaction, assignment completion, and classroom engagement. Student satisfaction. Teacher's comprehensive monthly score. 0 points, earning 0 points. Scores above 9 points will reward 1,000 points. Scores of 6 to 9 points will reward 500 points. Scores below 6 points will deduct 300 points. Academic year exam results. Excellent. 0 students, earning 0 points. Each student receiving an excellent will earn 1,000 points. Qualified. 0 students, earning 0 points. Each student receiving a qualified will earn 500 points. Failing. 0 students, earning 0 points. Each student receiving a failing grade will lose 300 points. Once 10,000 points are accumulated, the system mall will be unlocked. As Douglas remained engulfed in the overwhelming influx of information, his mind swirled in confusion. Suddenly, a line of crimson text, pulsating ominously, seared itself into his consciousness. Warning. Host is afflicted by an unknown curse, which will manifest in 1 year. 10,000 points can be consumed to eliminate it. A curse costing 10,000 points? He sat bolt upright. Grasping the class schedule provided by Professor McGonagall, his mind raced. Even if he toiled diligently, ensuring that every class and every evaluation exceeded 9 points, he would barely accumulate 660 points over the course of the academic year, solely from class attendance. The bulk of the points hinges on the monthly evaluations and the academic year exams. Yet those two glaring deduction categories loomed before him like monstrous beasts, poised to devour him whole. This system was not designed to assist him. It was clearly a mechanism aimed at his downfall. Chapter 6. The Editorial Owl and the Forgotten Crisis. The August breeze, laden with a hint of sticky heat, swept into Douglas's study. He had not ventured outside for an entire month in this safe haven of the Muggle world. A stack of sealed letters lay piled at the corner of his desk, addressed to several old friends scattered across the globe. He did not possess his own owl, as it was part of his early intention to extricate himself from the magical realm, aspiring to live like a true Muggle. Knock, knock, knock. The window was tapped with a crisp sound, as a haughty owl perched on the windowsill, tilting its head to scrutinize him. This was the dedicated editorial owl of Mr. Slane from the silent publishing house in the magical world. Douglas sighed, opened the window, and unfastened the letter from its leg. Please convey my thanks to Mr. Slane, he remarked to the owl, for without you, I would likely have become utterly disconnected from that world. The owl let out a disdainful hoot, as if to say it was wise of him to acknowledge its presence before vanishing into the night. He unfolded the letter, revealing a final ultimatum penned in elegant script by Slane, urging him to submit his manuscript by the end of the month. A thick parchment was meticulously organized, containing his summaries of the OWL and Newt's examination syllabi from the past 5 years. He was fortunate that the vast population of the magical world, along with the examiner's near-immortal lifespans, rendered the examination content as stable as rock. Most of the questions lacked novelty. In another lesson plan, the textbook content was distinctly divided into practical and theoretical sections. Hogwarts professors had the autonomy to choose their own teaching materials, yet he had no intention of doing so. He picked up Dark Arts, a self-defense guide, authored by Quentin Trimble, its pages now yellowed and exuding the scent of aged paper and ink. Classics are not always the finest. However, in the slowly evolving magical realm, they signify the utmost reliability. He was certainly not Gilderoy Lockhart, the narcissist who compelled students to purchase entire collections of his signed works. Speaking of Lockhart, Douglas felt as though he had overlooked some crucial matter. This sensation was akin to a tiny fishbone lodged in his throat, neither ascending nor descending. He rubbed his temples, attempting to suppress the growing irritation. The wall clock ticked leisurely toward 1 o'clock in the morning. He approached the window. The night sky was pristine, with a slender crescent moon hanging like a silver sickle against the inky velvet. The moonlight seemed to beckon. Just as he was about to indulge in a poetic reflection, a faint, unmistakably non-Muggle engine roar pierced through the silence, reaching his ears. Below, the outline of a car glided beneath the moonlight, its headlights flickering amidst the clouds. Observing its trajectory, he realized it was not far from himself. A scene, long buried in the recesses of memory, suddenly crystallized. Douglas's fingertips grazed his temple, his lips moving soundlessly. His vision narrowed. The world before him surged forward, as if an invisible hand had drawn distant sights closer. He resembled a powerful telescope, able to discern the occupants of that Ford automobile with remarkable clarity. Indeed, there sat 4 individuals within, 3 of whom boasted hair as fiery as flames. Even from such a distance, he could unmistakably identify the twins, George and Fred, whom he had encountered years prior at the Burrow. The other red-haired lad must be their youngest brother, Ron, who had once been a snot-nosed little tyke. Yet the most crucial figure was the dark-haired boy adorned with round spectacles. A flicker of recognition sparked within him. Harry Potter? His voice was barely above a whisper, laced with uncertainty. Before he could examine them further, the flying car plunged into the dense veil of clouds, vanishing from sight. Douglas furrowed his brow, dispelling the enchantment, and rubbed his slightly swollen eyes. Approaching the map, he traced a circle based on the car's trajectory and the general location of the Burrow. So, Harry Potter actually resides near my home? Douglas endeavored to recall whether he had ever crossed paths with this boy, who had miraculously survived. However, Mr. Arthur Weasley was indeed a genius in magical modifications. A smile crept onto Douglas's lips. Perhaps I should procure a vehicle and seek his assistance. This thought transported him back 5 years, to the first encounter with the Weasley children, the exuberant twins, the bashful Ron, and the even smaller Ginny. Of course, there was Charlie as well, who had already been a friend at school. During that week at the Burrow, Mr. Weasley had been like a curious child, bombarding him with countless questions about the Muggle world. When Douglas inadvertently shared his Muggle-inspired ideas for car modifications, Arthur's eyes had sparkled like 2 golden galleons. It was then that he comprehended the complexity of transforming a Muggle object into a magical one. It required far more than mere spells. It necessitated a profound understanding of alchemical principles. Regrettably, due to the turmoil of those years, the alchemy classes at Hogwarts had been suspended for far too long. The library contained only a few dusty tomes and an elective course that no one seemed to pursue. Nevertheless, judging by Arthur's reaction, the Weasley family, though not wealthy in galleons, undoubtedly possessed an unseen depth and legacy, being one of the Sacred 28. Douglas felt no envy whatsoever. Truly, wait a moment. Ginny Weasley. The thorn in his throat was finally dislodged. A chilling chain of words coalesced in his mind. Ginny, diary, chamber of secrets, basilisk. Time had passed too swiftly. He had nearly forgotten this matter. Leaning against the wall, a bemused expression crossed his face. He recalled his first year, when he had scoured the castle like a treasure hunter in search of the Slytherin's chamber. Remarkably, he had succeeded. He had found Moaning Myrtle's weeping lavatory and the faucet engraved with a small serpent, eternally dry. At that moment, he even imitated the Muggle movies he had watched in a previous life, emitting a peculiar hissing sound in an attempt to unlock the entrance. However, apart from drawing the mocking laughter of the Myrtle, nothing transpired. Indeed, one could hardly place trust in Muggle films. Douglas rubbed his chin, feeling a wave of embarrassment for his past moments of youthful folly. He paused for a moment, his expression growing even more eccentric. Using Pinion, he annotated the location of the hidden chamber and the surprises within. He wished he could deliver a moment of oblivion to his younger self. Engaging in such childish antics with a mature soul felt akin to public execution. Would Tom Riddle be startled by the sight of those words, courtesy of this soothsayer? He chuckled at his own self-deprecation. Nonetheless, these were not matters he ought to ponder at present. When the sky falls, there is someone taller and more bearded to bear the brunt. His immediate priority was to prepare for the meeting with Mr. Slane at the end of the month. The pressure to submit his manuscript was indeed a torment. At the end of August, in London, Douglas stood on Charing Cross with a stack of manuscripts sufficient to compose a book. Nestled between a bookstore and a record shop, the dilapidated and inconspicuous Broken Cauldron pub stood quietly. He pushed the door open, and a familiar scent, a blend of stale beer and dust, enveloped him. The pub remained as dim and shabby as ever, with only the bar and a few tables in shadowy corners exuding any semblance of life. Behind the bar, a grimy poster advertised a pig's head dish. That was his masterpiece. For a certain unmentionable secret, he had personally designed the poster and contributed the exclusive recipe for that dish. Oh, who do we have here? The wrinkled proprietor, Tom, brightened at the sight, revealing a nearly toothless grin. Mr. Holmes, my esteemed patron, it has been far too long. Old Tom, Douglas smiled as he approached. It seems your eyesight remains as sharp as ever. Indeed, Tom wiped a greasy glass and lowered his voice. Care for a butterbeer? It's on me, to celebrate your... Ahem. Douglas gently coughed, interrupting him. He glanced at the few wizards nearby who were eavesdropping, signaling with his eyes. Of course. Old Tom immediately understood. shrugging his shoulders and refraining from further comment. He could surmise that this Mr. Holmes was here for a specific purpose. After all, that pig's head recipe was not given freely. It served as a hush payment. As the guardian of Diagon Alley, he was acutely aware of what could be said and what should remain unspoken. Douglas made his way through the pub and into the small courtyard at the back. The courtyard was cluttered with trash bins and empty barrels. He drew his wand, using the bins as a reference point, counting 3 bricks up and 2 across. He needed to count, as he rarely visited. The tip of his wand gently tapped the bricks 3 times, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. The brick wall began to shift and contort. An arched doorway slowly opened amidst the swirling bricks. On the other side of the archway, a cacophony of voices erupted, accompanied by an array of dazzling merchandise and a kaleidoscope of magical lights. A long street, paved with cobblestones, unfurled before him, flanked by an assortment of peculiar shops. Douglas stood in the shadows of the archway, inhaling deeply. The air was infused with the scent of magic. The magical world, he murmured, it's been a long time. Chapter 7. I, the author, seek your support. The Silent Publishing Company, 18, Diagon Alley Southside. Its facade was unremarkable, blending into the myriad of magical shops. Save for the window display, where the pages of fantastic beasts and where to find them turned incessantly, revealing its true identity. Newt Scamander, a distinguished Hufflepuff. This was Douglas's destination, yet his feet strayed from the path. He first needed to visit Gringotts. The bank run by goblins loomed like a proud giant, its white edifice overseeing the entirety of Diagon Alley. Fragments of memory hinted that the goblins' claims of absolute security were more akin to a cleverly wrapped jest. However, one could not simply stow galleons beneath the bed, for that would attract a different, more troublesome entity. His royalties were consistently transferred from the company account directly into his personal vault at Gringotts by Slime. Regrettably, the road to the bank was destined to be fraught with obstacles today. The tide of the school season transformed the already narrow cobblestone street into a boiling cauldron. Each individual was akin to a bean swirling in the broth, pushing and jostling Douglas forward. On that day, Professor McGonagall had similarly guided him, ushering him through the gateway to a new world. Douglas, Slime, his senior, was valiantly parting the throng, his familiar visage displaying a blend of genuine concern and exaggerated ire. Oh, Merlin's beard. Douglas, I thought you had been snatched away by a Norwegian ridgeback to serve as its nest. Slime clamped an arm around Douglas's neck with such force that it nearly led him to believe the other intended to demonstrate an illegal and animagus transformation. You arrive in Diagon Alley and fail to seek me out first. Speak, you sneaky wretch, where are you off to? Douglas sensed the underlying affection in his senior's words. Despite their fervent delivery, this fellow Hufflepuff editor was one of his few friends in the magical realm, and they had collaborated for a decade. Yet, this junior had completely unleashed himself following graduation, having been quite the model student during their years at Hogwarts. Under the guise of inspiration-seeking, Slime's owls often returned from Egypt panting and frothing or became lost in the distant east. On one particularly absurd occasion, one was nearly apprehended as an unidentified flying object by some Muggle federal agency in North America. Locating him was more challenging than catching a glimpse of an invisible beast. Coughing, Douglas rolled his eyes at the tight grip, hastily patting Slime's arm and forcing a radiant smile. Senior, it has been ages. Look at you, glowing with joy. Something splendid must have transpired recently. He deftly shifted the topic, his tone imbued with sincere flattery. I'm on my way to Gringotts to retrieve some galleons, and I intend to treat you to a splendid feast to celebrate. Slime scrutinized him thoroughly, his gaze reminiscent of a meticulous examination of a long-lost pet bird, ultimately expressing disdain with a dismissive snort. A grand feast? At the leaky cauldron or the 3 broomsticks? He released his grip, but still kept his arm draped over Douglas's shoulder, preventing him from escaping. Which establishment could possibly offer a meal that rivals the culinary prowess of someone like you, who possesses a private kitchen at Hogwarts? There was a hint of nostalgia in Slime's tone. The last time I savored your cooking was during your graduation, wasn't it? A decade has passed, Douglas. A full 10 years. A frown crept onto his face as he shifted the subject. What joyous occasion could I possibly have? I was just accosted by one of your overzealous fans with a shouting letter. The decibel level nearly ruptured my eardrum. Seizing the opportunity, Douglas freed himself from Slime's grasp and produced 2 items from his satchel, as if conjuring magic. One was a thick manuscript meticulously wrapped in brown paper, and the other was a small pastry emanating the aroma of butter. I've long advised you, fan letters can simply be stacked in an empty room. Douglas handed over the pastry, his tone casual. You can take your time to unwrap them. Who knows, there might be rare magical ingredients inside, such as venomous fangs or hair, that could enhance my experiments. Slime accepted the pastry, taking a reluctant bite, yet the cloud of gloom on his brow began to dissipate. Speaking of Hogwarts, I have delightful news to share. I have succeeded. Hold your good news for a moment. Slime interrupted, snatching the manuscript from Douglas's grasp without even glancing at the cover. He tucked the manuscript and pastry under his arm, freeing his hands to solemnly pat Douglas on the shoulder. I now possess some troubling news, which pertains to both you and our company. Douglas's brow furrowed slightly. Having long distanced himself from the British wizarding community, what unfavorable tidings could possibly involve him? Gilderoy Lockhart. Do you recall that name? Slime lowered his voice, referring to the author of Walking with Trolls and Me, the wizard, as I have mentioned before. The name echoed in Douglas's ears, leaving a sensation akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. Of course, Douglas remembered. He had usurped Lockhart's professorial position, despite their never having met. Dumbledore had clarified that Lockhart had declined the offer first. However, such matters always held a certain delicacy. What has happened to him? Douglas inquired, sidestepping a small wizard recklessly pushing a unicycle. What has happened? Slyne's expression contorted as if he had swallowed a fly. Oh, Merlin S. Beard. My dear Mr. Holmes, you ought to read the Daily Prophet more often. His face was awash with disdain, as though confronting a primitive man freshly emerged from a cave. Lockhart, our old adversary, the Limahart Publishing Company, has elevated him to the status of a celestial being. Today at Flourish and Blots, he hosted a grand fan meeting. Slyne's words tumbled out in a rapid-fire manner, saliva nearly flying from his lips. The most pivotal moment arrived when he publicly produced a letter, a missive personally signed by Dumbledore, an invitation to serve as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, Douglas initially imagined it to be an earth-shattering revelation. He calmly replied, "Do not fret, dear Slane." He gestured toward the parchment bag cradled in Slane's arms. "What I have for you is the latest volume of The Complete Master of All Trades, an exclusive release for the magical realm. I have yet to even begin on the Muggle edition." Slane's complaints abruptly ceased, his focus entirely captivated by the latter part of Douglas's statement, or rather, by the heavy bag nestled in his embrace. His eyes widened in astonishment, his breath momentarily suspended. In the next instant, an expression of near ecstasy erupted across his face as he slapped Douglas heartily on the shoulder. "Marvelous! My friend, there could be no better news." His voice quivered with excitement, yet he swiftly cast a wary glance around the bustling crowd. "Of course, it would be even more splendid if you were to reveal your identity as the author." He tightened his grip on the manuscript, cradling it protectively as if it were a dragon's egg. Leaning close to Douglas, he whispered fervently, his eyes gleaming with the allure of galleons and vengeance. Before he could finish his thought, he spun around and deftly maneuvered into the throng, akin to a nimble eel, energetically propelling himself towards the silent library. Douglas watched his hasty retreat, shrugging in exasperation. This fellow, perpetually urging for drafts, likely sought merely to indulge his own curiosity. After all, the printing processes of the magical world hardly boast efficiency. As an author who had penned 3 series over the span of a decade, each comprising nearly 20 volumes, he had long been deemed excessively prolific. With Slane's incessant chatter absent, the world suddenly felt tranquil. Douglas soon arrived at Gringotts, where towering, snow-white edifices loomed. Before the grand bronze doors stood goblins clad in scarlet and gold uniforms. Their sharp gazes and downturned mouths suggested that every wizard entering the bank owed them a considerable sum. Douglas felt a sense of relief when the guiding goblin did not bellow, "Welcome, one male visitor. Please enter." Such a greeting would have made him feel as though he were entering a muggle bathhouse rather than a bank. The goblin ushered him into the vast marble hall, where the air was thick with a metallic chill and the scent of ancient contractual ink. Despite the numerous patrons, the goblin exhibited keen perception, leading him directly to a counter devoid of a queue. The identity verification process was swift and efficient. Soon, another goblin arrived, maneuvering a squeaky little cart, and escorted him deeper underground. Navigating through a labyrinthine tunnel, they finally halted before a modest vault door, within which lay all of Douglas's assets in the magical realm. There were no heaps of magical artifacts, no rare alchemical materials, and certainly no legendary familial heirlooms. Only money. The golden galleons, shimmering and languidly heaped into a modest mound, number over 400,000. This accumulation represents nearly a decade of relentless literary toil. In the ancient vaults of pure-blood families, such as some may seem trivial. However, for Douglas, it suffices. He is, after all, a man whose only remaining asset is wealth. Naturally, this sum is not static. Each month, a royalty fee quietly transfers into the vault of the silent publishing company, ensuring the height of this golden mound remains stable. In the Muggle world, his bank savings have long surpassed £2 million, had he not stubbornly refused to publicize his identity for marketing purposes or authorized any peripheral industries. This figure could easily have 2 additional zeros appended. Money is sufficient if it meets one's needs, and food is adequate if it nourishes. Before the emergence of that infernal system, he had perfectly embodied the role of a languid, aimless traveler. Were it not for the imposition of a dire deadline by the system, Douglas believed he could have continued this languid existence until the world's end. He withdrew 10,000 galleons, casually grasped a handful of sickles and nuts, and stowed them into a money pouch enhanced with a discreet extension charm. As he stepped out of the bronze doors of Gringotts, the warm sunlight and the clamor of the crowd enveloped him. Gazing at the bustling throng on the street, a fleeting sense of confusion washed over him. Wait, what was I doing in Diagon Alley? Ah, yes. Slane had arranged to meet him. The manuscript had been submitted, and that ungrateful fellow who had forgotten his obligations had fled. So what now? A thought flickered through his mind like a match striking in darkness, illuminating his contemplation. A splendid idea. A junk shop. No, for him, it resembled more a hidden marketplace in the city's corners, a sanctuary where one could revel in the joys of treasure hunting. During his school days, he had often unearthed gems there, abandoned textbooks from Hogwarts, filled with dense notes and modified spells. It was these seemingly inconsequential scraps that had provided him with far greater assistance on his initial journey into magic than any textbook ever could. Chapter 8. The Legendary Senior. Douglas. The dazzling white marble steps of Gringotts shimmered under the afternoon sun, nearly blinding him as he emerged. As he stepped outside, he was enveloped by the warm gusts of Diagon Alley's bustling atmosphere. His gaze traversed the sea of heads, precisely capturing a familiar silhouette. By the ominous entrance to Nocturne Alley stood a colossal figure, starkly out of place. Oh no, 2 figures, in fact. Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, with his giant-like stature, served as his most conspicuous calling card. During his school years, Douglas had shared numerous secrets and low-quality Alish with him. The other figure was none other than Harry Potter. Douglas halted in his tracks, opting to wait for them to approach. He was not surprised that these two would find themselves connected to Nocturne Alley. Harry, he recalled, had ended up there due to a disastrous trip involving flu powder. This was a lesson that he had constantly reminded himself of since entering the realm of magic. One must never utter the wrong words when it comes to anything magical. As for Hagrid, that kind-hearted giant would never associate with dark wizards, yet the delightful creatures he nurtured were often quite the handful. If one sought to find appropriate treats or toys for those extraordinary beasts, Nocturne Alley was indeed the best choice for certain individuals. Hagrid was speaking in a hushed tone, his expression one of displeasure, as his enormous hands gestured animatedly. Harry Potter, with his head lowered like a kitten that had just emerged from a chimney, was covered in a layer of soot and grime. Just as they were about to reach the alley's entrance, and Douglas was preparing to raise his hand, a figure came rushing down the steps of Gringotts like a whirlwind of brown, dashing straight towards Hagrid and Harry. Douglas's gaze lingered on the girl for a moment. Could this be Hermione Granger? He pondered. The next instant, Hagrid's thunderous voice pierced through the din of the crowd. You needn't search for long. Wait, are you Douglas? Douglas noticed Hagrid's previously wandering gaze suddenly fixated on him, as if drawn by a magnet. He approached with a smile. Hagrid, it has been quite a while. I spotted you earlier, and thought to greet you once you drew nearer. Douglas playfully patted Hagrid's sturdy arm, appraising him with a teasing eye. Ha! I had thought that your culinary standards would plummet after I left Hogwarts, but it appears you are managing quite well. His attention shifted to the 2 children, who were observing him with a blend of curiosity and caution. And who might these 2 be? Hagrid instantly beamed, joyfully nudging the children forward. This is Harry Potter, and Hermione Granger. They are both second-year students of Gryffindor. He proudly added, they're my dear friends. Douglas nodded at them, his smile warm. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Douglas Holmes. Harry, however, was taken aback. This was the first adult wizard he had encountered who exhibited no reaction upon hearing the name Harry Potter. No surprise, no probing curiosity, as if it were merely an ordinary name. He curiously scrutinized the man before him, momentarily at a loss for words. The surname Holmes seemed vaguely familiar to him. Hagrid's excited voice rang out again as he eagerly introduced his old friend to the children. Harry, Hermione, do not underestimate Douglas. He is one of the few students in Hogwarts history to have a private domain in the kitchen. The dishes you are currently enjoying, braised meat, sweet and sour Black Lake fish, and poached chicken, were all recipes that originated from him. Moreover, Harry, the orchard you tended during your community service last year was also personally established and planted by Douglas. Just then, Hagrid's narrative was abruptly interrupted by a sudden, frantic gasp. Harry, we merely hope that you have not missed a furnace door. Molly is frantic, and she will arrive imminently. A man with increasingly thinning red hair rushed over. It was Arthur Weasley. All eyes shifted from Douglas to him. Harry's cheeks instantaneously flushed crimson as his gaze fixated on the tips of his shoes. Douglas turned around, his smile becoming more genuine. Mr. Weasley, what a pleasure to see you again. Mr. Weasley momentarily appeared, taken aback, before recognizing him, joyfully patting his still-heaving chest. Oh, Merlin's beard. It's Douglas. How on earth did you end up here? Bill and Charlie mentioned in their last letter that you had visited them. Molly has lamented that she could not send you a Christmas gift last year. She prepared a birthday present for you, but it ultimately went unmailed. We thought you were still wandering about. Mr. Weasley spoke rapidly, his words spilling forth like bullets from a tightly wound machine gun, leaving no opportunity for interruption. Douglas chuckled and opened his arms to give him a hearty embrace. Ah, it's you, Douglas. Lasser. Two crimson heads popped into view. It was Fred and George. Mr. Weasley immediately adopted a stern expression, scolding them angrily. Be quiet, you two. I've told you 100 times. Douglas did not swindle you out of your money. He unceremoniously stepped forward, extending his hands to ruffle the iconic red hair of the twins. It appears you two are still holding a grudge. No worries, Mr. Weasley. They did indeed learn a valuable lesson that time. He winked and lowered his voice. By the way, although I cannot discern whether it was George or Fred who was driving that night, I must admit their driving skills were impressive. The playful expressions on Fred and George's faces froze simultaneously, a rare flush creeping up their ears. They exchanged astonished glances and asked in unison, How do you know? I was referring to the driving skills. Douglas, indeed, could not differentiate between their appearances, yet he possessed an acute magical perception of their names. By merely pondering one of the names, a unique sense would emerge. He smiled and leisurely explained. It was on a night in early August when I happened to see a turquoise Ford Anglia leisurely soaring across the face of the moon. Mr. Weasley, your craftsmanship is indeed remarkable, though I do have a few minor suggestions for improvements regarding that invisible booster. Upon hearing the mention of improvements, Mr. Weasley's eyes sparkled, all tension and worry dissipating. Oh, is that so? Splendid. I have longed to consult you, as this vehicle was originally completed upon your suggestion. The children exchanged glances, unable to fathom that their clandestine escapade that night had been so clearly witnessed. Ron leaned closer to Percy, whispering, Percy, do you know this Mr. Holmes? What transpired between him and Fred and George? Fred and George had returned to their usual selves, each playfully restraining Percy and Ron, effectively separating them. At that moment, a more anxious voice approached. Oh, Harry, my goodness, dear, where have you been? What happened to you? A plump figure, pulling a young girl along, rushed over breathless. It was Molly Weasley. Upon seeing her, Douglas instinctively stepped back a pace. He vividly recalled the warmth of Mrs. Weasley, particularly the almost overwhelming maternal concern she had shown upon learning of his orphan status. Mrs. Weasley's gaze immediately fixed upon Harry. With a gasp, she swiftly produced a stiff-bristled coat brush from her bag, vigorously brushing the soot off Harry. Oh, child, where on earth did you just go? It was at that moment Mr. Weasley noticed Harry's glasses, which bore a distinct crack in the lens. He quickly removed the glasses from Harry's face and tapped them gently with his wand. Restoration complete. The glasses were instantly as good as new. Splendid. Fred and George exclaimed in unison. Ron, with envy plastered across his face, remarked, We're never allowed to go there. They were oblivious to the fact that Mrs. Weasley had paused mid-sweep, her arm frozen in the air. In an instant, all color drained from her face. Douglas's smile faded as he cast a serious glance at the children. I sincerely hope you never have to visit such a place. Then, he turned to Mrs. Weasley. Speaking in a soothing tone, Madam, do not fret. Harry merely took a wrong turn in the fireplace. Hagrid was able to bring him back in time. Mrs. Weasley turned numbly, and as her gaze fell upon Douglas's face, her expression shifted from confusion and fear to sheer astonishment. Yes, you are correct. Who are you? My goodness. Douglas? Just as the adults exchanged pleasantries, Ron suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. Oh my, I remember who he is, he exclaimed excitedly. Douglas, the sheep-striped soup. Harry and Hermione quickly gathered around, and Hermione whispered, Do you all know this gentleman? Also, he just mentioned discovering that flying car. Could he be reporting us to the ministry? Percy shook his head, looking at Douglas with a somewhat complex expression. No, mister. Folly is not only a close friend of Bill and Charlie, but has a good relationship with our entire family. He paused, adding, furthermore, it was Dad who modified that car based on his suggestion. At that moment, Hagrid, who had been somewhat restless, suddenly spoke up. I must be off. I have much work to do today. He glanced at Douglas, his eyes slightly evasive. About those seeds you sent me earlier. I still haven't decided where to plant them. Douglas, observing Hagrid's eagerness to depart, immediately understood. He was afraid of being questioned about his true intentions regarding the overturned alley in front of so many people. The gaze casually swept over Percy beside him. The little one from years past has grown into adulthood, his eyes now reflecting a sense of detachment. At that moment, Hermione instinctively raised her hand, posing a logically astute question. Mr. Holmes, to my knowledge, Hogwarts generally does not permit outside wizards to enter freely, correct? Chapter 9 Percy, long time no see. Hagrid squinted his beetle-like eyes, his voice resonating like a low rumble of thunder. Oh, right, I almost forgot an important matter. He grinned widely, revealing a broad smile amidst his bushy beard. Professor Dumbledore informed me that this year's defense against the dark arts class will be taught by Douglas. Upon hearing this, all eyes instantly turned to Douglas. He remained silent, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his expression a blend of amusement and understanding, as if everything had been preordained. The crowded street seemed to part as if by an invisible force, the throng of people instinctively creating a pathway for him. Oh, Douglas. Mrs. Weasley grasped him tightly, her grip filled with excitement and relief. I knew Professor Dumbledore's insight would shine through. Congratulations. Her words tumbled out rapidly, laced with a sense of joyous relief. Working at Hogwarts is certainly preferable to wandering aimlessly outside. My dear, Douglas is globetrotting, not wandering. Mr. Weasley interjected solemnly from his side. The expressions of the children at that moment created a subtle tableau. Fred and George exchanged glances, devoid of congratulations, their eyes kindling with the flames of revenge. Harry's heart sank heavily, a chill of regret creeping through his veins. He had allowed the new professor to witness him emerging from Knockturn Alley. Hagrid's words echoed in his ears. Such places were hardly suitable for well-behaved children. Meanwhile, Hermione's keen eyes caught the fleeting complexity on Percy's face, a mix of shock, hesitation, and an unnameable nostalgia. After this brief intersection, the group quickly parted ways. The Weasley family, along with Hermione, made their way towards the white marble building of Gringotts, while Douglas turned alone, adhering to his original plan, heading towards the unremarkable second-hand shop in Diagon Alley. The bell hanging on the shop door remained silent, its chimes stifled. The proprietor was a thin old man, his mouth seemingly missing half a set of teeth, exuding a scent reminiscent of aged parchment mingled with mildew. He barely lifted his eyelids, absorbed in polishing a rusty brass scale. Perhaps in his eyes, anyone who entered this shop, regardless of their attire, bore the same label, financially constrained. Douglas's gaze swept across the interior. It was nearly identical to his memories. Tattered wands lay piled in a corner, resembling broken twigs. Most abundant, however, were the books. Countless old tomes were crammed into rows of shelves that reached the ceiling, creating an impenetrable barrier. Dust particles floated through the air, gracefully dancing in the beams of light streaming in from the skylight. In this place, there existed no classification, no system of retrieval. Finding anything relied solely on one's hands and a modicum of patience. Of course, the second-hand textbooks from Hogwarts were an exception. Those were set apart, piled beside the counter, serving as the most sought-after currency in this establishment. Douglas casually approached a bookshelf and extracted a hefty tome. Significant Discoveries in Contemporary Magic. The title page proclaimed, dated 1921. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. Indeed, this contemporary era felt quite ancient. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a slight figure curled up in a chair in the furthest corner of the bookstore. The young wizard was utterly absorbed in the novel penned under Douglas's pseudonym. After a brief spin around the room, Douglas discovered more of his works on an inconspicuous shelf. He pulled one out and leafed through it. These were early publications, not first editions. The pages had begun to yellow and curl at the edges. Marginal notes filled the blank spaces between the lines, each in a different hand, resembling a silent tea party of numerous readers discussing the book. In the past, he had never opened the letters from readers that arrived like snowflakes. They were always handed over to Slane for handling. Now, witnessing these genuine, incisive, and amusing comments firsthand felt rather refreshing. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the other end of the bookshelf, tinged with weariness. Excuse me, could I have a set of first-year Hogwarts textbooks, in good condition, please? Douglas navigated around the bookshelf and stepped out. Ah, madam, what a pleasure to see you again so soon. Mrs. Weasley, who had been engrossed in a pile of old books, looked up, her expression shifting from surprise to a warm smile. "Oh, it's Douglas. What brings you here? Are you also in search of books?" She immediately turned to her children behind her, adopting a tone of instruction. "Percy, Ginny, make sure to learn from Douglas. Even after becoming a professor at Hogwarts, one must never forget to read." Ginny's face flushed crimson. Encountering the new professor at Hogwarts, while her family could only afford secondhand textbooks, made her wish to vanish into the ground. Percy, on the other hand, instantly straightened his posture, adjusted his robes, and spoke in an exceedingly formal tone. "Professor Holmes, I sincerely apologize for not greeting you properly earlier." Douglas raised an eyebrow, bemused. "Must you be so formal when addressing me?" A hint of jest played at the corners of his mouth. "You were silent just now, and I thought perhaps you had forgotten me as your elder brother?" "No, not at all." Percy's head shook vigorously, as if it might detach from his neck. "I merely thought, ever since you graduated, you haven't written to me," and I assumed his voice dwindled, the last few words nearly swallowed by his throat. "You thought I had forgotten you? Or that I looked down upon you?" Douglas chuckled lightly, his voice soft yet sufficient to ease the tension in Percy's shoulders. "Why are you being so coy with me? Have you returned everything I taught you to the owl?" Percy replied eagerly. "Of course I haven't forgotten. I actually wanted to write to you, but..." Observing his anxious demeanor, Douglas handed him a book he had just picked up. "If you don't mind, you may continue to call me boss." Previously, Bill had written to inform him that another prefect had emerged at home. "Congratulations to you. This book is for you. I believe you will enjoy it." Percy instinctively took the book, and as he beheld the gilded title on the cover, his eyes instantly sparkled. "How Prefects Acquire Power." He lifted his gaze, and in his eyes, a mixture of admiration and trust rekindled, as though he had found his anchor. Thank you, boss," he stammered. "I heard from Bill that you were traveling the world, so I didn't dare to disturb you." Ginny looked at her elder brother with curiosity. She had never witnessed the usually stern and serious Percy display such childlike emotions. Mrs. Weasley, however, was unfazed. She understood well that during Douglas's time at school, he had not only been Bill's best friend, but also nearly another brother to Charlie and Percy. Douglas turned to Mrs. Weasley, who was preparing to pick up a set of reasonably good secondhand books. "Madam, I have already prepared Ginny's textbooks. Consider them my gift to her for starting school." He continued before Mrs. Weasley could decline. "You know, I once stated that I would give a gift to every child in the Weasley family upon their enrollment. Although I missed Fred, George, and Ron, I certainly do not wish to overlook the little princess of the Weasley family. Furthermore, I have already purchased the gift. I cannot let myself sell it as second-hand to this proprietor, can I?" He nodded casually towards the counter, his tone light, yet imbued with an air of gentle insistence. "If you refuse, I would feel quite embarrassed to accept any Christmas gifts from you in the future." Mrs. Weasley paused. The memory of the solitary gold galleon in her vault at Gringotts from earlier surged within her, accompanied by a pang of discomfort. A complete set of Hogwarts textbooks would nearly cost Arthur a month's salary. Douglas's kindness felt like a timely blessing. Ultimately, she nodded in acquiescence, no longer pushing back. "Very well, then, I shall defer to your wishes." She gazed deeply at Douglas, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Ginny," she turned to her youngest daughter, "you should thank Douglas." Blushing, Ginny murmured a soft thank you, her impression of Douglas faint, limited to family conversations. Douglas smiled and tousled her red hair, uttering a casual "you're welcome." He turned and paid for the book How Prefects Acquire Power to the disgruntled shopkeeper. "Douglas, what are your plans next?" Mrs. Weasley inquired. "Are you going to visit Flourish and Blotts? Today is Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event." "Indeed," Douglas nodded. "I also intend to stop by Flourish and Blotts." "Oh, my apologies, but I cannot accompany you at the moment." Mrs. Weasley hastily gestured. "I must first take Ginny to procure robes and a wand. If you have no other matters to attend to, you may explore on your own or visit the leaky cauldron to converse with Arthur. We shall reconvene at the entrance of Flourish and Blotts in an hour. Later, we can all dine together to celebrate you." Chapter 10. Do not emulate Lockhart in displaying yourself. In Mrs. Weasley's fervent eyes burned an irresistible flame. Douglas felt that if he gazed any longer, he would be melted by that warmth. His original intention had been to find a secluded corner in the leaky cauldron. Percy, clearly disinterested in shopping, wore a semblance of polite discomfort upon his face. The two walked side by side, the air filled with Percy's slightly excited discourse. Then Fred and George nearly incited a house war by tossing a fire lizard at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Primarily, Percy spoke while Douglas listened, occasionally nodding with the faintest hint of a smile. As they passed Flourish and Blotts, the street ahead was completely obstructed by a wall of people. A massive banner hung from the second-floor window, its purple lettering glistening in the sunlight. Gilderoy Lockhart, signing copies of his autobiography. Me, the wizard this afternoon at 12:30. The throng primarily consisted of witches of similar age to Mrs. Weasley, their faces flushed with an unnatural hue and their eyes glimmering with fervor. A male witch, drained of all vitality, stood at the entrance, mechanically repeating, "Ladies, please remain quiet and do not crowd." His voice was drowned in the swell of excitement, akin to a stone cast into the sea. Douglas's gaze pierced through the throng, precisely capturing a familiar figure. Slyne was on tiptoe, intently peering into the shop. Douglas, alongside Percy, slipped into the crowd like a slippery eel. He gently placed his hand on Slyne's shoulder, his voice laced with playful mockery. "I thought you would be battling a mountain of manuscripts in your office at this hour. How could I? This is a once-in-a-lifetime learning opportunity. Who knows? Perhaps one day I could bask in your glory and host a signing event myself." He nodded toward Lockhart, lowering his voice. Slyne's gaze swept over Douglas, and he shifted the topic. "It would be beneficial for you to observe and gain early experience. I wager that if you were to host a signing, it would be 100 times grander than this. You have no idea how fervent your fans can be, do you?" "What?" Despite Slyne's last few words being spoken in a whisper, Percy's ears seemed to have been enchanted to hear clearly, catching the crucial information. Douglas met Percy's astonished gaze and quickly raised his hand to cut off Slyne's subsequent allure. He cleared his throat and introduced the two. "This is my dear friend, Mr. Slyne, and this is the Weasley family's child, Percy." However, it was evident that Percy's mind had completely malfunctioned, utterly disregarding the norms of social etiquette. He stepped forward, his voice trembling with excitement. "Does the boss write books too? What is the title? Why have I never heard of it?" Upon hearing this title of address, Slyne raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing glance at Douglas and even giving him a playful wink. This fellow was undoubtedly being deliberate. Douglas rolled his eyes inwardly. Slyne had an uncanny knack for testing the boundaries of contractual terms. He seemed to be attempting to inadvertently reveal his identity, all to satisfy his ambition of hosting a grand book signing event. In hindsight, he should have forged an unbreakable oath with him from the very start. Nevertheless, Douglas did not take it to heart. In the past, he had worried that excessive fame might draw the attention of some recently resurrected dark wizard. However, now he was a professor at Hogwarts. A confrontation with Voldemort was merely a matter of time, provided he could accumulate the requisite 10,000 points to lift that cursed hex before the school year concluded. Douglas lowered his gaze and met Percy's inquisitive eyes. Smiling as he said, "I suspect that Bill and Charlie have not given you their copies." He paused before adding, "But do remember to keep it a secret." With that, Douglas lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it settled on the man, surrounded by his oversized photographs. Percy stood frozen in place, an absurd thought exploding in his mind, only to be forcefully suppressed. It was impossible. He remembered distinctly that when the book first appeared, Douglas was likely just in his first or second year. Yet, he recalled that Bill and Charlie indeed possessed two identical copies, their covers worn from use. He had borrowed one to read, and when they left home, they took the books with them, claiming them as cherished pastimes. The magical photograph of Lockhart was winking in unison at the crowd, displaying a brilliant set of white teeth. In reality, he was clad in a forget-me-not blue robe that complemented his cornflower blue eyes. Douglas nudged Slyne with his elbow. "Do you think I would look good like that?" Slyne turned his face, appraising Douglas as if he were a piece of art, responding, "Do you think it would not look good?" Douglas instantly resolved to keep his disguise for a few more years. He had no desire to one day become a flamboyant peacock, strutting about. Turning away, he once again squeezed into the crowd and purchased an entire set of first-year textbooks at the bookstore counter before quickly exiting. Slyne eyed the stack of books in his hands, curiosity piqued. "Who are you buying these for?" "Boss, this wouldn't be for Ginny, would it? Did you deceive Mum?" Douglas shoved the hefty new books into Percy's embrace and solemnly patted his shoulder. "Young man, it seems you have forgotten all the little stories I once shared with you. This cannot be termed as deception. Rather, it is a benevolent adaptation, crafted to ensure that the recipient can graciously accept the gift. Do be cautious not to let slip any words." Beside them, Slyne emitted a disdainful scoff. "The tricks of politicians do not corrupt the good child." He scrutinized Douglas from head to toe, muttering under his breath, "No wonder you are capable of penning such works. You possess considerable knowledge. It is indeed a pity that you are not serving as the Minister of Magic." Just then, Mrs. Weasley's figure finally emerged at the periphery of the crowd, urgently pulling Ginny along as she hurried toward them. Meanwhile, Arthur Weasley accompanied a pair of rather reserved couples, approaching from the direction of the leaky cauldron. Douglas waved a hand at Slyne, bidding farewell. "I shall take my leave. You may continue your observation and learning." He, along with Percy, navigated through the throng. The moment Mrs. Weasley spotted them, she promptly handed Ginny over, while she herself turned and seized a copy of The Magic Within Me from the bookshelf, resolutely plunging into the signing queue. Percy deftly placed the book he was holding into the large cauldron Ginny was carrying. Arthur and the couple soon joined them. "Hello, Douglas. Have you completed your tasks? I was hoping to have a thorough discussion with you." The Granger couple just shared remarkable insights regarding the construction of Muggle automobiles. Before Douglas could respond, Ginny raised the cauldron triumphantly, presenting it to her father. "Daddy, look, Professor Holmes gifted me a new set of textbooks." Percy swiftly added, "By the way, Dad, Mum has invited our eldest to dinner at our home this evening to celebrate his becoming a professor at Hogwarts." Mr. Weasley was not surprised by his son's peculiar designation, having heard it during their time in the burrow. His gaze fell upon the pristine textbooks within the cauldron, and upon learning that his wife had already made arrangements, he nodded vigorously. Of course. That is simply splendid." At this moment, the previously silent couple, Mr. Granger, cautiously interjected. "Excuse me for interrupting. Mr. Weasley just mentioned that you were a professor at Hogwarts?" Mr. Weasley smacked his forehead, a realization dawning upon him. "Oh, how could I forget to introduce you?" He enthusiastically gestured towards Douglas. "This is Mr. Douglas Holmes, the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts." He then turned to the other side. "These are the Granger couple, parents of the young lady you saw earlier at Gringotts. They are Muggles." Arthur, well aware of Douglas's background, uttered the last sentence without hesitation. Douglas regarded the couple, who were endeavoring to maintain their composure within a magical realm, and playfully winked, his voice warm and humorous. "Greetings. There is no need for nervousness. Speaking of which, I also hail from a Muggle background, just like your daughter, Miss Hermione Granger." The Granger couple's tense shoulders instantly relaxed. Despite Mr. Weasley's enthusiastic company, they could still sense the unfriendly gazes scrutinizing them from certain wizards in the air. Upon hearing that the youthful professor before them, akin to his own daughter, had emerged from the realm of ordinary individuals into the world of magic and achieved such remarkable accomplishments, a profound sense of warmth and security enveloped them. Chapter 11. I raised the banner for Dumbledore. Mr. Granger's smile radiated warmth, imbued with a father's unique pride. How splendid it was! I thought I must seek counsel from Professor Holmes' parents to glean how to nurture our Hermione into an equally exceptional individual. Before the thought could fully form, a series of urgent coughs intruded upon the moment. It was Mr. Weasley, who gently nudged Mr. Granger with his elbow, lowering his voice, a hint of anxiety lacing the air. "Cough, cough." Douglas' parents passed away before he attended Hogwarts. The atmosphere seemed to momentarily freeze. The color drained from Mr. Granger's face, leaving it as pale as parchment, while panic and regret churned into a tempest in his eyes. His concern was not for himself, but for the professor of his daughter, a formidable wizard whom he had inadvertently offended upon their first meeting. "I'm so very sorry, Professor Holmes." His voice trembled. "I had no idea." Douglas bore no trace of gloom upon his countenance. Instead, he gently reassured him, while Arthur hastily spoke of how respected Douglas was at school. "Oh, do not worry, Mrs. Granger." Douglas' gaze shifted to Hermione. Miss Granger's insatiable curiosity and innate talent destined her to become an extraordinarily accomplished witch. In that fleeting moment of conversation, several familiar figures wove their way through the crowd toward them. It was Harry, Ron, and Hermione. As they recognized Douglas among them, varied expressions flickered across each face. The Granger couple immediately took pride in bringing Hermione forward to introduce her to Douglas. They may not have been aware of the brilliance of their daughter's academic record at the magical school, but the fact that she could devour a mountain of textbooks over a single summer was enough to fill them with pride. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley, her face aglow, emerged from the throng at the bookstore, akin to a victorious ship. She raised a book high, its title page revealing an extravagant golden signature. "Oh, everyone is here. I am absolutely delighted. This is Gilderoy's autograph. I thought you would all be interested." Douglas chuckled, his words laced with a barely perceptible jest. "Mr. Lockhart's tales are indeed captivating. Not tales, but experiences," Mrs. Weasley promptly corrected, her eyes shimmering with admiration, making it difficult to fathom all he had endured. Douglas' gaze drifted beyond Mrs. Weasley's shoulder, suddenly fixating on a figure in the distance. A silhouette with platinum hair, an elegant black robe, and a serpentine staff crowned with a silver serpent's head. Lucius Malfoy. Douglas' impression of this man was seared into his memory like a scar branded by a hot iron. Especially during his initial years at school, Lucius's name frequently graced the social pages of the Daily Prophet as he endeavored to erase the stigma associated with the Death Eaters. However, at this moment, A more chilling and insidious thought crept into Douglas's mind, a weather diary that seemed to whisper secrets. His brows instinctively knitted together. Mr. Weasley noticed the shift in Douglas's expression and followed his gaze. Disgust seeped into his voice, reminiscent of the stench of a decaying swamp. It was Malfoy, he scoffed, as if he had just emerged from Noctur Alley. The Ministry of Magic had been keeping a close watch on him lately. Douglas's gaze slowly descended to the cauldron cradled by Ginny Weasley. He clapped his hands, the crisp sound capturing everyone's attention. A radiant and fervent smile blossomed on his face, as though the earlier gloom had never existed. Ah, Mrs. Weasley, did you not mention celebrating my appointment as a professor? I would like to extend an invitation to everyone to visit my home and sample my culinary skills. His eyes scanned each person, radiating an undeniable sincerity. Surely, no one would refuse, right? My residence is conveniently located near London, not far at all. As his words lingered in the air, expressions froze among the crowd. Before the Weasley children could erupt in cheers, Douglas had already turned, striding purposefully towards the leaky cauldron. It was getting late. We shouldn't linger in the middle of the path and disrupt others. Let's step outside to discuss further. He seemed confident that no one would decline this proposition. The Weasley family, indeed, appeared enchanted, eagerly rushing towards the leaky cauldron. Mrs. Weasley spotted Harry and Hermione lingering hesitantly and waved her hand, pulling them along. Come along now, young lady and gentlemen. Mr. Weasley also grasped the somewhat bewildered Granger couple, following closely behind. George and Fred flanked Percy, whispering conspiratorially. He's truly magnificent. No one has dared to invite our entire family to dinner so casually. Should we prepare a trick-or-treat line? Percy, finally unable to contain himself, muttered in exasperation. Clearing his throat, he added, No, I mean if you dare to cause any mischief at the professor's house, I won't let you off the hook. George and Fred exchanged sly glances. The esteemed Percy had ceased to threaten with, I'll tell Mom. No, he just referred to that charlatan as old man. Oh dear. Our once upright Percy is turning rogue. Percy's face flushed crimson as he huffed. Charlatan, if you utter another word, I shall reveal what transpired back in the day to Ron and Harry. As the last syllable escaped his lips, George and Fred lunged at him like cats whose tails have been stepped on, covering Percy's mouth tightly. They reluctantly separated only when Mrs. Weasley's furious voice echoed through the air, just as their figures vanished behind the door of the leaky cauldron. In the shadows not far away, Lucius Malfoy's countenance was so grim it seemed capable of dripping with despair. Beside him, Draco Malfoy wore his characteristic air of disdain. Father, I believe my eyes do not deceive me. The illustrious Harry Potter is indeed mingling with that group of impoverished Weasleys. And Muggles. At school, they're inseparable, like a pair of slugs. Lucius's other hand, hidden within his sleeve, clenched the corner of a hardback notebook so tightly that his fingertips had drained of color. His voice was frigid, akin to a breeze emerging from crypt, a disgrace to pure bloods associating with mudbloods. With his discerning eye, he could easily recognize that among the group, 3 individuals were dressed in a manner wholly incongruous with the wizarding world. He tugged at Draco's sleeve. We must leave. In the leaky cauldron, old Tom, upon seeing Douglas and the bustling Weasley family enter, promptly refrained from mentioning the matter of treating them to a pint. He was acutely aware that should he dare to speak, the newly appointed Professor Holmes would undoubtedly demand a drink for every adult present. As they passed through the door leading to the Muggle world, an entirely different realm enveloped them. The blaring of car horns, the sound of tires grinding against the pavement, mingled with the scent of exhaust fumes, creating a cacophony that instantly washed away the silence of the magical realm. The Granger couple gazed at the bustling street before them, a profound sense of security swelling within them. Looking back, the dilapidated pub they had just exited had vanished, as though it had never existed at all. While they marveled at the wonders of magic, an unsettling worry crept into their hearts. Would their daughter Hermione one day quietly fade from their world, much like that pub? Thus, when Mr. Weasley warmly beckoned to them, they offered no resistance, not even a polite retort. They needed a point of connection. This Muggle-born wizard professor, referred to by Mr. Weasley as one of the rare individuals capable of seamlessly navigating between the two worlds, was precisely the lifeline they desperately sought. As Douglas emerged from the pub, he discreetly cast a glance at Ginny's cauldron. It brimmed with pristine textbooks, devoid of any tattered, outdated notebooks. Instantly, his spirits lifted considerably. The feeling of doing good was indeed gratifying. As for whether this would alter the future or disrupt the familiar narrative, thereby diminishing the so-called advantage of foresight, Mr. Douglas Holmes merely chuckled. From the moment he set foot in Hogwarts, change had already begun. Everything he had acquired over 7 years was not reliant on nebulous premonitions, but rather on his diligent efforts and meticulous calculations. He was not Dumbledore, possessing the leisure to observe from afar and await the blossoming of events. What he could do was, to the best of his ability, extricate his friends from the whirlpool before them. Of course, this was also due to the strong rapport he had with the Weasley family. As for who would ultimately possess that diary, that was a matter beyond his concern. In conclusion, Douglas firmly believed that once that Horcrux entered Hogwarts, Dumbledore would undoubtedly have a way to manage it. Moreover, he had prepared several contingency plans of his own. Chapter 12. Harry, my aunt prohibits me from approaching this street. Douglas cleared his throat, drawing the attention of those around him. My residence is not far from London, approximately a 40-minute drive. His voice resonated clearly and steadily amidst the clamor of the bustling platform. Therefore, we shall need to rely on taxis. He cast a glance at the Weasley family, whose curious red-haired members sparkled with intrigue at their surroundings. Considering that some of you might not be very familiar with Muggle transportation, we should split up for greater efficiency. Taxis? Mr. Weasley's eyes instantly lit up, radiating a brightness that nearly rivaled a brand-new galleon. Are we heading to a place called the bus station? Honestly, I have longed to see what that contraption looks like. Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing gaze struck him like a shard of ice. Mrs. Weasley interrupted him with her authoritative voice. Arthur, listen to Douglas's arrangements. No unauthorized actions. Her gaze then shifted to the nearly identical twins. George, oh no, Fred, whoever you are, remove your fingers from that vending machine. In stark contrast to the lively Weasley family, the Grangers appeared somewhat reserved. Mr. Granger rubbed his hands together, cautiously inquiring, Professor Holmes, He glanced at his wife and daughter, summoning his courage to continue. I mean, can Hermione and we go along too? I drove here myself, and can take a few people with me. Douglas raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise as he turned towards them. Of course, Mr. Granger. I had intended to invite your family from the outset. He offered a warm smile, attempting to alleviate their tension. Please do not worry. I will be Hermione's teacher in the future, so relax a bit. With that, he turned to the eager children, ready to issue instructions. Very well. I will assign the groups. Mr. Weasley and George will ride in Mr. Granger's car. Hermione, you will take Mrs. Weasley, Ginny, and Fred in one vehicle. Harry, Ron, and Percy, you three will accompany me. Any questions? As soon as he finished speaking, a duet of anguished cries pierced the air. George, oh no, Fred, we cannot be separated. They exaggeratedly stretched their hands, as if attempting to reach across the crowd to grasp one another. Douglas felt compelled to pull out a bowl and chant a mantra, given the impending chaos. He deliberately placed these two moving disasters beside their respective parents to prevent them from dismantling the taxi en route. Professor, Hermione's clear voice rang out just in time. You haven't mentioned the address. My father doesn't know where to drive. Douglas smacked his forehead, nearly distracted by the antics of the duo. He cast Hermione an appreciative glance. 18, Rose Road, Surrey. We shall set off together, Mr. Granger. You merely need to follow our taxi, he began, only to be abruptly interrupted. A look of incredulity was etched upon the faces of the young ones. Harry's voice quavered, a flush of excitement coloring his cheeks. Professor, I reside at 4 Privet Drive in Surrey. Rose Road is merely 2 streets away from my home. At this revelation, Douglas was momentarily taken aback. He had never fathomed that the childhood abode of Harry Potter was so close to his own. He vaguely recalled the address of 12, Grimmauld Place from the original text, yet had entirely overlooked this more significant location. In that moment, Douglas regretted not having meticulously noted down all pertinent information upon his arrival in this world. Privet Drive, a fragment of a long-buried memory, suddenly resurfaced. His acerbic and disdainful distant cousin, who had labeled him a disaster of a creature, seemed to reside in that vicinity. It had been so long that he could no longer recall the precise house number. Looking into Harry's green eyes, brimming with yearning and hope, a certain corner of Douglas' heart softened. After all, he too was merely a 12-year-old boy. He reached out and gently patted Harry on the shoulder. Is that so? How delightful. You're always welcome to visit whenever I am home. Mr. Granger immediately chimed in. Professor, we live in suburban London, not too far from Surrey. If time permits, may Hermione come to visit you? We wish to go too. Professor, can we? Douglas felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Of course, Hermione could come, he interjected brusquely, dashing the Weasleys' fanciful dreams. However, given the distance of their abode, it would be best if they refrained from joining this revelry. Now, let us not linger in bewilderment. Find the car and prepare to depart. He inwardly mused. Can you not discern that my previous remark was merely a courtesy? Would you like me to offer you each a memory-erasing charm at this moment? The taxi was quickly secured, and Douglas negotiated the fare with the driver. The convoy smoothly departed London, ultimately halting before the entrance of 18 Rose Road. After settling the fare, the group alighted, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. The Weasley twins embraced tightly as they disembarked, as though they had just endured a harrowing separation, until Mrs. Weasley, with no small measure of firmness, pried them apart. Harry's gaze wandered over the familiar streetscape. He leaned toward Ron and Hermione, lowering his voice. "I've been here before, prior to attending Hogwarts. My Muggle cousin, Dudley, chased me down the street." He added that their aunt had strictly forbidden them from approaching Rose Road again. Hermione's brow furrowed slightly as she began to analyze the situation. "Could it be that your aunt is aware of the professor's residence here? I recall you mentioning that they harbor an intense aversion to anything associated with magic." Harry promptly shook his head, his tone resolute. "That is impossible. Look at how young the professor is. There is no way they could know him." The Granger couple surveyed the house before them, a rather ordinary English two-story residence, complete with a tidy courtyard, devoid of the mystique or eeriness they had anticipated from a wizard's abode. Their admiration for Douglas soared when they witnessed his adept negotiation skills with the driver, swiftly calculating the fare for each vehicle. As everyone entered the house and placed their luggage by the door, they noted the interior's stark contrast to the magical chaos of their previous dwelling. This space resembled nothing more than an archetypical Muggle middle-class home, equipped with a refrigerator, television, and washing machine, all the modern conveniences one could desire. In the corner stood even the latest gaming console. Douglas announced that the children were free to explore and retrieved several large platters of snacks from the cupboard. "The study is off limits," he emphasized, for within lay not only the original manuscripts of his unpublished works, but also a top-of-the-line computer he had invested heavily in. He genuinely feared that, in a moment of curiosity, the inquisitive Weasleys would disassemble his prized possession into a multitude of parts. He then proceeded to the kitchen, followed by Mrs. Weasley and Mrs. Granger, who lent a helping hand. Despite Mrs. Weasley's remarkable domestic spells, she could only assist modestly when faced with the complexities of Chinese cuisine. In the living room, the Weasley children initially maintained a momentary silence under the professor's esteemed presence. However, the atmosphere quickly unraveled when Mr. Weasley expressed genuine admiration for a toaster, prompting Mr. Granger to eagerly explain the principles of electric heating elements. The twins and Ginny huddled around the refrigerator, earnestly investigating whether it concealed a permanent freezing charm, and began to quietly discuss how to dismantle it for a closer look. Mr. Granger, alarmed, rushed to intervene, drawing upon all his knowledge of physics to dissuade them. Meanwhile, Harry, somewhat awkwardly, engaged with Ron in playing the gaming console. Although he had previously played with Dudley when the Dursleys were distracted, he was not entirely unfamiliar with the device. As the game screen illuminated, Ron and Percy excitedly argued, insisting that a little painting elf must reside within the television. Hermione and Harry flusteredly attempted to restrain them. Observing the ensuing chaos, Mr. Granger felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back. Just moments ago, he had contemplated inviting the Weasleys to his own home. Goodness, was that not akin to inviting a demolition crew? Dinner proved to be unexpectedly sumptuous. At the dining table, Douglas, as the host, delivered a brief welcome speech. Subsequently, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Granger each expressed gratitude on behalf of their families for his generous hospitality. The conversation unfolded in a delightful atmosphere, with Mr. Weasley nearly monopolizing the inquiries, from how Muggles communicate over long distances without owls to whether the internet truly allows one to see the entire world. The Granger couple patiently answered each question, with Douglas occasionally adding his insights. They even engaged in a profound discussion regarding an event from last year that led to the dissolution of a certain superpower, examining it from both the perspectives of the Muggle world and the magical realm. During the gathering, Douglas expressed his sympathy for Harry's receipt of a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. In the midst of the twins' beseeching and hopeful gazes, he solemnly assured Mrs. Weasley that he would provide them with the most rigorous education upon the commencement of the school year. The 3-hour dinner gathering concluded splendidly amidst laughter and merriment. Chapter 13. The Man Has Returned. The King of the Kitchen. At 9 in the morning, the chimes resonated through the misty air of London. Douglas secured the final trunk and stood, brushing off his hands. He approached the fireplace, which had been designated as a temporary passage by Hogwarts for him. Grasping a handful of bright green powder, he unhesitatingly cast it into the cold hearth. Flames erupted with a roar, licking the frigid stones, yet offering no warmth. Douglas stepped into the swirling green fire. Hogwarts, Vice Principal's office. The sensation of spinning was abruptly quelled as he found himself firmly on the ground. Douglas brushed away the ashes that clung to him, every motion exuding familiarity. Professor McGonagall's office remained as it always had, though a rare smile graced her face. There was a certain suppressed anticipation in her voice. I shall first take you to the office for the defense against the dark arts class. The staff will have a luncheon at noon to welcome you. Pausing, her eyes glimmered with mischief behind her spectacles. Pomona was quite displeased that she did not see you during your last visit. Douglas caught that playful glint in her gaze. He could almost hear the crisp sound of a galleon dropping between the two heads of houses, a bet that clearly pertained to him. He resolved to step willingly into this minor trap. Rest assured, Professor, Douglas ventured, a slight smile gracing his lips. I shall take responsibility for the main course for this gathering. The objective was achieved. Professor McGonagall's eyebrows lifted in pleasant surprise. Excellent. Your private kitchen shall be reserved for you. Douglas sighed inwardly. He had indeed been expecting this. Observing Professor McGonagall's expression, it was likely that Professor Sprout had lost the wager. In years past, many at Hogwarts had envied his possession of a private kitchen. Yet, they remained oblivious to the true purpose of that kitchen. It served as a form of sweet confinement, dedicated to preparing meals for the entire faculty. On the third floor, a particular room housed the office for the defense against the dark arts class. It was a spacious stone chamber, cold and solid, exuding the distinct scent of a medieval castle. Oh, my apologies. This is indeed a medieval castle. Mr. Filch has already cleaned it, Professor McGonagall introduced. And the suite inside is your dormitory. She gestured toward an inconspicuous side door in the corner. There lay a spiral staircase leading directly to the classrooms on the second floor. As for the arrangement of the office and classroom, it was entirely at your discretion. The school would impose no interference. On the desk, a stack of parchment lay, containing the lists of students across 6 grades. The 6th grade students have been selected based on their commendable results in the OWL's examinations. Professor McGonagall paused subtly at this point, her expression revealing a hint of contemplation. If you require something more exceptional, Douglas immediately grasped the implication behind her words. Last year's defense against the dark arts class had been nothing short of a catastrophe. If excellence were to be the standard, it was likely that the advanced class would be devoid of students. Understood, Professor, Douglas nodded. I shall organize it myself later. Staff gathering at 1 o'clock in the lounge. Do not forget, Professor McGonagall reminded him before turning to depart, the direction clearly not leading to her office. Douglas watched her leave, then turned back to securely lock the door. He tidied the papers on his desk, drew his wand, and pointed it at the room's antiquated furnishings. Shrink! The tip of his wand emitted a gentle glow. The tables, chairs, and bookshelves, those cumbersome objects, seemed to lose their very essence, swiftly collapsing and transforming. Before his eyes, they morphed into diminutive toy models at an astonishing pace. Douglas carefully gathered these models from the floor and placed them into a prepared empty box, which he would later hand over to the house elves for disposal. He then opened his suitcase and retrieved another box containing an entirely different set of furniture, exuding the fragrant aroma of sandalwood. This exquisite collection had been crafted by a master artisan from Hong Kong, utilizing traditional techniques. With a deft flick of his wand, the components began to dance through the air, assembling themselves with grace before settling into place. Soon, within this medieval castle nestled in the Scottish Highlands, a serene space imbued with ancient Eastern aesthetics quietly emerged. Douglas glanced at the fireplace in the corner, muttering in resignation, "What a pity, the fireplace cannot be removed. It disrupts the overall harmony." However, he swiftly improvised, conjuring a small tea table beside the hearth. He then erected a wooden screen to separate the tea area from the workspace, facilitating the retrieval of hot water from the fireplace, while creating a cozy nook for intimate conversations with students over tea. Behind the desk stood an intricately carved Chinese bookshelf, while the walls adorned with ink wash paintings he had collected during his travels over the years. Here at Hogwarts, aside from himself, perhaps no one could truly appreciate the essence of the East as he did. The arrangement of the bedroom was exceedingly simple, a single bed, with the rest of the space resembling a Zen room, utterly devoid of clutter. With everything in place, and time still on his side, he pushed open a side door and descended the spiral staircase to the second floor's defense against the dark arts classroom. Apart from the neatly arranged desks and chairs, there remained no trace of his student days. He made minimal alterations, cleanliness sufficed. At the far end of the classroom, he magically added a colossal blackboard. He traversed the foyer and turned down the staircase leading to the basement. Behind a door lay a broad stone corridor, illuminated by torches that cast a warm glow upon the surroundings. The walls were adorned with delightful depictions of food. With his hands clasped behind him, Douglas strolled leisurely, fully confident that he could navigate this path even with his eyes closed. Not far to the right lies the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, where he once resided for 7 years. However, his destination on this occasion is the grand still life painting, which features a bowl brimming with fruit. Douglas pauses before the artwork, and a smile graces his lips as he gazes at the pair depicted within. After a long absence, he is drawn to reach out and touch the pair. With a creak, the painting unexpectedly opens like a genuine door. An excited yet anxious voice accompanies the sound of the door's opening. "Mr. Holmes." "Chien, I couldn't help it." A house elf appears at the threshold, standing less than 2.5 feet tall, emaciated and wrapped in a napkin emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. With bat-like ears and strikingly large emerald eyes that seem to dominate his head, those eyes protrude like enormous glass orbs. Douglas feels that, were it not for the elf's prominent nose, they might tumble out at any moment. Upon seeing Douglas, the little elf squeals in excitement, but then suddenly recalls some dreadful regulation, his face contorting in terror as he turns to dash his head against the hard wall. Douglas's gaze sharpens, and he swiftly extends his arm to catch him. "Chien, look at me." Adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room lies the grand kitchen, directly beneath the Hogwarts Hall. A place of excellence, a vast kitchen, the realm of night wanderers and a paradise for gourmands. House elves, signifying your nobility. Within, at least 100 house elves are bustling about, standing before 4 long tables identical to those above in the hall. As Douglas's figure appears, the cacophony of the kitchen comes to an immediate halt. All the elves cease their tasks, turning to him with beaming smiles, bowing respectfully in deference. Chien, filled with excitement, leads Douglas towards a small kitchen nestled in the corner. Several elves hastily approach, carrying a massive silver tray. Upon the tray rests a steaming cup of freshly brewed tea and a plate of delicate pastries. These are the Chinese tea snacks that Douglas had once taught them to prepare. The elves raise the tray high, their eager eyes fixed upon him. Douglas picks up a piece of osmanthus cake and places it in his mouth. The fragrance of osmanthus blossoms upon his tongue. Though it may not be as authentic as what he had savored in Hong Kong, the flavor is remarkably pleasing. Witnessing the look of satisfaction on Douglas's face, the house elves nearly leap with joy, their delight unmistakable. Wooden cutting boards are prohibited from magical cleaning. Manual wiping is required to prevent deformation. Chapter 14, Dumbledore. Do not panic. I have long been aware of the flying car incident. In the Hogwarts greenhouse, a veil of mist envelopes the air. The glass dome fractures the September sunlight, casting it upon a myriad of peculiar leaves. Professor McGonagall raises an eyebrow. "Pomona, Mr. Holmes has already gone to the kitchen." Her voice is crisp, laced with a hint of mischievousness, piercing through the murmurs of the plants. Amidst the earthy aroma, a figure donning a patchy, oversized hat crouches. It is Professor Sprout, her fingernails filled with rich black soil. She is carefully loosening the soil around a writhing gourd, her head bent low. "Minerva, you are blatantly cheating," she grumbles, her tone muffled, as if emerging from the earth itself, tinged with a barely perceptible grievance. "At this hour, I have yet to see that child Douglas." Professor McGonagall elegantly shrugs, the curve of her lips deepening. "I have not employed magic to prevent the illustrious Hufflepuff graduate from visiting his head of house. In any case, you have lost. I shall claim half of this semester's seasonal fruit supply." Professor Sprout lets out a disgruntled huff, resembling a badger robbed of its nuts. Yet, she reluctantly nods. She had expected Douglas to arrive first, dust-covered and eager, seeking her out in the greenhouse. Graduation, akin to a forgetting charm. Many children, upon stepping through the school gates, swiftly forget their old professors. Achoo! In the distant Hogwarts kitchen, Douglas stands before a bubbling iron pot, just sprinkling a handful of fiery red chili powder. A resounding sneeze nearly sends his spoon flying. This chili seems promising, quite potent. He rubs his nose, completely oblivious to the murmurs of his distant old professor. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the faculty lounge. As Douglas enters, the professors are already seated around the imposing round table at its center. An array of delectable dishes emits a tantalizing, mixed aroma. Dumbledore occupies the head of the table, his silvery beard nearly brushing against the plate before him. To his left sits Professor McGonagall, and to his right, the somber-faced Snape. Professor Sprout is seated closely beside McGonagall, an empty chair evidently reserved for Douglas. Upon seeing him, the cloud over Professor Sprout's face disperses, replaced by a gentle smile as she rises slowly. Douglas strides forward and envelopes her in a hearty embrace. The hug carries the scent of earth and the warmth of sunlight, moistening the corners of Sprout's eyes. Yet, he does not sit immediately. From his satchel, Douglas magically produces a book, its cover reflecting Muggle printing style, titled Experiments in Plant Hybridization. Mendel, a Muggle scholar, Douglas whispers, "I believe you'll find this delightful." The field of herbology within the magical realm has not witnessed a genuine innovation for centuries. Douglas, however, felt that this delightful master of herbology possessed talents that extended far beyond mere expertise. Professor Sprout took the book, her fingertips gliding over the coarse paper. Each word was familiar to her, yet when woven together, they formed an incantation unlike any she had encountered before. Rather than recoiling, she cradled the book in her arms with the utmost care, as if it were the most precious of dragon liver. "Thank you, my dear. This is the most fitting gift I have ever received." Douglas smiled and retrieved more items from his seemingly bottomless bag. Having prepared gifts for each professor who had imparted knowledge to him, even ensuring that the newly appointed Muggle Studies professor was not overlooked. The atmosphere quickly grew lively. Even Snape, under Dumbledore's subtle encouragement, reluctantly accepted a book on modern laboratory management practices. His lips pressed into a thin, sardonic line. Yet when he turned the pages and beheld the immaculate, mirror-like photographs of laboratories, his fingers paused momentarily, lingering on a page for a full 3 seconds. As night fell at 7 o'clock, the professors traversed the corridor and entered the brilliantly illuminated school hall. The 4 long tables remained empty, but thousands of floating candles illuminated the golden platters and goblets, casting a radiant glow. Dumbledore sat in the center on a gilded chair, his expression inscrutable, as though contemplating an intricate riddle. Douglas settled beside Professor Sprout, quietly seeking her advice on classroom techniques. Unbeknownst to him, the jovial ghost of the Hufflepuff Fat Friar emerged cheerfully from the center of the dining table, waving at Douglas. Soon, the door swung open, and a tide of students surged in, filling the hall with a cacophony of noise. Douglas scanned the sea of youthful faces, many still bearing traces of childhood innocence. He recognized several familiar figures among them. After all, it had only been 3 years since his graduation, and many of the younger students still remembered him. Whispers arose from the student section, filled with astonishment and curiosity. A mere 3 years post-graduation, a Hufflepuff had become a professor at Hogwarts. It was worth noting that in Douglas's year, all brilliance had been overshadowed by the prodigious Bill Weasley. Douglas chose to disregard the murmurs, allowing his gaze to drift. When he turned his attention to the Gryffindor table, his eyes suddenly froze. He confirmed it once more. Indeed, among the younger students, there was neither Harry Potter nor Ron Weasley. Damn it! A forgotten fragment of memory surged forth. Dobby, the house elf. The flying car. He had believed that by steering the Weasley family away from conflict with Malfoy, further mishaps would be averted. Having traversed over 20 years, the prophetic clarity of his foresight had long since faded. At that moment, he noticed Percy Weasley anxiously glancing toward the Ravenclaw table, with Hermione Granger beside him, saying something. Percy's face drained of color as he suddenly turned towards the staff table. The twin brothers of the Weasley family exchanged mischievous glances, seemingly amused by the situation. Percy scanned the staff table and noticed that both Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape were absent. Only then did he recall that Professor McGonagall had gone to welcome the new students. Disappointment washed over his face. When his gaze met Douglas's, it was as if he had grasped a lifeline, and his eyes brightened instantly. He nearly ran over, with Hermione closely trailing behind. "Professor." Percy's voice was tinged with urgency. "Ron and Harry are missing." Before Douglas could respond, Dumbledore's soft cough resonated clearly above the din. "Do not fret, my child," he reassured. "I believe Harry and Mr. Weasley will appear shortly. Severus is going to find them." Having said that, he handed a copy of the Daily Prophet to the professor seated in the middle, Professor Sprout. She glanced at the paper and began to read softly. "A Ford Anglia can fly," leaving Muggles astonished. 2 Muggles in London are convinced they saw an old car soaring past the post office building. At noon in Norfolk, Mrs. Hetty Bellis was hanging laundry when Mr. Angus Fleet from Pippers reported to the police. A total of 6 or 7 Muggles witnessed it. After finishing, she looked at Percy with astonishment, then at the calm-faced Douglas. Percy's complexion had turned as pale as parchment. He knew that the car had been secretly modified by his father without the Ministry of Magic's knowledge. Douglas snapped his fingers gently in Percy's direction, winking at him with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing the weather. "Do not be anxious. You must trust Headmaster Dumbledore. As for your concerns, the adults will handle everything." Hermione clenched her fists tightly, casting a nervous glance at Dumbledore before turning to Douglas. Her voice trembled slightly. "Professor, will Harry and Ron be expelled?" The response was, Explanation. The magical coating of the iron pot is susceptible to scratches. It requires a protective charm during cleaning. making option A correct. Option B is incorrect. Pumpkin juice stains are more efficiently dealt with using a wiping charm. Option C is erroneous. Silver utensils can be cleaned with a standard cleaning charm. The Moonlight Purification Charm is reserved for valuable silverware. Option D is false. Wooden cutting boards can withstand low-intensity cleaning charms to avoid warping. Chapter 15. The Unauthentic Rap of the Sorting Hat. Upon hearing Hermione's inquiry, Douglas shook his head, pointing to Professor McGonagall, who was leading the first-year students into the Great Hall. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. He cannot trouble the professors at this moment, no matter how urgent his concerns may be. Moreover, Professor Snape has already gone in search of Ron and Harry. Although Professor Snape has not always been amiable towards Gryffindor students, it does not diminish his responsibilities as a professor at Hogwarts. Ultimately, he places his faith in Dumbledore and Douglas. Since Dumbledore became headmaster, no student has encountered any misfortune. Dumbledore observed Douglas with great interest and remarked with a smile, "Douglas, it seems you remain as popular as ever." Professor Sprout, beside him, also displayed a maternal smile. Douglas rolled his eyes at the two old rascals, explaining, "That is merely because I encountered the Weasley and Granger families in Diagon Alley yesterday, and we had a meal together. Thus, Miss Granger instinctively inquired about me." In his school days, Douglas had indeed attracted the attention of several young witches, and perhaps he had even succumbed to their charms. As for whether Dumbledore had also fallen victim to such enchantments, it was he who later informed Douglas of the incident involving a love potion, emphasizing during one of the term's openings that students were strictly prohibited from using potions on their peers without the supervision of a teacher. The sorting ceremony commenced shortly thereafter. Professor McGonagall summoned the first-year students to the center of the 4 long tables. In that moment, they were the stars of the show, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. The hundreds of faces in the hall resembled pale lanterns, all gazing intently at them. Amidst the nervousness of the young ones, Professor McGonagall gently placed a stool before the first-year students, followed by a pointed, patched, and quite worn wizard's hat. "I am uncertain of what to say. My name is the Sorting Hat. I am aware that my appearance may be somewhat unkempt, but such is the wisdom bestowed by time. When I say Gryffindor, you shall proclaim bravery. When I say Ravenclaw, you shall declare wisdom. When I say Slytherin, you shall respond with cunning. When I say Hufflepuff, you shall express loyalty." The students at the house tables erupted in excitement. When he first visited the headmaster's office, Douglas had taught the hat to perform its unorthodox rap, and to his surprise, the Sorting Hat had taken quite a liking to this style, although Professor McGonagall initially disapproved of the hat's antics. She was not the headmaster and had no choice but to allow Dumbledore to indulge it. That academic year, after Douglas was penalized with 2 weeks of confinement for being 1 minute late to Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall no longer intervened during the sorting ceremony. She smiled knowingly at the bewildered first-year students standing in the hall, reminiscent of their own expressions not long ago. Following the song, thunderous applause filled the room, with the twins at the Gryffindor table even leading a round of whistles. The Sorting Hat bowed to each of the 4 tables before coming to a halt. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment, and addressed the first-year crowd. "When I call your name, you shall don the hat. Take a seat upon the stool and await your house assignment." As the sorting proceeded in an orderly fashion, Douglas suddenly spotted 2 small heads emerging from the hall's window, illuminated by the dim candlelight, none other than the missing Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Immediately, they noticed a long-haired man with a peculiar smile emerging behind them. Douglas raised his glass toward the window, smiling, which piqued the curiosity of the other teachers. Severus? Just moments ago, Harry and Ron had narrowly escaped a catastrophic fall, dragging their battered trunk as they struggled up the slope toward Hogwarts Castle. This was far from the victorious arrival they had envisioned. Instead, they felt their limbs stiffening, chilled and pained. As they neared the entrance to the Great Hall, Ron tossed the damaged trunk down the steps and rushed to a bright window, exclaiming to Harry Potter, "The feast has begun. Hey, Harry, look, it's the sorting. We missed the Sorting Hat song. What a pity. I was hoping to shout along with the older students this year." Harry, equally regretful, joined Ron at the window, peering into the hall. Just as they were discussing the absence of Snape at the teacher's table, a cold voice echoed behind them. "Perhaps he is waiting to hear why you two did not arrive by school bus." As Harry and Ron turned around, trembling, they found Severus Snape standing before them, his black robes fluttering in the wind, a strange smile plastered on his face. At that moment, Professor Snape raised his gaze and, through the window, he caught sight of Douglas on the faculty dais, smiling and raising his glass. His expression soured, and with a disdainful huff, he commanded, "You, follow me." With a flourish of his robes, he turned and strode toward the dungeons. Harry and Ron, shaking with trepidation, followed Snape, casting one last, longing glance at the warm, bright Great Hall. Perhaps this would be the last time they would see it, they thought pessimistically. Before the sorting ceremony concluded, Professor Snape hurried to his seat, murmuring something into Professor Dumbledore's ear. Once the ceremony was over, Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet. Though he was quite old, he always exuded an invigorating energy. With a beaming smile, he addressed the students, arms outstretched, as if this were the happiest day of the year. Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I wish to share some delightful news. This year, I am pleased to welcome a new teacher to our ranks. He is Professor Holmes, a rarity, as he is one of the few who has actively applied for the position of defense against the dark arts teacher. Douglas stood to greet the assembly, and thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. The clapping began among the upper years of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, soon joined by a reluctant smattering from the older students of Ravenclaw and Slytherin. The younger students, bewildered, were left wondering what had transpired. Reluctantly, the atmosphere began to resonate with applause. At the teacher's table, only Snape's expression resembled that of someone who had just consumed a fly. Once the clamor subsided, Dumbledore smiled and remarked, "Well, I believe the important matters have been addressed. Let us commence the feast." Suddenly, the golden plates and whimsical goblets atop the 4 long tables overflowed with a sumptuous array of food and drink. Douglas cast a glance at the students' banquet and nodded in satisfaction. Professor Sprout, nearby, chuckled, "Although you have graduated, the school has not dispensed with the delectable dishes you once recommended. This is unique to Hogwarts. Some house elves from traditional wizarding families have even been dispatched to learn the art of these culinary delights." While the two conversed, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Snape had quietly departed from the dining table. Chapter 16. Head boy. In my class, the representative calls the shots. The canopy was a piece of unwashed indigo velvet. At 5 in the morning, the castle's silhouette loomed as a darker shadow against the thick night. Douglas rose from his bed, the loose fabric of his pajamas whispering softly against his skin. He made his way to a corner of the bedroom, where an ancient screen partitioned off a tranquil zen space. This was not a whimsical quirk, but rather a steadfast habit cultivated over the years. A secret that allowed him to stand out among his peers. Meditation. Initially, he had approached it with a hint of hope, attempting to trigger the legendary golden finger of the traveler. It proved to be a naive notion, as he failed to perceive the vibrant magical elements or grasp any ancient spells. However, through sustained practice, magic began to crystallize and refine within him, akin to polishing a rough stone in the depths of the spiritual ocean. The pace of his magical growth vastly outstripped that of his contemporaries. The responsiveness to his spells was astonishingly swift, particularly after reaching adulthood. When a magical growth of other wizards began to plateau or even stagnate, he could distinctly sense that the river of magic within him continued to surge and flow. An hour later, the first ray of dawn's light, akin to melting gold leaf, gently brushed the spires of Hogwarts Castle. Amidst the mist of the great lawn, another figure emerged. He paused, sinking slightly, and commenced a slow unfolding of a crane-style martial art. With grace, he concealed and revealed himself, weaving through the forest in a dance of striking and capturing. The energy within was restrained, yet the form was agile and refined. His stance was compact, preparing for the next swift concealment and emergence. The footwork mimicked a white crane entering the woods, employing both claws and body to seize its prey. This martial art was defined by 2 words, subtlety and finesse. In the distance, behind the windows of Gryffindor Tower, Minerva McGonagall was wrapped in her tartan robe. She instantly recognized the familiar figure on the lawn. Professor McGonagall paused momentarily, then a dry smile creased her lips, as if amused by her own thoughts. "Heavens, I thought someone had surreptitiously employed a time turner on me," she murmured softly, her gaze tinged with nostalgia. "Almost forgotten, Mr. Holmes is now a professor at Hogwarts." In his student days, Douglas was much the same. For several consecutive years, he could be seen running in the castle each morning, performing those peculiar movements upon the lawn. Initially, some students even reported him, claiming that Douglas was engaged in some dark magical ritual. However, the half-blood McGonagall and the well-versed Dumbledore both understood that it was merely a unique form of physical exercise from the Muggle world, though they could not comprehend its intricacies. It did not hinder their appreciation for his unwavering dedication. Once his workout concluded, Douglas made his way directly to the kitchen. The humid, warm air was infused with the aroma of food enveloping him. He need not utter a word. The house elf had skillfully arranged breakfast on the long table, steaming and ready. Soy milk, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and delicate soup dumplings awaited him. These were certainly not prepared solely for his benefit. Ever since he introduced these Eastern breakfasts to the kitchen, they swiftly captivated the palates of many faculty and students, becoming the new favorites at the Hogwarts breakfast table. His fingertips delicately traced the parchment of lesson plans prepared for the first class. The inaugural lesson for the 5th year Ravenclaws. Before the class bell rang, the classroom was already filled to capacity. The students' whispers melded into a buzzing background sound, each face etched with curiosity and scrutiny. They were eager to see what kind of defense against the dark arts lesson this professor, only slightly older than themselves, would deliver. Soon, the side door of the classroom swung open. Douglas entered, clutching a stack of heavy parchment, his expression devoid of emotion. With a thud, he placed the parchment upon the lectern, the sound silencing the classroom instantly. His gaze swept across the room, scanning each youthful face. The students instinctively straightened in their seats. Satisfied, Douglas nodded slightly, his voice flat yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Very well, no one is late. As your new defense against the dark arts instructor, I would like to pose a question. 5th years, do you know what your greatest challenge will be? A profound silence enveloped the room. The students exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. Douglas's expression darkened. What on earth had Quirrell been doing in the school last year? Had he only been preoccupied with the Philosopher's Stone for an entire semester? Just then, a timid voice emerged from the crowd. Is it the OWL's exam? I heard from an upperclassman that she performed poorly last year, only receiving an A in defense against the dark arts. This remark fell like a stone into a pond, instantly rippling out waves of murmured discussion. Douglas's demeanor grew cold. It seemed that this young professor held little authority in their eyes. Had McGonagall or Snape been at the helm, who would dare to be so audacious? Silence. The two words fell like ice upon the floor. The temperature in the classroom seemed to have dropped several degrees. His gaze precisely locked onto the source of the sound. The student in the second row, please stand up. A girl with short, tawny brown hair rose, her expression tinged with a hint of defiance. Since her enrollment, she had heard tales of this illustrious Hufflepuff senior. What right did a mere few years her senior, a troublemaker, have to stand before her as a teacher? It's the OWL's exam, she repeated, her tone laced with challenge. Last year, I witnessed the 5th year students scrambling in a frenzy over this exam. Douglas nodded, his expression inscrutable. A playful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, causing the girl's face to flush crimson in an instant. His words cut through her pride like a soft knife. Finally, with a hint of indignation, she managed to squeeze out her name. Windsor Shirley, Professor. Professor Holmes. I am Windsor Shirley. The frost on Douglas's face melted away, revealing a smile that could only be described as gentle. Very well, Miss Shirley. There is no need to be anxious. From today onward, you will be the representative for the defense against the dark arts class of Ravenclaw's 5th year. Representative? Both Windsor, Shirley, and her classmates were taken aback. The term was utterly unfamiliar to them. Such a position had never existed within the Hogwarts system. Douglas explained at a leisurely pace, his voice resonating clearly throughout the classroom. The responsibilities of the representative are as follows. First, to communicate and share learning experiences with classmates to foster a positive academic atmosphere. Second, to monitor the learning dynamics of your peers and report to me as necessary. Third, to serve as a bridge between myself and the students, conveying my directives and relaying your suggestions. Fourth, to assist classmates who are struggling with their studies, supervise assignments, and strictly prohibit plagiarism. Fifth, to lead by example and become a role model for all. He paused momentarily to add, of course, should there be any additional requirements, I will communicate them as needed. If you prove competent, at the end of the academic year, I will award Ravenclaw an additional 30 points based on your performance. I trust that Miss Shirley would not decline such an opportunity. As Douglas elaborated, the entire class's attention converged on Windsor Shirley. There were expressions of surprise, envy, and even a few gazes that bore unmistakable jealousy. These responsibilities, in certain aspects, conferred a power nearly equivalent to that of the prefects. Shirley nervously gestured toward a boy and girl in the front row. Professor Holmes, but the prefects of Ravenclaw are Magilavina and Lizzie Quintonai. Douglas raised his hand, signaling her to sit. Yes, I am well aware of the prefects. However, they oversee the entire Ravenclaw house, and their energy is limited. You, on the other hand, will only be responsible for the 5th year defense against the dark arts class. He then turned to the two prefects. Miss Vina, Mr. Quinton. Not only Miss Shirley, but I will also select a representative from each year and each house to assist in my teaching endeavors. His tone grew solemn. I hope the two prefects can offer assistance to Miss Shelley when necessary. Indeed, one might assert that the instructions of the class representative in the subject of defense against the dark arts take precedence over those of the prefects. Do you understand? He dropped a bombshell in the end. Oh, by the way, regarding the special allocation of fruits by the school administration, starting today, my class representatives must also receive their share. The two prefects opened their mouths but could not utter a word. An announcement made by a professor in class was beyond their authority to contest. They could only begrudgingly accept it, plotting to approach Headmaster Flitwick after class to express their discontent with this absurd decision. Chapter 17. Welcome to the True Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Even the most naive student harbors an unwillingness to relinquish even a fraction of power. Moreover, that esteemed title of Hogwarts prefect is adorned with invisible privileges. Now, Douglas intends to distribute their exclusive sweet fruits to a cadre of nameless and faceless class representatives. The air seemed to freeze momentarily. Quentin Avery could no longer remain seated. The legs of his chair screeched against the floor as he abruptly stood up. Apologies, Professor. His voice was taut with anxiety. Those fruits are the spoils won by previous prefects. Their quantity is limited, and I fear they cannot be shared with mere class representatives. The moment his words landed, a thread of regret entwined around Quentin's heart. Just last night, he had overheard a seventh-year senior discussing this new professor, Douglas Holmes, a man who, apart from his Hufflepuff-like demeanor when it came to food, was otherwise utterly out of place in this institution. Indeed, a senior had even whispered that the rare four-house brawl many years ago stemmed from his Professor Holmes. After all, at that time, the current seventh graders were merely first-year novices who hadn't yet mastered the levitation charm. They only remembered one conclusion: do not provoke him. At this moment, Douglas was regarding him with a playful, almost sinister smile. A chill crept down Quentin's neck. He regretted his impulsiveness. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he was fighting for all the prefects. He was a hero. Perhaps the sixth-year senior he had long admired would cast him an approving glance as a result. With this thought, an ethereal strength surged through his limbs once more. Spoils? Douglas's laughter was soft, like a feather brushing across the table. Yet it carried a chilling metallic edge. Indeed, that is correct. It is quite reasonable to describe it as spoils. After all, it is something that group earned through their labor as captives. Douglas scoffed inwardly. He had not anticipated that those crafty individuals from back then had such meticulous minds. They must have privately forged some sort of pact, wrapping the lie of the fruits being spoils in a sugary historical veneer, passing it down through generations of successors. However, Douglas was acutely aware that neither Hufflepuff nor Gryffindor had taken part in this minor conspiracy. Students of Hufflepuff, regardless of their status as prefects, are entitled to partake in the bounty of the orchard, especially since he was once the head of Badger House himself. Bill Weasley, the Honorable Gryffindor, is not only a prefect, but also the president of the student council. Most importantly, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff are not riddled with ulterior motives. Nonsense. The one who spoke up was another female prefect, Vina. Her cheeks flushed crimson, rage flickering in her eyes. Previous seniors had not relayed such a narrative to them. Douglas observed the contorted faces of the two incensed young women and resolved to cease his teasing. Had they never taken note of the name of the orchard they entered during their punishment labor? The Holmes orchard. He enunciated the words distinctly. Indeed, you have not erred. That very orchard was originally planted by me. The school had prohibited any discourse on that matter, but I can divulge a fragment of information. The privileges you prefects enjoy are not due to your predecessors triumphing over me. Quite the opposite. It is because, in the spirit of peace, camaraderie, unity, and mutual assistance, I allocated a special portion of the orchard's yield as remuneration for those labors. To be more precise, even the apple you consumed rightfully belonged to those students confined to detention, weeding in the orchard. Douglas would never admit that this was, in fact, one of the punishments the school had imposed upon him after inciting chaos years ago. As his words settled, the expressions of several students in the back row shifted instantaneously. Their gazes towards the two prefects resembled that of a thief caught in the act of stealing their dinner, their teeth grinding audibly. Which year has not had a few frequent visitors to the detention room? Douglas relished this effect. After all, he was still young, and a touch of cynicism could invigorate his spirit. He added, as for my class representatives, the special and ordinary fruits they indulge in will be deducted from my personal share. Therefore, certain matters should not involve them. Any further questions? If not, his gaze swept across the entire classroom like that of a hawk, sharp and frigid, just as he believed he had the situation entirely under control. A hand adorned with twin ponytails shot up in excitement from the back row. Douglas sighed. It seemed his intimidating demeanor lacked the finesse of Professor Snape's. Please rise. He had no choice but to say, Professor, my name is Vincent Dina. The girl with the ponytails stood, her face betraying unabashed enthusiasm. I wish to know about the great melee of the 4 houses 7 years ago. Could you enlighten us? I have inquired with all the professors, yet they respond as if under the effects of a forgetting charm. The upperclassmen know only the surface details, and not a single word can be found in the school records. I only know that the battle was related to the orchard. You are the owner of the orchard. You must know all the truths, right? Douglas was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young lady's curiosity regarding the long-forgotten incident would far exceed her interest in the privileges of being a prefect. He awkwardly rubbed his nose. In those days, he had solemnly promised Dumbledore that he would never mention the matter again, lest it incite a new wave of inter-house conflict. Ahem, Miss Diana, if you managed to achieve an O in the OWL's defense against the dark arts examination. He paused, lowering his voice and adding in a tone steeped in mystery. I must casually disclose that the origin of that incident indeed pertains to me, and it also involves a few of your graduated Ravenclaw seniors. The crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement, particularly among the girls, whose eyes sparkled with the fervor of gossip. There's a male protagonist, and more than one female lead. Scenes entwined with taboo, conflict, and the bittersweet complexities of love and rivalry began to play out rapidly in their minds. Douglas, disregarding their bubbling imaginations, clapped his hands together. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. It truly seems that each generation is less capable than the last, he lamented. In my own school days, I was already losing hair from the stress of the OWLs by 4th year. Yet you, in your 5th year, remain unaware of the challenges that lie ahead. This statement is not entirely boastful. After all, it was he who instigated the premature anxiety among 4th-year students. Encouraged by him, Bill Weasley took the lead in forming a study group, well, one that charged fees. The OWLs, the ordinary wizarding level examinations, are utterly unlike your final exams. They are directly administered by the Ministry of Magic and determine your future in 12 significant subjects. This is an ultimate assessment of your 5 years of learning and serves as a vital benchmark for your abilities in the wizarding world once you leave school. Defense against the dark arts is one of those subjects. I have reviewed your past report cards, and while your understanding of magical creatures in the lower years was commendable, your grasp of defensive spells last year was nothing short of abysmal. This means that this year, you will not only need to master the 5th-year curriculum, but also catch up on all the critical spells you missed last year. Of course, there is no need to panic. I have already devised a comprehensive plan for your studies in the coming year. With that, he gently tapped the thick stack of parchment beside him with his wand. Whoosh! The papers seemed to come alive, precisely flying onto each student's desk. This is a theoretical, foundational assessment. The content encompasses all the defense against the dark arts theories you have studied since your arrival at Hogwarts. Of course, this is merely an appetizer. We will also have a practical assessment. The results of these examinations will directly influence your course of study for the year. Now, this is the examination room. The final statement offended several Ravenclaw students in the front row. Cheating? Such an act would be an affront to intellect. They are Ravenclaws. After all, yet as they cast their eyes upon the examination papers, their arrogance quickly froze and transformed into bewilderment. Their minds went blank. Are these questions truly derived from the textbook? Which of the following statements is correct? Only those who have been killed by the unforgivable curse can transform into a corpse. Garlic can repel haunting spirits. The existence of soul-sucking creatures in tropical regions remains unknown to many. Curses are more potent than poison curses, while poison curses surpass regular curses. If a couple of werewolves conceive on a full moon night, they will give birth to wolf cubs instead of human infants. In addition to these perplexing questions that can twist one's mind, there are a few that seem deceptively straightforward. Yet, perhaps, that is merely an illusion. What is the effect of a shatter spell? A. It causes objects to vanish. B. It diminishes the size of objects. C. It reduces objects to fragments. D. It melts objects. What happens to readers of the cursed book, The Wizard's Quatrains? A. They become forever engrossed in reading, unable to cease. B. They meet instant death. C. They are absorbed into the pages of the book. D. They can only communicate in 5-line rhymes for the rest of their lives. Chapter 18. Ron. Professor Holmes is a good man. His shadow resembles a moving sundial, slowly sweeping across the desks, meticulously measuring the dwindling time. He would halt abruptly, like a silent statue, standing behind a particular student. That gaze seemed almost tangible, weighing heavily upon the parchment, causing the quills tip to tremble slightly. Some students' minds even went completely blank under its intensity. As the clock indicated the final 15 minutes, his voice resonated once more, flat and devoid of warmth, akin to the chime of an ancient magical clock tower. Attention candidates, there are just 15 minutes remaining. It was a single announcement. It carried more urgency than any exhortation. If eyes could cast spells, those students staring at their largely blank papers would have undoubtedly cast the petrification curse on the new professor hundreds of times. There were 100 questions, half of which required detailed explanations, interspersed with knowledge points that could be traced back to outdated textbooks from years past. Even the eagle of Ravenclaw, adept at soaring through the skies of knowledge, requires time to put pen to paper. Before the bell, signaling the end of class had rung, Douglas snapped his fingers. All the parchment rolls, regardless of whether they were completed or not, were abruptly yanked from the desks by an invisible force. They spiraled together in the air, forming a whirlwind of paper that gracefully descended upon the podium, neatly stacking into a pile. Douglas clapped his hands, and dust danced in the beam of light. This is merely an assessment. There is no need for excessive interpretation. His tone softened slightly. There will be one of these every month. You will become accustomed to it. If you find it unbearable, then it will be weekly. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on Miss Windsor. Miss Shirley, please visit my office after 7 this evening. Class dismissed. The moment his words fell, a series of crisp chimes quietly echoed within his mind, not in the classroom. This was not the place to check the system. He lifted the heavy stack of examination papers, and before the students could rise, took the lead, his figure vanishing at the doorway. Within the classroom, the faces of the Ravenclaw Eagles were ashen. For a group of high achievers who regarded grades as a matter of honor, the greatest torment was the knowledge that the answers lingered in their minds. Yet time had slipped away. The prefect was indeed worthy of the title. They had swiftly grasped the true essence of the class representative's role. At this juncture, they could only acquiesce to this unofficial student management. Not far away, several girls, who typically harbored a poor rapport with Windsor, perked up their ears, attempting to discern how many questions Shirley had answered. The privilege of special fruit each day was an irresistible temptation for them. In their eyes, Windsor Shirley was merely fortunate to have been called upon first by the professor. As long as their exam score surpassed hers, it would be a matter of course. Their schemes crackled audibly, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Douglas's choices were never arbitrary. Meanwhile, another group of astute Ravenclaws was contemplating a different transaction. They strategized on how to leverage this unfortunate news in the upcoming elective class to procure a few sweet apples from their Hufflepuff friends. After all, among the 4 houses of Hogwarts, only Hufflepuff allowed all students to enjoy fruit after meals. The break between defense against the dark arts classes was a mere 15 minutes. Douglas neatly arranged the examination papers on his desk, his consciousness sinking deep into his thoughts. Academic Excellence Development System. Student Assignment Completion Score, 0. Student Average Progress Score, 8. Class Participation Score, 5. Douglas was not surprised by these scores. The teaching model he had adopted was in stark contrast to Hogwarts' leisurely traditions. The growing pains were a necessary process. As he re-entered the defense against the dark arts classroom, the seats were already filled to capacity with second-year Gryffindors. A few students were still heaving with exertion, their cheeks flushed from rushing in. Douglas's gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing on Ron Weasley's smug face. A clear conclusion formed in his mind. Ron had paraded the amicable relations between their families as a trophy among his classmates, further validated by the confirmations of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. A knowing smile curved Douglas's lips. It appeared someone had already taken the liberty of introducing me. Just as his thought concluded, he caught Hermione swiftly turning her head, casting a warning glance at Ron. Douglas's smile deepened as he fixed his gaze on Ron. Since you so generously broadcast our friendship, I suppose I must honor Mrs. Weasley's request and look out for you. Now, who knows what we should do when we encounter a boggart? The moment his question was posed, Hermione's arm shot straight up to the ceiling. Douglas surveyed the room. The classroom was enveloped in silence, with only Hermione's arm raised in solitary defiance. He observed several students exchanging furtive glances at Ron and Harry, their eyes brimming with questions. Did you not say that this professor was amiable? Ron discreetly pressed his hand down and winked at them, conveying a silent message. Stay calm. The new professor's inaugural lesson was bound to establish authority. Harry, in agreement, nodded subtly. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice erupted in their ears. Ron's smile instantly froze, then shattered into a myriad of pieces. He raised his head, gazing blankly at Douglas on the podium, his mouth slightly agape. Around him, muffled snickers began to escape. Professor, my voice trembles. I don't know the answer, but I'm certain Hermione does. Upon finishing his sentence, Ron instinctively reached for the seat beneath him, preparing to sit down. Did I grant you permission to sit? Douglas's voice suddenly turned sharp. The temperature in the classroom seemed to plummet several degrees. His gaze shifted elsewhere. Harry Potter had not anticipated that the flames of retribution would engulf him. He instinctively adjusted his glasses, attempting to discern whether the figure at the podium was indeed Snape, disguised by Polyjuice Potion. This familiar sense of oppression had only been experienced during Potions class. At that moment, Hermione raised her hand even higher, swaying slightly to attract attention. Douglas's eyes swept over Harry and Ron, filled with disappointment. This morning, Mrs. Weasley had sent a letter, laden with admonitions, urging him to educate these two mischievous boys properly. The letter even mentioned that Mr. Weasley was undergoing scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic. This stirred a hint of guilt within Douglas, for the idea behind the enchanted flying car had initially stemmed from a playful suggestion of his own. From the safety of the pages, Harry and Ron's antics had seemed thrilling. Now, in the thick of it, he realized they were nothing more than two unruly rascals. His gaze finally settled on the eager, brown-haired girl. Evidently, Miss Granger was the sole student who had prepared for the lesson. He called on her directly. Well then, Miss Granger, please enlighten your classmates. A boggart is a shape-shifting creature. Professor, it can delve into your innermost fears and transform into your greatest terror. The spell to combat it is ridiculous, which forces the boggart to take on a form you find utterly ridiculous. The more individuals present, the easier it becomes to handle. As it becomes confused about what to turn into, she paused before adding, ultimately, what can truly vanquish a boggart is laughter. When you laugh heartily, it will burst into a wisp of smoke and vanish completely. Douglas regarded her with a mix of surprise and admiration, then led the applause. He was aware of Hermione's academic prowess, yet he had not realized she had excelled to such an extent. Had she memorized the entire text, or was this an instance of genuine understanding? In the 3rd grade, Lupin teaches content that should have been covered in the 2nd grade. Chapter 19. The first lesson of the new semester commences with the entire class being reprimanded. Douglas is the first to applaud, his claps resonating crisply yet solitary. Moments later, hesitant echoes of applause arise from below, akin to hesitant raindrops. Please take your seats, Miss Granger. His voice carries a hint of approval. 5 points are awarded for Gryffindor's thirst for knowledge. As his words linger in the air, his gaze swiftly cools, fixating squarely on Ron and Harry. I have heard of your exploits from yesterday. He begins slowly, each word laced with icy shards. I had thought that soaring through the skies would afford you ample time to review your textbooks. Clearly, I overestimated the educational capabilities of a flying car. Harry's cheeks flush instantly, resembling a tomato scalded by boiling water. He opens his mouth to defend himself, but the words are lodged in his throat, refusing to emerge. No need for explanations. Douglas curtly interrupts him. The course of events is crystal clear to me. He surveys the class, keenly detecting the suppressed chuckles. I believe all present are equally aware. Am I right? A wave of suppressed whispers escapes from the students. Of course, we know. Ron bragged about it all night. Had it not been for that howling letter, I might have almost believed his nonsense. Douglas raises a hand, silencing the buzzing in the classroom. Now that everyone is informed, the matter simplifies. He scans the class, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. Thus, the first assignment for this lesson. How would you save yourself when the gateway to the magical world is maliciously sealed? Refer to all the knowledge you currently possess and compose a parchment no shorter than 10 inches. Dozens of resentful glances converge upon Ron and Harry, the stares nearly tangible, capable of piercing them with holes. Douglas then gestures for the two pale-faced culprits to take their seats. Ron and Harry exchange a glance, their relief from surviving the ordeal quickly overshadowed by the piercing gazes of their classmates. At least, no points were deducted. They can only console themselves with that thought. Classmates. Douglas's voice suddenly lightens, even imbued with a hint of mirth. Would you like to wield your wands and partake in a genuine defense against the dark arts lesson? This statement lands like a stone cast into still waters, instantly stirring a tumult of excitement. Last semester's quarrel, with his lullaby-like recitations, had instilled a visceral aversion to textbooks among them. Yes, the unified shout reverberates, shaking the torches on the walls. Douglas descends from the podium, strolling among the students, a mere gesture cooling the fervent atmosphere. I would love to. He opens his hands, his tone tinged with just the right amount of regret. But the ministry's regulations are as unyielding as spells carved in stone. For those in the 3rd grade and below, your primary task is understanding, not practice. The flicker of hope that had just ignited was swiftly extinguished, leaving the students' faces etched with disappointment. 2 more years of endurance lay ahead. Regulations may be rigid, but humanity is not. Should you manage to fulfill the theoretical requirements of the textbook ahead of schedule, I would be more than willing to utilize the extra time to impart something truly valuable. He paused, lowering his voice slightly, infused with a dangerous allure. For instance, how to wield any spell you have learned in combat. It is imperative to understand that the aim of defensive magic extends beyond mere dark creatures. When the occasion calls for it, you must learn to engage in battle with another wizard. No sooner had he finished speaking than a hand shot up eagerly, standing straight in the air. "Ah, Miss Granger, do you have a question?" Hermione sprang to her feet, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Professor, I have memorized the entire textbook. You may quiz me on any content at any time. Might I not advance to new knowledge?" "I fear that is not permissible, Miss Granger. You are a collective, not a genius among a group of, well, ordinary individuals. When will everyone master how to contend with a banshee, distinguish between a ghoul and a zombie, and correctly provoke a female ghoul?" His words once again stirred ripples among the students. Ron leaned closer to Harry, speaking in hushed tones. "Harry, do you remember that ghoul in my attic?" Harry shook his head in confusion. "I've never been to your attic." Ron added, "There's one in my barn too. It particularly delights in devouring the spiders and moths there." At the mention of spiders, Ron visibly stiffened. The Muggle-born wizards looked on with a blend of fear and envy at this peculiar group who treated ghouls as household pets. Douglas listened to the discussions below, feeling a pang of reflection. The notions of children are like a blank canvas, easily colored by their surroundings. Even he, a soul from the Muggle world, struggled to adapt to the peculiar tastes of wizards. He had once contemplated owning an owl until his roommate's owl affectionately deposited a bloody dead mouse upon his pillow. Since then, he had kept a respectful distance from the abnormal pets of the wizarding world. Silence. Douglas's voice, though not loud, immediately restored tranquility to the classroom. He stood tall, ready to announce his agenda. Below, he revealed several decisions. First, I appoint Miss Hermione Granger as the representative for the second-year defense against the dark arts class in Gryffindor. He succinctly outlined the responsibilities and powers of the representative. You are to actively cooperate with Miss Granger in her duties. Any knowledge point you believe you have mastered, seek her out to recite it. Of course, do not entertain any thoughts of deception. His gaze shifted to Hermione. "Miss Granger, before each class concludes, report to me the names and content of those who have successfully recited. I shall tailor the next assignment to them. You may choose to be lazy, should you wish to cling to this textbook for an entire semester." He did not delineate specific knowledge points, but instructed them to begin with the banshee from the first page, indiscriminately and without exception. Some students' faces had turned as pale as parchment. He summoned Hermione to the front of the classroom, bestowing upon her the authority to oversee the entire class. This was not an act of laziness. It was the most efficient pedagogical approach for first and second-year students. All the concepts had been elucidated sufficiently in the textbooks. He did not wish to emulate his predecessors, who exhausted themselves on the podium, narrating tales until they were utterly spent. Before the bell rang, not a single student could recite the entirety of the Banshee's information accurately. This evoked a unique sense of frustration and urgency in Hermione, a hallmark of high achievers. In the final 5 minutes, Douglas brought everyone to a halt. The students, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, collectively exhaled in relief. However, Douglas clearly had no intention of allowing them such ease. "Very well, I appreciate your enthusiasm. Yet, your pace has been slower than I anticipated. Prior to this, I required everyone to memorize all information regarding the Banshee and to pass it before Miss Granger. Simultaneously, you are to complete a 15-inch paper on the subject. Let me reiterate, any form of plagiarism will subject you to an experience far more memorable than a mere reprimand." His gaze ultimately fixed on Hermione. "Miss Granger, if there are no classes after 7 in the afternoon, I expect you to visit my office daily to submit the recitation roster." Hermione stood tall and nodded emphatically. In her eyes, there was no trace of fear, only the fervor of excitement. This was the essence of learning, was it not? Chapter 20. 7 classes in a day. Exhausting. Aside from Hermione, the other students wore expressions of deep dejection. Just as Douglas announced the end of class, Harry observed a few classmates approaching him and Ron. He quickly donned a sheepish grin and hastily pulled Ron away. The third-year Badgers witnessed the panicked savior dashing away, followed by a group of despondent Gryffindors. The sight of the usually lively Gryffindors in such disarray made the Badgers anxious. Just how intimidating must this new professor be to evoke such a reaction? However, considering he was a legendary senior from their own house, they thought he might extend some leniency. Yet, regardless of their inquiries, the Gryffindor students merely sighed and shook their heads, refusing to discuss the class. This left the Hufflepuffs preparing for class feeling quite unsettled. During the break, Douglas once again checked the system. Academic Excellence Development System. Student Assignment Completion Score, 0. Student Average Progress Score, 9. Classroom Engagement Score, 9. Upon seeing the classroom engagement score, Douglas smiled knowingly Indeed, there appeared to be a bug in the system. The engagement score ought to be significantly lower. Nevertheless, by involving all students in the lesson content and encouraging them to recite aloud, the system interpreted their participation as notably high and enthusiastic. As for the remarkably high average progress, Douglas speculated that it could be attributed to Hermione, who had elevated the overall average. Regarding the satisfaction ratings, it was evidently based on the students' emotional assessments. With these experiences, Douglas discerned how to conduct the subsequent classes. Upon the third-year Hufflepuffs settling down obediently, Douglas arrived punctually in the classroom. His beaming smile dispelled the gloom cast by the Gryffindor students. It was not so terrifying after all. However, when they heard that Douglas intended for them to first memorize the textbook, they were quite distressed. They believed that asking Hufflepuffs to memorize an entire book was nothing short of whimsical, unless it happened to be a cookbook. Therefore, as a proud Hufflepuff himself, Douglas naturally offered his junior classmates some preferential treatment. Thus, a cascade of free motivational platitudes flowed forth, leaving the little badgers in a state of bewilderment. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. The determining factor in forming genius should be diligence. Douglas's efforts were not in vain. After thoroughly absorbing the motivational discourse, the students below felt confident that their erudition would surely rival that of Ravenclaw. Douglas was immensely satisfied with his tailored teaching approach. Moreover, he was equally pleased with the final evaluation provided by the system. During lunch, the entire Hogwarts dining hall was enveloped in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. News from Ravenclaw and Gryffindor spread like wildfire. The newly appointed defense against the dark arts teacher was deemed utterly unreasonable. Most alarmingly, in addition to in-class memorization, students were also required to memorize material outside of class. The new professor had the audacity to assign class representatives for every year in each house to supervise their peers' after-school studies. Furthermore, the assigned homework exceeded even Professor McGonagall's standards. In fact, due to Ron and Harry's antics, Gryffindor's second years faced an additional 10 inches of assignments. This frightened Ron into silence, dissuading him from recounting their heroic escapade of flying a car across England. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuffs exchanged Douglas's motivational quotes among themselves, with some students even contemplating inscribing these inspiring phrases on their bedposts, ensuring they would see them upon waking each day. Douglas had anticipated this, which is why he wisely chose not to join the others in the dining hall, instead having the house elf deliver his lunch to his office. As fourth year commenced, the curriculum primarily focused on spells. Dark magic could be categorized into 3 types: curses, hexes, and jinxes. Each category possessed corresponding counter-curses and dispelling charms. If dark magic is likened to a spear, then defense against the dark arts serves as the shield. To master the shield, one must first confront the spear. Thus, the upcoming lessons would primarily introduce students to the true nature of dark magic. Of course, the dark magic referred to here does not include illegal practices, which are not suitable for students below the 6th year to comprehend. Nevertheless, for the first lesson, Douglas decided to conduct a preliminary assessment. He removed the sections regarding dark magic counter-curses from the 5th grade examination paper, thereby transforming it into the 4th grade test. Given that the instructor for defense against the dark arts changes annually, the students' foundational knowledge varies significantly, and the remaining time for the 5th graders is exceedingly limited. Thus, when Douglas entered the classroom, clutching a stack of parchment, the Weasley twins emitted an irksome cacophony. The other 4th-year Gryffindors followed suit with a chorus of lamentations. Douglas stood at the podium, casting a cold gaze upon them. I am pleased to see you are already aware of my intentions. With our limited class time, I shall refrain from superfluous chatter. Henceforth, the 2 Mr. Weasley will serve as your class representatives. Should they fail to complete their assignments, I shall seek you out for answers. Now, let us commence the examination. With a flick of his wand, all the parchment soared before the students, entirely disregarding the twins' silent cries as though their throats were constricted. Under Douglas's gaze, which bore an unsettling smile, the twins exchanged an awkward grin and began to answer the questions. They had been thoroughly deceived under such a smile in the past. Throughout the remainder of the lesson, he wandered around the classroom, occasionally standing behind the Weasley twins to observe their progress. Besides the 4th-year Gryffindors, there were also 3rd-year Ravenclaws and 1st-year Hufflepuffs, culminating in the 6th-year curriculum. The 6th and 7th grades differed from the others, comprising a mixed house class, with content that diverged entirely from that of the lower years. Students below the 6th grade were not exposed to the nature of illegal dark magic. However, commencing in the 6th grade, they were required to learn how to defend against such illicit sorcery. Under the teacher's supervision, 6th and 7th graders were permitted to study certain dark magic within a specified scope. In this lesson, Douglas did not conduct the class as he would for the lower years by assigning exercises or recitations, nor did he appoint class representatives. He lectured earnestly. The more he taught in a seemingly ordinary manner, the more unsettled the students felt. While the younger grades might be unaware, the sixth graders were certainly not naive, especially with a few Hufflepuff students among them who had just joined the house. Douglas was their prefect. It was clear that he was not one to adhere strictly to convention. How could he possibly behave so obediently in their presence? He interspersed his instruction with accounts of 2 encounters he had previously had with a ghoul. In summary, the teacher lectured with utmost seriousness while the students diligently took notes. Chapter 21. Do not compare us to Ravenclaw. 5 minutes before the class bell rang, Douglas had yet to mention the recitation, and the students collectively exhaled in relief. They had long been aware of the rumors surrounding Douglas's antics with students from other grades and had been on edge. Having just completed their OWLs, none wished to dive straight into practice and memorization. Observing the students' relaxed expressions, Douglas too felt a sense of ease as he spoke. It is said that both classes and assignments have become quite effortless, leaving the smiles on the students' faces unmistakable. They have finally emerged from their trials. As the class bell rang, Douglas casually tossed out a remark, leaving the students momentarily stunned. A practical lesson? Could it be a duel of spells? Surely. They wouldn't conjure a corpse, would they? They quickly dismissed that notion, knowing full well that Hogwarts would never permit such occurrences. Douglas glanced at the grading panel on his system, a satisfied smile creeping across his face as he made his way to his office. Upon returning to his office, Douglas meticulously reviewed the design blueprint for the defense against the dark arts practical base, ensuring that no detail was overlooked in the lengthy application, which measured a full foot in length. He checked the time. It was 5:10. He decided to wait until 5:30 to meet Professor McGonagall, allowing her some respite after a class. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. Douglas found it peculiar. Who would seek him out at this hour? Come in. A girl with a ponytail cautiously pushed the door open. It was Meg Aaron, the newly appointed third-year class representative from Ravenclaw. Miss Aaron, is there something you need? Don't be anxious. Please come in and take a seat. As Douglas spoke, he walked over to the tea table by the fireplace. Upon entering, Meg Aaron was taken aback by the office's decor. Its style was incongruous with that of Hogwarts Castle. It was the only office she had encountered that eschewed extravagance in favor of a bright and pristine ambience. Following Douglas's gesture, she settled into a wooden chair with armrests, which contrasted sharply with the sharply angled chairs of Hogwarts. The smooth wooden armrests tempted her to run her fingers along them. Next, she observed Douglas retrieving a kettle from the fireplace, initiating a series of actions that bewildered her but seemed remarkably sophisticated. The thought of Douglas's identity sent a shiver down her spine, and she felt a twinge of anxiety. She even wondered if the professor was preparing for some dark magic ritual. Professor, is this tea? Isn't tea it's simply made by pouring water? Why the complexity? Could this ritual alter the tea's properties? Douglas chuckled, devoid of any mockery regarding her naivety, and explained, this is a tea-drinking method from the distant east, known as tea art. A refined tea art can cultivate tranquility. While it may not enhance magical power, it allows wizards to think more calmly, particularly beneficial for those frequently engaged with dark magic, as it can alleviate negative influences. I apologize. This may be too advanced for you. By the way, what brings you here? Meg Aaron, having heard that tea art could also aid in warding off dark magic, a concept not found in any book, felt a surge of excitement. Hearing Douglas's inquiry, she quickly stood, exclaiming, Professor, I have memorized the key points of Grindelwald's knowledge. Douglas was not surprised. He had appointed Aaron precisely because her records indicated that, aside from her practical skills and adeptness in management, her memory was remarkably exceptional, marking her as a top student. Sipping his tea, Douglas gestured for her to begin. Meg Aaron took a deep breath and commenced a recitation. The Grindylow possesses a verdant body and green teeth, adorned with horns atop its head. Its fingers are elongated, adept at grasping objects with strength, yet fragile enough to break easily. Meanwhile, while Eileen recited her lines in Douglas's office, Hermione was in the Gryffindor common room, urging a visibly discontented Ron and Harry, blocking their classmates from supervising their recitation. Ron and Harry shielded their faces with books, whispering behind Hermione's back, Goodness, Ron, have you forgotten? Girls can freely enter the boys' dormitory. Must you wait until she drags you out from under the covers? On another side, Hermione was earnestly persuading Neville Longbottom. Neville, reciting is the simplest task. Rote memorization will surely suffice. Neville wore an expression of despondency, replying, Hermione, you forget that I rely on memory charms. Having me memorize is akin to sentencing me to death. At that moment, Hermione's roommate, lavender brown, threw her book down in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Hermione, Professor Flitwick hasn't demanded we finish this quickly. Do you think everyone is a genius like you? Besides, we have 4 assignments to complete. We cannot devote all our time to memorization." Other students echoed her sentiments, abandoning their books. Indeed, all the assignments combined amount to over 40 inches of parchment to write. "I hadn't calculated it until you mentioned it, Dean. Your math is impressive." Hermione, clutching her feathers as if they were a scepter, was reminded that even the head of the year had not governed them so strictly. Blushing with indignation, she struggled to contain her frustration, trembling with rage. Harry, sensing the escalating tension, promptly tugged at her sleeve from behind. Hermione flung Harry's hand away, taking a deep breath. "I understand this poses a challenge for you. But Professor Flitwick treats all houses equally. Students from other houses must also memorize. I do this for the honor of Gryffindor." Simo Finnegan scoffed, interrupting her. "Humph. You do realize we are Gryffindor, not Ravenclaw, right? If Gryffindor were more adept at memorization than Ravenclaw, why didn't the Sorting Hat place us all in Ravenclaw?" With that, he cast a peculiar glance at Hermione. Chapter 22. Divergent Educational Philosophies. Hermione shot him a glare, stating, "Do not forget, Professor Flitwick has said that we will learn the true defensive magic combat techniques once we have mastered the text. I have inquired, and Slytherin has yet to commence their lessons, indicating that we possess a one-day advantage over them. If we can master the text ahead of them, we will be one step closer to learning combat skills, ensuring we can outshine them." As soon as Hermione finished speaking, her classmates' eyes sparkled with renewed determination. They eagerly picked up their textbooks and began reciting in a cacophony of voices, drawing frowns from students of other years in the common room. However, they refrained from voicing objections, as even the third years had caught wind of the news and quietly began their own recitations in hopes of being selected as representatives for Professor Flitwick's class. Having heard that such representatives enjoyed the privilege of distributing fruit, Hermione couldn't help but sigh in relief, thinking that Percy's teaching methods were indeed effective. She was acutely aware of her own shortcomings, particularly her lack of popularity among her peers. Thus, when Douglas appointed her as the class representative, she discreetly sought out Percy. Firstly, among those she knew, Percy shared the closest rapport with Douglas. Secondly, during a gathering at Douglas's home, she had overheard Percy mention that his ascent to head boy was largely due to certain management techniques imparted by Douglas. Upon learning that Hermione had also been taken under Douglas's wing as a class representative, Percy willingly shared some of his insights. Just then, George and Fred burst onto the scene, playfully encircling Ron, who was attempting to cram a textbook into his head. "Oh dear, our youngest brother, Ron, is starting to align himself with the illustrious Percy," George exclaimed. "Is this a descent into mediocrity, George?" "I believe it is, Fred." This left Ron blushing furiously as he struggled to shake off their arms. Hermione, hands on her hips, shouted, "George, Fred, if you aren't going to study, please do not disturb Ron. Remember, you're also class representatives appointed by Professor Holmes." Upon hearing Hermione's words, George and Fred exchanged amused glances. George patted Fred on the back, saying, "Congratulations, my brother. You have been promoted, albeit only as my deputy. But still, congratulations." Fred leaped back, retorting Merlin's socks. "I am head, you are the deputy." George raised an eyebrow, and Fred quickly understood. "One day it's you, another day it's me." George countered, "No, it's me one day, you the next." As they bickered, the two of them wrestled their way to a corner of the common room. Harry nudged Ron with his shoulder. How could Professor Holmes possibly choose those two as class representatives and not assign them any homework? Ron shrugged, expressing his disappointment. "I suspect it has something to do with an incident from the past, but I was too young at the time to grasp its significance. Percy must have been bribed by them, and he wouldn't tell me." Smack! Hermione tapped Ron and Harry on the head with her book, discontentedly stating, "Professor Holmes certainly has his reasons. Now, get back to your studies." In the Dark Arts Defense Office, Douglas hurriedly clutched the prepared proposal and made his way to Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, had been serving under Dumbledore even before he became the headmaster. Their roles were distinctly defined, as Dumbledore often held titles in various international magical organizations and frequently attended meetings abroad. Consequently, internal matters at Hogwarts were typically managed by Professor McGonagall. It was a classic case of the male figure in the public sphere and the female figure managing domestic affairs. Professor McGonagall's office was not far, located between the second and third floors, and Douglas could quickly reach it if he happened to catch a moving staircase at the right moment. When Professor McGonagall, deeply engrossed in reading a document, noticed Douglas approaching, a rare smile graced her face. Douglas, I must say, you truly possess an affinity for teaching. I have heard whispers. Just moments ago, Percy was updating me, stating that ever since attending your class, the younger students have taken to reciting their textbooks in the common room, while the older students, aside from visiting the library for assignments, congregate around the younger ones, revisiting the material they have previously learned. This is Percy's first encounter with such a cacophony, leaving him uncertain about how to address it. Douglas, with a smile, walked directly to the chair opposite Professor McGonagall and sat down, elucidating. I have always believed that books encapsulate the experiences of those who came before us. It is only by internalizing these lessons that one can swiftly discover the path closest to success with minimal cost and time during their own practice. I do not wish for my students to, on some future occasion, arrive at a method for countering dark magic through their own bloodshed, only to find it had been previously mentioned in their textbooks. Regrettably, such wisdom is not something every child can conceive or comprehend. Thus, as an educator, my current task is to ensure they firmly commit this knowledge to memory. One day, through their own practice, they will naturally assimilate this information. Upon hearing Douglas articulate his understanding of education, Professor McGonagall set down her quill, her hands clasped thoughtfully on the table as she contemplated his words. I have indeed encountered the scenario you describe throughout my many years of teaching, whether it be during my lectures, when a lack of familiarity with the textbook content slows the class's progress, or when some older students, after extensive research into Transfiguration, realize they have been revisiting previously covered material. However, I personally believe this approach does not necessarily lend itself well to the study of magic. You must understand that magic itself is an extension of thought. To confine it within rigid knowledge would significantly hinder their development of new magical practices. Douglas comprehended the essence of Professor McGonagall's words. Hogwarts values practical teaching and fosters students' hands-on abilities. As it stands, aside from Douglas, the classrooms of other professors are adorned with an array of teaching tools. The focus in class is primarily on practical application, with the theoretical knowledge from textbooks serving merely as supplementary understanding. Essentially, the process is predominantly guided by the instructor. Yet, this raises a concern. Many students exhibit varying degrees of specialization. Furthermore, their grasp of foundational theoretical knowledge is not particularly solid. Much of it is merely superficial, resulting in a modern magical community where many practitioners approach magic with a lackadaisical attitude. Only upon entering the workforce do they recognize such shortcomings, prompting them to revisit the knowledge they once overlooked in their textbooks. Of course, Douglas does not deny the existence of issues within Hogwarts educational methodology. Rather, he asserts that while practical teaching is embraced, a greater emphasis on theoretical knowledge is relegated to outside of class, relying solely on the students' intrinsic motivation to master the content of their textbooks. However, they are merely children around the age of 10. How much self-discipline can one expect from the majority of them? Simultaneously, the theoretical knowledge is precisely what the OWL's examinations will encompass. In summary, Douglas has set his sights on the students' extracurricular time. Chapter 23, The Representatives' Special Session. It is essential to note that Hogwarts students' class hours extend from 8:30 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, excluding the evening astronomy lessons. Due to the scarcity of teachers, students do not have classes throughout the entire day. From the outset, Hogwarts was not designed for a laissez-faire educational approach, considering the presence of numerous vacant classrooms. However, as the number of teachers dwindled, the duration of students' classes had to be reduced. Douglas had contemplated this issue early on, which is why he selected class representatives from various houses and year groups for his lessons. His intention was not solely to ease his own teaching experience, but also to organize more concentrated study sessions for students in light of the limited teaching resources, rather than relying on their self-motivation to study in the common room. Once students become accustomed to reciting their textbooks, it would not be unreasonable to schedule early morning reading sessions. Douglas felt that starting classes at 8:30 was still a bit too late. By reallocating some of the early reading and study periods, he stood to gain considerably. After all, an increase in classes would yield more points for him. Currently, the system had yet to reveal anything extraordinary, but he was confident that as his points accumulated, it would unlock further content within the system. However, such considerations were premature, given that it was only the first day of school. The advantages of his teaching methods over the traditional Hogwarts approach had yet to manifest. He could only proceed gradually. Douglas handed the documents in his possession to Professor McGonagall, thereby concluding the previous topic. Professor McGonagall accepted Douglas's papers and examined the names inscribed upon them. This is acceptable. The school has many vacant classrooms available for you to choose as practical teaching spaces. Douglas remained silent, gesturing for Professor McGonagall to continue reviewing. As her expression grew increasingly serious, Douglas awkwardly rubbed his nose. Douglas, your idea is indeed commendable, and as the principal course instructor, you possess the authority to pursue it. In fact, Hogwarts did employ such teaching methods long ago, though the associated dangers during that period were notably high. Initially, there were far too many injured students, leading to the intervention of the Ministry of Magic, which rendered the school's curriculum relatively safe. However, how do you intend to ensure the student's safety? Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze fell upon Douglas, imbued with a mixture of admiration and regret. Douglas nodded in agreement with Professor McGonagall's perspective. Thus, he leaned closer and spoke in hushed tones. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow and used the papers in her hands to push Douglas's head away. There is no one else here. Why this secrecy? Douglas cleared his throat awkwardly. I merely wish to prevent any leaks, so the students do not prepare too early. After the two concluded their discussion, as Douglas just arrived at his office and prepared himself a cup of tea, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Come in, he called out, and soon 6 students, all representatives he had assigned for the day, entered in an orderly fashion. Good evening, Professor. They greeted him in unison. Douglas poured 6 cups of tea and gestured for them to take a seat. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy a cup of tea before I assign you your tasks. Shirley, the Ravenclaw representative for the 5th year, along with the twins and Hermione, confidently pulled out chairs and settled down. Meanwhile, Valentine, the Hufflepuff representative for the 3rd year, hesitated for a moment before inviting the first-year newcomer, Mats, to sit beside him. Douglas presented what he believed to be a gentle smile, retrieving 2 stacks of parchment from his desk and handing them over. Miss Shirley, Mr. Weasley, your task is to grade the exam papers of your classmates from today. The answers are in the adjacent room. Can you manage that? As soon as he finished speaking, Shirley accepted the stack of papers for her class. Upon seeing the first paper filled with correct answers, she nodded earnestly. No problem, Professor. In truth, even without Douglas's instruction, a few memory-adept Ravenclaw students had already begun transcribing the questions from the papers in search of the correct answers. George and Fred exchanged pained glances. Professor, I foresee difficulties ahead. Isn't this encroaching on our leisure time? Douglas disregarded their protests, directly placing the exam papers in their hands. Time flows like the waters of the Black Lake. There is always enough. Do your best. I have faith in you, he encouraged with a chuckle. The Weasley twins slumped slightly, sharing a resigned smile as they accepted the papers, murmuring to one another. Noticing Douglas's gaze upon her, Hermione produced a prepared parchment. Professor, here is my completed assignment. I would appreciate your feedback. Thus far, 3 students had managed to memorize their texts, while others were rehearsing in the common room. I have been urging these 3 to focus on their assignments, she added. Douglas looked at Hermione in surprise, not expecting her to be able to keep the most boisterous Gryffindors diligently studying in the common room. Beside them, Valentine, the Hufflepuff representative, cast a glance at Hermione, recognizing her as the famed know-it-all of Hogwarts, and was not surprised by her capability. A sigh escaped his lips as he contemplated his own classmates. This left Mats, the first-year representative, feeling even more embarrassed as he lowered his head. He had not yet memorized the text, and neither had any of his peers. Mats had not anticipated such academic rigor at Hogwarts, where some had already committed their text to memory on the very first day. Douglas took the 3rd-year textbook from Valentine and handed it to Hermione. Miss Granger, could you please listen to Mr. Weasley and Mr. Mats as they recite their texts? I will take a look at your assignment first. Mats, blushing, raised his hand and said, Professor Holmes, I have not yet memorized the first text. Douglas was not particularly surprised. He instructed Hermione and Weebo to recite by the desk first. Then he addressed Shio, saying, of course, this is not a punishment for you. If you wish to excel as a class representative, you must exert effort beyond what your peers are willing to invest. I have great faith in you. Shio nodded earnestly, replying, Professor, I will not disappoint you. In fact, I'm almost able to recite it. I just need a little more time, and I'm certain I will manage. Douglas gently patted the little fellow's head, encouraging, keep it up. For a moment, Douglas was reminded of the time he was called to the office by his language teacher to recite. Of course, back then, he was summoned as a struggling student. Sipping his tea, Douglas perused Hermione's essay, which was composed quite conventionally. He could tell that Hermione had put her heart into it. Chapter 24. Professor Holmes' first patrol time swiftly progressed to Wednesday. The atmosphere within the school had been unusually tense over the past couple of days. The anxiety typically felt by the 5th and 7th grades was palpable. Under the pressure of Douglas's unconventional curriculum, the students of Ravenclaw felt their status as scholars threatened by Gryffindor and Slytherin. It was evident during mealtime, as Gryffindor and Slytherin students could often be seen loudly reciting from their textbooks in the dining hall. After each line, they would glare at one another, as if reciting descriptions of boggarts, zombies, and vampires would summon these creatures to attack their rivals. Ravenclaw students, caught in the middle at their tables, would recite quietly from their own books while discreetly inquiring of their neighbors about their progress. When Gryffindor and Slytherin students made mistakes in their recitations, the Ravenclaw students would kindly offer corrections, leading to an awkward moment for the glaring students, who would glance at their texts before continuing their fervent recitations. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff students, sipping pumpkin juice, observed the spectacle while attempting to focus on their own books, ultimately ending up with their meals finished and little retained in memory. Fortunately, this scenario seemed confined to the younger grades. Students in the 4th and 5th years, who had yet to attend Douglas's classes, were quietly memorizing answers from the test questions circulating among Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Those who had already taken the exams were chuckling at the sight of their peers laboring to memorize the answers. Regardless of the relationships among the 4 houses, they were unwilling to divulge that Douglas had assigned different questions to each grade and house. When the overconfident students finally attempted to answer, they would discover that none of their memorized responses matched the questions. In response to the abnormal learning atmosphere currently prevailing in the school, the heads of houses refrained from intervening excessively. After all, academic competition was preferable to dueling with wands. They even contemplated whether their subjects could also benefit from such a method of learning, recognizing the importance of rote memorization of foundational knowledge. Meanwhile, Douglas had not been idle. The 7th graders were scheduled for defense against the dark arts on Friday. He had summoned them in advance, arranging for several empty classrooms to be transformed according to Douglas's specifications. The entirety of this modification remained confidential for students below the 7th grade. During this time, Professor McGonagall made a visit to inspect the arrangements, and once she confirmed that Douglas's directives were within a controllable range, she ceased to oversee his affairs. On Wednesday evening, after class, Douglas brought along a carefully prepared gift and arrived at Argus Filch's office, located behind the marble staircase in the hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by a musty, decaying odor. Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, was generally perceived as a cantankerous and unpleasant individual. However, he was remarkably dedicated to his duties as the castle's custodian. He also kept a cat named Mrs. Norris, who was his sole source of emotional solace. As someone who also cherished the company of cats, Douglas was uniquely the only student during his time at school who could elicit a degree of leniency from Filch. This rapport was meticulously cultivated by Douglas, a modern youth seasoned by the harsh realities of society. He understood that engaging with certain members of the lower strata often yielded extraordinary results. While others actively avoided Mrs. Norris's patrols, he sought her out, leveraging his experiences from the Muggle world and the advantages of Hogwarts kitchens. Gradually, he became the only student at Hogwarts who would receive preferential treatment if confined by Filch. Even when he found himself lost within the castle, a small fish treat would summon Mrs. Norris's amiable assistance. After Filch begrudgingly let Douglas in, he huffed in silence. Douglas, undeterred by any awkwardness, promptly unveiled his gift, a jar of catnip paste, which he presented to Mrs. Norris. My, Mrs. Norris, do you still remember me after all these years? Mrs. Norris sniffed and immediately began to lap up the offering with evident delight. Witnessing this scene, Filch could not maintain his stern demeanor. I had thought the illustrious Sherlock Holmes had forgotten about this humble caretaker, he remarked. Douglas gently took Mrs. Norris from Filch's arms, feeling slightly embarrassed as he explained. How could I forget? I've simply been quite busy since arriving at Hogwarts. These gifts were prepared back in the Muggle world. Hearing this, a hint of a smile crept onto Filch's face, albeit with an air of strangeness. Professor McGonagall has instructed me that today marks Professor Holmes's first day patrolling the school, so I must first guide him through the patrol routes and inform him of the few troublesome students to be wary of. It took 2 hours for Douglas to traverse the castle's patrol path amidst Filch's incessant chatter. He also mentioned several secret passages within the castle, after which Filch, cradling a cat, proceeded to patrol his designated route. Observing Filch's retreating figure, Douglas couldn't help but chuckle resignedly. In truth, Douglas was already aware of what Filch had disclosed. As a precognitive time traveler, how could he not be cognizant of the renowned Marauders map? He had procured it from Filch's office back in his 2nd year. It must be said that the Marauders map is an exceptionally powerful magical artifact. It wasn't until he was nearing graduation in his 6th year that he fully grasped some of its underlying principles, subsequently managing to erase his own presence from the map, a rather challenging feat. Late in the evening, around 10 o'clock, George and Fred Weasley, avoiding their studious brother Percy, stealthily made their way through the fat lady's portrait, embodying the collective spirit of their fellow Gryffindor fourth years. They cautiously approached a corner on the 8th floor, distance from the headmaster's office. George produced a piece of parchment from his robes and sighed in relief, exclaiming, "I nearly revealed this map just now." Fred, whispering a spell with his wand, muttered, "Lumos." He then lamented, "Ah, it's all Professor Snape's fault. Our nocturnal escapade almost fell through." With his wand pointed at the parchment, George intoned, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." As soon as he uttered these words, the previously blank parchment began to reveal ink lines, materializing into a map of Hogwarts, with the names of everyone within the castle appearing upon it. Fred and George scrutinized the positions of each individual carefully. Dumbledore was in the headmaster's office, Mrs. Norris was on the 3rd floor, and Filch was on the 1st. Peeves was in the abandoned girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor. Oh my goodness, Peeves is truly formidable. We wouldn't dare enter the girls' lavatory. Our mothers would have our heads. At that moment, George suddenly noticed something and began to search the map intently. "Fred, who is patrolling tonight? There are no professors' names indicated at any of these patrol points." Fred shook his head. "Brother, we've been so busy lately that we've lost track. Good heavens, we're slipping." George also wore a look of regret, but soon resumed his cheerful search on the map. We are indeed on the move. Now, let us see where our cunning Professor Snape is. As long as he isn't in those classrooms, we have a chance to act. Unbeknownst to the Weasley twins, mere inches away, in the same shadowy corner, stood Douglas, awkwardly caught in a moment of unintended eavesdropping. He swore he had not deliberately used the disillusionment charm to spy. It was merely coincidental that he had intended to revisit a certain location on the 8th floor. However, upon arriving, he had heard the sudden sound of 2 stealthy footsteps echoing through the empty corridor. Douglas swore to the heavens that it was merely a reflex, a subconscious act. As he instinctively cast the disillusionment charm and swiftly concealed himself within the nearest shadow. It was only upon his realization that he was no longer a nocturnal student, but rather a patrolling professor, that he noticed the twin brothers had already taken refuge in his hiding spot. Clearly, as one of Hogwarts' foremost night wanderers, their discernment remained keen. When Douglas observed the twins retrieving the Marauders' map, he felt little surprise. Akin to the choices made by the original Marauders, he too had opted to bequeath this gift to the students who followed after his graduation. Had it not been for Douglas overhearing the duo discussing the classroom arrangements for the 7th-year students, he might have remained oblivious. Good heavens! The map revealed no sign of Professor Flitwick. Surely, he must have left the school. Could this be a fortuitous opportunity? George and Fred exchanged enthusiastic high fives, exclaiming, "I wager those classrooms must pertain to our practical exams. If we inadvertently wander into the wrong classroom, it surely does not constitute peeking at exam questions, does it? Oh, Fred, what are you babbling about? Exam questions? We are merely lost lambs." At this juncture, Douglas felt it imperative, as a patrolling professor, to offer a word of caution. Just as George and Fred prepared to depart, a voice echoed softly nearby. "I believe you ought to consider explaining to me why you are still wandering the castle corridors at such a late hour." Upon hearing that familiar voice, George and Fred exchanged startled glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and trepidation. However, rather than bowing their heads in contrition as Douglas had anticipated, they released 2 small spheres from their sleeves and dashed off in opposite directions down the corridor. The moment the spheres struck the ground, Douglas sensed impending trouble. In a mere fraction of a second, he executed a flawless silent reparo, restoring the 2 spheres to their original state. Observing the fleeing Weasley twins, a smirk of disdain crept across Douglas's face. "Oof, such trivial tricks, daring to flaunt their skills before me. Today, I shall make them aware of the true power of the great and mighty spells." Quickly, he augmented the 2 spheres with additional enchantments, and soon they soared into the air, darting towards the paths taken by the twins. It was an easy trap to set. The professors at Hogwarts had an unspoken understanding. Unless one was apprehended on the spot, it was considered a testament to one's cunning, and one would typically not face detention merely for suspicion. Indeed, no student had ever managed to flee upon being discovered by a professor. As for the Weasley twins, they usually evaded capture during their nocturnal escapades. Even Argus Filch, who prided himself on knowing the school's secret passages intimately, seldom caught them in the act, especially after they acquired the Marauders' map. Today was merely an unfortunate exception. Their audacity to run stemmed partly from their relationship with Douglas, and, more so, from their apprehension that he might inform their mother of their antics. They were well acquainted with the various hiding spots and secret passages within Hogwarts, leading them to believe they could surely evade capture. Regrettably, Having spent years contending with the non-magical Argus Filch, they had forgotten that magic could indeed be employed to apprehend them. As the two made their way towards the nearest passage to the 5th floor, a pair of muffled explosions echoed through the air, though the sound was not particularly loud. Filch, whose acute hearing had always served him well, detected the disturbance from the 1st floor and, with a furious expression, hurriedly clutched the Lady of Loris and dove into a nearby passage. "My dear, this time we shall certainly catch them in the act." The Weasley twins, who had been sprinting, were struck by despair upon hearing the explosion. They gazed helplessly as a visually striking cloud of yellow-brown smoke enveloped them. In a moment of sheer desperation, they extended their hands across the staircase, crying out the last vestiges of their innocence. "George! George! Oh, my Fred!" They were all too aware of the potency of the dung bombs they had crafted. As the noxious gas spread, their bodies became coated in the vile substance, rendering them reluctant to retrieve their wands. What deepened their despair further was the sight of someone emerging from the passage not far from them, a figure who had always harbored animosity towards them. They had no doubt that if caught, they would be confined in a dark cellar, subjected to the daily torment of a whip. As Douglas approached the Weasley twins at a leisurely pace, he felt compelled to cast a bubblehead charm, wrinkling his brow in confusion at Filch, who was closer to the twins, yet displayed an inexplicably ecstatic demeanor. In contrast to the frenzied Filch, the Lady of Loris exhibited a level of intelligence uncommon among cats. She nimbly leapt from Filch's arms, carefully circumventing the despairing twins, and landed directly on Douglas's shoulder. "Oh, dear Loris, you've grown plumper since we last met," Douglas remarked, feeling the weight settle upon him, and he instinctively cast a bubblehead charm for her as well. Filch, brandishing a wax lamp, incessantly shone its light upon the twins' faces, muttering to himself as he reveled in their expressions of hopelessness. The Weasley twins, realizing their retreat was blocked by Filch while Douglas loomed ahead, resigned themselves to their fate. It was their first defeat since their 2nd year. Observing the maniacal glint in Filch's eyes, Douglas could not help but feel a twinge of concern for this man who had devoted over 20 years to the defense of Hogwarts. Chapter 26, The Disappointed Mr. Filch Douglas, stroking the Lady of Loris on his shoulder, addressed Filch. "Mr. Filch, allow me to handle these two." Filch, with a peculiar grin fixed upon his face, stared at the twins and replied without lifting his gaze. "No, Professor Holmes, your simplicity and kindness render you oblivious to the troublesome nature of these two little rascals. Allow me to handle the situation. I shall ensure they remember this lesson. Trust me, haha." Douglas furrowed his brow at the sight of Filch's demeanor. He then glanced at the twins, whose faces were etched with despair, yet gazed at Douglas with hopeful eyes. He found it utterly perplexing what mischief the twins could have possibly committed over the years to provoke such treatment from Filch. It is worth noting that even during his time at school, the most notorious individuals had not garnered such attention from Filch. For the well-being of all three, Douglas felt compelled to assertively state, "Mr. Filch, I believe you should understand that these two are under my jurisdiction. As a professor at this institution, my authority regarding their punishment supersedes yours." Ignoring Filch's mournful gaze, he addressed the twins directly. "George Weasley, Fred Weasley, in light of your violation of school regulations by venturing out of the common room at this hour and attempting to assault a professor when discovered by the patrolling staff, I am compelled to impose a penalty in accordance with school policy. Each of you shall forfeit 50 points from Gryffindor, and, subsequently, I will arrange for a 2-month confinement." Upon hearing Douglas's pronouncement, the Weasley twins emitted a wail of despair. "No, Professor McGonagall will kill us." At that moment, they truly regretted not aligning themselves with Filch, for while he was the castle's caretaker, he lacked the authority to deduct points. Each time he caught students in violation, he was required to report them to their head of house, who would then impose the penalties. As the twins' cries echoed, all the hourglass jewels of the 4 houses in the hall cascaded down, further diminishing Gryffindor's already scarce gems. Filch glowered at the twins, yet he was aware that the castle's regulations place professors above caretakers in terms of authority. Should a professor be present, a caretaker was deemed unqualified to administer student discipline. Nevertheless, Mr. Filch felt a sense of satisfaction. The two little rascals who had plagued him for so long had finally received their comeuppance. Observing the twins, now smeared with a vile substance, and the nearby corridor similarly sullied, Douglas had no choice but to wave his wand and employ a cleaning charm to restore order. The twins, witnessing Douglas's actions, seized the opportunity to gulp down fresh air, having nearly suffocated moments before. Douglas handed over Mrs. Norris to Filch, apologizing. "Mr. Filch, I must attend to these two students. I entrust the remainder of the patrol to you. Felch reluctantly accepted Mrs. Norris from Douglas's hands, replying with a hint of bitterness. Professor Holmes, there have been other professors who have punished these two rascals before, yet they remain incorrigible. I dare say my methods may prove more effective. Should they continue to misbehave, I hope you will consider entrusting them to me for further discipline. After finishing his words, Douglas shot a fierce glare at the Weasley twins before reluctantly turning to leave. As he dispelled his bubblehead charm, he noticed the peculiar odor in the air had vanished. Observing the dejected expressions on the twins' faces, Douglas commanded, "Follow me." With a hint of reluctance, George inquired, "Professor, you wouldn't intend to hand us over to Professor McGonagall, would you?" Douglas scoffed. "Do you really think Professor McGonagall won't notice the missing credit funnel by tomorrow morning?" Fred nudged George and, with a sense of relief, remarked, "Fortunately, the term has just begun and no one's credits are particularly high yet. Otherwise, I imagine it wouldn't even take Professor McGonagall. Percy would tear us apart." George embraced Fred, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother. That is indeed splendid news." However, the two soon recalled Douglas's mention of 2 months of detention, and their faces involuntarily contorted into expressions of despair, knowing that the first term at Hogwarts lasts merely over 2 months. As Douglas led the way, the twins followed closely, their shoulders linked as they whispered to each other. "Did you hear Filch actually called Douglas pure and kind?" George asked. "Indeed, Fred, you heard correctly. I suspect that old curmudgeon has been deceived by the entire ruse." Douglas halted and gazed at the pair, surprised that they could still jest even in such dire circumstances. "I believe, Gentleman Weasley, that your detention requires an additional 2 weeks. To his astonishment, the twins wore expressions of indifference, seemingly unfazed by the suggestion. "Well, more debts do not weigh one down," they seemed to convey. Upon reaching the office, before Douglas could utter a word, the Weasley twins audaciously took their seats. Fred even casually plucked a candy from Douglas's dessert platter and popped it into his mouth. Noticing Douglas's incredulous gaze, George gallantly offered a toffee from his pocket, saying, "Professor, shall we make a trade?" Had Douglas not recalled the peculiar skill points of the Weasley twins from the original text, he might have been swayed by their theatrical performance. Nonetheless, he accepted the toffee and set it aside, choosing not to expose their little ruse. "Show me." Douglas raised an eyebrow, looking at the two. After exchanging glances, George and Fred stepped back. Fred still had remnants of the snack in his mouth. Douglas, with a hint of camaraderie, regarded them and said, "The Marauder's map. Why the silence now? Have you never encountered such inept night wanderers?" Fred retorted, "I have never seen such an incompetent professor patrolling with the disillusionment charm." Despite their complaints, the die was cast, and George obediently handed over the Marauder's map, hoping the professor remained oblivious to its secrets. However, thinking otherwise was futile. Having called it by name, it was clear Douglas had been watching them all along. Upon receiving the Marauder's map and observing the twins' disgruntled expressions, Douglas scoffed once more. "I'm aware of your thoughts. It is not that I have been spying on you the entire time, but rather that you two foolish individuals have chosen to conceal yourselves right beside my designated spot. By the way, this object ought to have been nestled within the confines of the restricted items cabinet." Upon hearing this, George and Fred were initially taken aback, only to subsequently express their camaraderie towards Douglas. "Professor, are you a blunt instrument or a pointed fork? Or perhaps a wormtail, moon face?" The two were overwhelmed with excitement, for it was largely due to the existence of the Marauder's map that they had managed to evade capture by Filch over the past 2 years. Douglas shook his head and remarked, "I look forward to the next generation of inheritors discovering him." Chapter 27. An old friend on the Marauder's map. At this juncture, Douglas cast a disappointed glance at the two, his tone tinged with regret as he lamented, "It is unfortunate. I had not anticipated that its next inheritor would be so easily captured." George and Fred turned crimson. They were indifferent to their poor grades and mischievous antics. Yet the fact that Douglas asserted their level of mischief was subpar, leaving them unable to refute his claim, was a source of profound distress. Douglas chuckled, crossing his legs, devoid of the demeanor one would expect from a serious educator. "Now, let us return to the matter at hand. From now on, you are to report to me every evening for confinement. The task is quite simple. You must memorize all the textbooks on defense against the dark arts for your 4th year." Upon hearing this, the twins exhibited expressions of despair. This was not mere confinement, but a veritable sentence. Douglas rapped the table, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Do not be so quick to despair. You have 2.5 months. This task cannot possibly be as simple as it appears. In truth, I do not require you to recite. You merely need to transcribe the contents of the textbooks from memory. You may end your confinement when you have completed the transcription. After absorbing this information, the twins felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and implore the heavens for mercy. They deeply regretted not having insisted that Filch take them away earlier. They would rather scrub toilets for a month than engage in this memorization, let alone transcribing. George, with a voice tinged with grievance, implored, "Professor, we have Quidditch practice." Considering Professor McGonagall's emphasis on Quidditch, Douglas softened his stance, saying, "Very well, on days when you have Quidditch practice, you may be excused from your studies here." George and Fred simultaneously exhaled in relief, grateful that their final source of enjoyment had not been stripped away. As they approached the door, Douglas instructed, "I will inform Professor McGonagall tomorrow morning, and you shall begin your confinement here from then on. However, should you allow yourselves to be captured again while possessing the Marauder's map, you shall no longer be deemed worthy of its possession." With grim expressions, the Weasley twins exited Douglas's office. The moment they stepped out, they seemed to transform entirely. "Fred, I believe our Quidditch training has been rather insufficient. If we continue in this manner, it will be all too easy for Slytherin to triumph over us." "Oh, dear George, I find your perspective exceedingly valid. I think we ought to have a serious discussion with Wood. We must intensify our training." In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Douglas opened the Marauder's map. First, he located Harry Potter's name within Gryffindor Tower. Then, beside his name, he noticed two overlapping names, Ron Weasley and Peter Pettigrew. A smirk crept upon Douglas's lips at the sight of the familiar name. "Ah, Wormtail, it has been quite some time." Douglas gathered all the 7th-year students enrolled in the Defense Against the Dark Arts course and proceeded to the 4th-floor classroom designated for practical sessions. This year's male student council president was Slytherin's Mario Nate, who proudly introduced Douglas to their accomplishments for the week. "Professor Holmes, this room is the assessment classroom currently utilized by the 3rd and 4th years. Aside from a few hexes, the remaining elements consist of commonly encountered dark creatures, which are presently maintained by Ravenclaw's Ruth Bunyell and Ezekiel Clark." Ruth stepped forward, meticulously detailing the traps and spells she had established, along with various magical creatures, including a boggart, a redcap, a snidget, a grindylow, and a kappa. These creatures were provided by Douglas, who had sought the assistance of his esteemed professor, Sylvanus Kettleburn, and the well-connected Mr. Slane. Naturally, there were also more advanced, sentient beings that could not enter Hogwarts, such as werewolves and vampires. The entire classroom, separated by magic, provided each creature with a habitat suited to its existence. Douglas nodded in satisfaction. "Bunyell and Mr. Clark, please prepare a report on this practical base." Next, they ventured to the 5th-year practical classroom, which served as a veritable repository of dark magic, though not of the lethal kind. It comprised the dark spells that the 4th and 5th years had studied, testing the 5th-year students' understanding of dark magic. This included various curses, jinxes, and hexes. The assessment for the 5th-year students was straightforward. They were to dispel and evade these dark spells. Of course, the Slytherin students were not permitted to whimsically introduce spells. Rather, the curriculum was tailored based on the assessments from previous years of defense against the dark arts. Following this, they arrived at the 6th-year practical classroom. Upon entering, the space transformed into a cavernous lake, shrouded in an eerie ambience. The transparent lake revealed the faint outlines of several corpses lurking beneath its surface. On the opposite shore, a third of the land was enveloped in a cold, ominous mist. In summary, Douglas was thoroughly pleased with all the arrangements. Certainly, after class, the system expressed considerable satisfaction with the lesson. Particularly in the area of assignment completion, it awarded a commendable score of 9. Douglas's decision to assign 7th-grade students certain tasks was merely to gauge their grasp of the material, especially given the lack of depth in the teaching of defense against the dark arts in recent years. At present, the students' understanding of the knowledge imparted appears quite commendable. Some may perceive Douglas as making a mountain out of a molehill, questioning why there's a need to revisit previously covered material. However, the unique nature of the defense against the dark arts curriculum often means that the essential content is not fully assimilated by the students. He recalled that during their OWL's examination, there was a student who could not even perform the levitation charm from their first year. There was even another student whose use of the Lumos charm resulted in a flickering light that truly twinkled. During the 7th grade examinations, a significant number of students were unable to cast the shield charm, which is part of the 5th grade syllabus. Since Douglas aspires to remain in this position, he cannot afford to be complacent. Following the completion of the 7th grade curriculum, the 4th-year classes for Gryffindor would commence. George and Fred, the class representatives, had already received a note from Douglas and were leading their classmates to the practical classroom on the 4th floor. It was evident that their enthusiasm was rather low. as their peers regarded them with sympathetic eyes. After all, the twins had boisterously informed their classmates the previous night of their intent to investigate the content of the upcoming practical exam in advance. Yet, who could have anticipated that they would be thwarted before their mission even began? Not only did they fail to uncover any information, but their Marauder's map was also confiscated. Upon returning to the dormitory, aside from enduring the ridicule they deserved, they relayed the events to their fellow students, particularly regarding the punishment of being confined and required to transcribe the textbook. They sought to elicit sympathy from their classmates, hoping for some assistance. Percy, upon hearing this, merely scoffed. Ginny, filled with compassion, offered to share her saved sweets with her unfortunate brothers. Ron, reveling in their misfortune, remarked that he had long suspected his twin brothers would find themselves in dire straits under Professor Flitwick's tutelage, prompting the Weasley twins to chase him around the common room in exasperation. Wood, upon hearing of the twins' plight, gallantly pledged to request more Quidditch training sessions from Professor McGonagall. As for the Weasley twins, whether intentionally or not, they neglected to inform others of the points deducted by Douglas. The time had now arrived this morning, during breakfast. As all the students in the hall noticed, the once bountiful Gryffindor hourglass had, overnight, become completely empty. The Gryffindor students were initially unfazed, as the emptying of the hourglass is a recurring event each academic year. They simply did not expect it to occur so early this year. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione, visibly frustrated, turned to Harry and Ron and said, "Humph, the points within the funnel are predominantly those I earned in class. They exhibit not an ounce of remorse." Upon hearing Hermione's words, Ron nearly spewed his pumpkin juice. "Goodness, Hermione, do you truly expect George and Fred to feel guilt?" Harry whispered, "In truth, I believe Professor Holmes' punishment is rather severe, copying the textbook." "Hermione, that must be quite a challenge for you." Hermione swallowed her sandwich and retorted disdainfully, "Humph. Professor Holmes granted them over 2 months. For me, it would likely take only a week. Writing is simply exhausting." She cautiously evaded Percy's incessant chatter. At that moment, a wave of laughter erupted from the Slytherin table. Marcus Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, rose and declared loudly, "You have no idea." The renowned twin beaters of Gryffindor were struck by dung bombs. "Huh. It seems the Gryffindor team has begun to decline ever since the illustrious savior Harry Potter joined. Do not doubt me. This is fresh news I heard from Mr. Filch last night." George and Fred, incensed, stood up, first glaring at the Slytherin table before turning to Filch, who was observing the scene from the staircase while petting a cat. The entire hall recognized from the Weasley twins' expressions that this incident was not mere Slytherin fabrication. However, they were more astonished that it was not the Weasley twins who had played a prank on others. Which brave soul had dared to prank them? It was evident Filch was not the culprit. A multitude of curious eyes were fixated on the irate twins. The Gryffindor students appeared equally astonished. Yet, they quickly recalled the twins' encounter with Professor Holmes the previous night. Could have been Professor Holmes? A glance around revealed no sign of him, rendering any verification impossible. Amid the astonishment, the Weasley twins, in perfect synchrony, swiftly drew their wands. Subsequently, spells of red and white were cast towards Flint. Tongue-tying curse. Itching charm. As the spell struck Flint, he first felt as though his mouth were glued shut, followed by an overwhelming itchiness. He yearned to laugh to alleviate the sensation, yet no sound escaped his lips. The other Slytherin students, having sensed the twin spellcasting, reacted, but alas, they were a moment too late. They raised their wands towards Gryffindor. Yet the Ravenclaw students in between necessitated a pause in their assault to avoid creating more adversaries. The cunning Slytherins were well-versed in calculating their gains and losses. The entirety of Gryffindor's students, undeterred, also drew their wands. Observing the brewing tension, students from the other 2 houses hastily grabbed food from the table and sought refuge. A grand confrontation loomed on the horizon. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed through the hall. "What are you all doing? Cease this at once." The crowd turned to see Professor McGonagall standing on the staircase, her demeanor reminiscent of an irate lioness, radiating fury. Beside her stood a breathless Filch. Even the bravest of Gryffindors would falter in the presence of an enraged Professor McGonagall, and the Weasley twins were no exception. Clearly, McGonagall had no intention of letting them off lightly. "Mr. Weasley, you'll stand right there." The command startled Ron, who was leading the charge. Ultimately, McGonagall addressed them, George and Fred. At this juncture, the elegantly robed Snape arrived, his expression darkening as he surveyed the scene, noting that only a single Slytherin lay on the ground. With a swift motion, he cast a freezing spell on Flint, who trembled uncontrollably and murmured, "Professor, the Gryffindors played unfairly and ambushed me when I was not vigilant." Snape shot him a disdainful glare, calling him a fool, before striding over to McGonagall, who was chastising the unruly Weasley twins. You display remarkable bravery, sneaking out at night, assaulting a professor, deducting points from the house. My goodness, I could scarcely believe it when I awoke this morning to the news from Professor Flitwick, committing such a grave error. Your first act of the day was to engage in a brawl. 50 points from Gryffindor. I shall inform Professor Flitwick, and I will add another condition to your detention. In addition to the textbook for defense against the dark arts, you shall also transcribe the textbook for transfiguration. This must be completed within this term. Professor Snape raised an eyebrow in surprise at the unexpected punishment. The task of transcribing textbooks seemed far more arduous than cleaning the innards of 100 frogs in his classroom. Observing the pallor on the Weasley twins' faces, he mused that this form of punishment would be far more distressing for them. Thus, he added in a low voice, and let us not forget the potions textbook, which also must be completed this term. I find this punishment to be quite commendable. After all, Professor McGonagall had already imposed a penalty. He felt no need to intervene further. Moreover, he genuinely believed the punishment to be fitting. Snape harbored a dislike for Douglas, primarily due to the latter's incessant flippancy during potions class. Not only did he misuse cauldrons as ordinary cookware, but he also frequently pilfered ingredients under the guise of preparing material for their lessons, such as bullfrogs, pig hearts, and dog lungs. On one occasion, Douglas even allowed a cauldron to boil dry, leaving only a residue, claiming he wished to see if he could transform a potion into an elixir. Snape had no knowledge of what an elixir entailed. He only recognized that Douglas was ill-suited for the study of potions. Chapter 29. A challenging practical examination. When George and Fred arrived at the classroom door on the 4th floor with their classmates with a sorrowful expression, George handed a note to Professor Douglas. This is from Professor McGonagall, he said. Upon reading it, Douglas's lips twitched slightly. What a talent. He recalled how, after each of George's missteps, he would assign him the task of collecting manure specifically meant for fertilizing magical plants. Yet here were the Weasley twins having erred just last night, daring to cause trouble once more, simultaneously offending 3 professors. Truly remarkable. Douglas tucked away the note, indicating his understanding, and instructed all students to line up in a long queue in the corridor. This spectacle caught the attention of Slytherin students nearby, who were preparing for their charms class. However, alas, no one dared to skip Professor Flitwick's lesson. As class time approached, everyone hurried into the classroom. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Douglas began his address. Students, do not be anxious. The content of today's class is quite simple. We shall summarize what you have learned over the past 3 years. I have selected several dark magical creatures that are likely to appear in the upcoming OWL's examination. Your primary task is to utilize your acquired knowledge to defeat or subdue them. How does that sound? Quite simple, isn't it? A chuckle escaped him, but the students exchanged glances. They had nearly forgotten the material from the previous 3 years. The multitude of dark creatures studied was overwhelming. How could they possibly remember them all? They had initially thought that the practical examination would merely require them to use previously learned spells. Little did they anticipate that it would necessitate employing the appropriate spells at the right moments. As they murmured quietly among themselves in the corridor, Douglas paid them no mind and called out, Mr. George Weasley, as the class representative, you shall go in first. One of the twins promptly pushed the other forward. George, the professor wants you to go in first. The one being pushed exclaimed, Oh dear George, how could you? Professor, I am Fred. He is George. To be honest, Douglas could hardly distinguish which was which. Mr. Weasley, if you find this amusing, I propose we add an additional detention to your charms class, Douglas said. With the charms classroom being so close, he figured Professor Flitwick would not refuse his suggestion. Douglas began to suspect that his disciplinary measures might have been a tad too stringent, prompting the twins to resort to antics. Ultimately, under Douglas's veiled threat, George stepped forward, raised his wand, and cautiously entered the classroom. Douglas instructed the other students to wait outside as he followed him in. Upon entering, they were greeted by a small pond, which must be crossed to advance to the next challenge. The pond was approximately 2 meters deep. As long as he swam across safely, he would be fine. George peered into the pond, noticing what appeared to be an abundance of aquatic plants beneath the murky water, obscuring his vision. He hesitated, glancing at Douglas before returning his gaze to the lake before him. Ultimately, he slowly waded into the water. Douglas, however, fixated on a certain spot in the pond, where a creature with pointed little horns and a sickly green hue was making faces at him and George, continually flexing its slender claws. This peculiar being, reminiscent of the legendary water monkey, was a Grindylow. The Grindylow in the pond was one that Douglas had captured from the Black Lake. Strictly speaking, it was not particularly dangerous, provided one remained sufficiently composed. It typically attacked those who ventured too close, using its elongated claws to drag them beneath the water. However, unlike the water ghosts of Chinese folklore, it was tangible. As long as one maintained their composure when ensnared underwater, a forceful stomp on its head could lead to liberation. George, crouched by the pond's edge, sensed no immediate threat and thus boldly paddled forward. The robe soaked in water made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable, and he yearned to reach the opposite bank swiftly, intending to dry himself off with magic. Soon, however, he began to feel an unsettling change. The faster he paddled, the more he perceived an inexplicable resistance from the water, akin to being mired in a swamp. Drawing upon his years of experience with pranks, he quickly deduced that a swamp-like enchantment had indeed been cast in the pond. The larger his movements, the more easily he would become ensnared. A slight smile played at the corners of George's mouth as he surreptitiously raised his middle finger at Douglas beneath the water. When he slowed his motions, the resistance from the water diminished significantly. Just as he felt a swell of pride, he realized that something seemed to have gripped his ankle. A sudden tension gripped his heart, and instinctively, he quickened his paddling. Immediately, the effects of the swamp curse manifested, compounded by the considerable strength of whatever had seized him. In no time, George found himself dragged beneath the surface by the Grindylow. Douglas observed a flurry of bubbles emerging from the water's surface and shook his head. This child was anything but calm. Through the water, he could see George underwater, pulling out his wand and aiming it at the Grindylow. However, as he opened his mouth, a stream of bubbles escaped to the surface. Finally, in a desperate flurry of kicks, exacerbated by his oxygen deprivation, George inadvertently struck the Grindylow on the head. The pain compelled the Grindylow to release its grip. Yet, George's frantic movements only deepened his entrapment in the water, which had turned swamp-like around him. Noticing that only 3 minutes had passed, Douglas sighed and waved his wand. A nearby rope, as if endowed with its own consciousness, flew into the water, ensnaring the visibly exhausted George and swiftly pulling him back to the surface. Once ashore, George collapsed beside Douglas, coughing violently. With a gentle flick of his wand, Douglas dried George's thoroughly soaked garments in an instant. Immediately thereafter, Douglas produced a vial filled with a dark liquid from his pocket and handed it to George. After pinching his nose and swallowing it, George soon ceased his coughing, looking up at Douglas with a face full of innocence and grievance. "Professor, isn't this exceedingly perilous?" Douglas shot him a disapproving glance before ushering him through the door. The classroom and its exterior felt like two disparate realms. Chapter 30, The Challenging Examination, Part 2. When those outside the classroom noticed George emerging so swiftly after merely 3 minutes inside, they began to murmur among themselves. George isn't cut out for this. Indeed, that was rather quick. Just 3 minutes. Could the exam questions be too simplistic? Look at his expression. It's evident he didn't pass the first hurdle and was ejected. Douglas clapped his hands to silence the crowd and addressed George. "Mr. Weasley, why don't you share your experiences and insights with your fellow classmates?" George stared at Douglas in surprise, perplexed as he inquired, "Professor, didn't you say this was an examination?" Douglas adjusted his demeanor, sighed, and replied, "It is indeed an examination, but not one that jeopardizes your lives. I encourage you to share the lessons learned from your failures or successes with your peers. After all, my intention is to assess your abilities, not to have you expend all your energy on this alone." In truth, Douglas had not contemplated preventing those who took the exam first from disclosing the questions to those who followed. On one hand, such a situation was impossible to regulate. On the other, he hoped this test would prompt those students who struggled with spells related to defense against the dark arts over the past 3 years to proactively relearn those incantations. Reviewing material is not inherently challenging. The difficulty lies in targeted revision. Furthermore, he desired for everyone to progress swiftly, as this would enhance his classroom evaluations. George recounted the challenges he faced to the group, igniting a flurry of discussion among his classmates. "This is exceedingly difficult. The swamp spell and the Grindylow are both present. I have an idea. What about the disappearing spell?" Another suggested. "I believe the disappearing spell could work, erasing the lake's water entirely. But how do we traverse that large pit? Isn't there stone and aquatic vegetation in the pit? We could use the transfiguration spell to conjure a ladder." George, listening to his classmates' suggestions, felt a pang of frustration, lamenting why he hadn't thought of those solutions himself. Douglas listened as their ideas grew increasingly far-fetched, with some even proposing the use of the freezing spell and the petrification spell. While he found these methods somewhat viable, he questioned whether the students had ever considered whether their magical prowess could sustain the execution of such spells. The disappearing spell they proposed would likely only lower the water surface by a mere centimeter, while the freezing spell would probably yield only a thin layer of ice. Douglas opted not to intervene until they encountered obstacles, at which point they would grasp the disparity between idealism and reality. A female student named Angelina Johnson, noticing Douglas's subtle smile, raised her hand and inquired, "Professor, I presume that the challenges you have set hold a certain significance, rather than merely testing our understanding of grindlows." Douglas gazed at the tall girl before him, her long black hair fashioned into an intricate braid. With his scant memory of the original text, he recalled that this young lady, named Angelina, was likely the girlfriend of one of the twins. He had perused her profile and noted that she was a seeker for Gryffindor. Douglas felt a sense of satisfaction with Angelina's inquiry. Truly, as a Quidditch player, she possessed a greater reverence for the rules of the game than the average student. After all, only victories achieved within the confines of the rules can be deemed as genuine triumphs. Miss Johnson's question was indeed profound. When a wizard enters an unfamiliar environment, the foremost task is to remain composed. It is only with a calm mind that one can effectively confront the perils of the unknown. Clearly, after hearing George's account, he did not consider this aspect. At that moment, many began to realize that, based on George's description, the first challenge was not particularly difficult and could even be surmounted without the use of any spells. Simply maintaining a serene demeanor would prevent the swamp curse from being triggered. Upon discovering that the key to the first challenge was so straightforward, the crowd eagerly prepared to take on the challenge. Simultaneously, some mocked George for being defeated by such a simple task in merely 3 minutes. Ideals may be grand, yet reality is often stark. Unfortunately, they fell prey to the deception of the third challenge, where the red cap ambushed them. Angelina and Lee Jordan succumbed to the second challenge involving the underdeveloped troll. Regrettably, during a crucial moment, Lee Jordan failed to successfully cast his levitation spell, leading to their defeat in the second challenge. Angelina, on the other hand, was overwhelmed by the troll's repugnant odor, which caused her to vomit, rendering her incapable of focusing on the troll. The remaining students faltered in the first challenge, proving unable to maintain their composure when ensnared by the grindlow's grasp in the water. As class time drew to a close, they remained exhilarated. Douglas gathered all the enthusiastic students. "Dear classmates, the outcomes of this practical lesson have been quite commendable. However, it is unfortunate that the content pertains to the lower years. We cannot continually monopolize classroom time for assessments here. Therefore, starting next weekend, I will arrange for 2 7th-year students to open the classroom from 7 in the morning until 11. Under their supervision, you may come for assessments at your convenience." Douglas's announcement elicited a chorus of astonished gasps from the students. Just as their spirits soared, Douglas interjected with a less delightful revelation. "Regarding the practical examination, I expect each of you to submit an assignment exceeding 2 feet in length within a week. Is that agreeable?" The atmosphere instantly froze. Yet, suddenly recalling the vast array of practical assessments, one could easily accumulate 2 feet of material from the textbooks alone. The only ones likely to be discontent in this scenario would be the Weasley twins, who felt overwhelmed by the mountain of assignments piling up before them. Had they known of a distant melody resonating from the east, they would undoubtedly sing with exuberance. No mountain of homework can stifle you, for out spring 2 twins. George and Fred, your rarity is unparalleled. No matter how many detentions you face, you remain true to your twin essence. However, they soon cast their academic burdens aside, as their classmates gathered around, eager to hear tales of the upcoming challenges. Just as they began to share their stories, a sudden hush fell over the group. For a cohort of 4th-year Slytherins, fresh from their defense against the dark arts class, was approaching. The tension from the morning's events lingered, causing the students from both houses to exchange wary glances, their eyes slightly reddened. Though Douglas was unaware of the earlier breakfast incident, he had grown accustomed to the sight of Slytherins and Gryffindors encountering each other with such hostility, having witnessed it numerous times while following Bill. Thus, when Douglas stood among the Gryffindors and caught sight of the Slytherins before him, he instinctively drew his wand, prepared for a potential confrontation. This action startled students on both sides, momentarily easing the charged atmosphere. Chapter 31. Arrogance and Prejudice. The representatives of Slytherin's defense against the dark arts class, Cassius Warrington, and the Weasley twins from Gryffindor faced each other, although they were unsure of Douglas's intentions. The sight of him brandishing his wand clearly indicated that this was no friendly encounter. Consequently, the leaders of both groups forced uneasy smiles and began to exchange greetings. Fred spoke in the most congenial tone he could muster. "Hello, Mr. Warrington. Are you heading to class? What a coincidence, we just finished ours." Cassius Warrington managed a strained smile. Indeed. What a coincidence. The professor just praised you Weasley brothers in class. George exclaimed in surprise. Oh, really? What did Professor Flitwick say about us? As his words hung in the air, a few snickers erupted from the Slytherin ranks, darkening the Weasley twins' expressions. They were certain that the usually affable and fair Professor Flitwick had not uttered kind words about them this time. Noticing the twins' reaction, Warrington raised an eyebrow in a provocative manner. Ultimately, out of respect for Professor Flitwick, though perhaps more so out of deference to the wand he wielded, the Slytherins and Gryffindors managed to avoid a conflict. Both groups huffed in annoyance, then parted ways. The Slytherins, too, entered their practical examination with their representatives leading the way. Perhaps due to the view of the Black Lake afforded by the Slytherin common room. As soon as they entered the classroom and stood by the pond, Warrington quickly spotted a Grindylow lurking beneath the surface. To Douglas's astonishment, Warrington first cast a bubblehead charm upon himself before cautiously entering the water. This charm, typically taught only in the 6th grade charms class, appeared rather fragile to Douglas, as if it could shatter at any moment. Nonetheless, for a student just entering the 4th grade, this feat was commendable. Perhaps it was the newfound confidence instilled by the charm, along with his prior awareness of Grindylows, that allowed him to swiftly navigate the first challenge. However, during the second challenge, while battling a troll, his confidence, possibly bolstered by self-taught advanced spells, led him to unleash a barrage of spells such as the Petrificus Totalis, Stupefy, and Shatter. Regrettably, his aim was woefully inaccurate. Most of his spells were evaded by the troll or absorbed by its robust physique. Just as the troll seemed to relax, Warrington appeared poised to deliver a decisive blow. At that precise moment, the bubblehead charm atop his head unexpectedly burst, releasing a foul stench that overwhelmed him, making him feel as though his head might explode. Unprepared, he doubled over, clutching his stomach and retching. Douglas was equally taken aback by such an unusual turn of events. The point of failure was indeed peculiar. It was destined to be a hectic day for the creatures in the 4th grade practice classroom. Unsurprisingly, the most unfortunate was the Grindylow from the first challenge, as the 7th grade student tasked with overseeing the classroom had to replace it with a spare, allowing the original to rest. By lunchtime, the news of the 4th grade practical lessons had spread wildly throughout the school, inciting envy among the younger students. Their excitement surged, especially when they realized that many of the dark magical creatures encountered in the 4th grade practical were indeed part of their textbooks. They eagerly discussed whether mastering their textbooks would grant them the opportunity to challenge those dark creatures. In contrast to the younger students, the upperclassmen were even more fervent. If the 4th grade practical was so thrilling, how much more enriching would the 5th grade practical be? The 6th grade students enrolled in defense against the dark arts trembled with trepidation. If Professor Holmes could bring so many creatures from their textbooks into the classroom, might their own textbook content also be featured? Yet, they felt their understanding of zombies was rather superficial. They flocked to the library, searching for books related to the undead. Those who had not chosen defense against the dark arts were filled with envy, lamenting that had Professor Holmes been their instructor, their grades in the subject would surely have been far superior. Regardless of the chaos stirred by Douglas at Hogwarts, his classes continued in a meticulously organized manner. After completing the 4th grade lesson, Douglas glanced at the 2 assignments he had collected and rubbed his temples, pondering whether he had assigned the work to them or to himself. His gaze then fell upon the exuberant Neville, whose face was alight with excitement. He had heard Hermione report that Neville, in a bid not to hinder his peers, would rise at 6 each morning to commence his studies in the common room. Consequently, Douglas first bestowed Neville with an encouraging glance, followed by generously awarding Gryffindor an additional 20 points. As all the students looked on with eager anticipation, hoping that Douglas would lead them in confronting the creatures of dark magic, he instead arranged for Hermione to guide them in reading the second piece twice. He then insisted upon the memorization of the entire text. Initially, a chorus of lamentations arose from the students, but under the diligent oversight of their representative, Miss Granger, they soon brimmed with enthusiasm. Remember, my fellow classmates, the professor has promised us that if we all master the text, he will conduct a practical lesson with us. Douglas felt quite pleased with Hermione's response. He sensed that this young lady possessed not only the intellect of a top scholar, but also the potential to be a politician. Douglas had a vague recollection from a past life that Hermione would enter the Ministry of Magic upon her graduation. Indeed, the adage holds true, the apple does not fall far from the tree. As the students recited their lines below, Douglas discreetly cast a spell upon himself to create a soundless environment. This enchantment, which he had invented, was intended to render the affected individual in a state of silence, akin to the effect of earplugs. Although he had always remembered a charm for blocking sound, He had scoured numerous records of spells without success in locating it. He had contemplated whether this charm might have been devised by the Half-Blood Prince, Severus Snape. However, to his dismay, his search through the old textbooks in the classroom's cabinet yielded no copy of advanced potion making. Inquiries with a 6th-year Hufflepuff student had revealed that the classrooms for the 6th and 7th years were separate from those of the lower years, as advanced potion studies typically required a longer duration. Douglas had initially planned to acquire that textbook quietly when he reached the 6th year, for it contained not only Snape's self-invented spells, but also a wealth of insights into potion making. Yet, he could not have anticipated that Snape would deny him the opportunity to choose advanced potion studies. How frustratingly arrogant. Douglas harbored a profound disdain for Snape. In Chapter 32, Beyond Magic, the physical attack, the students recited their lines aloud. Douglas diligently graded assignments from his vantage point. Upon comparison, he noted that aside from Hermione, who had submitted her work early, the other students were indeed quite literal, adhering strictly to the specified length. A few clever students even attempted to manipulate the margins and font size. How amusingly reminiscent of their school days. Douglas unhesitatingly awarded these few a grade of P. Upon closer examination of the content, it became evident that one could not harbor high expectations for second-year students, especially after Hermione had submitted her work, leaving them without a reference point. Their answers were, to put it bluntly, exceedingly mundane, particularly regarding the boggart, where responses were alarmingly uniform. Essentially, the content is largely an excerpt from the textbook. With half an hour remaining in the class, Douglas dispelled the incantation by his ear and instructed everyone to quiet down. Pausing their recitations, "Miss Granger, please record the grades for the assignment and distribute them. For those who received AP, kindly redo the assignment." As Hermione collected the assignments, a cacophony ensued among the students. Ron, with a look of concern, turned to Harry and asked, "Do you think my assignment might be AP?" Harry Potter grimaced, replying, "If yours is AP, then I suspect mine will be similarly lacking." Douglas rapped the desk with the textbook, commanding silence. "Let's first address some issues pertaining to your assignments. Mr. Longbottom, could you enlighten us on where you encountered the notion of inebriating a boggart with beer?" After posing the question, Douglas glanced at Neville, having noticed this particular answer while grading. To his surprise, Longbottom, with his prominent brows and earnest demeanor, exhibited such imaginative thinking. Embarrassed by the laughter of his peers, Neville stood up, crimson-faced. "Professor, this method was relayed to me by a cousin of mine. He once encountered a boggart that transformed into my grandmother. He then compelled the boggart, taking the form of her, to drink, ultimately inebriating it." Douglas shrugged, expressing regret, stating that a boggart only morphs into the deepest fears of an individual. Imagine who, in the face of terror, would invite it for a drink? Surely, your cousin must have employed a spell to transform the boggart into your grandmother, thus rendering it a drunkard. Observing Neville's defiance, Douglas was suddenly struck by an amusing thought. "Mr. Longbottom, in future practical classes, you will confront a boggart. I find your concept intriguing, and I shall certainly present you with my personal collection to experiment whether you can indeed inebriate a boggart." The 6th grade practical classroom is located in the basement, not far from Professor Snape's potions classroom. Regrettably, each time Douglas arrived, Professor Snape was diligently conducting his lessons, and the two had yet to cross paths. Upon reaching the entrance of the 6th grade practical class, Douglas found a dozen students already assembled. Noticing the parchment in their hands, and some even bearing books borrowed from the library on the subject of corpses, Douglas promptly collected the parchment and books. However, regarding the upcoming practical class, I believe you have already surmised the nature of it. Upon hearing Douglas's words, the students were relieved they had not been negligent with their assignments, having at least taken the content concerning corpses seriously. Before Douglas could take attendance, a student clad in Slytherin robes, Rodolphus Lestrange, stepped forward. "Professor, may I begin?" Douglas nodded and stepped aside, indicating that he could commence. Upon observing the iron lock hanging on the door, the crowd was taken aback, realizing that the first challenge was to unlock it. Rodolph Dólokhov smirked disdainfully and, raising his wand towards the lock, uttered "Alohomra." To his dismay, the lock showed no sign of response, while the faces of students from other houses displayed expressions akin to spectators enjoying a show. With a multitude of traps in the 4th-year curriculum, it was evident that the 6th-year lessons would be far from simple. Dolokhov's confidence began to wane as he repeatedly cast the unlocking spell at the door. Yet the formidable lock remained unyielding. At that moment, a student clad in Ravenclaw robes stepped forward. "Professor, since Dolokhov is unable to unlock it, may I get a try?" Andre scoffed. "Do you really think you are superior to me? Humph. I refuse to believe you can succeed." The Ravenclaw, named Andre, drew his wand and boldly proclaimed, "Open sesame." This incantation could shatter locks, albeit sometimes leaving a smoking hole in its wake. It was an older spell than Alhambra, known for its brutish nature, and thus had fallen out of favor. Regrettably, even this spell failed to budge the door. Ignoring Dolikov's mocking laughter, Andre cast a bewildered glance at Douglas, who merely shrugged and offered an encouraging smile. At that moment, another Ravenclaw student suggested, why not attempt an even older unlocking charm? Steeling himself, Andre took a few steps back, focused his energy, and directed his wand at the door, shouting, "Open sesame." However, upon finishing the incantation, he found the door remained motionless. Dolikov, with a mocking tone, remarked, I thought you might possess some skill. Who knows if those spells were even yours to begin with?" Unfazed, another Ravenclaw retorted, "Humph. You know nothing. Open sesame is an ancient unlocking charm, even older than open the door." Utterly ignorant, Dolikov, noticing Douglas watching them with keen interest, fell silent. The others, hearing that even the ancient unlocking charm had proven ineffective, pondered what other means could possibly open the door. At that moment, a Muggle-born Gryffindor suddenly recalled something Douglas had mentioned to them during their 5th year. A glimmer of inspiration struck him as he glanced around, realizing there was nothing around to assist him. Hesitantly, he turned to Douglas and inquired, "Professor, may I borrow a book? I promise I won't open it, just need to use it." A satisfied smile crept across Douglas's face as he graciously handed over a book, pleased that someone had finally recognized his riddle. Others were equally oblivious to his intentions. The student named Oliver Wood from Gryffindor placed the book on the ground and then, wielding his wand, intoned, "Axe of Shadows, reappear." The textbook swiftly transformed into a colossal logging axe. Stephen, brimming with excitement, seized the axe from the ground and approached the grand door. In that moment, both Slytherin and Ravenclaw students wore expressions of disdain. How could one expect to unlock a door impervious to magic with a mere axe? Indeed, the Gryffindor students were known for their recklessness. However, to the astonishment of all, when it struck the door lock with the axe, a resounding crack echoed, and the lock fell away. Douglas led the applause, exclaiming, "Well done, Mr. Wood. 10 points to Gryffindor." Observing the incredulous expressions of others, Douglas added solemnly, "Indeed, you are all exceptional wizards of Hogwarts, accustomed to resolving every dilemma through magic." Similarly, when setting defensive traps, one instinctively considers counterspells. Yet, you have overlooked that beyond magical assaults, there exists the potential for physical confrontation. This may be a common oversight within the magical community, resorting to magic for every situation while forgetting that it is merely a tool. Chapter 33, Slytherin loses 50 points. Ultimately, it boils down to a matter of perspective. If one intends to become an ordinary wizard after graduation, there is no fault in such ambition. However, students who elect to study defense against the dark arts often gravitate towards perilous careers post-graduation. Sometimes, an alternative way of thinking can be a lifeline in critical moments. As Wood was the first to breach the door, he naturally entered the classroom first. Some students may have felt disgruntled, but said nothing. Upon entering, Wood noticed the door behind him suddenly close, plunging him into darkness. Douglas, who had entered alongside him, had also vanished. He hastily drew his wand and uttered, "Lumos." Illuminated by the spell, he discovered himself beside a lake. Glancing around, he realized that apart from where he stood, the surroundings were entirely submerged. Directing the wand's light towards the lake bed, he was horrified to behold a dozen corpses lying beneath the surface, causing his legs to weaken momentarily. He staggered backward. Inferi. The professor has indeed summoned Inferi. Simultaneously, a thrill coursed through him. The textbook had clearly outlined the weaknesses of Inferi, devoid of life, soul, and thought. They feared fire and light. Now, he contemplated how to entice the Inferi to surface. Scanning the area with his wand, Wood noticed a piece of rope extending across the lake. Summoning his courage, he grasped the rope and pulled swiftly, discovering that a small boat was navigating through the mist toward him. Simultaneously, as an exceptional Quidditch keeper, he discovered that when the boat began to move, the spectral entities lurking at the lake's bottom slowly swam towards him. Wood felt a mix of astonishment and delight. With his wand in one hand and a rope in the other, he readied himself for an immediate offensive. Soon, he spotted the nearest specter leaping out of the water. Reacting with agility, Wood swiftly discarded the rope. With a flourish of his wand, he cried out, "Inferno!" Instantly, a powerful blaze erupted from his wand, surging towards the lake's surface in an attempt to create a protective ring of fire. However, Mr. Wood seemingly overlooked the fact that, aside from a few formidable fire spells, all other flames would succumb to the natural restraints of the environment. For instance, when he instinctively directed the flames towards the lake, aside from the unfortunate rope igniting. The other areas emitted a series of hissing sounds before the fire extinguished. At that moment, a seventh-year student, discreetly observing from the shadows, jotted down another note. Douglas, who was accompanying him, watched as would quickly realize the need to cast the fire spell once more, this time directly aimed at the specters. Yet, sensing the impending flames, the spectral entities promptly dove beneath the surface. With a soft sigh, he thought to himself, "Thank goodness he is in his 6th year. Had he been in 7th, I would have certainly recommended his retention. In the absence of potent magical support, one should adapt their spell choices to the situation at hand." The Slytherin 7th-year student disdainfully glanced at Wood and proudly proclaimed, "I learned a family heirloom fire spell from my father, perfectly suited for such occasions. Ordinary wizarding families lack the privilege of private tutelage that our pure-blood lineage enjoys." Douglas shot him a cold glare, retorting, "The conflagration charm is hardly a commendable family tradition. The last individual who attempted to wield it as such ended up with their entire family perishing in flames." Douglas's words caused the Slytherin student's expression to falter. After successfully repelling 2 waves of the spectral entities, Wood's challenge ultimately concluded in failure. Douglas unceremoniously granted him AP. Once the scene was restored, he instructed the students to recharge the specters and bring in a new challenger. In truth, the spectral entities at the lake's bottom were not genuine specters, but rather illusions crafted by Douglas using transfiguration and a blend of mixed spells. He had contemplated bringing in a real specter to provide the students with a true spectacle. However, Professor McGonagall firmly opposed the introduction of such dangerous and inhumane entities into Hogwarts. Dealing with these false specters was, in fact, quite simple. One merely needed to employ an oversized Lumos spell to illuminate the entire lake surface, thereby preventing the specters from surfacing. Regrettably, the wizarding community's habitual approach to magic often carries an inertia or perhaps a legacy. When confronted with specters, the majority instinctively resorted to more aggressive and comforting fire spells, frequently neglecting the fact that specters are creatures that fear the light. After Wood's departure, he refrained from disclosing the true circumstances within to everyone. Whoever secures the first place shall be appointed as the class representative. Although he believed that, as the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he was already quite occupied and had no time to assume the role of a class representative, he still hoped that a representative would emerge from his own house. Each student entered the room naively casting the flame charm. One named Dolohov even unleashed an uncontrollable fiend fire. Fortunately, Douglas reacted swiftly, casting a spell that extinguished the fiend fire. Observing Dolohov's hair scorched into tight curls by his own reckless spell, Douglas unhesitatingly deducted 50 points from Slytherin. He ordered Dolohov to write a 5-foot-long confession to be submitted to his head of house, Professor Snape, and to copy the Hogwarts rules 200 times. "Dolohov, I hope you comprehend the magnitude of your mistake. This is all for your own good. If the fiend fire had not been contained, it would have resulted in far greater devastation than merely this classroom. Countless students at Hogwarts could have perished in flames." Do not display such disdainful expressions. Remember, there were several 7th-year Slytherins present in the classroom besides myself. As Douglas regarded the audacious individual before him, the fear evident in Dolohov's eyes revealed that he had finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The out-of-control fiend fire had genuinely terrified the other 7th-year students. Bullying has perpetually existed at Hogwarts, particularly rampant within Slytherin, where bloodlines, year groups, and prowess serve as justifications for their cruelty. Douglas had no intention of involving himself unduly, nor did he perceive any significant deterrent his status as a young professor of Muggle descent might hold over Slytherin, unless he resorted to violence. Soon, class was dismissed. The Gryffindor students departed the dungeon corridor, shoulder to shoulder. Just as Douglas prepared to leave, he noticed Professor Snape standing coldly to one side of the corridor, observing him. Douglas rubbed his nose. Upon seeing a colleague, it was only courteous to extend a friendly greeting. "Greetings, Professor Snape. I haven't seen you much this week. How have you been?" Snape cast a glance at Douglas without uttering a word, then turned coldly to Dolohov, who still lingered at the 6th-year doorway. "Mr. Dolohov, do I need to summon you over?" Douglas, observing from his side, couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Now, this was the authoritative demeanor a teacher should possess. When Dolohov, trembling, approached and stood obediently before Snape, the latter scoffed and addressed Douglas. "Professor Holmes, I heard your earlier arrangements. 50 points. Quite fitting." Upon hearing Snape's tone, Douglas felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Was Snape preparing to defend his student? Chapter 34. All for the sake of education. Snape stood at the corner, half of his form concealed in shadow, exuding an air of foreboding. This compelled Douglas to heighten his vigilance, especially since Snape had long regarded him with disdain, though previously he had refrained from expressing it due to Douglas's status as a student. Now, however, they were both adults, and Douglas had effectively usurped the position in defense against the dark arts that Snape coveted most ardently. A grave thought suddenly struck Douglas. If he were truly to lift the curse on this position at the end of the academic year, would it not mean that Professor Snape would forever be deprived of the opportunity to attain this role? A chuckle escaped him at the notion. Observing the peculiar expression on Douglas's face, Snape appeared to struggle against a burgeoning smile, his gaunt visage darkening further. "Do not be polite, Professor," Douglas remarked with a hint of mockery. "You are aware that employing such a level of dark magic, even in a classroom setting, contravenes school regulations. Strictly speaking, expulsion would be warranted." Snape cast a cold glance at Dolohov, his voice dripping with disdain. "I would prefer his expulsion." The moment those words left his lips, Dolohov's body trembled more violently. Heaven knows, ever since Slytherin lost the House Cup after 7 consecutive victories last semester, Snape had unwittingly found himself diminished in Professor McGonagall's eyes. Each point for Slytherin was hard-won, yet this fool had deducted 50 points in one fell swoop. The more Snape pondered, the more incensed he became, snapping at Dolohov. "What are you still doing here? Do you wish for me to transcribe the school rules for you?" Terrified, Dolohov fled in haste. Snape's thin lips curled into a sardonic smile as he turned to Douglas, stating, "Follow me." Douglas, bewildered yet compliant, trailed behind Professor Snape. Upon entering a classroom, the door clicked shut behind them. Douglas was taken aback by the sight before him. He surveyed Snape with his greasy black hair, hooked nose, and sallow complexion, then glanced around the pristine potions classroom. Snape revealed his impatience, exclaiming, "Humph, do not overthink it. I merely believe this better illustrates the rigor and precision of potion making. I brought you here for no other reason than to demonstrate that the wizarding world is not inferior to the Muggle realm." Douglas remained silent, having already surmised the professor's intention in bringing him here. If he wished to show the differences between his potion classroom and the laboratories of the Muggle world, he could have simply stated it outright, rather than feigning concern for his well-being. Coughing lightly, Douglas added, "After all, I am currently the only professor at Hogwarts who has studied at a Muggle university." He feigned an air of authority as he surveyed the classroom. Noticing the graduated beakers on the desk, he was quite astonished. After all, each potion recipe is akin to a culinary guide, often filled with subjective terminology, lacking in rigor. Thankfully, Snape had never been one to adhere rigidly to convention, even during his own schooling. The inquiry into certain content within textbooks, alongside personal amendments, clearly illustrates his profound obsession with the art of potion making. It is precisely this fervor that has inspired such transformations. After all, for the wizarding community, adopting certain behavioral norms from the Muggle world occasionally demands a degree of courage, particularly for one from Slytherin. Douglas surveyed the room and, with a hint of confusion, posed a question. "Professor Snape, have you not established a safety management system for the potions classroom or something of that nature?" Snape replied in a dry tone. "A safety management system for the potions classroom? Yes, indeed, I have formulated one. Well, yes." Upon hearing Snape's tone, Douglas immediately discerned that the matter had been of little concern to him. Upholding the principle of education, Douglas earnestly suggested, "Professor, the book I gifted you contains relevant protocols. Most can be directly utilized, and you may refine them based on your years of teaching experience to better suit the potions classroom." Snape scoffed dismissively, remarking, "What use is it to organize such things? Each lesson, I remind them of the areas where mistakes should not occur, yet they still err." He shot a disdainful glance at Douglas, reflecting on the absurdity of the most unruly student in his potions class, now advocating for the establishment of potion-making regulations. Clearing his throat, Douglas spoke with gravity, "Professor, do you not often find yourself overwhelmed during lessons? Do you not feel irritable with your students? Are you not frequently discussed behind your back for being overly strict, stifling their breathing space?" Observing Snape's already sallow complexion darken further, Douglas hastily added, "Of course. They may not comprehend your intentions, and you may be indifferent to their opinions. However, with a classroom safety system in place, each rule could be memorized, relieving you of the burden of constant reminders, allowing them to understand their mistakes independently. Furthermore, I suggest you consider appointing an assistant during student operations to manage minor unforeseen incidents." Snape's tone shifted slightly, laden with skepticism. "Like you, assigning representatives everywhere? Huh. Do you think potion making is merely a matter of waving a wand?" Before Snape could finish his thought, Douglas, having anticipated his meaning, interjected, eager to avoid the professor's caustic remarks. Professor Snape, I must insist that you learn to utilize resources judiciously. An assistant need not be from the same class. 6th and 7th years, selecting potions are not confined to a single individual. Moreover, in advanced potion making, constant supervision is unnecessary. You might consider a rotational system, allowing each student to dedicate some time as an assistant in your class. This arrangement would also benefit them, as they will inevitably encounter emergencies while brewing potions in the future. With experience, they will not be flustered. One can also allow them to perceive, from an alternative perspective, how a cauldron of potions may sometimes meet its demise, thereby cultivating their wealth of experience. Upon hearing Douglas's elucidation, Snape slowly nodded in acknowledgement. When Douglas finished speaking, Snape bluntly remarked, Since when has the potions classroom permitted someone who has not studied advanced potion making to meddle? As he exited, he added, Close the door behind you. Douglas's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Snape would undermine him in such a manner. Was it that he lacked the desire to learn? Clearly, some were apprehensive of his potential to surpass them in the realm of potion making and sought to sabotage his efforts. Douglas felt unduly aggrieved, for he was indeed a professor himself. Yet what could he do? Among the faculty at Hogwarts, who was not a mentor to him for 5 to 7 years, he felt naturally subordinate. Douglas mused that once he had endured 5 or 6 years at Hogwarts and earned his credentials, he would surely address them as Albus, Severus, Minerva, Filius, and Pomona. However, he resolved to maintain a measure of respect for his own head of house and would refer to her as Professor Sprout. Chapter 35. The Hidden Talents of Hogwarts. Upon exiting the basement and observing the bustling crowd in the Great Hall, he noticed some students cheerfully greeting him, which instantly uplifted his spirits. Oh, how innocent these children are! He truly felt reluctant to inform them that their upcoming potions classes would entail yet another subject to memorize. He believed that if the students were aware that he was the catalyst for this change, they would certainly express their gratitude. As long as they adhered to the established rules and avoided errors, they could escape the sharp tongue of Professor Snape. This was not a whimsical decision on his part. Rather, it stemmed from a feature in the system regarding the end-of-year selection for the most beloved teacher among students. This evaluation was not based on student attitudes, but rather on the endorsement of his colleagues regarding his educational efforts. Upon returning to his office, Douglas opened the system panel and briefly reviewed the points he had earned through diligent effort over the week. Academic Excellence Cultivation System. Weekly class schedule, completed. Total points. Student satisfaction. Courses with a score above 920 classes, earning 40 points. 11 classes with a score of 69, earning 10 points. Assignment completion rate. Student progress. Classroom engagement. Douglas could hardly bear to look any further. The road ahead is long and arduous. What comes next? He needed to hasten his pace. For the sake of enabling the students of Hogwarts to become academic achievers, he must arrange early reading sessions, morning exercises, evening study halls, and so on. Everything for the children. Just as Douglas was deep in thought, a sudden knock echoed at the office door. After allowing the visitor to enter, he was surprised to find it was the Weasley twins. Professor, we've memorized the textbook. Indeed, Professor, we stayed up all night just to memorize it. Douglas examined the two, who appeared brimming with confidence. Then, he produced 2 thick notebooks, raising an eyebrow and stating, I never would have guessed that Hogwarts conceals 2 hidden talents. Now, proceed with your transcription. George and Fred exchanged puzzled glances. Are you a dragon? Are you a phoenix? They simultaneously shook their heads. Bang! Douglas slammed his hand on the table upon observing their furtive exchange. A professor should possess a certain demeanor. What are you staring at? Do you have words written on your faces? Hurry up and start transcribing. George and Fred exchanged glances again, blinking in realization. Why didn't we think of inscribing words on our faces? Nevertheless, they swiftly moved to Douglas's desk, each retrieving a quill from the penholder. Then, signaling George, they quickly swapped their ordinary quills for enchanted ones that could write automatically. These were borrowed from 2 classmates, with the assistance of an upperclassman who had input the content from their 4th-year textbooks. After the exchange, they shared a knowing smile and, grasping the enchanted quills, began to feign automatic writing. They pretended to feel fatigue in their hands, shaking their arms as if truly engrossed in their transcription. Yet, the quills continued to write incessantly. Douglas, seemingly oblivious, leisurely sipped his tea while grading 6th-grade assignments. Time ticked away. After a glance at the clock, Douglas set down his belongings and addressed the twins. Show me what you've transcribed. The Weasley twins, caught up in their act, responded to the sudden call, Of course, Professor. No problem, Professor. They exchanged a glance and giggled. swaggering over to Douglas's tea table to present their completed work. Douglas glanced at the content in the notebooks, a disdainful smile creeping onto his face. Fully aware that the twins were up to something, before he closed the two notebooks. Lifting his teacup to take a sip, he observed the still grinning Weasley twins. "What are you dawdling for? Get reciting. George, you start." "Ah." Observing their fidgeting demeanor, Douglas sneered. The automatic quills from the feather pen shop in Hogsmeade all produce a singular handwriting. Do I need to elaborate further? With years of experience using automatic quills, Douglas was well versed in the merits and shortcomings of all brands within the wizarding realm. The moment he laid eyes on the notebooks, he recognized the origin of the quills. Moreover, he did not believe the twins were genius memorists capable of committing their textbooks to memory overnight. What would that say about Hogwarts' most knowledgeable student? Yet, the Weasley twins remained oblivious. Their faces fell, casting a shadow over their spirits. They were not concerned about the homework itself, but rather anxious about the potential confiscation of their enchanted quills. The compensation will amount to a substantial sum. For such an item is not inexpensive. Otherwise, the two would not have resorted to borrowing from their classmates. Douglas seemed to have discerned their thoughts as he handed the notebook to them, stating, "Today, regardless of how late it may become, if you can memorize the material you transcribed, I shall not confiscate your quills. However, if you believe you still cannot recall it, the resolution is simple. I will seize your quills and instruct Percy to write to your mother." George and Fred were taken aback, hastily nodding in agreement, exclaiming, "We will memorize it, we promise. Please, do not inform our mother." "Yes, yes. Professor, could you perhaps mention this to Percy and dissuade him from constantly writing to her?" In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, at 2 a.m, Douglas was perusing a book while stifling yawns. When he noticed the Weasley twins gesturing tiredly, he released the silencing charm from his ears. "Have you memorized it?" he inquired. George and Fred nodded vigorously. Douglas retrieved the automatic answering quills they had brought and cast a spell upon them. "You may begin memorizing. These quills have been enchanted. They will record every word you recite, and should you err, they will automatically underline the mistakes." The twins were taken aback. Such functionality was indeed possible. In truth, automatic dictation was a fundamental feature of the answering quills, and these particular ones recorded the textbook's contents. Douglas had merely added a temporary annotation feature. Who hasn't he experienced the trials of student life? He mused, recalling the days when he and Bill had exploited the answering quills to their fullest potential. Chapter 36, Saturday. Pork stew with vermicelli. An hour later, the two finally managed to memorize everything they had previously written down, albeit with some difficulty. Douglas reviewed the content captured by the dictation quills and noted that the error rate was under 20%. Achieving such results in a mere 6 or 7 hours was commendable. He glanced at the time and transformed 2 chairs in the office into a bed, sparing himself the trouble of escorting them. After all, allowing 2 night owls to wander the halls of Hogwarts at 3 a.m. could lead to trouble. Should they be caught, they would undoubtedly claim it was the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor who permitted their late-night escapades. Douglas's circadian rhythm was firmly established. Though it was Saturday, he had risen an hour later than usual. Upon exiting his bedroom, he was surprised to find the Weasley twins sporting dark circles under their eyes, as if they had not slept at all. This unexpected sight led Douglas to wonder if the two had undergone a transformation, now dedicating themselves to late-night study. However, when he noticed the books they held, he could not suppress a smirk. As soon as George and Fred saw Douglas emerge, they chorused, "Good morning, Professor. Professor, good morning." They waved the books in their hands and inquired, "Professor, may we borrow these 2 sets of books for our perusal?" George, fearing Douglas's disapproval, hastily cast his gaze once more at the collection of books. "Professor, why is it that the volumes you possess, though titled identically, seem to differ in content from the set in Percy's hands? Yet, they are authored by the same individual, and the material is, in fact, far more captivating." Fred, with a mischievous grin, interjected, "Shall we speculate whether someone gifted Percy a counterfeit?" The two then lamented in unison, "Poor Percy." Douglas yawned and casually elucidated, "These sets of books exist in 2 versions, one for Muggles and the other for the Wizarding world. The Wizarding edition in Percy's possession was a gift from me, not some pirated copy." Upon hearing this, the twins' eyes sparkled with excitement. "Professor, could it be possible?" "Not at all. When your grades in Defense Against the Dark Arts reach an O, I shall bestow upon you a set." Fred, undeterred, inquired, "One for each of us?" Douglas smirked, aware of their ulterior motives. "If you dare to ask again, I shall give the book to Percy, and you may borrow it from him." Alarmed, the Weasley twins quickly plastered on smiles and hastily exited the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Once the twins departed, Douglas felt an unsettling sense that something remained undone. After surveying his surroundings, he suddenly slapped his forehead. The Marauder's map. Douglas lamented, realizing that last night, due to the twins' incessant chatter, he had forgotten his intention to scrutinize the map each evening. It was imperative to ascertain whether Lucius Malfoy had indeed delivered the diary to Hogwarts. Should it have been sent, he must devise a strategy to thwart any malevolent intentions at the most crucial moment and promptly inform Professor Dumbledore. Clearly, this matter would require his utmost attention henceforth. Having tidied up, he proceeded to jog around the castle's grounds as per his routine. Today was particularly noteworthy, as he spotted Hagrid approaching him with a yawn. As Hagrid drew near, he spoke in a tone that starkly contrasted with his imposing stature. "Good morning, Douglas. It has been a week since you last visited me." Douglas, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "Good morning, Hagrid. I had intended to come by this weekend and also check on the orchard and vegetable garden I cultivated." Upon hearing Douglas mention the garden, Hagrid excitedly patted Douglas on the shoulder with his large hand, causing Douglas to grit his teeth to suppress the pain. "Haha, that is precisely why I sought you out. Are you free this afternoon? I've just prepared this year as potato noodles, and I plan to slaughter a pig at noon. Come by later for some pork stew with noodles." The mere mention of pork stew made Douglas involuntarily swallow. The method of making potato noodles was one he had taught Hagrid, who had cleared a plot for planting potatoes specifically for this purpose. Thus, Douglas eagerly nodded. I have time. Rest assured, I shall arrive promptly this afternoon." Hagrid stifled a yawn. "That's splendid. I've also invited a few young wizards to join us for a meal. You know, Professor Dumbledore and the Centaurs have placed their trust in me. You are remarkably spirited, rising so early each morning to engage in those peculiar postures." Hagrid mumbled as he turned to leave. Hearing Hagrid's words, Douglas surveyed the castle. Observing the tranquil early morning scene, he couldn't help but click his tongue. "The early bird catches the worm," he mused. "What a fine morning it is. Yet a multitude of people remain asleep. There is hardly an academic atmosphere." Just then, he was roused by Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "George," still groggy, inquired, "What's the matter?" Fred, squinting as he peered out the window, noticed the pale pink and golden sky shrouded in a thin veil of mist. It was evident that dawn had only just broken. Fred abruptly seized the blanket, exclaiming in protest, "Oliver, it's barely dawn." George echoed his dismay. "Goodness, Oliver, how could you be so inconsiderate? It's the weekend. The weekend." With that, he buried his head beneath the covers, eager to return to slumber. Wood, undeterred, yanked the blankets from both of them, insisting, "Quidditch practice. Rise and shine. I said, rise and shine. This is part of our new training regimen. Quickly, grab your brooms and follow me. While the other teams have yet to commence their training, we must seize the opportunity to claim the top spot this year." George shook his head, yawning as he replied, "Oliver, if memory serves me correctly, not only is our fourth-year practical classroom open this morning, but the sixth-year practical classroom is as well. Are you certain you wish to forego your practical exam to practice Quidditch?" Fred, sounding equally groggy, added, "Oliver, I've heard you didn't subdue a single ghoul yesterday." Oliver Wood, visibly displeased, retorted, "Precisely because everyone else will be at their practical classrooms. We have the chance to surpass them. It's fine. We can attend tomorrow morning. Come on, mates." No more hesitation. "Let's meet at the pitch in a quarter of an hour. I still need to rouse others." With that, Wood hurriedly departed, awakened by the commotion. Lee Jordan remarked, Wood has always aspired to win the House Cup before graduation. Last year, he nearly succeeded, but alas, Harry Potter ended up in the hospital at a critical moment. Let us hope for success this year. Otherwise, next year, Wood will be even more relentless. Rest assured, if you haven't had enough sleep, I shall take care of that for you. No need to thank me. Chapter 37. Hermione, spicy phoenix talents? Where do all these phoenixes come from? That morning, Douglas found himself compelled to dedicate over 2 hours to writing. After all, he did not wish for Mr. Slane to send an owl to prompt him thrice daily. He then made his rounds to both practical classrooms, observing the lengthy queues in the corridors. The 7th grade students responsible for the practical class and the class representatives from various colleges managed to pull out some younger students and 5th graders attempting to sneak in. Alas, the Gryffindor representative was absent. The sight of those 5th graders, reluctantly standing there unwilling to leave, prompted Douglas to employ a sonorous charm. 5th graders, do not be anxious. Your practical classroom has long been arranged. What you must do now is to revisit and consolidate the knowledge and spells you learned in previous years. I would rather not have anyone fail to pass the first hurdle. The 5th graders' eyes brightened as they began discussing the exam points hinted at in Douglas's words. Douglas scanned the crowd, but did not spot Percy. TSK, that lad is remarkably busy. Besides attending classes on Thursdays, he seemed to have vanished. However, Douglas knew that Percy was among the few who had enrolled in 12 subjects and was a user of a time turner. Douglas held no interest in the time turner Percy possessed. Although he had not registered for 12 courses himself, Bill had. Yet, he had often taken advantage of Bill's time turner. During those times, he merely hid in the room of requirement, practicing spells. Magic related to time is inherently unstable, and a severe violation of temporal laws could lead to catastrophic consequences. It is worth noting that the Ministry of Magic conducts stringent assurance reviews when approving the use of time turners. The ministry has established countless laws surrounding the possession of time turners and imposes the harshest penalties for their misuse. Douglas certainly did not wish for any blunders on his part to land Bill in Azkaban. Furthermore, using a time turner does not alter history. You merely become a part of what has transpired in history. Perhaps that historical accident would turn out to be an unforeseen consequence created by his own hand. The past cannot be changed. Ahem, I digress. Douglas did not wait until the afternoon. At noon, he set off towards Hagrid's hut, bearing gifts. He had never paid much attention to the Forbidden Forest, but noticed a clearing where long strings of potato flour were drying in the shade. When he knocked on Hagrid's door, Hagrid greeted him with a beaming smile. Ah, Douglas, you have arrived. A matter has arisen here that requires your assistance. I am confident you can resolve it. With that, he stepped aside to let Douglas enter. Upon entering, Douglas realized he was not the first guest to arrive. He placed the gift on the table and noticed Harry and Hermione try and pull Ron closer to them in an effort to shield themselves from Douglas's view. They were keen to avoid letting their defense against the dark arts professor see them in such a disheveled state. However, he soon felt disappointed in Hagrid. Harry and Hermione awkwardly greeted, "Professor, good afternoon." Douglas was pulled before Ron, who was bowing his head, his face flushed, hiccuping while expelling snotty worms into a large copper basin. Douglas exclaimed, "Quickly, take a look at this child. He has been afflicted by his own magic. Regrettably, I possess no effective remedy." He then swatted away a large hunting dog, Yaya, who was wagging its tail and lunging toward Douglas. Douglas observed the snot worm curse. Once struck by this spell, the target will hiccup while expelling glistening snot worms, potentially accompanied by a side effect that causes a sallow complexion. Clearly, Ron, your complexion appears quite satisfactory. Hermione, standing nearby, expressed her concern. "Professor, I believe there is no alternative but to wait for him to stop on his own. I have encountered this spell in books. Even under the best conditions, it is a challenging incantation. Moreover, Ron is using a broken wand." Douglas smiled gently, and, with a flick of his wand, Ron soon discovered he was no longer hiccuping or expelling snotworms. Hermione looked at Douglas with admiration. Our Professor Holmes puffed up before the students and casually explained, "It is merely a silent counterspell to halt the incantation. The effect of this spell is to terminate any magical influence. It is indeed a very practical countermeasure, depending on the disparity between the spellcasters. You will learn this spell in your 4th year." Then, with a hint of regret, Douglas said to the delighted Ron, "Unfortunately, the snotworms expelled are not the kind with antennae. Those are materials for scabies remedy and are worth quite a bit." At that moment, Ron wore a face of regret, pondering why he hadn't expelled the snotworms with antennae, lamenting the suffering he had endured for no benefit. After tidying up the room, Douglas conjured a table by the fireplace and placed a large jar of spicy chicken feet upon it. Hagrid, feeling somewhat bashful, hurried to brew tea for everyone and exclaimed excitedly, "Aha, spicy chicken feet. Ever since you sent me some 2 years ago, I haven't had any. Although I know how to make them. As you know, they require a lot of effort." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the 3 children staring at Douglas in astonishment. Unlike Harry and Ron's surprise, Hermione, although astonished, appeared more puzzled and instinctively raised her hand to ask, "Phoenix?" A magical creature of the Ministry's classification. It is an exceptionally rare bird. Although phoenixes can be found in Egypt, India, and China, only 2 are known to be domesticated. One is Fawkes, Professor Dumbledore's companion, and the other is Spark, the phoenix mascot of the New Zealand Motutapu, Kiwis Quidditch team. I mean, how could there be so many phoenix claws? Are they perhaps from the Irish Phoenix? Before Hermione could finish her words, Douglas and Hagrid exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Observing the discontent on the young witch's face, they both endeavored to suppress their amusement. Hagrid quickly interjected, "It's not what you think. These are merely chicken feet. They come from the flock I raise behind my pumpkins, though they are certainly not the feet of those chickens." With that, Hagrid produced several clean bowls, placing them before the group, and poured the chicken feet from a jar into them. He then nonchalantly grabbed a few from his bowl and tossed them into his mouth. The spiciness of the pickled peppers was indeed far less intense than the extreme heat. Douglas picked up a chicken foot and similarly placed it into his mouth. These were boneless chicken feet, processed with magic to remove the bones, eliminating any need for spitting them out. He remarked, "Do you think everyone has taste buds as resilient as yours? Why don't you try the exceptionally spicy concoction I made for Fox?" Oomph. Upon hearing that it was spicier than the pickled peppers, the three young ones finally grabbed the chicken feet from their bowls and began to eat. Who knows what they endured last year? Invited by Hagrid for a barbecue, the extreme spiciness had sent Hermione rushing to Madame Pomfrey. Thankfully, Harry and Ron practiced chivalry, or they might have been the ones to face that ordeal. Consequently, they had remained cautious about unfamiliar foods ever since. As Hagrid continued to devour the chicken feet, he resumed his previous topic. Pointing at the cauldron suspended over the fire, he asked, "Now that you know here in Douglas's realm, chicken feet are referred to as phoenix feet. Can you guess what he calls the pig's trotters simmering in that pot?" He added, "Oh, right. Once the trotters are finished braising, we'll prepare some vegetables." The last remark was directed at Douglas. Ignoring Hagrid, Douglas grinned as he teased Yaya with a chicken foot. The three young ones pondered for a moment, and after swallowing what was in her mouth, Hermione said, "It seems that Professor Holmes names the dishes after magical creatures. Could be called the Tebow Warty Hog Trotter?" Harry and Ron, the two who seldom read, looked at Hermione with blank expressions. Hermione had to clarify. The Tebow Warty Hog, like the phoenix, is a magical creature of high caliber, possessing the ability to become invisible. Meanwhile, Douglas restrained Yaya's head, expressing his discontent. "The names I create for the dishes are meant to sound grand and impressive, not to deceive. This is simply an ordinary Yorkshire white pig." The latter part was directed at Hagrid. Hagrid, having just swallowed a handful of chicken feet, felt a sudden surge of spiciness rush to his throat, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Observing this, Hermione quickly stood up and handed him a teacup, helping to alleviate the heat in his throat. He then grumbled unhappily, cough, "Douglas, don't forget, when you were amusing Yaya, she was still a pup. It's not that she has grown weaker, it's that you have grown stronger, all right? I simply can't fathom why a wizard like you enjoys physical training so much." Chapter 38. The Lionhead Most Favored by Slytherin. Hagrid mysteriously addressed the crowd. "You would never guess. This dish is called One Hand Covers the Sky. He informed me that this dish was specially prepared for the Ministry of Magic." Douglas lightly cleared his throat. "Hagrid, you mustn't lead the children astray." In truth, Douglas had initially intended to present this dish to Dumbledore. However, he lamented the fact that the person before him was a staunch loyalist of Dumbledore. He believed that if he were to mention this dish was for Dumbledore, given Hagrid's formidable stature at the time, he would undoubtedly be sent crashing against the wall. Hagrid continued, "There is another dish, the name of which you would never guess. I must remind you, it is a favorite among Slytherins." Ron took a large gulp of water to alleviate the spiciness in his mouth, gasping, "I know this one. It's a type of meatball. George told me it's called Big Meatball. Slytherins adore this dish because their brains resemble giant meatballs." Harry furrowed his brow. "It seems that it has another name among Slytherins. The last time I passed their long table, I think I heard them mention it, but I couldn't quite catch it." Hagrid exclaimed with a hint of resentment. "Indeed, it is a delectable big meatball. However, it was originally named Lion's Head. Because of this title, there was a brawl between Gryffindor and Slytherin in the dining hall. Ultimately, it was under Professor McGonagall's intervention that the dish was renamed Big Meatball." After Hagrid finished speaking, he cast a wistful glance at Douglas. The other three little ones also turned their astonished gazes towards Douglas. Ron timidly inquired, "Professor, weren't you good friends with Bill? How did this name come about?" Douglas shrugged and replied helplessly, "I am merely a cook in the Muggle world. That dish is indeed called Lion's Head. Who would have thought Slytherin would be so enamored with it? Besides, I'm a Hufflepuff, not a Gryffindor." Douglas was quite exasperated. He had not given it much thought at the time. Initially, he had only prepared in the kitchen, meant solely for Hufflepuff consumption. However, he was caught off guard when one of the Hufflepuffs, enamored with a Slytherin girl, stealthily took the dish to impress his dream goddess. That was when Douglas lost his temper. The Lion's Head gained popularity, and thereafter, Douglas was penalized by Professor McGonagall for disrupting the unity within the house, tasked with preparing exclusive dishes for the professors for an entire month. That infatuated fool ultimately failed to win his goddess's heart and was subsequently ambushed by Gryffindors in the restroom after they caught wind of the incident. The trio observed Douglas as he concluded his tale, sitting there in a daze with suppressed laughter. A chill ran through them as they remembered that the individual before them was their defense against the dark arts teacher. Only Hagrid, blissfully oblivious, continued to wiggle his fingers. Upon regaining his composure, Douglas found the expressions of the little ones amusing, as if he were some great dark wizard. "By the way, Ron, I haven't asked you yet. Who were you intending to cast the snot slug curse upon?" only to be rebuffed. Douglas inquired. At that moment, Ron's face flushed a deep crimson. His teeth clenched in silence. Harry, caught between the impulse to laugh and the restraint of decorum, struggled with a chicken leg in his mouth, equally red-faced, unsure if it was from the spice or the embarrassment. Hermione, sticking out her tongue, interjected, "It was Malfoy. He insulted me," with a term referring to mudbloods. And Ron couldn't contain himself. She added, I had no idea what it meant, but it was clearly very rude. Ron, lifting his head, gasped. It's a vile slur that infuriated everyone. Mudblood is a derogatory term for those of Muggle descent. Some wizards, like the Malfoy family, believe they are superior because of their so-called pure bloodlines. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ron continued, Mudblood is truly an abhorrent term, implying a filthy, inferior lineage. Moreover, most wizards today are of mixed blood. If we didn't intermarry with Muggles, we would have long been extinct. Professor, you must severely punish that lot from Slytherin. Harry leaned closer to Ron, whispering, don't forget, Professor Flitwick is also of Muggle heritage. Suddenly, Hagrid slammed his hand on the table, glancing at Hermione before turning to Douglas. What you just mentioned reminds me of something, he said. Douglas shrugged, aware of Hagrid's impending recollection. Hagrid addressed the trio. What you experienced today reminds me of an incident from many years ago. I remember that Douglas and Bill dealt with a few Slytherin brats who had just exited the infirmary. Haha. Then, with pride, Hagrid said to Hermione, so, don't take it to heart. Just remember, the spells we haven't yet mastered, they haven't been invented yet. And look at Douglas, also from Muggle descent, yet exceptionally talented. Douglas certainly recalled that incident, where he nearly drove Professor Snape to madness. The situation was quite straightforward. After the recent inter-house battle, a few Slytherin students whom Douglas had escorted to the infirmary were disgruntled. Upon emerging, they hastily sought Douglas in the orchard to challenge him to a duel. Having just made a mistake, Douglas was not keen on committing another that might result in expulsion. However, the Slytherins were particularly unreasonable, hurling insults at Douglas, declaring him a mudblood, claiming he could only associate with dirt. While Douglas understood that mudblood was an offensive term, having grown up in a rural northern environment, the insults seemed pathetically weak. Indifferent to their taunts, he noticed Bill could not tolerate it any longer. Without hesitation, Bill unleashed a barrage of green spells. Witnessing this, Douglas drew his wand, joining forces with Bill. Professors McGonagall, Sprout, and Snape, alerted by the commotion, arrived to witness the unfolding scene. In the interest of fostering unity at Hogwarts and to quell the protective instincts of each house, a decision was made for each house to administer 30 strikes. The intention was to restore peace. Although the professors held a deep disdain for the term mudblood, particularly severe Snape, he could not afford to offend the pureblood families over such a word. After all, during his time as a student at Hogwarts, he had been a mere follower of Lucius Malfoy, and it was through Lucius's connections that he had infiltrated the circle of pureblood families. From everyone's perspective, administering 30 strikes was the best course of action. Those who resorted to insults were sent to the hospital wing and subjected to detention, while those who engaged in physical confrontation were similarly confined. The professors, witnessing that the situation had not deteriorated further, felt a sense of satisfaction. However, Douglas was not inclined to let the matter rest with those boys. As the professors prepared to leave, he unexpectedly posed a question. But you have not told me what a mudblood is. Why did Bill and the others react so angrily upon hearing that term? Why do the Slytherin students consider me a mudblood? Is it you, Professor Snape, who taught them what a mudblood is? Do you also believe I am a mudblood? Is it because I am of Muggle descent that I am labeled as such? Why have I never heard that term from students of other houses? Are mudbloods forbidden from befriending pureblood and half-blood wizards? Douglas maintained a calm demeanor, yet his words were incessantly fixated on the term mudblood. Bill, standing nearby, could distinctly sense a shift in the atmosphere. He cautiously tugged at the corner of Douglas's robe, urging him to cease. Professors McGonagall and Sprout felt tears welling in their eyes, perceiving an abundance of grievance and indignation in Douglas's voice. The two professors resolved on the spot that they would not permit these children to face any repercussions. They could not allow this boy to endure further injustice. However, before the two nurturing professors could speak, Professor Snape, growing increasingly pale amidst Douglas's repeated utterances of mudblood, exuded a powerful magical aura. His shoulder-length hair swirled chaotically behind him, and his robes billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. Professors McGonagall and Sprout, alarmed, drew their wands to shield Bill and Douglas. Yet, Snape did nothing more than bellow, "You must not utter those 3 words again." With that, without waiting for the other professors to respond, he dramatically swept his cloak and turned to depart. At that moment, Douglas felt an inexplicable force that rendered his voice abruptly silent. Subsequently, he learned that the Slytherins who had been sent to the hospital wing were compelled to drink the potions they had brewed themselves in their potions class on the very day they were released. Regrettably, their method of concoction had been flawed, resulting in the presence of a mysterious toxin in their potions. The pain was excruciating, and even Professor Snape, the master of potions, was unable to save them on site. They were promptly transported to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, where they would undergo a month-long rehabilitation treatment. Douglas wore a smile, genuinely mourning for them. Upon regaining his composure, his gaze fell upon Hagrid's hut. The crowd continued to offer various examples to console Hermione. Amidst the chorus of praises, Hermione felt her cheeks flush deeply. Douglas refrained from offering her consolation, believing she would not be overly concerned by it. This, of course, was influenced by the surrounding context. The true aversion to the term mudblood stemmed largely from Voldemort's first reign of terror. To be labeled a mudblood meant death, often the annihilation of entire families. The transformation of a mere derogatory term into a mark of death was the reason why individuals of all backgrounds loathed this word. During Voldemort's dominion, his proclaimed mantra was that those of Muggle heritage were shameless thieves, robbing wizards of their magic and snatching their wands. His followers, the Death Eaters, took it upon themselves to eradicate Muggle bloodlines, committing atrocities and massacres. Consequently, during that era, anyone branded a mudblood wrist becoming the next target of the Death Eaters. Although the fear associated with the term had somewhat faded since Voldemort's disappearance over a decade ago, the hatred for it remained, even among some peace-loving pureblood families. After all, in a wizarding world increasingly populated by those of Muggle descent, who among those who pride themselves on their pure lineage does not have a few friends of Muggle origin? If memory serves me correctly, in the original text, Lockhart was indeed ensnared by Ron's faulty wand. Ron noticed Douglas observing him with a peculiar gaze and awkwardly set down the chicken claw in his hand, chuckling nervously. This is quite delicious, to the point of being addictive. Huh, Professor, if you have something to say, please just come out with it. Your direct stare is rather unnerving. Clearing his throat, Douglas inquired, I hear your wand is broken. May I take a look? Ron instantly sighed with relief and hurriedly produced his wand. His face flushed as he handed it over. Upon inspecting the wand, Douglas could not help but scrutinize Ron once more. Goodness, a wand wrapped in tape. After unwrapping the tape, he beheld the nearly severed wand and found it difficult to fathom how Ron had endured using such a wand until the end of the term without any catastrophic mishaps. Ron, if I recall correctly, this appears to be Charlie's wand, is it not? 12 inches, made of ash, with a core of unicorn tail hair. Ron nodded, speaking softly. Yes, you're right. You are aware of our family's circumstances. Charlie's old wand, and Percy's hand-me-down. Professor, can you repair it? Douglas examined the wand closely and regretfully shook his head. A wand is an exceptionally intricate magical instrument. Regrettably, I am not able to repair it. However, I can attempt to use the restoration spell. He recalled from the original text that Harry had once used the Elder Wand to mend a broken wand. Conveniently, he possessed a wand that was not inferior to the Elder Wand, at least according to the words of Ollivander. As he drew forth the wand, Harry noticed that Douglas had surprisingly brought along 2 wands. Everyone's expressions were tense as they focused on Ron's wand. With a commanding voice, Douglas proclaimed, Restoration to its former state. As the luminous incantation enveloped the broken wand, it began to mend itself at a visibly rapid pace. Witnessing this scene, Ron's spirits soared, envisioning the next encounter with Malfoy, where he would surely unleash a snot-sucking curse upon him, allowing him to experience the sensation of retching as well. Just as everyone rejoiced for Ron and Douglas sighed in relief, an unexpected explosion erupted. The recently healed wand suddenly shattered on the table. Fortunately, Douglas reacted swiftly, casting a protective charm on the trio and himself just in time. Despite Hagrid's towering stature, he instinctively extended his massive arm to shield the large jar of spicy chicken feet on the table. Following the explosion, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Douglas, visibly embarrassed, glanced at his wand and then at the now obliterated wand, muttering under his breath, Ollivander, that old fraud. Chapter 40. The Peculiar Rules of the School. In that moment, Ron was at a loss for tears. He looked at the remnants of the wand on the table and then at Douglas. Struggling to hold back tears, he feigned indifference, saying, Professor, it's all right, it's not your fault. It was already unusable. Harry and Hermione were momentarily at a loss for how to console Ron. Douglas shrugged, speaking with a hint of resignation. Do not be disheartened. Since I am the one who rendered it utterly useless, I shall compensate you with another. Ron quickly waved his hands, insisting, No, it was already broken. Observing Ron's demeanor, Douglas firmly stated, Your attitude makes me feel quite disheartened. How can I face Bill and Charlie knowing that I shattered their brother's wand and left it in ruins? Moreover, the spell experiment inherently involves some wear and tear. That is entirely normal. Without your wand for my experiments, I would not have discerned the differences between this wand and that one. So, it is settled then. With that, Douglas exchanged a knowing glance with Harry and Hermione, who swiftly understood his intent and joined the effort to comfort Ron. Meanwhile, Hagrid stood to the side, blissfully consuming chicken feet while casting a cautious glance at the pink umbrella in the corner, regarding Douglas with a hint of disdain. Amidst Harry and Hermione's logical reasoning, Ron's stance finally began to soften. Douglas aptly remarked, "Ron, I once told Bill that I would gift every new first-year Weasley a present. Unfortunately, George, Fred, and you enter Hogwarts while I was absent. Consider this new wand as your entrance gift. Do keep this a secret from George and Fred, as I certainly did not intend to provide them with a supplementary gift." Upon hearing this, Ron, realizing that George and Fred were not included, beamed with joy and graciously accepted Douglas's offering, promising to keep it confidential from his brothers. With Ron's agreement, Douglas exhaled a sigh of relief. Bestowing such a gift had proven to be quite the endeavor. Although he had little interaction with Ron, Douglas was well aware, through the original text portrayal, that Ron possessed a strong sense of pride and sensitivity. This was not the sole reason, however. His knowledge of the Weasley family revealed that they were a clan well-versed in etiquette, necessitating careful consideration of the recipient's financial capacity when selecting a gift. A present within the Weasley family's means would be acceptable, but one of excessive value could induce discomfort and exacerbate their already strained circumstances. Thus, Douglas always chose an opportune moment to present gifts to the Weasley children. He also appreciated the hand-knit sweaters created by Mrs. Weasley, despite their divergence from his personal aesthetic. She was one of the two elders in his life who still remembered his birthday, the other being the director of the orphanage. Of course, the primary concern was not that the Weasley family could not afford a wand. Douglas had not required students to purchase his books this year, and the saved funds would suffice for a wand. He was willing to wager that Ron had not dared to inform his family that his wand had been broken by the Whomping Willow during that fateful flight, as the intimidation of the howling letter from the second day of school still lingered. With Douglas's assistance and a touch of disdain, he soon prepared a hearty pork stew with vermicelli, as Hagrid had a habit of cutting meat into chunks nearly the size of Douglas's face. Just as they were about to dine, Hagrid mysteriously produced a long, tubular bag woven from unicorn hair and cheerfully handed it to Douglas. "Douglas, weren't you always wanting a pair of chopsticks made from unicorn horn? Have a look and see if they suit you." Douglas gazed at Hagrid in astonishment as he accepted the bag, opening it to reveal a pair of chopsticks as golden as jade. If his memory served him correctly, he had merely mentioned this desire during his 5th year while discussing unicorns with Hagrid. He was pleasantly surprised that Hagrid had remembered after all these years. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively and explained, "It just so happened that last year, 2 unfortunate unicorns were slain by a mysterious individual. Harry and the others are aware of this." The trio of friends gazed wide-eyed at the exquisite chopsticks. Ron couldn't help but express his envy, exclaiming how wonderful it would be if his wand were akin to that one. Hagrid burst into hearty laughter and winked at the trio, saying, "You might not be aware of why there is a rule at Hogwarts that forbids using one S-own or another S-wand as chopsticks." The trio nodded in unison. Harry remarked, "Before coming to Hogwarts, I had no idea what chopsticks were." Ron proudly interjected, I know, but to be honest, using chopsticks is quite inconvenient. Occasionally, my mom would make hot pot, and we would use chopsticks, but only she could wield them proficiently. I truly have no idea where she learned that skill." Hermione, equally curious, chimed in, "I have been pondering this rule since last year, as I recall chopsticks being utilized primarily in the Muggle world, specifically in the East. Moreover, I've noticed that aside from a few Hufflepuff students, not many at Hogwarts can use them. Could it be that Hogwarts once had international students from the East?" Hagrid remained silent, yet his gaze hinted to the trio that this rule was somewhat connected to Professor Holmes. Douglas was experimenting with Hagrid-esque chopsticks, which were somewhat longer and thicker than the unicorn horn chopsticks he had crafted himself, making them ideal for hot pot. Noticing the others watching him, Douglas shot Hagrid a look of disdain. Dining with Hagrid should not involve an audience. His mouth was far too large. In truth, that rule was in conjunction with another, the prohibition against using cauldrons for hot pot. A few unfortunate children had inadvertently triggered a spell when they used their wands as chopsticks and dipped them into a cauldron, resulting in an explosion of the hot pot that sent several to the infirmary. Well, let us not dwell on those sorrowful past events. Delicious food lies before us. How can you discuss such trivial matters? The trio exchanged glances, having always believed that the rule against using cauldrons for hot pot was a relic from many years ago. After all, who would dare to commit such an act during Professor Snape's tenure as potions master? It seemed Professor Holmes was more formidable than they had imagined, daring to confront Snape during his time at the school. The manner in which Professor Holmes attempted to divert the conversation was rather clumsy, making it hard for them not to suspect that the unfortunate child was indeed him. Furthermore, Harry was convinced he had not been mistaken in observing that Professor Holmes was carrying 2 wands. Chapter 41. Harry and Ron tumble from their seats. Just as the group was indulging in their feast, a knock echoed at the door of Hagrid's hut once more. Fong barked twice in a token gesture before lowering his head to gnaw on the meat bone Douglas had tossed him. Just as Hagrid was about to rise, Douglas, without lifting his gaze, commanded, "Ron, go open the door." "Sure thing." Ron sprang up as if wound up like a toy, scampering to the door. Standing at the entrance was a small, slender boy with gray hair, tightly clutching a camera, Colin Creevey. Ron's expression instantly soured, and he helplessly turned to shout, "Harry, it's Colin." The expression was clearly one of reluctance to allow him entry. Yet, Colin remained unfazed, his gaze solely fixated on Harry. With exuberance, he raised his camera, aiming through the doorframe at Harry, who was intently slurping noodles. "Hey, Harry, look over here." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Harry involuntarily shuddered, and a noodle he had just slurped into his mouth was uncontrollably expelled with a thunderous sneeze, shooting straight out of his nostrils. Douglas reacted with remarkable speed, hoisting his bowl high. Hermione nimbly shielded her plate, casting a look of disdain at Harry. Across from them, Hagrid erupted in a booming laugh. Meanwhile, Ron, standing at the doorway, could only watch as a small piece of noodle, smeared with an unidentifiable substance, arced gracefully before landing squarely in his bowl. Click! The sound of Colin's camera shutter punctuated the moment perfectly, and he excitedly exclaimed to Ron, "This is truly a historic moment." Just as the words left his lips, Colin noticed the professor in the room, smiling and holding his bowl. None other than Professor Flitwick, his defense against the dark arts instructor. The boy's face turned pale in an instant. Had he unwittingly captured something he shouldn't have? In the Muggle world, taking random photographs could lead to one getting their camera smashed. Terrified, he instinctively concealed the camera behind his back. The previously tense atmosphere in the room shattered immediately. Harry's face flushed crimson as he coughed and gasped, struggling to dislodge the other half of the noodle lodged in his nose. Hermione retreated to the farthest corner, bowl in hand. Ron gazed mournfully at the solitary piece of meat in his bowl, which he had only taken a single bite of, along with its questionable garnish. Douglas, suppressing a chuckle, made an effort to appear congenial as he waved to Colin by the door. "Mr. Creevey, is it? Don't just stand outside. Come in and join us for a meal. I believe Hagrid won't mind an additional guest." In the flickering firelight, Professor Flitwick's smile appeared particularly sinister. Colin felt a chill ascend from his feet to the crown of his head, and with every word the professor uttered, his complexion grew even paler. At last, summoning all his courage, he stammered from the doorway, Professor McGonagall sent me to inform Harry and Ron about their detention. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Goodbye, Professor." Douglas turned to Harry with an innocent expression, exclaiming, "Look at you. A junior greets you, and you respond by spraying noodles from your nostrils. See, you frightened him away." If Colin had heard this, he would have likely cried out, "Am I afraid of Harry?" Following this incident, Harry and Ron were utterly devoid of appetite. Hermione elegantly finished her last noodle before disdainfully remarking, "You should have anticipated today when you violated school rules." Douglas, satisfied, let out a contented burp, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and leisurely remarked, "I had intended to wait until you finished eating to discuss this, but since you've lost your appetite, it works out perfectly." Hermione immediately inquired, "Professor, do you know how Professor McGonagall intends to punish them?" Harry and Ron immediately cast hopeful glances towards Douglas, yearning for some good news. Clearing his throat, Douglas adopted a serious demeanor and stated in an official tone, "Professor McGonagall's original plan was for you to polish the silverware in Mr. Filch's trophy room." Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron visibly relaxed. Although Filch was quite unpleasant, it was certainly preferable to expulsion. A slight smile crept onto Douglas's lips as he continued, "However, you are also tasked with weeding the orchard and dealing with the gnomes this year, all without the use of magic." The relief they had just felt evaporated once more. Hermione, however, found this punishment entirely justifiable. "I believe this punishment is excellent. It will teach them a valuable lesson," she declared, casting a disapproving glare at the two boys. Douglas then shifted his tone, lamenting theatrically, "Nevertheless, I told Professor McGonagall that this purely physical labor lacks any technical skill and is of no benefit to your development. Therefore, I have negotiated a more meaningful punishment for you, exempting you from the silver polishing. Just as relief flickered across Harry and Ron's faces, Douglas leisurely added, I have substituted it with written assignments. Starting with my defense against the dark arts class, you are to report to my office every Saturday and Sunday evening. Just copying your class? Harry asked, his voice trembling with the last vestiges of hope. Douglas flashed a devilish grin. Of course not. After you finish mine, you will proceed to Professor McGonagall's for transfiguration. He paused, observing the rapid paleness of their faces, and delivered another blow. Oh, by the way, Professor Snape has requested not to see you, so the content for potions will also be included in your written assignments in my office. And let us not forget, you also damaged the Whomping Willow, so you will need to write out Professor Sprout as herbology material as well. With each subject, Douglas enumerated. Harry and Ron's complexions grew increasingly ashen. Hermione, listening in astonishment, considered herself an academic overachiever, yet found this punishment to be exceedingly cruel, bordering on the inhumane. Unable to resist, she inadvertently asked, why isn't there any assignment from Professor Flitwick's Charms class? All four individuals in the room turned to look at her in unison. Hermione's face flushed instantly, and she awkwardly shrugged. All right, forget I mentioned it. Hagrid shivered nearby, gazing at Harry and Ron with profound sympathy. Having savored their expressions long enough, Douglas casually tucked away the unicorn horn chopsticks and, as if it had just occurred to him, added, oh dear, I almost forgot. There's also an additional task, the school rules, which each of you must copy 200 times. This isn't urgent. You may submit it to Professor McGonagall at the end of the term. And just a reminder, the orchard task has not been rescinded. A balance of work and leisure is beneficial for both body and mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Harry felt as though all his strength had been sapped away. His gaze became vacant, and his body slumped as he slid off his chair to the floor. Ron, meanwhile, gaped in shock, emitting strange, choking sounds as if his throat were being constricted before his eyes rolled back and he too collapsed to the ground. Douglas observed the two individuals on the ground and chuckled. Oh dear, it seems you've fallen off your perch. Chapter 42, Douglas, I shall sponsor the team. Harry, with a face full of indignation and extreme grievance, lamented. Why? I mean, I can accept the detention for our headmaster's class, and I can even accept that Snape despises me, but why must I endure both your and Professor Sprout's classes? Ron, standing nearby, mirrored Harry's dismay, nodding vigorously as he regarded Douglas. Me? Douglas feigned surprise, pointing at himself. Well, this splendid idea for detention was indeed mine, and, as the proposer, I must lead by example. As for Professor Sprout, do you truly believe that the Whomping Willow you damaged sprang up from the earth on its own? That was her cherished creation, nurtured through her dedication. Harry and Ron felt a bitter taste rise in their throats, wanting nothing more than to clench their fists and silently scream, "This is unbearable." Douglas shrugged elegantly, adopting a tone of sympathetic consolation. Do not be so despondent. Consider it from a different perspective. As long as you devote the time others spend sleeping and frolicking to your studies, there remains hope for your liberation before the academic year concludes. For instance, if you rise at 6 in the morning and study until 8, that grants you 2 extra hours. Complete your assignments by the afternoon, and from 6 to midnight, you gain an additional 6 hours. That totals 8 hours more than your peers each day, which over the course of a year could equate to 2 years' worth of knowledge. He continued, moreover, think of Fred and George. They're required to report to me every evening, while you only need to do so on weekends. In comparison, doesn't that make you feel rather fortunate? His absurd reasoning left Harry and Ron momentarily speechless. Douglas nodded, of course. As long as you aren't reciting word for word, anything else will suffice. With Fred and George serving as your scapegoats, you might actually find yourselves feeling considerably fortunate. Hermione and Hagrid, observing from the sidelines, shook their heads in disbelief, their eyes brimming with pity. On their way back to the castle, Ron regained his confidence and, brimming with enthusiasm, declared to Harry, "Harry, we will certainly finish our detention before George and Fred, and then we shall see how we can mock them." Harry instinctively glanced at Douglas beside him and lowered his voice, "But they only have to study one subject, while we must tackle 4. Ron looked at Harry in astonishment and then pointed to Hermione, asserting, "But we have Hermione. She is so clever. She must possess study techniques we are unaware of. Or how else could she have memorized all subjects before the term commenced?" Harry's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as they passed the Quidditch pitch. The shrill sounds of the Ravenclaw team's practice caught their attention. Douglas curiously inquired, "Has Wood not organized practice today? I did not see him during the morning session." Ron's face fell instantly, indignantly recounting how Malfoy had acquired a Nimbus 2001 for the Slytherin team, mocking them in the process. Upon hearing this, Douglas stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, Lucius Malfoy has sponsored Slytherin with 7 Nimbus 2001s, while your Gryffindor team is still using the Clean Sweep series. Harry is utilizing the Firebolt 2000, Ron asserted defiantly, emphasizing that Quidditch relies on skill, not just brooms. Hermione snorted derisively, retorting, "At least no one from Gryffindor buys their way onto the team. They rely on genuine talent." Ron patted Hermione on the shoulder, proudly pointing at Harry. "Fear not, Hermione. Harry will undoubtedly turn the Malfoy family sponsorship into a mockery." Douglas couldn't help but click his tongue, although he possessed considerable flying talent. He lacked the youthful fervor for sports at that time. Consequently, he had not paid much attention to his own house's team. As far as he recalled, Hufflepuff had never won the House Cup. "Harry, do you know how much a Firebolt 2001 costs?" 2,000 galleons. Ron interjected without hesitation. "I've seen in the shop window." "Professor, you aren't considering sponsoring Gryffindor, are you?" Goodness. Malfoy's face would surely be as ghastly as a slug. Upon hearing this figure, Douglas merely raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thump. He flicked Ron's forehead with his finger. "Ouch. What are you thinking? I am Hufflepuff, head of Hufflepuff House. Do you understand?" Douglas replied with exasperation. "If there is to be a sponsorship, it should be for us, Hufflepuff. Is there some hereditary talent in the Weasley family that makes you constantly try to steer people towards Gryffindor? Moreover, I have not agreed to anything. 2,000 galleons is no trifling sum. This matter must not be spoken of outside. Otherwise, I guarantee your detention will become significantly more entertaining." Despite his words, a thought began to take root in his mind, sponsoring the team. Perhaps he could even secure the honor of being an esteemed alumnus? After Newt, Hufflepuff ought to produce a new celebrity. He then led Ron toward Professor McGonagall's office. Behind her desk, Professor McGonagall's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Douglas met her scrutinizing eyes with unwavering resolve, a familiar smile gracing his face as he spread his hands. "Professor McGonagall, you've inquired of the wrong person." Harry put on an impressive display of nosebleed powder at Hagrid's hut. I believe Mr. Clevy was quite astonished by the spectacle. If you doubt this, you may ask Mr. Weasley, who was in the front row. Professor McGonagall's brows furrowed as her piercing gaze shifted to Ron. Ron instinctively nodded. She chose not to pursue the matter further and turned to Ron with a serious tone. "It seems Mr. Weasley is already well aware of the detention contents." Ron nodded. "Professor, rest assured, Harry and I will undoubtedly surpass George and Fred, finishing all the work ahead of time." "Indeed, Professor." Ron puffed out his chest. "Harry and I will complete it even before George and Fred." Professor McGonagall regarded this blind confidence with a mixture of surprise and acknowledgement of their courage. It was then that Douglas seamlessly redirected the conversation. "Speaking naturally, Professor McGonagall, I need to apply for the use of the Flynn Network. As you may be aware, Mr. Weasley's wand was damaged in an unfortunate incident, and when I attempted to repair it, a minor mishap occurred. Alas, it shattered into pieces. Therefore, I must escort him to Diagon Alley to procure a new one." Professor McGonagall gazed at him for a few seconds before ultimately huffing in response. "Come back in an hour. I need to send a letter to the Department of Magical Transportation." Chapter 43, The Wandmaker. When Douglas and Ron emerged from the fireplace of the leaky cauldron, the pub owner, Tom, greeted them with warm enthusiasm. "Ah, Professor Holmes, care for a complimentary mug of mead? My treat. Oh, and a little Weasley, too." The toothless old Tom let out a silent chuckle. Already a headmaster and still afraid of Minerva. What a coward. Douglas, uninterested in the banter, lowered his head and advised Ron, "Hold on to my sleeve. Don't wander off." Ron instinctively pointed to himself, bewildered. "No doubt. It's you," Douglas affirmed, pulling him through the courtyard. "I certainly don't wish to post a missing persons notice in Diagon Alley. Or would you like to test my newly researched charm for obedient ropes?" Ron shivered, finally understanding why Bill had befriended this professor. Their shared dark humor was remarkably similar. Navigating through the bustling streets, Douglas quickened his pace, wishing to avoid his editor, Mr. Slane, who was as relentless as a death knell. However, as they passed the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, he spotted a familiar figure. Slane was tenderly holding the hand of a little girl of 7 or 8, lovingly selecting ice cream. Ollivander's wand shop appeared small and dilapidated compared to the surrounding establishments. The peeling golden sign on the door read, "Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. With the chime of a bell, a figure emerged from behind the towering stacks of wand boxes. "Good afternoon," a soft and ancient voice resonated. Ollivander's silvery eyes seemed to see through everything. "Professor Holmes. Vine wood, 11 inches, with a phoenix feather. I remember it well. a wand pursuing noble ideals. I always knew you would astonish all your friends by becoming Hogwarts defense against the dark arts professor. His gaze shifted to the other side of Douglas' waist, where a darker, more lustrous wand was sheathed. Indeed, ever since you brought that piece of elder that survived the storm, still brimming with vitality, along with that feather from a thunderbird, I knew your path would be anything but ordinary. A wand incapable of performing dark magic is most fitting for a professor of defense against the dark arts. Douglas smirked, leaning against the counter. Mr. Ollivander, I never anticipated that your illustrious sign would now venture into the realm of false advertising. An affront. Ollivander was instantly incensed, his voice rising a pitch. Douglas Holmes, the reputation of the Ollivander family is not to be sullied. Every wand I sell is flawless. Oh, Douglas leisurely extracted the wand of lightning-struck elder, its shaft shimmering with a profound luster under the dim light of the shop. You once claimed that, in many respects, it was not inferior to the legendary elder wand. Yet, why, when I attempted to repair a fractured wand with it, did that pitiful wand explode into mere powder? Ollivander's initial fury transformed into an unwavering confidence in his expertise. Mr. Holmes, this is common knowledge. A broken wand cannot be mended. The bond between a wand and its master is unique. Once severed, no external force can restore it, not even the elder wand. This is an immutable law within the wand-making realm. Douglas stroked his chin, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Instead of directly countering, he spoke as though he were unraveling an academic conundrum. The theory holds true. However, I have encountered a conjecture in some ancient tomes suggesting that the repair of a wand is not entirely impossible. If the core of a wand embodies characteristics of life and creativity, and if its user shares a profound connection with the original master of the broken wand, even resonating on a soul level, under such extreme conditions, might a miracle occur? Ollivander was momentarily taken aback, his silver eyes fixed intently on Douglas as if attempting to see through him. He understood that the elder wand resided with Grigoriovic, a secret that could never be divulged. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with a tone laced with expectation and cunning. An intriguing hypothesis. Perhaps you might consider breaking your vine. Would want to test it yourself? This would also vindicate my reputation from false advertising. Cunning old fox. Douglas muttered under his breath as he stowed the wand away. At that moment, Ollivander's gaze shifted to Ron, who had been entirely overlooked until now. His scrutinizing stare causing Ron to feel a chill run down his spine. A Weasley, Ollivander said softly, I apologize, child, but I do not recall you. Your wand was not purchased for me. Ron's face flushed crimson as he quietly replied, Hello, sir. I'm using my brother Charlie's old wand, but it has broken. As a side note, Douglas possessed two wands. The first was selected for him by Ollivander when he was 11 years old. A vine-wood wand measuring 11 inches with a core of phoenix feather. It indeed felt natural in his hand, a seamless extension of himself. The second wand, the lightning-struck elder wand, had a more convoluted history. It was acquired after his graduation in a forest in Arizona, USA. The weather was capricious, and a thunderstorm erupted unexpectedly. Taking refuge beneath a towering elder tree, he inadvertently looked up to see a thunderbird weaving through the dark clouds. What a sight! Such mythical creatures are rare and elusive. His first thought was of Newt Scamander, the legendary Hufflepuff alumnus. If it were Newt, what would he do? Surely, he would seek a way for a peaceful and friendly exchange. As he pondered how to safely greet the magnificent creature, a mighty bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, accompanied by a thunderous crack, striking directly atop the elder tree. The bark instantly charred, releasing a peculiar wave of energy. Douglas, in a state of sheer terror, scrambled away from the canopy of the trees. Fate is indeed wondrous. As a time traveler in a previous life, he had heard numerous tales of the legendary thunderstruck wood, a Taoist treasure known for its ability to vanquish malevolent spirits. Now, having witnessed the birth of a piece of this rare wood firsthand, one thought consumed his mind. This treasure is destined for me. Before he could approach to examine it, a thunderbird in the sky inexplicably dove toward his position, wings flapping and enveloping him in sparks of electricity. Douglas immediately sensed the perilous situation. Was it seeking the thunderstruck wood, or had it simply been provoked by his intrusion? There was no time for contemplation. To save his own life, and to prevent this formidable creature from obliterating the precious wood with a single swipe, he swiftly drew his wand, crafted from grapevine. With a flourish, he cast spells in rapid succession. Fainting, obstacles abound, shattered, sending a barrage of enchantments toward the thunderbird. The creature, clearly sensing the threat, emitted a piercing shriek and ascended sharply. However, It was a fraction too late. A spell grazed its wing, severing a tail feather that shimmered with electric light. The immediate crisis was averted. Upon returning to Diagon Alley in England, he hurried to Ollivander's. When Ollivander heard the tale of how Douglas acquired these two extraordinary materials, his silver eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance, murmuring phrases like indescribable and a masterpiece of destiny. Douglas, with resolute determination, stated, "Name your price, Mr. Ollivander." "Mr. Holmes, it is my honor to craft a wand from such materials. However, bespoke craftsmanship does not come cheaply. 100 galleons." The deal was struck. Ollivander accepted the payment and readily promised to personally create an unparalleled wand for him. Half a month later, Douglas received the finished product. As Ollivander handed him the wand, his expression was both enigmatic and exuberant. "Mr. Holmes, I believe this wand will rival the legendary Elder Wand in certain aspects." He lowered his voice, as if divulging a monumental secret. "You may not know this, but the Elder Wand is made from elder and thestral tail hair. Countless have attempted to replicate it, all in vain. They presumed it was a matter of materials. But that is not the case." Ollivander caressed his countertop, leaving his thoughts unspoken. What he refrained from saying was that through the creation of this wand, he seemed to glimpse a fragment of the secret held by the Peveril brothers. The inherent qualities of elder and the deathly aura of thestral tail hair are inherently contradictory. Yet, what if a more potent force served as a medium? Perhaps lightning. Perhaps life. Unfortunately, this hypothesis would require many years of validation, and he could not confide in anyone. Once in possession of the new wand, Douglas found himself enamored. He attempted several spells, and indeed, their potency surpassed that of the grapevine wand by several degrees. However, a problem soon arose. As the future professor of defense against the dark arts, he needed to demonstrate and practice dark magic. Yet, when he attempted to cast even the simplest dark spell with this new wand, it remained utterly unresponsive. He tried a cutting spell, and it worked flawlessly. He attempted the disarmament spell, which proved to be formidable. However, when he tried the heart-piercing curse, it failed to activate. The tip of his wand, emitting not even a glimmer of light. Unyielding in his belief, he switched to several dark arts, but the results remained unchanged. This wand, crafted from lightning-struck wood and the feathers of a thunderbird, unequivocally resisted the casting of any dark magic. He found himself utterly perplexed, until one day, while rummaging through an old bookstore in a back alley, he stumbled upon an ancient Taoist text that had traveled from Hong Kong, which elaborated on the nature of lightning-struck wood. It is said that when a living being endures tribulations and is refined by heavenly lightning, the wood it rests upon, if it survives, is deemed lightning-struck wood. It harbors the potent essence of heavenly thunder, making it a formidable adversary against all malevolent spirits. In that moment of revelation, he understood. This wand was inherently an insulator against dark magic, although it was not a traditional lightning-struck wood left behind by divine beings. The elder tree itself possessed a remarkable spirit, enhanced by the thunder summoned by the magical creature, the Thunderbird, thus rendering it equally powerful. From that point onward, he regarded this wand as his ultimate weapon. To maximize its potential, he delved into the study of all spells associated with lightning. The results, however, proved disappointing. The lightning spells within the wizarding community were predominantly meteorological in nature, grand in display, yet lacking precision in their offensive capabilities. Consequently, he sought a different avenue. Over the past 2 years, he immersed himself in the study of Eastern Taoist scriptures, endeavoring to transform the lightning talismans inscribed on yellow paper into instantaneous offensive spells wielded by his wand. This was undoubtedly a mad, yet groundbreaking endeavor. Evidently, he succeeded. The lightning spells he crafted were astonishingly powerful, further solidifying his belief that the wand in his possession was an artifact of unparalleled significance, rivaling even the Deathly Hallows. Until he encountered Ron and his fractured wand. Chapter 44. Ron's New Wand. Ollivander pondered for a moment before speaking. Charlie Weasley, if I recall correctly, his wand measures 12 inches, made of ash wood with a unicorn tail hair core. Am I right? A rather splendid wand, yet alas, its master has changed his heart and abandoned it. Moreover, his new owner does not treat it with care. TSK, when a wand is subjected to profound sorrow, it often exhibits behavior that defies imagination. Douglas's eyes suddenly brightened. The old fox had indeed provided an explanation he had not considered. TSK. Ollivander's words made Ron feel quite aggrieved, as he genuinely felt that his lack of appreciation for the wand led to its self-destruction during Professor Holmes's spell. Smack! Douglas slapped Ron, who had drifted into thought. Out with the old, in with the new. Why feel distressed? Just think, if your wand hadn't broken, would you have chosen to buy a new one? right? If you didn't purchase a new wand, how would our Mr. Ollivander earn money to procure new materials for crafting wands? If he doesn't acquire new materials, how can the suppliers earn a living? If the suppliers aren't profitable, they cannot pay taxes to the Ministry of Magic. Failing to pay taxes to the Ministry of Magic would render it incapable of issuing a salary to your father. Without his salary, how could he support your upbringing? And if you were not nurtured, how would you acquire the means to purchase a wand? Douglas, with each utterance, observed Ron nodding instinctively. As the conversation progressed, Douglas noticed that Ron appeared quite dazed by his intricate reasoning. He raised an eyebrow at Ollivander, silently conveying that he was not to be outdone in the art of persuasion. Ollivander, with a subtle flutter of his silver eyes, acknowledged his defeat. At that moment, Ron unexpectedly interjected, "But it was you, Professor, who bought me my wand, not my father." "Enough. Hurry and select your wand. Professor McGonagall has only allotted us an hour." Douglas retorted, slightly exasperated. "You've nearly squandered all the time." Ron muttered under his breath, feeling aggrieved. "It's you who is dragging this out." After what seemed an eternity, Ron finally chose a 14-inch wand made of willow with a core of unicorn hair. 40 minutes had already elapsed. As he passed by the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, he cautiously glanced inside, relieved to find Slytherin absent. It wasn't that he disliked being friends with Slytherin. Rather, he was weary of their frequent discussions regarding deadlines. Unlike the Muggle world, where editors did not pester him so persistently, perhaps because they could not locate him at all, just as he believed he had evaded Slytherin, a figure emerged from the Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potions shop across the street. "Ah, dear Professor Holmes, what a surprise to see you in London at this hour." Douglas forced a smile and embraced Slytherin. Leaning closer, he whispered, "I'm out shopping with students. Refrain from speaking indiscreetly. The manuscript will be sent to the company on Monday." Slytherin, who had initially appeared despondent, brightened upon hearing Douglas's words, giving him a hearty pat on the back. "Deal." Douglas quickly released Slytherin, realizing how improper it would be for two grown men to embrace in public. He glanced at the facade of Madame Pimpernel's shop and jested, "Ah, I'm merely accompanying students on a shopping trip. You, a grown man, have an interest in beautifying potions?" Slytherin responded with a hint of resignation. "Actually, I am here with Romy and Little Rose. They're still inside, selecting items. Shall we head to the leaky cauldron for a drink?" Douglas readily agreed. "You know, this is Professor McGonagall's arrangement." With that, Slytherin dashed into Madame Pimpernel's to inform his wife. Shortly after, Romy emerged with Little Rose and exchanged pleasantries with Douglas, and the three of them walked toward the leaky cauldron, sharing laughter along the way. Ron once again felt overlooked, gazing at the nearby Flor and Fosco ice cream parlor. I absent-mindedly patted my pocket. With a forlorn demeanor, I trailed behind Douglas, hoping to perhaps secure a refreshing juice. When the time for the fireplace connection arrived, Ron downed the remaining half-cup of pumpkin soda in one swift gulp. He then let out a resounding belch right in front of Professor McGonagall, provoking a series of eye rolls from Douglas. After bidding farewell to Douglas, Hermione was engrossed in her homework, simultaneously advising Ginny on her transfiguration essay and nudging Harry about the sections he had neglected to memorize. George and Fred were busy devising new methods of cheating. To them, even if their schemes failed, a few extra hours of study in Professor Flitwick's office will be a minor inconvenience. They sandwiched Ron between them, cheerfully exclaiming, "Ron, well done. Now we are truly brothers in misfortune. I hear you and Harry have to cram for 4 whole subjects. May I interview my dear brother? How does that make you feel?" Ron struggled fiercely but remained ensnared in his brother's grasp, retorting defiantly, "Humph. I will complete it, although you only have 1 subject to memorize. You must report to Professor Flitwick daily. Meanwhile, Harry and I only need to go on weekends." George and Fred exchanged glances, moaning in agony, realizing that no one had previously alerted them to this fact. Hermione approached, yanked Ron away, and reproached the Weasley twins if he refused to study. "Kindly do not disturb Ron's learning." According to Professor Flitwick's arrangements, by the end of the academic year, Ron and Harry were sure to achieve commendable results. What would Mrs. Weasley think of the two of you then? George and Fred lamented again. "Goodness, are we to have another Percy in the family? Mother would be overjoyed. New robes. A new pet. It seems we shall have to make do with our brother's hand-me-downs." This remark elicited peals of laughter from the surrounding classmates. Hermione shot a fierce glare at the twins before pulling Ron closer. "Ignore their antics. Focus on your studies. If you still haven't memorized everything by the end of the year, that would be truly terrifying." Ginny covertly glanced at Harry before cheerfully addressing Ron. "Hermione is right. Given Professor Flitwick's relationship with Mother, she will undoubtedly be aware of your school situation. They seem to have a point. If my studies improve, could I not, like Percy, Escape the fate of wearing old clothes and instead utilize new textbooks? Ron, as if invigorated, fervently turned to Hermione. Hermione, can you teach me how to quickly memorize all this? I want to surpass Percy and become the most outstanding child in Mother's eyes. Harry, Hermione, and Ginny exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that Ron had fallen under Percy's spell? After reading through the first page, Ron stifled a profound yawn. After a day of running around, he was utterly exhausted. Allow me to present to you my new wand. Just moments ago, George and Fred were here, and I dared not reveal it. Observe the exquisite lacquer finish and the elegant grain of the willow wood. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Harry, Hermione, and Ginny exchanged bemused glances, seemingly having overthought the situation. Chapter 45. Douglas. I almost faced expulsion. After departing from Professor McGonagall's office, Douglas sought out a Hufflepuff student in the hall for inquiries before making his way towards the greenhouses at the rear of the castle. Outside the first greenhouse, a circle of Dyer's broom plants was cultivated. The flowers of this plant possess anesthetic properties. Should one inadvertently inhale an excessive amount of pollen, they may become excessively exhilarated to the point of losing consciousness. As Professor Sprout tended to the greenhouse, she spotted Douglas entering and called out urgently, "Oh, dear Douglas. Must I really place a sign at the greenhouse door declaring no entry for Douglas Forthmore? These cranberries were entrusted to me by Madame Pomfrey for the treatment of diarrhea and vomiting." As she approached, she disdainfully pulled Douglas back to the greenhouse entrance, fearful that he might pluck something to consume with each step forward. Douglas hastily wiped the cranberries he had gathered and adeptly popped them into his mouth, grinning mischievously. Professor Sprout glared at him and said resignedly, "Aren't you concerned? Those berries are toxic." Douglas shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "You should know who my mentor is. Cranberries possess significant medicinal properties, particularly beneficial for the eyes." Professor Sprout interjected, "Ah, it seems you have not forgotten all of your knowledge since graduating. I certainly hope you remember more than just what is edible. Now what brings you to me?" Douglas glanced around to ensure they were alone, then leaned closer and whispered to Professor Sprout, "Professor, I wish to sponsor our Quidditch team with a set of Nimbus 2001 brooms." Professor Sprout looked at him quizzically. "You intend to sponsor the team with 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms? When did you become so invested in the Hufflepuff Quidditch team? While this is indeed a commendable initiative, why the secrecy?" Douglas winked and reminded her, of course, to prevent any leaks. "What if the other houses learn of our superior equipment and seek to imitate us?" Professor Sprout cast a dubious glance at Douglas. "Do you think I am unaware? Cedric came to inform me at noon that Slytherin has prepared a secret weapon. Also Nimbus 2001. However, do you possess sufficient galleons? I have heard you have been residing among Muggles, and Gringotts has stringent regulations regarding large sums of Muggle currency." Douglas nodded eagerly. "I possess a considerable sum within the wizarding world, ample to cover the cost of these flying brooms. Gringotts has always maintained stringent restrictions on the exchange of Muggle currency for wizarding currency. Not everyone holding Muggle money is permitted to exchange it for galleons at Gringotts. Firstly, Muggles are not eligible to conduct any exchanges at Gringotts. Secondly, Muggle students at Hogwarts are allowed to exchange a certain proportion of galleons each year. Thirdly, adult wizards wishing to convert their wizarding currency must provide proof of income from Muggle sources, with non-standard income sources being ineligible for exchange. Moreover, the amount that can be exchanged is strictly limited, not exceeding 1,000 galleons annually. Fourthly, wizards exchanging Muggle currency face no restrictions. The third stipulation is particularly crucial, as it effectively curtails the impact of the Muggle economy on the wizarding economy. Due to the cultural disparities between the two worlds, many wizards, despite their dissatisfaction with life in the wizarding realm, discover that upon attempting to transition into the Muggle world, the absence of magic renders their existence even more challenging. Unless they relinquish their wizarding dignity to relearn Muggle knowledge and seek employment, it is evident that few would opt for such a course, as it would render their 7 years at Hogwarts a futile endeavor. Securing a laborious position in the Muggle world poses an even greater challenge. Professor Sprout regarded Douglas with an odd expression, seemingly relieved, before saying, "Let us proceed as you suggest. Consider it a compensation for your previous actions. Have someone deliver the broom to my office, and I shall make the necessary arrangements. If you have no further matters, you may take your leave. Refrain from lingering around the greenhouse. As a professor at Hogwarts, one ought to embody the demeanor befitting their role, rather than behaving as if still a student." With that, Professor Sprout turned to depart, leaving Douglas in a state of astonishment. "Is this it? Compensation?" As Professor Sprout entered the greenhouse, she called back to Douglas, "Please wait a moment." Douglas felt a surge of joy. Was she planning to reward him? Shortly thereafter, Professor Sprout emerged carrying a basket. Madame Pomfrey has no need for so many cranberries. Take these to enjoy. Consider it a token of gratitude for your contributions to Hufflepuff. If you truly relish these, I shall arrange for someone to cultivate some in the orchard. With that, Professor Sprout turned and left. It is no wonder that few graduates sponsor Hogwarts. After all, the operational funds of Hogwarts are primarily provided by the Board of Governors. A wizard of Muggle descent suddenly offering the school a batch of brooms could, in a sense, disrupt the interests of 12 members of the board. Douglas was suddenly struck by a wave of apprehension. He comprehended why Professor Sprout characterized his actions as compensation rather than sponsorship, and why she refrained from proposing any form of recognition for him. Failing to do so could likely result in complaints from the parents of some students the very next day. In the spirit of prioritizing the students' welfare, they may very well compel Headmaster Dumbledore to expel himself. After all, the Board of Governors would not wish to witness an individual circumventing their authority to provide sponsorship for Hogwarts. Upon returning to his office, the first course of action was to sip a cup of tea to soothe his nerves. Before long, Professor McGonagall arrived, extending an invitation to Douglas to join her for afternoon tea at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade the following day. After her departure, Douglas found himself reminiscing about the enchanting Madame Rosmerta, whose allure still lingered. Who among the youth is devoid of dreams? Who among the young does not harbor affection? Chapter 46. Long live Professor Holmes. Just as Douglas was lost in the nostalgia of his youth, he was interrupted by a collective visit from the seventh-year students. Observing a shortage of chairs in his office, Douglas casually grabbed a few books from the shelf, transforming them into makeshift seats, and beckoned everyone to sit. As he brewed tea, he inquired, "What insights have you gleaned from this week's observations?" The seventh-year students, initially eager to respond, quickly fell silent. One Ravenclaw girl finally spoke up, "Professor, I feel that our instruction in defense against the dark arts has been subpar. Of course, I do not mean to implicate you. After all, as you mentioned, this week is designated for baseline assessments. Due to the inconsistency in teaching this course in previous years, many of us, including ourselves, lack a systematic understanding of the subject." Douglas attentively listened to each report, then took the parchment from their hands to review it closely, offering on-the-spot commentary on certain points. He was quite pleased with this year's seventh-year students. To be precise, since the inception of Professor Yearlong, every cohort that has successfully entered the defense against the dark arts class with commendable OWL results has shown promise. After setting aside the reviewed parchment, he surveyed the room and gently rapped on the table, saying, "I am aware that the quality of instruction in defense against the dark arts has historically been erratic. The choice to pursue this course reflects your affirmation of your familial education or your self-study capabilities. There is no need for hasty denials. Who among you has not traversed this age? However, based on my observations this week, it appears that many of you have yet to master some of the sixth-year spells. This is a far cry from our own experiences. Do not rush to deny it. How many of you can cast the Armored Charm? What about the Silencing Charm? The Patronus Charm? How many of you have encountered the Unforgivable Curses? Do not regale me with textbook knowledge. I am more familiar with it than you. My goodness, I truly wonder what you were engaged in last semester." Upon hearing Douglas mention the previous semester, Slytherin's Marriott noted could not help but scoff. "Professor Holmes, you were not at Hogwarts last year, so you are unaware of Professor Coral's situation. He was perpetually anxious, merely reading from the textbook during class. Of course, when questions were posed, he would indeed provide answers, but with his stammering pace, we even doubted he could successfully cast a single complete spell. Who would have imagined that in the end, he would be outdone by 3 first graders?" At this, the other 7th grade students exhibited expressions of disdain. Douglas let out a cold laugh. "Is this what you all think? So, you hardly paid attention to Quirrell's lessons last year, did you? With this attitude, you still dare to aspire to become an Auror? Humility fosters progress, while arrogance leads to downfall. My friends, if he were truly so incompetent, would Professor Dumbledore have selected him? Surely you do not believe yourselves to be superior to Professor Dumbledore?" One student muttered, "Isn't it simply because hardly anyone is willing to teach this subject now?" Douglas observed the defiant expressions and sighed. "You are all dreaming of becoming Aurors. Do you not harbor any doubts about Quirrell's performance?" Noticing the puzzled expressions around him, Douglas shrugged. "Well, it is unfortunate that you have missed the opportunity to learn from a master of dark magic. Regarding Quirrell, I shall not elaborate further. After all, the school's narrative has long been the tale of the trio's battle against him, with little knowledge of Voldemort's involvement behind the scenes. Yet, His tone and demeanor left the 7th grade students feeling as though they had indeed squandered 500,000 galleons. To return to the matter at hand. My goal for the upcoming year is not for you to merely achieve a satisfactory grade in defense against the dark arts on your NEWT examinations, but rather to ensure that every single one of you excels. Thus, this semester, I shall implement a new approach, providing you with targeted practice. With a gentle wave of his hand, a stack of parchment measuring 6 feet in length cascaded before them. This compendium encompasses all written examination content and spells pertaining to defense against the dark arts from the past 5 years of NEWT exams. You shall have 1 month to memorize all written content and master the spells required for the examinations. Should you find any written content challenging, you may consult the library. I will gladly sign off on your access to the restricted section. As for spells, feel free to approach me at any time with your inquiries. 1 month hence, we shall commence a weekly testing regime. This means that every week in 7th grade defense against the dark arts, there will be a simulated NEWT examination. I will randomly select spells and exam papers for you to tackle. By the end of the term, should anyone fail to achieve excellence in 10 consecutive simulations, do not bother sit for the NEWT exam. I would not wish to be embarrassed. Do you have any questions? As the students received the 6-foot-long examination papers, their brows furrowed in concern. Upon hearing Douglas's inquiry, Nott took a deep breath and said, "Professor, there is one more question. We fear that we might not have time to care for and maintain the practical classroom afterward. Of course, it is not solely due to the preparations for the weekly tests. We understand that the spells and creatures involved in maintaining the practical classroom would indeed benefit our defense against the dark arts course. The main concern is," as he spoke, Nott cast a glance at his fellow classmates. Upon noticing his gaze, they hastily averted their eyes to the exam papers in front of them, conveying a clear message of "We are in the midst of an examination. Please do not disturb us." Nott inwardly scoffed, recalling their agreement to discuss this issue collectively. How had it devolved into a predicament solely for him to tackle? Sigh. One must tread carefully around the formidable headmaster. Douglas expressed his dissatisfaction. If there is something to be said, then say it plainly instead of beating around the bush. Nott cleared his throat gently. "Professor Holmes, prior to our arrival, Dean Snape had a conversation with us. He expressed his hope that we could take turns serving as teaching assistants in his class. As you are aware, we already rotate to supervise the practical lessons, and adding another rotation could lead to scheduling conflicts, often resulting in our inability to attend to the practical classroom. Of course, I had already mentioned this to Dean Snape, but he suggested that if you had any objections, you could approach him directly. Naturally, Nott refrained from relaying Snape's exact words to Douglas. After all, what could a mere potions enthusiast comprehend about the wonders and marvels of potion making? Following his lead would only result in mindless wand-waving. Upon finishing his statement, Nott instinctively shrank back. Douglas, upon hearing this, wondered if he was inadvertently shooting himself in the foot. He had indeed forgotten that to apply for the Ministry of Magic's Aura position, one must achieve outstanding or good grades in at least 5 NEWT subjects, predominantly focusing on defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, charms, and potions. Consequently, most 7th-year students enrolled in potions. However, he had never intended for 7th-year students to be constantly stationed in the practical classroom. No worries. You may rotate 1 student each day to check on the classroom. Starting next week, the practical classroom will only be open to students on weekends for 2 hours. During my lessons, I will inform them that each student is permitted to enter only once a week. Upon observing Douglas's concession, the classmates who had been fixated on their exam papers let out a sigh of relief. They were genuinely concerned that if the 2 professors remained obstinate, it would be they who would suffer. Long live Professor Holmes. Yet, they remained oblivious to the Pandora's box this man had opened at Hogwarts. Chapter 47. The Whispering Charm. Just as the 7th year departed, the door to Douglas's office echoed once more. This time, it was George, Fred, Ron, and Harry. "Professor, we have come for the dictation." Douglas did not set down his teacup. With a gentle wave of his left hand, for notebooks and exquisitely crafted quills appeared at the desk. "George and Fred, you may continue with yesterday's dictation. Harry and Ron, the 2 blank notebooks are prepared for you. The quills are enchanted. They will mark any errors you make. So do not concern yourselves with that." After Douglas finished speaking, the 4 expressed their gratitude and swiftly made their way over. After George and Fred settled into their seats, they took the time to adjust the ink pot on the table. Once George confirmed that he could see Douglas behind the ink pot, he exchanged a wink with Fred. Harry and Ron, witnessing this peculiar exchange, felt utterly perplexed. However, they soon noticed that words began to materialize on the cuffs of George and Fred's sleeves. In astonishment, Ron silently mouthed to Harry, "Cheat sheet sleeves." Upon seeing this, Harry cautiously turned his head to glance at Douglas, who was engrossed in sipping tea and perusing parchment. Noticing that Douglas was oblivious to their antics, George and Fred clearly recognized their subtle movements. They had evidently made preparations, winking at the two of them in unison, silently conveying, "Two dung bombs, keep it quiet." Harry pondered for a moment, but chose to remain silent. He wasn't particularly interested in the dung bombs, but he certainly did not wish to be the one to report them. Thus, he feigned ignorance and focused on transcribing his notes. Meanwhile, Ron, with a hint of mischief, mouthed back, "Lend them to me next time, or I'll tell Mom." George and Fred exchanged a resigned glance, silently nodding in agreement. 10 minutes later, Harry rubbed his sore hand and looked up to see Ron, wearing a troubled expression, staring blankly at his notebook. Had he been able to see Ron's notes, he would have discovered them riddled with numerous erroneous markings. Of course, Harry's own notebook was not without its share of mistakes. Yet, he remembered Hermione's advice before their arrival. If he truly could not recall something, he could simply skip it for the time being. At that moment, Fred and George nudged him. Finally, Fred reluctantly stood up, clutching his completed notes, and approached Douglas. "Professor, I've transcribed part of it. Could you please take a look?" Douglas, without raising his gaze, replied, "Not sufficient, continue." Then he winked at George. The two resumed their clandestine endeavor. Harry and Ron remained baffled by their intentions. However, recalling that the two had already attempted this once, Ron decided to imitate them. He picked up his heavily marked notebook and stepped up to Douglas. "Professor, I've transcribed part of it. Could you please take a look?" Douglas glanced at the notebook filled with questions, then looked back at Ron. Producing Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, and handing it to him with a sigh, stating, "You should stop transcribing. It's simply a waste of ink. I truly don't understand how Miss Granger is so tolerant of you. Take the textbook and revise the material you need to transcribe." With that, he disregarded Ron, whose face was flushed, and turned to Harry, who was anxiously fidgeting, saying, "Mr. Potter, you shouldn't just sit there. Bring me what you've written so I can review it." Harry hurriedly approached with his notebook, feeling quite embarrassed as he presented it to Douglas. At that moment, he desperately wished to explain to Professor Holmes that memorizing and being able to transcribe were entirely different concepts. Douglas sighed as he took Harry's notebook. "You should pause your writing and memorize the content with Ron first." At that moment, the unmistakable sound of laughter erupted from the twins. Ron, visibly irate, shouted George, "Fred, do you believe me?" The twins quickly donned sheepish grins. Douglas addressed Ron and Harry, stating, "Once you have memorized the material, you may retrieve the notebook from me for a fresh transcription." To their astonishment, the text they had just written vanished before their eyes. Subsequently, Douglas, with a subtle air of humanity, cast a silencing charm upon himself and the twins. Soon, George and Fred were astounded to find that they could hear no sound around them. They turned in bewilderment to see Ron and Harry mouthing words from their textbooks. Yet not a whisper reached their ears. Exchanging glances, Fred exclaimed, "George, why can I not hear anything?" George read Fred's lips and replied, "I can't hear anything either." Their raised voices caught the attention of Harry and Ron, who were taken aback by the twins' sudden loudness. Turning to Douglas, they observed that he seemed oblivious to the commotion. Meanwhile, George and Fred began to engage in various antics. They first tapped the desk, realizing that no sound emerged. Then, sharing a conspiratorial grin, they began to rattle the objects on the desk, reveling in the rare sensation of silence. George couldn't help but marvel. The silent world is truly magnificent. Although Fred couldn't hear his brother, he responded in perfect sync. "If only we could cast the spell home, we would never have to endure Mum's nagging." Just then, a voice resonated from deep within them, echoing like thunder in their ears. "Is that so? I happen to possess a silencing charm as well. Would you like to try it out? You shall become a pair of mute twins." The suddenness and volume of the voice left their heads buzzing. They quickly recognized it as Douglas's voice. However, when they glanced over, they noticed he was not looking at them. Harry and Ron, equally perplexed, were engrossed in watching the twins' antics. Suddenly, George and Fred appeared to be struck by an unseen spell, clutching their heads and trembling. Before they could call out to Douglas, he spoke without lifting his gaze. "Ignore them. Focus on your own work." Indeed, that voice had emanated from Douglas, as was a spell he boldly referred to as the Whispering Charm. When combined with the Silencing Charm, it produced the effect the Weasley twins had just experienced. In the early days, Douglas relied on his remarkable skill during his travels, managing to incapacitate 7 dark wizards in one fell swoop. The Eavesdropping Charm, a spell conceived by Professor Holmes during his student years, is based on the principle of the Patronus Charm, allowing the caster to convey their thoughts directly into the ears of their intended recipient within a certain range. A fascinating tidbit. When the eavesdropping charm is combined with the sound muffling charm, it creates a three-dimensional surround sound effect near the ears of the enchanted individual. However, if the volume is not properly controlled, it may leave the caster dazed or even deafened, and in severe cases could inflict irreversible harm on the recipient. The silencing spell, invented by Professor Holmes after failing to find a solution for the tongue-tying curse, utilizes principles akin to the Muggle medical procedure of vocal cord removal, temporarily sealing the vocal cords to render the individual speechless. Notably, its effects are gentler than those of the tongue-tying curse, making it an ideal companion for practicing silent spells. Chapter 48, Peeves Complaints. An hour swiftly passed. Harry and Ron resumed their writing, diligently copying from their notes. George and Fred exchanged knowing smiles before approaching Douglas once more. Professor, we completed the transcription for today. Professor, may we take some time to read? After lifting the sound-muffling charm, Douglas glanced at their notebooks with a sardonic smile, remarking, it seems you two are quite adept at cheating, managing to keep your error rate at a mere 20%. This revelation left the twin brothers utterly astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. They could not comprehend how he had discerned their deception, especially since they had been observing Douglas through the reflection of their inkwell throughout the process. They had even shown him their work, worried that should they be caught, they could minimize their burden of memorization. Turning to their friends Ron and Harry, who were stifling laughter, the twins were met with frantic headshakes from Harry. With a sharp clap, Douglas tossed their notebooks before them and waved his hand, causing the office door to swing open. Coldly addressing the two, he commanded, "You both, take your notebooks and stand by the office door to recite. You will not leave until you have memorized it. Recite it right here at the door." George and Fred stood in stunned silence. This was a stark contrast to their previous experience. However, they were somewhat relieved that it was nighttime, with few people in the corridor, sparing them from further embarrassment. Thus, they trudged toward the door, heads bowed. Douglas slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, "Leave your cheat sheets here. Do you intend to continue cheating?" Reluctantly, George and Fred removed their hidden notes from their sleeves and placed them before Douglas. Once they exited the office, they stood to the left. George whispered, "Fred, were you caught while copying?" Fred looked at his brother in disbelief, replying, "How could that be? I was so careful. It was clearly you who got caught." At that moment, Douglas's voice echoed from the office. "What are you two discussing? Stand on either side. Next time you cheat, I'll have you stand at the school gate for all the villagers of Hogsmeade to witness your disgrace." Harry and Ron, what are you laughing at? I'm not speaking of you two, am I? With a resounding bang, the door closed, plunging the corridor into an immediate silence. George and Fred exchanged mischievous glances at the office door before obediently taking their positions on either side of it. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight in the corridor, they began to recite their lines. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized before them in midair, a male gnome, topped with a tall hat and sporting a mane of black hair. With a malevolent glare, he fixed his eyes upon the Weasley twins, then erupted into a wide grin, cackling with glee. "Tut tut, Peeves has heard you. Cheating, such exemplary students. Brave warriors challenging the devil, earning Peeves' respect. Ha!" With that, Peeves doffed his hat and bowed toward them. George and Fred exchanged bewildered glances. The devil? Are you suggesting that Professor Snape is the devil? This designation left the Weasley twins astonished. They had never witnessed Peeves bestow such a title upon anyone. After all, he was known to be a cowardly spirit, often using respectful language to powerful professors, while resorting to petty nicknames behind their backs. Just then, a voice filtered through the office door. "Haven't you two had your meals? Must you recite in silence?" Whoosh! Upon hearing the voice, Peeves vanished before their very eyes. The twins, disregarding everything else, hastily grabbed their notebooks and began to read aloud. Finding it immensely entertaining, they turned it into a competition, one raising his voice a notch higher than the other. This spectacle drew the attention of students in adjacent corridors, who strained to catch a glimpse of the commotion. Madame Pomfrey, patrolling the halls, hurried toward the 8th floor, evidently to inform Mr. Filch. The Weasley twins were keenly aware of Madame Pomfrey's presence, yet they raised their voices even louder. They were, after all, commanded to recite in the corridor, unafraid of being accused by Filch of causing a ruckus. However, before they could await Filch's arrival, they noticed the door to Professor McGonagall's office swing open abruptly. "Mr. Weasley, what are you doing?" Points deducted for Gryffindor. "Professor, we're studying." "Yes, Professor. Professor Snape instructed us to memorize." Professor McGonagall frowned and replied, "Then keep your voices down. The volume will not aid your memory." With that, she resolved to have a stern discussion with Douglas regarding the imprudence of allowing students to recite in the corridor at such an hour. One must remember that the weather in the Scottish Highlands in September is far from benevolent, especially at night. Once Professor McGonagall departed, the Weasley twins instinctively lowered their voices. Of course, it was not solely due to her presence. The high-pitched antics had indeed strained their throats. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to turn and leave, Peeves the poltergeist suddenly reappeared, wearing a mischievous grin aimed at the Weasley twins. With a hint of mock reverence, he addressed Professor McGonagall, "Oh, esteemed Deputy Headmistress, you have been deceived by those two wretched little scamps. I overheard it all. They were punished for cheating." Before Peeves could finish his sentence, Professor McGonagall's voice was laced with disbelief. Cheating. Mr. Weasley, is what Peeves said true? This time, it was George and Fred who were taken aback, unable to comprehend why Peeves would report them. They had believed their relationship with him had been relatively amicable. After all, they had collaborated a few times during their escapades against Mr. Filch. Soon, a realization dawned upon them, and they exchanged a rueful glance. Dung bombs. They had promised to deliver a few dung bombs to Peeves after the term commenced. However, their plans had been thwarted that day, and the dung bombs had been confiscated, leading them to forget about the matter entirely. Noticing the Weasley twin silence, Professor McGonagall proceeded directly to the door of Professor Douglas's office as the moving staircase connected the second and third floors. Peeves trailed behind her, making faces at the two boys. Inside the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Ron cautiously approached Douglas, waving his hand in front of him. Douglas dispelled the charm around his ears. "What is it?" Ron gingerly replied, "Professor, didn't you say to inform you if it went silent outside?" Only then did Douglas realized that George and Fred were slacking off again. He waved his hand for Ron to continue with his dictation, then resolved to step out and give those two a proper lecture on how to become exemplary students. Harry whispered to Ron, "Ron, you actually went to report them? And they're your brothers." Ron cast a glance at Douglas, who was rising from his seat, and quietly said, "I think I just heard Professor McGonagall shout. If we don't notify Professor Flitwick now, we're finished when McGonagall barges in. If she discovers that George and the others cheated and we remain silent, just imagine the consequences." The thought of being implicated sent a chill down Harry's spine, and he promptly gave Ron a thumbs up. "Ron, you're brilliant for thinking ahead." Ron huffed with pride, reflecting that if he had faced the consequences of keeping quiet after being punished by his mother a few times, he would have thought of it too. Chapter 49. Unforgettable Past. As Douglas opened the door, his gaze immediately fell upon Peeves, who was not far behind Professor McGonagall. "Ah, Peeves, it's been years. Have you missed me?" As he spoke, Douglas's wand unconsciously slipped into his hand from his sleeve. Peeves let out a shriek and vanished with a loud pop. Professor McGonagall displayed an expression of exasperation and addressed Mr. Filch, who had rushed in at the sound, along with several heads of houses. "I shall handle matters here. You may attend to your own affairs." Turning to Douglas, I inquired, "Douglas, cannot you coexist peacefully with Peeves? He does exhibit a degree of respect towards the professors." "Well, he is merely an excessively mischievous child." Douglas chuckled, stowing away his wand. "I apologize, Professor. It was merely an instinctive reaction. You know how Peeves despises me. His appearances herald nothing but misfortune." Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes. "Douglas, you must recognize that you are now a professor." The Weasley twins, cornered and awestruck by Professor McGonagall's imposing presence, exchanged incredulous glances. "Do you recall what Bill said? Peeves is not to be feared. Charlie mentioned it as well. Poor Peeves. His most detested student is Percy. I had presumed Peeves was akin to us, bidding farewell to lowly amusements and disdaining pretentiousness. Ah, it appears Peeves embodies the enemy of my enemy in the office." Harry and Ron instinctively grasped a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, munching while peering through the crack in the door. Upon overhearing the exchange between Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, they were struck dumb, glancing at each other in shock. Just as George and Fred were quietly deliberating, Professor McGonagall's gaze fell upon them, akin to a binding curse, rendering them utterly immobile. Harry and Ron, catching a glimpse of McGonagall's fierce expression, hastily discarded their beans. Burying their heads in their notebooks, Professor McGonagall lifted her chin, sternly inquiring, "Mr. Weasley, cheating? Is an explanation not warranted?" George and Fred, seeking assistance, looked towards Douglas, but their plea was intercepted by McGonagall's discerning gaze. "You need not seek anyone's help. Remember, I am the head of Gryffindor." With forlorn expressions, George and Fred replied, "Yes, Professor. Indeed, Professor." Professor McGonagall, indignant, pressed, "Why resort to cheating?" George and Fred huddled against the wall, whispering in unison, "Because the exam prohibits cheating." This time, not only Professor McGonagall, but also Douglas, equally taken aback by her authoritative presence, was rendered speechless. To think that not allowing cheating translates to cheating in defense against the dark arts? Who are they looking down upon? Professor McGonagall's voice, resounding with fury, seemed to echo throughout the entire castle. Cheating. How shameless. Gryffindor loses 100 points. As her words settled, the hourglass in the hall, representing Gryffindor, was once again emptied of its red jewels. Should anyone have counted at that moment, they would have found Ravenclaw in the lead, followed by Hufflepuff. Douglas hastily interjected, "Professor, surely this is excessive." Professor McGonagall turned her displeasure towards Douglas. "Professor Flitwick, I hope you remember that you are a professor. Should you encounter such a situation again, deduct house points without hesitation and impose a severe penalty. Hogwarts is a place where cheating is utterly intolerable." Turning to the Weasley twins, she remarked, "Humph. If you fail to earn enough by the end of the academic year, I shall regrettably inform you that next year you will proceed directly to the third year. As the head of Gryffindor House, I believe I possess that authority." After saying this, she cast a glance through the door's crack at Ron and Harry, who were buried in their notebooks, furtively observing from the side. Meanwhile, Argus Filch, who had been secretly watching from a distance, upon hearing Professor McGonagall's punishment for the twins, excitedly stroked Mrs. Norris while lamenting, "I believe only the chains and whips of the dungeon can instill a lesson in those two rascals." Douglas gave a cold snort at the Weasley twins, commanding, "Continue. If you don't memorize it by tonight, you shall not sleep." After Douglas entered, George and Fred wore expressions of despondency. "George, 200 house points. Indeed, losing points is easy, but aside from Quidditch, how else can we earn them?" An hour later, when Harry and Ron's detention concluded, they emerged from the warm office to find George and Fred, noses running, desperately trying to conceal their hands within their sleeves. Hunched over a pillar in the corridor, practicing their writing, Ron made a face at the twins and, brimming with excitement, dragged Harry along as they dashed toward the Gryffindor common room to share the evening's events with their classmates. The following morning, he simultaneously wrote a letter asking for assistance in procuring 7 Nimbus 2001s as gifts for the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. One must commend Slytherin's efficiency. As Douglas was patrolling the practical classroom, he spotted an exuberant Hufflepuff student weaving through the crowded corridor, whispering something to Cedric, who stood in line, while pointing at Douglas. Upon hearing the words, Cedric's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. Amid the puzzled expressions of their peers, he called out to Douglas, "Professor Holmes." "That is fantastic." The bystanders could easily discern the broad smile stretching across his face. Douglas chuckled softly, saying nothing in return. After a simple lunch, Douglas indulged in a rare afternoon nap. Upon waking, he made his way alone to Hogsmeade Village. Along the way, several upperclassmen greeted him, and even some girls giggled and whispered about him. As he walked along the familiar path, Douglas felt somewhat solitary, observing the familiar sights. He couldn't help but reflect on Hogsmeade, the only village in Britain entirely inhabited by wizards. Founded by Hengist of Woodcroft, it allowed Hogwarts students above the third year to visit on weekends with parental or guardian consent. The streets were lined with numerous shops and pubs, and Douglas recalled how he used to come here weekly with Bill and Charlie. He is quite familiar with many of the shopkeepers in the area. Upon seeing him, the owner of Honeyduke's, the candy shop, joyfully thrust a handful of sweets into his hands. "Congratulations, Douglas. It has been such a long time. I heard you became a professor at Hogwarts, and I mentioned to Ambrosius that we should send you a box of candies as a gift. He has gone to restock the warehouse. Otherwise, he would certainly have insisted on sharing a drink with you." The candies were then stored for sale at Honeyduke's, and ultimately, the recipe for these confections was sold to the owners for 50 galleons. Given the simplicity and ease of replicating the method, the couple's willingness to part with 50 galleons was indeed generous. Thus, their relationship remained amicable. Douglas gratefully accepted the owner's gift and, with an apologetic tone, replied, "Regrettably, I must attend Professor McGonagall's afternoon tea. Next time, I shall definitely enjoy a drink with Uncle Flume." As he hurried past Madame Putafoot's tea shop, Douglas quickened his pace. He wished to avoid an encounter with Madame Putafoot. Out of curiosity, he had once visited the tea shop with Bill, who had long hair. That fateful day, rumors inexplicably spread throughout Hogwarts about Hufflepuff's Sherlock Holmes being on a date with a certain red-haired lady. Even after the truth was clarified, the Slytherins who had spread the rumors were compelled to apologize publicly. Since then, every time he encountered Madame Putafoot, she would invariably tease them about the incident. Now, as a professor, he feared the possibility of students catching wind of such rumors. After all, no one would recognize Bill, and there were no exemplary Slytherin students willing to step forward and clarify matters. Chapter 50. Who hasn't considered keeping a Niffler? Beyond the 3 broomsticks lies the Hogsmeade post office. Turning into a narrow lane adjacent to the post office, one arrives at the Hogshead Inn, owned by Aberforth Dumbledore. Albus's brother. The tattered wooden sign depicts a severed pig's head, its blood seeping through the white cloth that envelopes it. The interior of the hogshead is small and dim, permeated by a strong scent of mutton. Upon entering, Douglas and Bill, immediately struck by the odor, began discussing various culinary methods for preparing sheep before even ordering drinks. Lamb hot pot, whole roasted lamb, lamb and carrot dumplings, lamb buns, lamb skewers, lamb spine, braised sheep trotters, and braised lamb face. They were promptly ushered out by Aberforth Dumbledore, who sternly declared that they were never to set foot in the hogshead again. Collecting his thoughts, Douglas turned towards the 3 broomsticks. As he pushed open the door, a wave of warmth enveloped him. He glanced at the bar, which was spacious, bright, clean, and inviting. The only disappointment was the absence of Madame Rosmerta behind the counter. Scanning the room, he observed clusters of wizards gathered around their small round tables. In a cozy alcove adorned with greenery, Madame Rosmerta was engaged in cheerful conversation with a patron. Just then, Douglas caught the unmistakable sound of Hagrid's hearty laughter. He strode briskly towards the booth, and before he could reach it, Madame Rosmerta had already noticed Douglas. With arms wide open, she exclaimed, our very own Mr. Holmes has arrived. It has been far too long, Douglas. Congratulations on becoming a professor at Hogwarts. Douglas reciprocated her warm embrace and replied with a smile, Good afternoon. Young lady, you remain as radiant and enchanting as ever. Hagrid, seated among the guests, interjected with a wink, See, I told you. The first person he'd notice upon arrival would be Rosmerta, which elicited a hearty laugh from the crowd. It was only then that Douglas noticed Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sinistra, Professor Kettleburn, and Hagrid seated in the booth. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, as they were all his former professors, save for Hagrid. With a sheepish smile, he greeted, Good afternoon, esteemed professors. Madame Rosmerta pulled up a chair and invited Douglas to sit, saying, In celebration of Professor Holmes today, the drinks for all the professors this afternoon are on the house. Professor Kettleburn pointed to a bottle of wine on the table with a grin. Today, we're truly benefiting from Douglas's presence. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to indulge in this exceedingly rare Holmes wine. Madame Rosmerta chuckled as she uncorked the bottle and poured for the professors, saying, As if I would ever run out of your esteemed vintage. Its scarcity is hardly my fault. You know well that the green plum used for this wine is quite limited. However, with the founder of Holmes wine present today, there will certainly be plenty to go around. The Holmes wine, in fact, was a type of green plum liquor. The seedlings of the green plum tree were hard to come by, and Douglas had initially intended to plant them in the Hogwarts greenhouse. Unfortunately, Professor Sprout was not inclined to allow it. When he learned of Madame Rosmerta's small greenhouse in Hogsmeade, he earnestly recommended it, ultimately offering a recipe for the green plum liquor, which led to her agreement. Once the wine was crafted, it became known as Holmes wine, with Madame Rosmerta graciously agreeing to provide Douglas with a complimentary glass each week, along with a guest, as a token of gratitude. Douglas's fondness for green plum liquor stemmed from it being his favorite from his previous life, and as far as he knew, it was exclusive to East Asia. For him, this liquor represented a deep sense of nostalgia. After Madame Rosmerta departed, the group raised their glasses and began to converse. Professor McGonagall explained, I had initially invited nearly all the professors at Hogwarts today. However, as you know, not all professors could find the time. Severus had to prepare materials for tomorrow's lessons. The 2 divination professors were rather reluctant to attend such gatherings. As for Charity Burbage, whom you've met, she is the Muggle Studies professor and happened to be exploring the Muggle world today, if that is the correct term. In any case, let us once again welcome Douglas to the Hogwarts family. The group raised their glasses in a toast. Soon, the conversation gravitated towards Douglas's innovative educational methods, garnering widespread agreement among the professors, with the exception of Hagrid. The long-standing issue of the Hogwarts students' shaky foundations in their studies had become a matter of concern, not just for a day or two. Each class saw some students committing fundamental errors due to their unfamiliarity with the textbook material. Professor Flitwick could not help but exclaim, Douglas, your approach is simply marvelous. I intend to implement it in my classes starting next week. Miss Granger from Gryffindor has provided me with remarkable insights. If students are well-versed in the textbook content, mastering spells will undoubtedly become 100-fold easier. Douglas gently touched his nose, wishing to suggest that Miss Granger's rapid grasp of spells might stem from her inherent talent. However, Professor Flitwick was indeed correct. Familiarity with theory before practice surely leads to more effective learning. A scholar from the Muggle world aptly stated that books are the ladders of progress. The content within textbooks allows students to learn while standing on the shoulders of giants, thus avoiding many unnecessary detours. As soon as Professor Flitwick finished speaking, Professor McGonagall added, I also plan to have them commit the textbook content to memory starting next week. It is hard to believe that a third-year student cannot even recall the basic principles of transfiguration. This is truly a disaster for the subject. The other professors nodded in agreement, recognizing the merits of Douglas's approach. Only Professor Kettleburn sighed. I, too, wish to experiment with this method. After all, if one is unfamiliar with the habits of magical creatures before engaging with them, it is quite easy to encounter problems. The other professors remained silent, as those familiar with Professor Kettleburn secretly wished to voice their thoughts. Was it truly the student's unfamiliarity, or perhaps a negligence on his part? Nonetheless, this did not imply any lack of affection for the venerable professor. A professor who had endured no fewer than 62 tenure reviews during his time at the school, an unbroken record, still teaching at Hogwarts, speaks volumes about the esteem in which he is held. However, he often underestimated the potential dangers posed by creatures such as birds and serpents when students were tasked with caring for them, leading to frequent injuries among the students. Much to the chagrin of Madame Pomfrey. Suddenly, Hagrid sniffled and gulped down the contents of his cup, but Professor Kettleburn has already submitted his resignation to Professor Dumbledore. Professor Kettleburn extended his lone hand, striving to pat Hagrid's shoulder. Oh, do not be disheartened, Rubeus. After my resignation, I plan to visit the Dragon Reserve in my leisure time. I am eager to meet the dragon you raised last year. Ahem. The old professor's words were abruptly interrupted by a cough from Professor McGonagall. After all, that matter was a closely guarded secret within Hogwarts. If too many people were to find out, Hagrid would certainly face a trip to Azkaban due to his dragon-keeping endeavors. Douglas observed the expressions of those around him, and it was evident that everyone was aware of the situation. He glanced once more at Professor Caterburn, who was left with merely one arm and half a leg, and could not help but reflect on the professor's profound passion for magical creatures, dedicating nearly his entire life to this pursuit. During his school years, he often sought the professor's company, once harboring hopes of adopting a Niffler from him. After all, which Hufflepuff wouldn't desire to adopt such a delightful creature? Yet alas, Hogwarts students were not permitted to keep such animals, for Nifflers are not classified as X or XX level magical beings, but rather as XXX level assistant pets. Intra-level wizards were not allowed to care for them. Chapter 51. The disguise can no longer be concealed. Due to Professor Catterburn's circumstances, the mood of the gathering inevitably grew somber. After a few rounds of drinks, Douglas quietly discussed with Professor Aurora Sinistra, the astronomy professor, about organizing a hot pot gathering at the astronomy tower when the first snow of the year arrived. Professor Sinistra taught astronomy, a class typically held at midnight. During his time at school, Douglas once ventured to the astronomy tower for a hot pot with Bill and Charlie on a Saturday night, only to be discovered by Professor Sinistra, who had impulsively decided to stargaze that evening. Fortunately, Douglas had swiftly invoked the principle of scent, averting a debacle that could have resulted in both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff losing points. Professor Sprout's cheeks bore a hint of pink. She raised her glass towards Douglas while playfully patting Professor McGonagall on the shoulder, exclaiming, Minerva, I believe this year, the House Cup may very well end in the hands of us Hufflepuffs. Haha, all thanks to Douglas. As soon as these words left her lips, the other two heads of houses turned their gazes towards Douglas. He was momentarily taken aback, then managed a wry smile. Professor, we agreed to keep this under wraps for now. Professor Sprout raised an eyebrow, retorting, Oh, no need for secrecy. I intend for the Hufflepuff team to triumph openly over the other houses. Haha, you may not be aware, but Douglas generously gifted the entire Hufflepuff team a complete set of Firebolt 2001 brooms. The lads were absolutely elated. They assured me they would not disappoint Professor Flitwick this term and would secure the Quidditch Cup. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick exchanged glances. Professor Flitwick, swirling his glass, remarked with a slight frown, If I recall correctly, the Slytherin house also received a batch of Firebolt 2001 brooms sponsored by the Malfoy family. Right, Pomona? You must understand the implications of this, I trust. Of course, I am not envious. Ravenclaw remains one of the finest teams at Hogwarts, even without the Firebolt 2001. However, you know this could potentially bring Douglas some trouble. Professor McGonagall scoffed. The Gryffindor team is, without a doubt, the finest at Hogwarts. The brooms are merely a supplementary aid. Most importantly, it is the technology we must not overlook, and let us not forget our dear Harry. However, Douglas, your recent actions have indeed been somewhat reckless. Douglas is not only an outstanding student, but also a colleague with whom they have worked closely. Although, from their perspective, this colleague is likely to have collaborated for merely a year, they hope that he will not resign due to some inexplicable political reasons. Professor Sprout, with a hint of inebriation, chuckled and remarked, "Who said Douglas is merely a sponsor? He is, in fact, filled with remorse, seeking to atone for the losses incurred by Hufflepuff in the past. Though I am unaware of the source of his considerable wealth, he is among the few who, after graduation, still consider their alma mater and contribute to it. To this, I raise my glass to Douglas." As she spoke, Sprout lifted her goblet, and Douglas quickly extended his own to clink with hers. He then gestured to the other professors, expressing his gratitude for their support. Although, apart from the three heads of houses, the other professors remained perplexed as to why sponsoring a few Firebolt 2001s for Hogwarts could involve any peril. They nonetheless raised their glasses with smiles and drank heartily. Particularly, Professor Kettleburn downed a generous portion. After all, while all present were Hogwarts alumni, only Sprout Kettleburn and Douglas hailed from Hufflepuff. The former two professors were acutely aware of the financial challenges Hufflepuff had faced over the years. Hogwarts funding sources include the Ministry of Magic, pureblood families, and donations from distinguished alumni. Although the donated funds are directed to the school board and subsequently allocated by the headmaster, the donors originate from various Hogwarts houses, leading to inevitable biases in requests for sponsorship and donation. Consequently, the actual distribution often results in some imbalance. This issue is exacerbated by the fact that most students from Hufflepuff come from the lower to middle echelons of the wizarding world and often do not partake in such matters. Furthermore, as Hufflepuff boasts the largest student body among the four houses, their funding frequently falls short. Not to mention, Professor Sprout does not hide her favoritism towards her own students, often providing financial assistance privately upon their graduation. This explains why, among the four heads, only Professor Sprout is seen clad in patched attire. At this moment, Professor McGonagall wore a peculiar smile as she glanced at Douglas and then addressed Professor Sprout beside her. "Pomona, are you not at all curious as to how Douglas can effortlessly produce over 10,000 galleons? Remember, he hails from a Muggle background, and although he has traveled extensively over the past 3 years, he has scarcely made an appearance in the wizarding world." Upon hearing this, not only was Professor Sprout intrigued, but it also piqued the curiosity of the other professors, though they were not the type to pry into students' privacy. Their long-standing collaboration with Professor McGonagall had led them to understand that she was not one to engage in such behavior either. The conversation took a rather perplexing turn. Professor Sprout, realizing the gravity of the situation, reacted like a provoked badger. With evident displeasure, she addressed her longtime colleague, saying, "Minerva, I do not care how this child came into possession of such a substantial sum of galleons. He has his reasons for not disclosing it to us. However, I firmly believe that a Hufflepuff student could never be a dark wizard. Minerva, you should trust your students as well." At that moment, Professor Flitwick, sensing the tension, reached out to gently pat Professor Sprout's shoulder, attempting to diffuse the situation. "Pomona, please calm down. Minerva did not mean it that way. How could Douglas possibly be a dark wizard? I still vividly recall the stunning spell in his hands, which possessed the power to repel dark magic. A student capable of such magic cannot be a dark wizard." Douglas, overhearing Professor Flitwick's attempt to reassure Professor Sprout, recognized that he was also subtly reminding Professor McGonagall. As he pondered how to articulate his thoughts, Professor McGonagall's expression turned grave, disregarding the sentiments of the other professors. She solemnly addressed Douglas, stating, "Douglas, while Albus has always emphasized respecting your opinions, there are certain matters you must be made aware of. Last week, Headmaster Dumbledore received numerous complaints from students' parents. Quite a few have gone so far as to suggest that the headmaster is losing his faculties, having forsaken the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart in favor of you." At this point, Professor McGonagall glanced at Professor Flitwick and added, "Oh, my apologies, Phileas. I do not mean to imply that Mr. Lockhart lacks merit." She then continued to Douglas, "Currently, there are widespread doubts about your teaching abilities outside the school. After all, compared to previous defense against the dark arts professors, who, while perhaps not the most exceptional, still held some renown within the wizarding community, your absence from the wizarding world since your graduation raises eyebrows. Initially, I too was perplexed as to why Albus chose you for this role, until I happened to notice a book in the headmaster's office the other day. Chapter 52. Hail Hogwarts. Hail Hufflepuff. It was evident that the other faculty members had also caught wind of the rumors circulating outside the school. When Professor McGonagall mentioned the book, all eyes turned to Douglas, who wore a grave expression as he fixed his gaze on her. At that moment, Douglas suddenly recalled why he had chosen to conceal his true identity. During his time at school, it was to avoid drawing attention to his wealth for the sake of personal safety, lest he be ambushed by a desperate dark wizard upon leaving the school grounds. After graduation, it was to evade Voldemort's gaze when the inevitable war approached. Yet now, it seemed he could no longer evade his fate. As a Muggle-born professor of defense against the dark arts, Voldemort would undoubtedly consider him an easy target. Furthermore, at that time, without any system or support, survival required utmost caution. However, now that we all possess systems, what is there to fear? After a moment of contemplation, Douglas chuckled softly and raised his glass. Professor, please do not cast such a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Well, what are your thoughts on this matter? Professor McGonagall replied decisively as she lifted her glass. I'm unsure of what you are worried about. During your time at school, you could violate numerous school rules, to the extent that Hogwarts had to implement additional regulations because of you. Mr. Holmes, do refrain from laughing. I'm not praising you. Yet, the other professors could not contain their laughter, and soon Professor McGonagall joined in. At that moment, Madame Rosmerta approached with a platter of pastries, interjecting with a smile. Speaking of breaking school rules, I recall a snowy day when Mr. Holmes and his companions were at the Shrieking Shack, seemingly engaged in a picnic. The most amusing part was that they brought along a cauldron, and somehow Professor Snape discovered them and chased them all the way. They hid the cauldron in my shop, then blended back into the crowd, ultimately taking refuge in Honeydukes to evade Professor Snape's pursuit. Subsequently, Hogwarts introduced a rule prohibiting the use of cauldrons for hotpot. Upon hearing this, Professors McGonagall and Sprout exchanged glances with Douglas, who instantly understood that the two professors were suspicious he had discovered the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow during his school days. Everyone tacitly chose not to mention it, for too many people knowing could jeopardize Hogwarts' safety. However, they indeed were at the Shrieking Shack preparing for hot pot, primarily aiming to cook basilisk eggs. Unfortunately, they were reported by a loquacious Slytherin for wandering the school with a cauldron during the weekend, nearly leading to their capture by Snape at the shack. Seizing the moment while Snape was clearing the passage, they quickly excavated a small hole in the corner, large enough for one to escape. That incident marked Douglas's most desperate escape in his life. He frequently cursed the Slytherin who reported them and the architect of the Shrieking Shack afterward, who built a house without doors and windows. Moreover, how could an abandoned building have so many protective enchantments? Otherwise, they would have simply blown down the wall instead of crawling through a hole. Of course, while Bill raged against the builder of the Shrieking Shack, Douglas felt quite guilty. He has yet to confess to Bill that the person he cursed was likely none other than Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the century. However, had Bill not been curious about the taste of basilisk eggs, they would have undoubtedly resolved their hunger in the Hogwarts kitchen. Reflecting on this, Douglas glanced at Professor Kettleburn, who was still enjoying the tale, pondering whether to inform the old professor that he was unwittingly implicated in the story. Professor McGonagall, ever the headmistress, was the first to stifle her amusement and solemnly stated, Douglas, Hogwarts honors the decisions of every professor. As your former professor of Transfiguration, I still hope you can shine brilliantly in the realm of wizards. I have perused your book, which is replete with remarkable theories. Had it not been a work of fiction, but rather a scholarly article, it would certainly have been more than sufficient for publication in esteemed academic journals, such as Transfiguration Today, Innovations in Charms, and The Practical Potions Master. The last statement astonished all present, including the undeparted Madame Rosmerta, who turned her gaze toward Douglas. Professor Flitwick was the first to respond, looking at Professor McGonagall in astonishment. You cannot be referring to the very tomes we previously discussed. Upon seeing McGonagall nod, Professor Sprout also came to realization, her face alight with excitement as she turned to Douglas. Goodness, I should have deduced that book was penned by you. The banana-loving head, the culinary wizard. I have long suspected the author was a Hufflepuff. If I recall correctly, when the culinary wizard was released, you were still in your first year. With this thought, Professor Sprout suddenly regained her composure and fixed an earnest gaze upon Douglas. She could accept her student's mediocrity, but she could not abide deceit. As a Hufflepuff, the utmost quality is honesty. Douglas offered a wry smile before explaining, I suddenly stepped into an unfamiliar magical world, and the future seemed a distant realm. At that time, the magical world had just endured a war, revealing that this realm was not as harmonious and beautiful as it appeared. An isolated individual, devoid of kin and support, naturally sought every means to enrich himself, both in skill and in resources, to secure a stable future here. Fortunately, Hogwarts is a harmonious, friendly, and inclusive place. Hufflepuff provided me with a sense of home. The vast library greatly aided me on my journey to write and earn. Listening to Douglas's slow narration, those present were deeply moved. Professor Sprout shed tears, softly lamenting her own shortcomings. She had always wished for every student who came to Hufflepuff to feel the warmth of home, especially those from the Muggle world. Reflecting on the years spent at school, despite Douglas occasionally bending the rules, he consistently acknowledged his missteps and seized opportunities to forge closer relationships with professors, often presenting them with new culinary creations to savor. Upon returning from holidays, he would also bring thoughtful little gifts from the Muggle world for each of his teachers. Even Professor Snape, who was least fond of him, would, amidst his caustic remarks, offer insights into the cerebral confinement techniques that lay outside the realm of potions. Initially, some professors were not fond of Douglas, perceiving him as lacking the Hufflepuff spirit, more akin to a Slytherin. However, as time passed, the professors came to recognize his sincerity, believing he would undoubtedly become an exceptional socialite within the Ministry of Magic. After graduation, when the professors learned that Douglas had chosen not to pursue a path within the ministry and had gradually severed ties with the magical world, they lamented in private gatherings, mourning the wilting of a once vibrant social flower. Until this moment, the professors present finally comprehended the profound sorrow behind Douglas's past actions. Images of a lonely child, adrift in a strange magical realm, flooded their minds. Madame Rosmerta gently caressed Douglas's back, offering him solace. When the first barrel of Holmes brew was ready, she witnessed Douglas take his first sip and break into tears. At that moment, she inquired about his emotional response. Douglas revealed that the drink contained the essence of home from another world. She had always assumed he meant his home in the Muggle world. Little did he know that his own words would resonate so deeply within him. It is often said that traversing worlds is the greatest fortune one can possess. Yet, no one comprehends the anguish of a soul who, upon entering an unfamiliar world, is forever separated from their original parents, compounded by the sorrow of losing the parents with whom they had shared 7 years of life due to a tragic accident. When he discovered that this world was, in fact, a familiar one from the future, fate played a cruel joke on him. Lacking a guiding system or prophetic insight, he could rely only on himself. While contemplating how to shine brightly in this new world, ensuring his journey was not in vain, he also pondered ways to evade the impending war of reckoning. He did not wish for his life to be abruptly concluded by a fleeting Avada Kedavra. At that time, he did not feel entitled to survive the battles that would ensue simply by choosing to follow Dumbledore. A traveler between worlds is not necessarily a child of destiny. However, he was fortunate that Hogwarts is a remarkably inclusive institution, and Hufflepuff is a house imbued with warmth akin to family. Cheers to Hogwarts. Cheers to Hufflepuff. In Chapter 53, all expenses for the day were covered by Professor Holmes. Just as the atmosphere grew a tad oppressive, a loud pop erupted from Hagrid, breaking a bubble of mucus. The group fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into laughter. Professor McGonagall, with a mix of disdain and amusement, offered her handkerchief to Hagrid and turned to Douglas, asking, "So, have you made your decision?" Douglas nodded affirmatively, instructing that this matter be announced in tomorrow's Daily Prophet. "Slyne is my editor," he added. Professor Sprout filled her glass anew and cheerfully remarked, "I remember Slyne. He sent over 7 flying broomsticks this morning, along with 7 sets of new Hufflepuff uniforms. I was curious how you knew him. If memory serves, he had already graduated when you entered Hogwarts." Douglas shrugged. "Professor, you may have forgotten, but I had privately inquired about what alumni were up to, and you mentioned Slyne. I reached out to him afterward. He has assisted me with all the book publications over the years, as he has always envied Gilderoy Lockhart's editor. He has often urged me to hold a signing event. I imagine he will be elated to hear this news." Beside them, Rosmerta gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in surprise. "Are you referring to the beloved character known for his fondness for bananas? It couldn't possibly be you." Professor Sinistra, realizing with a sudden clarity, remarked, "I recall Douglas always pulling out a banana back in school." At that moment, Rosmerta vanished like a gust of wind, drawing the curious gazes of the patrons within the establishment. With a thud, Rosmerta piled an array of books onto the table before Douglas. "Douglas, I am indeed your devoted admirer," she declared. "These are all precious first editions, particularly the Magical Chef, which has become exceedingly rare in its first edition form. I had to enlist Slyne to procure it for me. Alas, none bear the author's signature. Slyne mentioned the author never signs." With a look of feigned sorrow, she turned her gaze towards Douglas. The final remark sent shivers down Douglas's spine. Hagrid gazed in astonishment at the multitude of books before him, incredulously asking Douglas, "Could it be that you wrote all of these? They nearly rival the number of books I have read." He reached out to touch them. "No," Rosmerta exclaimed, swatting Hagrid's hand away. "Do not lay a finger on these books. If you wish to read them, you must procure your own copies." There are a total of 63 books here, one of which was just published last week. She then cast a lingering glance of regret towards Douglas. Douglas instinctively sidestepped. Rosmerta, you cannot expect me to sign each and every one. Rosmerta nodded rapidly. No magic allowed. At that moment, Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow and glanced at Douglas, before calmly stating, Rosmerta, the copies you possess are merely the magical edition. The version I encountered in Professor Dumbledore's office was from the Muggle world, and its content is far more enthralling. The two heads, having read these books, looked at Douglas in surprise, unaware of the existence of two distinct versions. Professor Flitwick, astonished, exclaimed, Minerva, are you suggesting it is even more captivating? To be honest, I have yet to read a novel as riveting as this in all these years. The theories on ancient magic and the nascent concepts of future magical constructs are simply extraordinary. Professor McGonagall continued, although I have not read much of the Muggle edition. Dumbledore has informed me that while the magical version merely schemes the surface of ancient and future magical constructs, the Muggle version presents these topics with remarkable sophistication. When discussing the levels of magic, one encounters the categories of beginner, intermediate, advanced, magician, and archmage. Furthermore, spells are meticulously classified into elemental categories such as fire, earth, lightning, summoning, and spatial magic. Additionally, spells are ranked according to their potency. There are also magical guilds, potions, and magical circles. These are the most invaluable resources. Professor Flitwick was so astonished that he nearly stood on the table, exclaiming, Goodness! The classification of spells in the current magical realm is merely divided into practical, defensive, offensive, and curse-related spells, among others. Compared to what you have described, it appears exceedingly rudimentary. Douglas, I recall that you received an O on your OWLs for spells. Moreover, I have seen you employ spells that I have never encountered before. At that moment, I surmised that your achievements in spellcraft would surely surpass mine. Douglas accepted the quill that Rosmerta handed him, sighing and reflecting on why he had ever considered selling those books in volumes. He replied, Professor, it is not as exaggerated as you claim. As Douglas signed the book, Rosmerta inquired, Douglas, are you planning to reveal your identity in tomorrow's Daily Prophet? Douglas nodded and then turned to Professor McGonagall, stating, I believe that after the announcement tomorrow, no one will doubt my capabilities in defense against the dark arts any longer. Professor McGonagall smiled warmly and remarked, Indeed, based solely on what is written in those books and your encounters with various dark wizards, even involving the Dark Lord himself, one cannot contest your identity as a professor of defense against the dark arts. Should anyone send a letter to the school next time, I shall certainly recommend they purchase your book first. Douglas laughed heartily. If such a situation arises, I shall be sure to give you a commission, Professor. He then handed the signed book to Rosmerta, winking and adding, This is the only set of signed copies before my identity is revealed. Rosmerta beamed with joy. The professors did not express excessive envy. Rather, they valued the magical insights contained within. After hearing Douglas's words, Rosmerta turned and exited the booth, excitedly announcing to the patrons in the tavern, I am delighted to inform everyone present that today's expenses are entirely on Professor Holmes. When asked why, she encouraged everyone to keep an eye on tomorrow's Daily Prophet. At this moment, the tavern was bustling with patrons, most of whom were Hogwarts students. Upon hearing Rosmerta's announcement, they cheered, Thank you, Professor, and began to speculate quietly about whether Professor Holmes had received some splendid news. When Rosmerta re-entered the booth, Douglas harbored no discontent regarding her arrangements, merely offering a wry smile. Fortunately, you did not disclose that matter, or else I might not have been able to leave this tavern today. Please tally up the expenses shortly. Rosmerta quickly declined, saying, No, I shall cover this expense myself. I implore you not to refuse a book lover's gratitude towards an author. Rosmerta thought to herself, as the prophet would be published tomorrow, that those with discerning minds would surely recall today's scene. Rather than proclaiming the existence of a rare signed edition to others, it is far more gratifying to allow them to discover it themselves. Satisfaction. Chapter 54, Astonishment. The identity of the mysterious figure is revealed, and it is he. On Monday morning, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the young witches and wizards were partaking in breakfast. Penelope Clearwater, the head girl of Ravenclaw, along with several girls, approached the Gryffindor table where Percy was eating and perusing his history of magic textbook. Ahem, good morning, Percy. We have a question for you, she said. Upon hearing the familiar voice and seeing the newcomers, Percy's face flushed momentarily, and he quickly scanned for his siblings, only to find them absent. Ah, good morning, Penelope. What is it you wish to discuss? Penelope's friends, unable to contain their excitement, chimed in. Is Professor Holmes getting married? Who is his girlfriend? Percy looked at Penelope with wide, innocent eyes. Penelope hurriedly explained. The entire school was abuzz with rumors last night that Professor Holmes has something to celebrate. He even bought drinks for everyone at the Three Broomsticks. We just want to know if you had any information. I recall you mentioning your close relationship with him. Percy responded in confusion. He was in the library all day yesterday. In the evening, he sought out Professor McGonagall regarding some questions about last week's assignment. He had no opportunity to hear such news. However, Percy recalled that during his time at school, Professor Holmes had an unusual rapport with the proprietress of the Three Broomsticks. He had heard from Charlie that the owner always treated Douglas to drinks. Could it be that his superior intended to marry that proprietress? The thought left Percy utterly astonished, as he believed there was an age gap of over 20 years between them. Seeing Percy's expression, the group became animated, clearly sensing he held some insider knowledge. Yet, Percy remained composed and asked, "Could one of you recount what transpired yesterday? I wish to ascertain whether my suspicions are correct." As Percy felt a headache coming on, the girls recounted the details they had overheard once more. Percy was taken aback. "You mean to say that the proprietress brought a stack of books to a private booth, and then emerged to announce that the entire venue was on the Professor's tab? Furthermore, she claimed that there would be news in Today as Prophet?" Penelope shrugged. "I already mentioned that once the Prophet arrives, they will naturally find out. However, they expressed their impatience after waiting all night, urging him to speak forth." Percy furrowed his brow and whispered, "It is highly likely that the identity of our leader is about to be unveiled. But what could have transpired? Just last week, everything was being meticulously concealed. What?" Although Percy's voice was barely a murmur, it was no match for the keen ears of the gossip-hungry girls. Penelope's roommate exclaimed in astonishment. "Did you say identity revelation? What other identity could Professor Holmes possess? Could he be a dark wizard?" Percy retorted sharply, "Just wait until you see the Daily Prophet, and you'll understand." Penelope, feeling a twinge of concern, remarked, "I must first seek out the professor. I shall talk to you later." With that, she dashed towards the defense against the dark arts office on the 3rd floor. Only Penelope appeared somewhat anxious. It was rare to witness Percy in such a flustered state. Ron, who was in the midst of his meal, observed Percy's hurried ascent and scoffed. "Look at that. Even the academically diligent Percy cannot suppress his curiosity. The Daily Prophet will arrive shortly. Yet he insists on questioning the professor." Beside him, Ginny conspiratorially interjected, "Let me tell you something. This morning around 6, when I got up to fetch something from the common room, I discovered George and Fred there actually studying from a book on intermediate transfiguration. What could have spurred them on?" Hermione took a sip of pumpkin juice, swallowing her mouth full before indignantly chiming in. "Did Ron not mention the other night that they cheated while in detention? Professor Holmes, in his mercy, chose not to deduct points, but alas, they were caught by Professor McGonagall. They even saw my advice yesterday on how to earn points in class. Within just a week of the term's commencement, Gryffindor has already lost 200 points. 200 points. Oh, and let's not forget to thank Harry and Ron for violating school rules before the term began." At this point, Hermione felt herself brimming with exasperation and turned to Harry and Ron with a scolding tone. "George and Fred are aware of the importance of diligent study to earn points in class. Why, pray tell, do you two rise later than I do?" Even Neville manages to wake earlier. Awakened from his drowsy stupor by the mention of his name, a slightly confused Neville looked up and inquired, "What is it?" Ron, somewhat irked, replied, "Nothing, just hurry up and eat. I would hate for you to doze off in herbology later." He shot an admonishing glance at Ginny, muttering, "Isn't she just stirring up trouble?" Ginny stuck out her tongue, but quickly lowered her head to eat when she caught Harry's gaze. Just as the Gryffindor table was embroiled in heated debate, news erupted from the Ravenclaw table regarding Professor Holmes's potential past as a dark wizard. Suddenly, they were all startled by the cacophony of flapping wings overhead. Some astute students hastily stuffed their breakfast into their mouths, fearing that any delay would result in their meal being spoiled. In a moment, hundreds of owls surged through the grand doors and windows of the Hogwarts Great Hall. As they circled overhead for a while, most accurately delivered letters and newspapers into the hands of their recipients. Ron cast a glance at Hermione, astonished to see her in possession of a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Hermione, when did you subscribe to the Daily Prophet?" "My dad said that." Hermione abruptly interrupted Ron, flipping through the newspaper as she spoke. "I subscribed last week. Regardless of what the newspaper claims, it is for now our only means of understanding the changes in the magical world, especially for someone like me who has no friends in the magical community." Several students, who had not subscribed to the Daily Prophet, gathered around Hermione. "I can't believe it's the front page. Shocking. The identity of the mysterious figure has been revealed. It's him." "Don't interrupt me. Let me finish. Last night, Our society received news from the esteemed editor, Mr. Slane of the Quiet Publishing Company, that the author of The Magical Chef, full-time wizard and master of all professions, known as the banana-loving flathead, has decided to unveil his true identity to everyone. It is well known that the banana-loving flathead has been repeatedly named the best-selling author of the year since 1982. He is none other than Professor Douglas Holmes, the defense against the dark arts professor of Hogwarts for the academic year of 1992. Upon hearing the term the mysterious figure, not only he but all the nearby students gasped in astonishment, initially thinking it was Voldemort's return. The entire Great Hall of Hogwarts nearly erupted when they discovered that their favorite novelist was in fact their professor. Chapter 55. Thanks to Tom, the senior's popularity. Besides the Daily Prophet, many students also received letters from home. Draco Malfoy held a letter aloft, flanked by his two lackeys, Gregory, Goyle, and Vincent Crabbe. As he approached the Gryffindor table, casting a sidelong glance at Harry Potter, he smugly informed his companions, "My father wrote to me. He is hosting a grand press conference for Professor Holmes to express gratitude for the care he has shown me at school. Moreover, as the heir of the Malfoy family, I, Draco Malfoy, the representative for the second-year defense against the dark arts class, have been permitted to personally deliver this letter to Professor Holmes as a sign of respect from the Malfoy family." With that, he lifted his chin and swaggered out of the hall with his followers. Watching Malfoy's retreating figure, Ron pinched his voice as the heir of the Malfoy family. "I, Draco Malfoy, express my respect for the esteemed professor. Goodness, how revolting. Hermione and I are also class representatives. Yet we never acted so smug. Esteemed professor, I bet when Professor Holmes hears that title, he'll want to toss Malfoy's mouth into a hot pot for a good 8 dips." Harry furrowed his brow, saying, "Don't you find this rather peculiar? Malfoy has always looked down upon wizards of Muggle descent. I believe his father thinks the same way. How could he possibly have the kindness to host a press conference for Professor Holmes? Surely there is a conspiracy afoot." Neville exclaimed in astonishment as he finished reading the letter in his hands. "My grandmother insists that Professor Holmes must be an exceptionally powerful wizard," she exclaimed. "Oh, no, ugh." Just as Neville spoke, a tardy owl, swaying yet seemingly aiming with precision, plunged headfirst into the milk jug before him. Milk and feathers splattered all over them. A single feather fortuitously landed in Neville's mouth as he spoke. "Oh, here we go again," Ron grumbled, pulling the sodden owl out by its talon. After Hermione used a cleaning spell to remove the milk from herself, she complained, "Goodness, how much does Errol adore milk? He dives in the jug every time he arrives." She recalled that at the beginning of the term, it was this very owl that had fallen into her milk jug. Ron glanced at Errol, who lay sprawled on the table, and noticed it was clutching an ordinary envelope. He sighed with relief, removed the envelope, and remarked nervously, "I feared Mother had sent another howler." "Oh, Ginny, wait till I finish reading this before you look. It was nothing of consequence. Mother was merely inquiring whether it was true that Professor Holmes had a penchant for bananas. She mentioned that their owl seemed unable to deliver letters directly to Professor Holmes. It appears Errol has truly aged." Neville felt an odd taste lingering in his mouth and responded to Ron, "No, my grandmother's letter also stated that our owl could not deliver messages to Professor Holmes. It must be that the professor has concealed his name, rendering it undetectable to owls. She mentioned this is an exceptionally powerful enchantment, achievable only by the most formidable of wizards." Ginny, noticing Harry's demeanor, interjected, "Shouldn't our primary concern be to promptly inform Professor Holmes of the Malfoy family's conspiracy? I fear we may already be too late." As she spoke, numerous students, clutching letters and even some brandishing copies of Professor Holmes' novels, prepared to seek him out in the defense against the Dark Arts office for his signature. However, before they could ascend the grand staircase, they were halted by Professor McGonagall. "Class is about to commence. What do you intend to do? Is Professor Holmes leaving Hogwarts? Or do you all intend to skip defense against the Dark Arts? You will see him when class begins. Now, please finish your meals quietly and proceed to your classes." Meanwhile, the Weasley twins, who had conspicuously been absent during breakfast, stealthily emerged from behind the staircase in the entrance hall. Seizing the opportunity amidst the bustling crowd, they quickly slipped to the Gryffindor table. They asked in surprise, "What has transpired? I feel as though I've missed 10 galleons." Ron looked at them disapprovingly and said, "So it is George and Fred, the early risers who have been up since dawn studying." Harry pointed at one of the twins, astonished, and inquired, "What did you eat? Why is there a red substance at the corner of your mouth?" Fred quickly wiped his mouth and complained, "George, you could have warned me." George chuckled mischievously. "Who told you to put chili sauce on your tofu pudding?" Ginny, curious, asked, "Tofu pudding? What is that? I've never seen it." Hermione chimed in, "It seems to be a type of food, and it comes in sweet and savory varieties." I recall hearing the Hufflepuffs argue about it during our classes together. It appears to be a delicacy exclusive to them. You managed to sneak into the Hufflepuff common room? Hermione turned her gaze toward George and Fred. They shrugged and exchanged glances, saying, although we attempted to do so, unfortunately, we were not successful. They quickly changed the subject. What just happened? We could hear cheers from a distance. Is Hogwarts going on holiday? Oh, Fred, that is not a good idea. Yes. That means we would have to face Mom for an extended period. Ginny huffed. I'll tell Mom that you don't wish to see her. Ron interjected, pushing Ginny aside. All right, Ginny, enough of that. George, Fred, you absolutely cannot guess what you missed. By the way, do you know who the banana-loving flathead is? In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Douglas stood by the window, observing flocks of owls approaching Hogwarts from afar. He couldn't help but commend his foresight. After corresponding with Slyne and a reporter from the Daily Prophet last night, he had decisively concealed his name with magic, a spell he had learned when deciphering the Marauder's map. Having decided to go incognito, he would not hastily release a statement. After extensive comparisons, he abandoned the most talked-about figures in the magical realm, such as Harry Potter and Gilderoy Lockhart, and opted for the title The Mysterious One to stir intrigue. Douglas sincerely appreciated that diligent senior Tom, who had labored for over a decade to amass such renown. Knock, knock, knock. Douglas turned to open the door, revealing Percy, who was often elusive. Good morning, Percy. Upon seeing Douglas's calm demeanor, Percy took a deep breath to steady himself. Good morning, Professor. Have you encountered any issues recently? Why did you suddenly decide to reveal yourself? I recall you mentioning just last week. As Douglas ushered Percy inside, he offered him a plate laden with several large buns. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Accepting the buns, Percy relaxed upon seeing Douglas's expression. Oh, this is quite nice. It's filled with savory meat. This semester, I have yet to find time to venture into the kitchen. Douglas handed a copy of the Daily Prophet to Percy, who was in the midst of a meal. I imagine in your haste, you've overlooked today's edition of the Daily Prophet. Take a look, and then we can converse further. Percy took the newspaper, and his gaze fell upon the headline on the front page. The mysterious man? Cough, cough. The boss is quite something. Percy tossed the paper aside, hastily grasping his throat, his face instantly reddening. With a casual wave, Douglas poured a bowl of soy milk from the jug on the platter, which then gracefully floated before Percy. In a flurry, Percy accepted the bowl. Douglas unabashedly mocked him, exclaiming, Ah, how curious. What power those 3 words possess to stifle even the typically composed Percy. Chapter 56, Douglas, Who Brought a Novel? Confiscated. Percy was certain that the headline was concocted by their leader. The style was all too familiar. Back when Bill had formed a study group, he had just entered 1st grade and was dragged by Douglas to recruit members. The headline bore an uncanny resemblance to that time. Douglas poured himself a cup of tea and stated, The matter is quite simple. I need only to pose a single question to you. If the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor were a man named Tom Riddle, how would you, as a parent, react? Percy furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. As a parent, while I trust Headmaster Dumbledore's judgment, I would still reserve my opinion on this individual. Having never heard of him, I would assess whether he possesses the capability to fulfill the role of a professor. His task would be to gradually prove himself amidst the skepticism of the entire wizarding community. Boss, your current predicament resembles that of Tom Riddle, lacking the trust of the parents. However, unlike him, your other name is well known and widely revered in the wizarding world. Thus, you need not expend effort in proving your worth amidst doubt. Simply reveal your other identity to the public, and the matter will swiftly resolve itself. My analysis is not incorrect, is it? Douglas set down his teacup and regarded Percy with an odd expression. Your analysis is largely accurate, save for one detail. Percy frowned, puzzled, and inquired, What detail is amiss? Douglas replied with a smile. To evade suspicion, Tom Riddle need only disclose his other identity, much like I have. Percy poured himself a cup of tea and chuckled. Boss, do you believe everyone possesses the luxury of spending a decade cultivating a pseudonym to such grandeur, while their true name remains obscure? Douglas shrugged. I merely took a decade. Tom Riddle, however, has spent decades. You may have heard of his other name, Voldemort. Uffed. Percy's mouthful of tea erupted, half of it spraying out while the other half trickled down his throat and out of his nostrils. Coughing, Douglas disdainfully retrieved a tissue he had prepared in the Muggle world and handed it to Percy. With a flick of his wand, he effortlessly cleared the tea stains from the table. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Douglas entered through the side door of his office, as usual. Upon hearing that their weekend was to be consumed by a practical lesson, the students exhibited no signs of dissent. After all, many were still preoccupied with the anxiety of potentially failing their exams, and Professor Holmes had graciously bestowed upon them an additional 5 days for revision. They were too elated to reproach the professor for encroaching upon their leisure time. It was merely 2 hours on a Saturday, so they brushed it off. As Douglas entered the classroom carrying a stack of parchment, an initial hush fell over the room, followed by a rousing round of applause. Vincent Dina, who had once aspired to be a journalist, rushed to the podium with a book in hand. "Professor, could you please sign this for me? I truly admire you. May I conduct an interview with you?" Douglas nodded approvingly at his class representative. As he surveyed the classroom, he noted that nearly every desk, aside from the textbooks, held one or more of their own books. Goodness, were they intending to transform the class into a signing event? However, upon glancing at the representative's desk, he found no books other than the required texts. He silently commended his choice of class representative. As Douglas's gaze swept across the students, they instinctively set their hands down, and soon the classroom fell silent. Yet, each student continued to regard Douglas with fervent admiration, as if they had suddenly discovered that their teacher was a hidden luminary in a certain field. Douglas donned a rather displeased expression and remarked, "You are in your 5th year. Do you even realize what you are doing? Fawning over celebrities, reading novels. How does any of this resemble the demeanor of someone preparing for their OWLs? Our class's pass rate is shockingly below 30%. What's more infuriating is that one student has even failed. I must inform you that next year, my application requirements for defense against the dark arts will necessitate excellence to qualify with your current performance." As soon as Douglas finished speaking, a buzzing murmur spread through the room. Many previous professors of defense against the dark arts had made similar proclamations, but none had endured to the following year. "I sincerely hope Professor Holmes continues. Talented and attractive professors are not encountered every year. I hope so too, but this position appears to be cursed." With a resounding clap, Douglas slammed the parchment on the desk. "Enough chatter. If you have something to say, come up and share it with me. Miss Shirley, collect all the novels from their desks." Students with a keen sense of observation immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Yet some, still caught in their excitement, began discussing animatedly with their neighbors. "Is the professor planning to sign every single book? Alas, had I known, I would have brought more." Douglas observed the class representative, Shirley, as she stood up expressionless and pulled each novel from her classmates' hands. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Starting this week, we will conduct a weekly assessment until the OWLS examination." "What? Are you discontent? Does your OWLS score, should it be AP, concern me? My galleons will not diminish. Why do I toil to encourage your studies?" Shirley, holding a substantial stack of books, wobbled her way to the lectern and placed the books upon it. "Professor, I have collected all the books." Douglas nodded, but added, "Remember, you are a witch. Do you not know the levitation charm? And you all, keep in mind that during my lessons, aside from completing assignments, I do not mind if you wield your wands. Practice makes perfect, and this will greatly assist you in your OWLS practical examinations. Do not present yourselves as if the world is ending. I promise, should anyone achieve an outstanding score in the upcoming weekly assessments for 10 consecutive times, I shall return their book, complete with my signature. If anyone excels in the OWLS examination, I will create a character for them in my next book." The students, who had just been disheartened by the confiscation of their books, erupted in excitement upon hearing Douglas' final statement. "Long live the professor. Professor, I shall surely obtain an outstanding score. You must keep your word." Chapter 57. Is the assignment meant for me to write? Under Douglas's stern demeanor, the students finally subdued their excitement and settled down in anticipation. As Douglas distributed the parchment examinations, he remarked, upon seeing that the students had received their papers, Douglas strolled slowly around the classroom with the exam in hand. "The first question is a gift. I shan't waste time discussing it. Anyone who gets this wrong will have to copy it 10 times. A student against the wall silently buried his head in the paper. Let us examine the second question. There is no need to elaborate on A. It is clearly incorrect. B and C are even less likely, and only a troll would select D. Therefore, the correct answer is D. The third question is exceedingly simple. There is no necessity for discussion. As for the fourth question, is there anyone who does not comprehend it? None of us have." Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces of most students, Douglas raised his voice slightly. "What? Did you think I would meticulously explain every question? Or do you believe that after last week's examination, everything was resolved? I granted you a week. Did you not consider seeking the answers on your own? Without a teacher's prodding, you do not realize the importance of study? Education is for your own benefit, not for mine." The students trembled beneath his gaze as Douglas pointed emphatically at one of the questions. "Upon reviewing your examination papers, it appears that the stinging hex is a form of curse capable of inflicting pain upon the victim's skin, leaving a burn-like mark and causing swelling. I ask you, is this correct or incorrect? How many of you answer correctly? How are your 4th grade lessons conducted? Can you really not distinguish between a curse and a jinx? The subsequent question inquires about the wrinkled ear hex. What type of hex is it, and what is its effect? How many students responded with jinx? It is a curse. Dear students, a curse. Can you not discern between a curse and a jinx? Such a simple question should not lead to errors. These are all points that should be easily earned. Do not underestimate this single point, for in the OWL's examination, even a 1-point difference could signify the distinction between acceptable and exceeds expectations. Douglas grew increasingly exasperated, believing these to be fundamental questions that should not present such significant issues. He could hardly fathom what Chilo and Voldemort had been doing last year. Even if they were causing trouble at Hogwarts, one would expect them to achieve some results. Time slipped away second by second, and the students below felt as though each second stretched into a year. When Professor Holmes concluded the last question, the students let out a collective sigh of relief. The only difference was that Professor Holmes's choice of words was not as venomous as that of Professor Snape. Yet, why did it seem that they found his remarks even more piercing than Snape's biting tongue? Now, you shall go and find the corresponding references for each question in your textbooks, marking them beside each answer. A chorus of lamentations arose from below. Douglas ascended the podium, retrieved his textbook, and cast a glance at the students below. What are you looking at me for? Do I have words written on my face? Get your textbooks out. Today, we shall discuss the shield charm. As everyone turned to the page on the shield charm, Douglas spoke slowly. According to my understanding, in recent OWL's examinations, students who successfully cast the shield charm tend to score higher than their peers. Thus, this will be a focal point in our studies moving forward. The shield charm is a spell capable of repelling various curses. It creates a magical barrier that deflects spells and physical entities, thus protecting specific objects or areas. Can anyone tell me the effects of the shield charm and which spells are not covered by its defenses? 5 points to Ravenclaw. He elaborated on the theoretical knowledge of the shield charm for approximately 10 minutes. Douglas then set down his textbook and addressed the students. In the time remaining, we will practice the incantation and technique of the shield charm. Now, which brave student will volunteer to move the desks in the classroom? A simple levitation charm will suffice. Clearly, the shield charm was not an easy spell to master. By the end of the class, only the class representative and 2 prefects managed to barely cast it. But they were swiftly thwarted by Douglas's silent, wandless leg locker curse. This left them quite disheartened. Douglas encouraged them. Very well, Ravenclaw earns an additional 15 points. Though it may not have been a resounding success, this marks a commendable beginning. If you persist with diligent practice, triumph shall undoubtedly follow. The same applies to your fellow classmates. Do not lose heart. Seek guidance from those who possess knowledge in areas where you struggle. Reflect upon the OWL's examination, and you shall surely prevail. Each student is tasked with composing a paper on the ironclad charm, with a minimum length of 20 inches. A chorus of dismay erupted below. Douglas, wearing a benevolent expression, remarked, "Do you find this assignment somewhat lengthy? Very well, let us adjust the requirements slightly. A length of no less than 2 feet shall suffice. One is 20, and the other 2. No need to thank me." The students, now beyond mere lamentation, were in a state of utter dismay. "Oh no, Professor, you cannot. Professor, the focus is on the unit." Douglas's demeanor shifted, his patience waning as he retorted, "You wish to negotiate over an assignment? Is this task meant for my benefit?" Class dismissed. Just as Douglas prepared to exit, he suddenly noticed the class representative and the head boy limping toward the classroom door. Douglas turned back to add, "Are you incapable of casting the softening spell as countercharm? You must not only practice the ironclad charm, but also master the countercharm for the softening spell." With that, he waved his hand, and the stack of novels that had been collected floated behind him as he departed. As the 5th-year Ravenclaw students exited the classroom, they experienced an unexpected sense of liberation in the corridor's air. Upon seeing the 2nd-year Gryffindors arriving for class, and noting that most of them held one or several of Professor Holmes's books, the students exchanged knowing glances before joyfully exclaiming, "Oh, Professor Holmes is truly wonderful. He signs our books as soon as class begins. Indeed, as long as you approach the podium, the professor will gladly sign. It is simply marvelous." An indescribable joy welled up from within, especially among those fortunate enough to possess Professor Holmes's books. Even those without a book intended to ask the kind-hearted professor to inscribe his name on the front page of their textbooks. This was indeed splendid news for them. The first class for the 2nd-year Gryffindors was herbology, shared with Hufflepuff. It is unclear what influenced Professor Sprout, but she unexpectedly mandated that each student must memorize content regarding mandrakes before the next class. Furthermore, For every subsequent lesson, students were required to prepare the material in advance, with random recitations occurring during class. Any student unable to recite would incur a deduction of house points. They were already exhausted from utilizing their free time to study the defense against the dark arts textbook, and now they faced an additional burden. Sighing at this thought, they exchanged glances with Neville. Were they truly expected to emulate Neville, rising before dawn to memorize in the common room? As they cheerfully entered the defense against the dark arts classroom, Hermione eagerly arranged the books she had brought on her desk, preparing to rush to Professor Holmes the moment he entered the room. She possessed not only the magical world-esque novels penned by the professor, but also their counterparts from the Muggle realm. She had never imagined that Professor Holmes could be so remarkably talented, capable of crafting two versions of a narrative simultaneously, each as enthralling as the last. While Hermione busied herself with the books, her mind wandered. Should she first inquire about the professor's magical level, whether it corresponded to the intermediate, advanced, or sorcerer levels described in his works? Surely, he could not be a grand mage. Otherwise, wouldn't Dumbledore be regarded as the deity of magic? Alternatively, should she request Professor Holmes to sign all her books? Before she could deliberate further, she heard footsteps descending from the side door. Chapter 58. Harry, I'm just one apology short of Professor Snape. Douglas stood at the podium, utterly perplexed by the sight of the young witch before him and the line of eager young wizards behind her. Hermione exclaimed with excitement, "Professor, could you please sign these books for me? I adore your writings, both the Muggle versions and those from the magical world. Additionally, I would like to inquire, according to the classifications in your books, what magical level do you belong to?" At last, I have found that individual. I was frightened to death in the headmaster's office, though I sincerely marveled at the bravery of Gryffindor lions, far bolder than the students of Ravenclaw. They boldly rushed to the podium. How remarkable! Douglas then addressed Hermione with the kindest smile and tone. "Miss Granger, please do not rush. Kindly place your books here. And those of you at the back, please set your books upon the podium as well." After a flurry of excited shoving, Douglas gazed at the table piled high with novels. A few textbooks as well. Subsequently, these second-year students swiftly learned the harsh realities of human nature. The once warm and amiable Professor Holmes suddenly wore a chilling smirk. Instinctively, they withdrew their smiles, a shiver creeping down their spines. "What do you think my classroom is? A book-signing event?" Rushing to the podium, "Miss Granger, 10 points from Gryffindor. Moreover, although you are not." Douglas had yet to finish his sentence when Harry abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Professor, this cannot be blamed on Hermione. It was a senior from Ravenclaw who advised us to act this way." Douglas raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Potter, I believe I have previously mentioned that during class. You ought to raise your hand if you have a question, correct? 5 more points deducted from Gryffindor. Mr. Weasley, there's no need to pull him. Let him stand." Harry, visibly indignant, panted heavily. Hermione turned her head, whispering a plea for Harry to remain calm. Douglas descended from the podium, his voice icy as he inquired, "Then, Mr. Potter, do enlighten us on how that senior persuaded you to disregard classroom decorum?" After a moment of thought, Harry replied, "While we were passing in the corridor, we overheard them discussing that if we approached the podium with our textbooks, you would." As Harry spoke, a sense of unease began to wash over him. He suddenly recalled that the fifth-year students seemed to have only brought their textbooks without any of the novels penned by Professor Holmes. Could it be that Professor Holmes had chosen to leave the books behind in order to sign them after class? Had he unjustly accused Professor Holmes? Perhaps the professor genuinely intended to inscribe his signature upon those tomes. Moreover, the senior student had mentioned that it was an act of volition, while Hermione's actions were impulsive. Thus, she had incurred a deduction in points. Noticing that Harry's voice was dwindling, Douglas felt a wave of satisfaction. If his memory served him correctly in the original story, Harry had been misled by false information from Voldemort, which prompted him to rush to the Ministry of Magic, ultimately leading to the tragic demise of Sirius, who had come to his aid. Naively believing in rumors and acting impulsively, Douglas believed Harry needed to learn a lesson from this incident. Should history repeat itself, perhaps he could save Sirius's life. From Harry's tone, Douglas sensed that he was beginning to grasp the crux of the issue. To reinforce this understanding, he guided the conversation, asking, "What is it? Do you realize your mistake?" Harry stood there, guilt-ridden, and nodded slightly. "I am sorry, Professor, I shouldn't have." "Recognizing your error is a start," Douglas replied. "We must learn to derive lessons from our mistakes. Therefore, when we hear a piece of news, we should first verify its authenticity before taking action, rather than charging in like a reckless lion." "What is it, Mr. Potter?" As Douglas began to expound his wisdom, he noticed Harry gazing at him with wide, round green eyes. Green eyes? It was the first time Douglas had observed that Harry's eye color was strikingly similar to his own. Harry blinked in confusion and said, "But Professor, weren't you addressing my breach of classroom decorum?" The other students also looked at Douglas with bewilderment, believing the discussion centered on classroom discipline, which explained Professor Holmes's ire. Initially, Hermione felt quite distressed, especially since she had been the one to instigate the breach of discipline. However, the thought that Professor Holmes would sign her book later that evening did bring her a flicker of excitement. She had already prepared herself to sincerely acknowledge her mistakes after class. But upon hearing the professor mention the need to verify the truth of information, she suddenly felt lost, quickly realizing she had been misled. Glancing at the desk where her carefully selected, collectible novel lay, it seemed to drift further from her grasp. In that moment, despair welled within her, and she felt a strong urge to cry. Douglas suddenly felt a throbbing headache. Rubbing his temples, he pointed at Harry and asked, "So, what you just acknowledged as your mistake pertains to the matter of classroom discipline?" Harry, still bewildered, nodded. "Isn't it?" Douglas surveyed the expressions of his classmates and instantly understood he had made a significant blunder. However, upon observing Hermione's demeanor, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Ahem. It appears Miss Granger has come to recognize where her true error lies. Hermione stood up, striving to articulate her thoughts, a mixture of indignation and frustration evident on her face. Unconsciously exuding an air of authority as the class representative, Douglas thought, "Yes, Professor. Classmates, it seems we have been deceived by the upperclassmen of Ravenclaw." Just moments ago in the corridor, Douglas felt a weight lift off his chest. He had spoken for quite some time, and if no one had understood him, it would have been utterly humiliating for a teacher. He expressed his gratitude towards Miss Granger and Miss Know-It-All. However, as he listened to Hermione's tone and content, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. Wait, if she continued in that manner of speech and expression, would her next action be to raise her fist in fervor and rally a group of second-year students to confront the fifth years? Goodness, that would certainly surpass his own exploits in his youth. Douglas mused that if he were not a professor at Hogwarts, he would gladly sit back, munching on a banana, and enjoy the annual spectacle. Yet, he was a professor. Therefore, Douglas raised his voice and quickly interjected, "Miss Granger, please get straight to the point. For instance, what lesson have you gleaned from this situation? Others should reflect as well. If you believe this matter is trivial, I regret to inform you that the books you submitted to the podium have been confiscated. Of course, you are not like them. They are fifth-year students preparing for their OWLs. Thus, you will receive some leniency, which we shall discuss later. Please continue, Miss Granger." Setting aside her indignation, she gathered her thoughts earnestly and said, "Professor, I believe that when we hear a piece of news, we should first take a moment to think it through calmly. And then, after careful verification, take the next step. We should not act impulsively and blindly trust such information." Douglas led the applause, acknowledging that it was quite remarkable for a 12-year-old to arrive at such a conclusion. "Mr. Potter, what is your perspective?" "Professor, I agree with Hermione. Moreover, I believe that regardless of the source of the information, we must exercise caution in verifying it, lest we stubbornly cling to our own judgments and overlook vital facts." This insight is one Harry gleaned from his experiences last year. At that time, he was obstinate in believing that Professor Snape was a villain intent on stealing the Philosopher's Stone and harming him. Naturally, he still does not regard Professor Snape as a good person. However, at that time, no matter which professor assured him that Snape was not evil, he would not believe them. As a result, he nearly allowed the true villain, Professor Quirrell, to escape. Douglas nodded thoughtfully and then turned his gaze to Ron. With a sudden burst of energy, stood up. "Professor, I feel the same way." Douglas shook his head and then stated after class, "I expect you all to write a reflection, an essay, detail your emotional journey through this experience, and how you should respond should a similar situation arise in the future. It must be a lesson etched in your memories. Furthermore, in the future, during class hours, no extracurricular books are permitted. Do I make myself clear?" Harry stared wide-eyed, waiting for what felt like an eternity. Yet he did not hear Professor Holmes utter the words that would award Gryffindor an additional 5 points. A wave of sorrow washed over him, and he felt on the brink of tears. Harry believed he had grasped the lesson profoundly, almost ready to apologize to the less than noble Professor Snape. To his dismay, not a single point had been added. Chapter 59, Neville's Moment of Glory. "Miss Granger, how is the recitation progressing?" Hermione stepped forward to respond. Douglas nodded, although he found the introduction to dark magical creatures in the second-year textbook rather succinct, hardly warranting such extensive time. It was quite an accomplishment for students who had never memorized the entire text before to carve out time amidst their busy schedules. Expectations, of course, should not be too lofty. Excellent. As it stands, your progress ranks second among the second years across the four houses. Gryffindor earns 5 points. I hope everyone will continue to strive for excellence. Moreover, in light of your outstanding performance last week, I have decided to grant you early access to the study and practice of spells related to defense against the dark arts. Consequently, I will not require the remaining text to be recited in class. You may utilize your free time for this task. Miss Granger, do you have any comments? Professor, I certainly do not oppose reciting during free time. However, our current free time is rather constrained. Just this morning, Professor Sprout informed us that we are also expected to recite herbology content during our spare moments. While I have no doubt regarding your decision, it may pose a challenge for everyone. Douglas observed the young wizards below, their eyes filled with admiration for Hermione. He was struck by a nascent aura of leadership emanating from her, despite her youth. After all, this requirement was almost negligible for Hermione, as she had memorized the textbook before the term commenced. Yet, as the class representative, she stood up to voice her concerns on behalf of her peers. However, Hermione's point was indeed valid. With 7 main subjects to study, if everyone faced such demands, it was not merely a question of whether there was enough free time, but rather that most students would struggle to allocate their time effectively. This could potentially result in none of the subjects being adequately prepared. Douglas decided to wait a little longer, anticipating that other professors would recognize this issue. He would present a solution at the opportune moment. For now, he instructed Hermione to take her seat. That's all right. You may proceed with your recitations. After class, I will discuss this matter with the other professors. Take your time with the texts, but I expect you to solidify your knowledge thoroughly. This way, when you prepare for your OWLs in 5th year, the process will be much easier. Since everyone seems ready, Mr. Longbottom, why don't you explain what a jinx is? Neville Longbottom, upon hearing his name called by the professor, stood up in excitement, inadvertently knocking over his chair, which elicited laughter from his classmates. Blushing, Neville set his chair upright again and caught Hermione's encouraging gaze as she turned to him. Taking a deep breath, Neville closed his eyes. The obstruction charm is an incantation designed to temporarily hinder the movement of its target, lasting approximately 10 seconds. This spell proves ineffective against certain magical creatures, such as bats. Typically, the charm serves to immobilize a target, though it can also be employed to propel or throw an object, or merely to reduce the speed of the enchanted entity, potentially even rendering it weightless. Upon finishing his recitation, Neville opened his eyes to behold the approving gaze of Douglas. Splendid. Quite commendable, Mr. Longbottom. However, next time, do exhibit a bit more confidence. You may keep your eyes open while reciting. He had heard that Neville rose before dawn each day to practice, demonstrating remarkable diligence. Hard work compensates for a lack of talent. 20 points to Gryffindor. As soon as the words left his lips, the classroom erupted into thunderous applause. Clapping enthusiastically, Hermione led the charge, genuinely delighted for Neville. The other students joined in, directing their applause towards him. They bore no jealousy regarding Neville's points. After all, they were well aware of his tireless efforts. Neville Longbottom was on the brink of fainting from joy, as this marked his first occasion earning such a significant number of points for Gryffindor in class. Hard work compensates for a lack of talent. Now, let's practice the incantation and gestures of the obstruction charm. Everyone, repeat after me. Obstruct him. Pay attention to the emphasis in your tone. Strictly speaking, the obstruction charm was not part of the second-year curriculum. However, Douglas had chosen to introduce it early due to his forthcoming plans, as it was conveniently mentioned in the textbook. During the practice session, Douglas couldn't help but admire Harry's aptitude for spellcasting. In less than 15 minutes, Harry managed to produce a rudimentary obstruction charm. Douglas had always believed Harry's talent lay solely in the disarming charm, but it appeared he possessed a knack for other spells as well. Yet, most of the students struggled significantly with this particular charm. By the end of the class, only Harry and Hermione could successfully cast a complete obstruction charm. Noticing the time, Douglas raised his voice to ensure that those deeply engrossed in their magical practice could hear him. I hope everyone will take the time to practice diligently. I will request an empty classroom from Professor McGonagall for you to hone your spell work during your free time. Therefore, no practicing in the corridors to avoid accidentally harming your classmates. He hinted you will find this charm quite useful, so put in the effort. With that, the class was dismissed. Douglas departed the classroom, carrying a stack of collected novels, amidst the regretful glances of the students. They cast one last lingering look before reluctantly exiting the room. This had been the most engaging defense against the dark arts lesson they had experienced. Last year's classes had involved merely listening to the stuttering Professor Quirrell read from the textbook, and the previous week had been spent memorizing text. However, It now seemed that diligence would indeed yield rewards for their hard work. As they stepped out of the classroom, Ron slapped his forehead in regret, exclaiming, "We all forgot to inquire with the professor about who secured the first place in Gryffindor, following the second position. If it were Slytherin, would that not imply that their spells are more advanced than ours?" Neville exclaimed with excitement. I know. It's the disarming charm, which can prevent enemies from approaching." Ron looked at Neville in disbelief, and Neville bashfully scratched his head. Hermione huffed, while the innocent Harry explained helplessly, "Hermione, you know the expectation for you is to recite the entire text, while for us it is to transcribe it from memory." Hermione scoffed, initially intending to remark that it was their own fault, but thought better of it. Percy had taught them a little trick, not to dwell on another's mistake. The disarming charm is arguably more complex than the obstacle charm. If Slytherin truly holds the first position, it doesn't matter. I shall seek out the professor this evening to inquire. Then, we can convene a second-year meeting in the common room to ensure that Gryffindor secures the top rank next time, so we can be the first to learn the formidable spells. At that moment, Ron noticed a group of third-year Hufflepuff students approaching and nudged Harry with his elbow. Upon meeting Ron's gaze, they shared a knowing smile. Hermione, observing their exchange and glancing at the book in the hands of the Hufflepuff student, pursed her lips but ultimately chose to remain silent. She turned to Neville to discuss some study tips. Chapter 60, Slytherin Fourth. When Douglas entered the classroom, he was met with a stack of books neatly arranged on the desk, plunging him into contemplation. During lunch, the Great Hall of Hogwarts buzzed with chatter as students deliberated on the number of subjects for which their professors required memorization. At the Gryffindor table, some students were teasing George and Fred. George and Fred are nearly losing their minds in Transfiguration class. The moment Professor McGonagall spoke, they both leapt to answer, only to be forbidden from speaking for the remainder of the lesson. George and Fred chuckled, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. So what? In the end, the professor still awarded Gryffindor 5 points. With a clap, they cheered onward. "Let us earn those 200 points swiftly." George inquired, "What classes do we have this afternoon?" "Defense against the dark arts, charms, and, oh dear, history of magic. This is going to be quite the challenge." Ron scoffed from the side. "What has to compare to this morning's defense against the dark arts?" Neville managed to earn 20 points. Fred and George gasped. Good heavens, the benevolent Professor Holmes. It seems we have hope. Discussions varied wildly, yet curiously, none of the 3 classes that had attended defense against the dark arts today had proactively mentioned seeking Professor Holmes' signature. Only if someone inquired would they whisper about it. Oh heavens, Professor Holmes is indeed quite amiable. Simply placing a book upon the lectern during class will earn you his autograph. This sentiment quickly spread throughout the auditorium, resonating among the 3 colleges and their respective classes. Without any prior communication, they harmoniously seized their lunch from the tables and discreetly slipped away from the hall, fearing that remaining any longer would provoke uncontrollable laughter. After all afternoon classes had concluded, within the confines of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Douglas surveyed the pile of novels submitted dutifully by the students before him. Rubbing his temples, he reflected on the antics of the Hogwarts colleges, which he had both witnessed and participated in. Yet this was the first instance of students from different grades within the same college engaging in such rivalry. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the office door. Upon opening it, Douglas was met by Draco Malfoy, the second-year representative from Slytherin, standing upright at the threshold, with 2 curious students peering from the corridor not far behind. Mr. Malfoy, please come in," he welcomed, gesturing for him to enter while he himself ambled towards the tea table. Draco inhaled deeply, emulating his father's noble gait, feeling a tinge of regret that his wand was not present at school, which would have completed his dignified appearance. Standing before Douglas, he crafted what he believed to be a perfect smile and addressed him, "Esteemed Professor Holmes." However, before Draco could continue, Douglas interjected, "Mr. Malfoy, there is no need for such formality. You are here to report on the student's recitation progress, correct?" Draco, momentarily befuddled, shook his head in confusion, having completely forgotten the purpose of his visit. Douglas, shaking his head in discontent, remarked, "I must express my criticism here. How is it that your duties are performed?" Among the 4 colleges, Slytherin ranks 4th in recitation. Upon hearing this, Draco's pale cheeks did not flush crimson, but bore a faint blush. He quickly inquired, "Professor, may I ask where Gryffindor stands? What is their progress?" Douglas retorted, somewhat irritated, "Surely you are aware that Mr. Longbottom is slow to respond and possesses a poor memory. Yet, he rises before dawn each day to recite his lessons, making strides to catch up with the majority. Why is it that you cannot do the same? It is all in the effort." Enough said. Draco hastily shook his head and waved his hands. "Rest assured, Slytherin will surpass them. With that, he promptly turned and dashed towards the door. When his two lackeys spotted Draco emerging, they rushed to his side, only to find him on the verge of exasperation. What are you two doing here? Do you realize that Slytherin ranks 4th because of you? Tomorrow morning, you will rise before dawn to study. Do you understand? Goyle and Crabbe exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the notion of waking before dawn to study. Was that not a recipe for disaster? They inquired cautiously. Did you not deliver the letter to the professor? Draco Malfoy's complexion abruptly shifted from a rosy hue to a pallid white, only to flush crimson once more. Interrupted by Professor Holmes, he had astonishingly forgotten the matter. The thought of it incensed him further. Is this your concern? At 7 in the evening, several class representatives converged upon Professor Douglas's office, submitting assignments and consulting on various issues, while others came solely to obtain signatures. Then, like a swarm, they departed in unison, leaving behind the twins, who were still burdened with the task of memorization. George produced a note and handed it to Douglas, stating, "Professor, this is from Harry." Fred added, "I believe he is correct. The Malfoy family embodies a deep-seated disdain for those of Muggle heritage." Professor Douglas accepted the note, which read, "Professor, please do not accept Malfoy's invitation. Their family harbors prejudice against wizards of Muggle descent." Douglas felt perplexed and asked, "Do you know what invitation he is referring to?" "Mr. Malfoy visited today merely to report on recitation progress. Is it too much to ask for you to focus on your studies?" In the Gryffindor common room, although the older students were uncertain of her intentions, they willingly vacated their spots by the fireplace for her. Hermione stood in the center and declared, "I just consulted Professor Holmes regarding the current recitation rankings. Ravenclaw is 1st, we are 2nd, Hufflepuff 3rd, and Slytherin 4th. As her words echoed, the Gryffindor common room erupted in thunderous applause. Not only the second-year students, but even those from other years joined in enthusiastic cheers. Percy, who was seated in a corner completing his assignments, furrowed his brow. Ginny whispered to a nearby classmate, "I also inquired with the professor in the 1st year. Gryffindor ranks 3rd, while Slytherin is 2nd. I plan to gather everyone shortly, and we shall convene as Hermione suggested." Hermione quickly stowed her smile, her expression turning grave. "But can we truly be satisfied with just this? No, our aim is 1st place." A chorus of lamentations arose from her peers. "Hermione, let it go. Surpassing Slytherin is sufficient. There is no need to compete with Ravenclaw in this regard. Indeed, Hermione, Ravenclaw excels in this area. We can surpass them in Quidditch. We have Harry." Chapter 61, Magic Practice Study Room. Hermione clenched her fists in frustration, saying, "Do you know what spell the top-ranking Ravenclaw is studying? It's the entrapment charm. Professor Holmes informed me that the spells we learn are essential for practical lessons. Clearly, the top student will have an advantage over us. This means they will outshine us in practical classes. With every step we lag, we fall further behind." At the conclusion of the Academy Cup, it was perhaps due to a mere points difference that we found ourselves on the brink of losing the trophy. So, are you all content with this? Are you willing to accept it? Neville was the first to raise his fist in response, exclaiming, "Not willing." The other students, stirred by fervor, echoed his sentiment with enthusiastic shouts. Click! Colin Creevey, a 1st year, timely captured this moment. Hermione stood before the blazing fireplace, her fist raised high, as the surrounding students responded to her rallying call like devoted acolytes. Illuminated by the flames, she appeared remarkably grand. After taking the photograph, Colin, without allowing anyone a moment to respond, exclaimed, "Hermione, could you let Harry stand in that spot for a picture too? The angle is simply superb." The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter, encompassing both upper and lower years. Regrettably, the Weasley twins were confined and unable to enliven the atmosphere further. Hermione's face flushed a deep crimson, whether from embarrassment or the heat of the fire was uncertain. The carefully crafted atmosphere was disrupted by Colin's remark. Harry, equally mortified, glared at Colin and retreated to a corner with his textbook, concealing his face as he pretended to read. The common room's occupants bore no malice. They chuckled for a while before returning to their own affairs. Ginny gathered the 1st-year students together and briefly outlined the current situation. The 5th-year class representative was discussing with Percy whether they should hold a class meeting. "I inquired about the state of Ravenclaw's lessons today, and it was utterly disheartening. Our mock exam results were inferior to theirs. Percy, do you think we should approach the professors in advance to obtain the exam papers and memorize those questions? I heard that they're all drawn from past OWL's exams." The 4th-year class representative chimed in, but alas, they were also confined in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Several 4th-year students gazed around, bewildered, as each year had its own leader guiding their studies. While they remained in the dark about the situation, Angelina stared at the ceiling in confusion and suggested, "Why don't we elect a vice class representative to communicate with Professor Flitwick? Let those two be sidelined." The students' eyes brightened at this idea. At that moment, the atmosphere among the houses was quite similar. In Slytherin, the older students even informed those from lower-ranking houses than Gryffindor. If their ranking were still below Gryffindor's next time, they would not hesitate to spare some time to guide the younger students in magic. Ravenclaw students busied themselves, with the class representative serving merely as a facilitator to verify their own understanding. A few students were discussing the safety management regulations for the potions classroom distributed by Professor Snape. The professor had instructed them merely to memorize and follow the guidelines without explaining the rationale behind them. The Ravenclaw students preferred to engage in thoughtful contemplation. Only the Hufflepuff students appeared bewildered upon hearing the house rankings. Higher than other colleges? Oh, that's quite commendable. Lower than other colleges? Well, that seems rather ordinary. Nothing to be particularly excited about. Not everything unfolds smoothly. Regarding the magical practice study room, Douglas, through gentle persuasion and logical reasoning, eventually, with the assistance of Filch and the school nurse, compiled a detailed report on the accidents caused by students practicing magic privately over the past 5 years at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall finally consented to allocate 4 classrooms as venues for students to practice magic. One can imagine that if students from the 4 houses were to practice in a single classroom, no one could guarantee that their wands would not inadvertently discharge. Would it lead to another serious inter-house conflict? Such a situation is one that no one wishes to witness. After arranging the study rooms, Professor McGonagall, with a hint of concern, remarked, "Douglas, I believe that the study room cannot serve as an indiscriminately open practice area. There must be certain regulations in place. What is your opinion?" Douglas nodded, and then presented a set of regulations he had prepared for the management of the study room. "Professor, you may review this document. There are a few points on which I would like to seek your approval." With a somewhat reproachful expression, Professor McGonagall accepted the parchment, muttering that had this document been presented earlier, there would have been no need for him to drone on in her ear for so long. Students below the 3rd year must be accompanied by a senior to enter the study room. Upon entering the study room, students are required to fill out a practice list, detailing the spells practiced and the names of participants. Only spells taught in class are permitted for practice. Extracurricular spells require the professor's written permission. Students are strictly prohibited from bringing items unrelated to spell practice into the study room. Frolicking and casting spells on fellow students within the study room are strictly forbidden. Study room hours, 8 a.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. All students are expected to adhere to the above regulations and supervise one another. Violators will lose their eligibility to enter the study room. Professor McGonagall skimmed through the document and found it quite satisfactory, indeed comprehensive. Curiously, she inquired, "Douglas, I wholeheartedly agree with the aforementioned points. How else may I assist you?" Douglas rubbed his nose. "Professor, we need to offer some incentives to certain individuals. For instance, how can a 3rd-year student find a senior with free time to accompany them to the study room for magical practice? Apart from having a good rapport, it is rather challenging to secure such assistance. Therefore, might we extend a small measure of support in this regard? For example, if a senior accompanies a student and ensures that no dangerous behavior occurs, could we not award them some points? For 6th and 7th years, we could offer a suitable letter of recommendation at graduation to those who contribute significantly to the study room. I believe a recommendation from a Hogwarts professor would greatly enhance their employment prospects." Douglas spoke with fervent enthusiasm, ultimately persuading Professor McGonagall, who agreed to convince the other deans. This revelation allowed Douglas to exhale in relief. On Wednesday, before the formal commencement of the magical study session, the 1st-year Gryffindors were about to embark on their inaugural practical lesson at Hogwarts, Defense Against the Dark Arts. As Douglas spoke, he conjured a diagram in the air with a spell, saying, "Students, please close your textbooks and draw out your wands." To put it simply, the content of this practical lesson is straightforward. Your task is to safely traverse from the entrance of the passage to its exit. Of course, you will encounter some minor challenges. Firstly, this space resembles a cavern, which will somewhat restrict your movements. Secondly, you will encounter a creature that has never appeared in your textbooks. Fear not, for it is not dangerous. However, during this process, you must not look directly into its eyes in any form. Should you gaze directly into its eyes, you will be struck by a full body-bind curse, signifying your failure in this challenge. If you merely catch an indirect glimpse of its eyes, you will be afflicted by a weakened version of the curse, incapacitating you for 1 minute. Within that minute, if it does not detect you, you may proceed. However, should it notice you, a white mark will appear on your body, indicating failure. The The first to successfully complete the challenge will receive a signed copy of my own novel. As Douglas elucidated the rules, he meticulously observed the expressions of each student in the classroom. Unfortunately, he did not detect the reactions he had anticipated. Chapter 62. Gryffindor is no reckless lion. As Douglas concluded his instructions, Ginny raised her hand amidst the eager gazes of her peers. Professor, we have only learned the silencing charm. How are we to confront that creature? Douglas feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, Merlin's socks! Were you? First-year students at Hogwarts. The budding blossoms of the wizarding world. The hope and future of our realm. I believe you must learn to protect yourselves. When faced with threats to your safety, it is not wise to recklessly charge forth, attempting to conjure sparks with your wands to vanquish the foe. Instead, you must learn to strategically retreat at the appropriate moment." Ginny retorted, "Professor, but our Gryffindor motto is courageous and fearless, reckless abandon." Other students nodded earnestly in agreement. Douglas shrugged. "Indeed, that is true. Hence, I advocate for strategic retreat. To act knowingly against the odds is not bravery, it is folly. Well, after all, I'm a Hufflepuff. Nevertheless, when Hufflepuffs encounter aggression, we too will valiantly defend our most cherished possessions. In terms of bravery, we are not inferior to Gryffindor. I merely wish to convey to you that, during your vulnerable moments, when confronted with peril, it is imperative to learn to safeguard yourselves and preserve your well-being. When the critical time arrives, you may then expend your utmost efforts. Of course, Hogwarts is a sanctuary, and such dangers seem distant to you. Yet, do not forget the motto of Hogwarts. Do not disturb the sleeping dragon. Remember, the key to safety lies not in vanquishing your adversary, but in understanding the rules of the game. If all is clear, please follow me." Douglas was reluctant to engage in a discussion on this matter with a group of students. Courage, audacity, valor, and generosity are the hallmarks of Gryffindor's excellence. The students followed him to a classroom at the far end of the corridor. This classroom appeared to be divided into two sections, with a small compartment at the entrance capable of accommodating more than 20 standing individuals. The remaining two walls featured two openings, clearly marked as entrance and exit. The openings were shrouded in darkness, seemingly enchanted, rendering the view obscured and instilling a sense of eerie foreboding. Douglas inquired, "Who shall go first?" All the students raised their hands, eager to avoid giving the professor the impression of lacking bravery. After a moment's contemplation, Douglas pointed to Ginny and said, "Miss Weasley, why don't you demonstrate for everyone?" Ginny, wand in hand, excitedly stepped forward, casting a glance at Douglas, and, upon his indication, she boldly stepped into the opening marked as entrance. Instantly, her form vanished from sight, as if consumed by the darkness. A few students instinctively took a couple of steps back, creating distance from the opening. As soon as Ginny entered, Douglas produced a piece of parchment. He softly intoned a spell, causing the parchment to gradually unfurl, resembling a sheet that had been folded innumerable times. Eventually, it unfurled like a map and was affixed to the wall. The illustration was a simple line drawing, with a dark ink blot slowly traversing its surface. Beside the ink blot, a line of text flickered in luminous hues. This was a trinket Douglas had learned while studying the Marauder's map. Although its capabilities did not rival the map's, the displayed information was entirely dependent on the range of Douglas's detection spell. He had not incorporated a name recognition feature on a map, but for educational purposes, he had included a spell recognition function, which indicated the spells the students employed. The so-called creatures depicted were merely small alchemical puppets crafted by Douglas. They moved in response to vibrations and air currents, following the principle of motion akin to that of the legendary Will-o'-the-Wisps. During their movement, they emitted a subtle sound of friction, thereby imposing a psychological pressure on those being pursued. The parchment was secured with binding spells and eye detection spells. Upon stepping through the opening, Ginny found herself enveloped in darkness. In that moment, she felt a surge of gratitude. For just days prior, Professor Flitwick had taught them the Lumos spell, which she had successfully mastered. According to Professor Flitwick, although this incantation appeared to be a mere illumination charm, in the hands of a formidable wizard, it could even dispel certain dark magic. At the moment the wand illuminated, Ginny gasped, for it was as though she stood before a primordial cave, rugged and uneven, adorned with protruding rocks. Fortunately, she recalled Professor Flitwick's admonition, "Do not gaze into the eyes of that entity. Simply pass through safely." She quickly averted her eyes, focusing solely on the path beneath her feet, oblivious to any peculiar traps that might lie in wait. In her childhood, she had often listened to her brothers recounting tales of adventure, where many explorers faltered due to their failure to watch their step, succumbing to seemingly simple snares. After taking a couple of steps, an unsettling sensation washed over her, as if she could hear a faint rustling sound. She halted, straining her ears, yet detected nothing amiss. Continuing her advance, the rustling sound re-emerged, instilling within her a sense of inexplicable dread. Nevertheless, Ginny maintained her composure, refraining from bolting. Instead, she slowed her movements, inching forward to discern the proximity of the sound. Curiously, as her pace diminished, the rustling seemed to fade into oblivion. Suddenly, she recalled the silencing charm taught by Professor Flitwick. After a moment's contemplation, she steeled herself, extinguishing the light from her wand before murmuring softly to her feet, "Silencio." Then, she promptly reignited the charm. The students in the observation room, along with Douglas, were taken aback as they noticed a new line of text appearing next to Ginny. "Silencio." They then observed that the ink dot representing Ginny accelerated towards the first corner he had designed, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips as he murmured, "My book is not so easily claimed." In the cave, Ginny realized that after casting the silencing charm, as long as she refrained from taking large strides, the rustling sound would not return. With newfound confidence, she quickened her pace. Soon, she discovered, illuminated by the glow of her charm, a faint shimmer not far ahead. Water? Approaching closer, she noticed several depressions in the ground. However, with caution, she could traverse the spaces devoid of water between the low spots, or simply tread over them without concern. Ginny chuckled lightly, thinking what a folly. In a place like this, the sudden appearance of such depressions is clearly a trap. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not choose to wade through the water. Smirking, she thought to herself, "Professor Flitwick, you underestimate us Gryffindors. We are not a pack of reckless lions." As she scrutinized the two depressions, she discerned only limited spots to place her feet. Just as one foot made contact, she caught a glimpse of something resembling a pair of green, glistening eyes emerging from the shadowy water beside her. Suddenly, her mind went blank, and a statement from the professor flashed through her thoughts. "If you inadvertently meet its gaze, you shall be struck by a weakened binding curse, rendering you immobile for a minute." But it was too late. Her limbs pressed tightly together, and her entire body became rigid, collapsing like a plank beside her and splashing a small puddle. Almost immediately, she felt something lightly strike her, then vanish swiftly. She had been marked. Ginny felt tears welling up. Who could have anticipated that the puddle was not the trap, but rather the reflection on its surface? In Chapter 63, The Valor of Gryffindor, Douglas regretfully announced in the observation room, "Miss Weasley has failed her challenge." Ginny appeared, drenched, in the observation chamber. Douglas gently tapped her shoulder with his wand. Ginny sensed a warmth blossoming within her, akin to a small sun gradually radiating heat. It was not a burning sensation. Rather, it enveloped her in a cozy warmth that made her feel drowsy. With a hissing sound and a cloud of steam, Ginny was astonished to discover that not only had her clothing dried, but also the damp strands of her hair had completely dried. The other students looked at Douglas with admiration, particularly those from the magical realm who had encountered drying charms before. However, they typically removed their garments to dry them, and poorly controlled spells could ruin the fabric. Douglas smiled faintly. This charm was a technique he had devised based on scenes from martial arts novels where characters dried their clothes using inner strength. "Miss Weasley, you may now return to the classroom and compose a reflection on today's practical lesson. A minimum of 10 inches. Ginny hesitated. "Professor, I would like to attempt it again. I am certain I can succeed if given another chance." Douglas shrugged regretfully. Ginny's face displayed a hint of reluctance, but she nodded silently. As she reached the classroom door, she hesitated, then suddenly turned and said, "Professor, may I?" Douglas smiled approvingly. "Of course, Miss Weasley. That is your prerogative." Ginny addressed her classmates. "When you enter the cave, remember the professor's words. Do not look directly or indirectly into each other's eyes. Therefore, avoid gazing at any reflective surfaces. At the first bend of the corridor, there are several puddles. You must be cautious. Also, that creature seems to follow you based on the sound of your footsteps. Do not forget the silencing charm." With that, Ginny exhaled deeply, preparing to turn away. Applause erupted from Douglas, who beamed with delight, and her fellow students joined in, with several expressing their gratitude towards Ginny, who appeared somewhat bashful. Douglas remarked in admiration, when confronted with competitors, "The ability to share all known information without reservation is not merely a testament to the courage to face failure, but also a display of extraordinary spirit. I believe Professor McGonagall would be immensely pleased to learn of this." Given Miss Weasley's adept use of the Lumos charm, the silencing charm, and her keen powers of observation throughout the process, she demonstrated remarkable bravery and fortitude. Gryffindor earns an additional 10 points. The other students applauded vigorously, while Ginny shyly lowered her head, seemingly engrossed in the makeshift dueling she had drawn in the dirt with her foot. Encouraged by Ginny's attempt, the second student quickly approached the puddle. Learning from Ginny's misstep, he rolled up his trousers and closed his eyes, cautiously extending his foot forward. Upon stepping into the first puddle, he tested the water, discovering it was only ankle deep, which eased his mind significantly. Yet, he remained prudent as he probed for the next step. To his relief, he found solid ground and continued onward. However, he soon stepped into another puddle, which he dismissed. Pressing forward, as he lifted his leg, an unsettling sensation struck him. The foot submerged in the puddle felt as though it were being consumed by something. Alarmed, he hastily placed his raised foot directly into another puddle, but this one was different, a deep pit. He felt his foot slip into the void, and before he could rejoice, he noticed a pair of green eyes watching him from above. Above? Seeing? Goodness! It dawned on him that in his panic, he had not only opened his eyes, but had also stumbled sideways. Yet before he could ponder further, he realized he had fallen victim to the full body bind curse. His body was rigid, half submerged in water while the other half remained on the bank. What a dismal predicament! All the students in the observation room watched in astonishment as the drawings depicted the petrified student, collectively exhaling in sympathy. Douglas waved his wand and softly uttered, "Flotation." The petrified student began to levitate, swaying gently as he was guided towards the entrance of the cave. Douglas lifted the curse and dried the student's clothes. The student quickly recounted his experience to the others before sheepishly exiting the observation room. It was not until 5 students had failed at the same spot that those who followed finally regained their composure. They no longer rushed headlong towards the entrance, but instead gathered to discuss strategies for crossing. "Why don't we just jump over it? You've forgotten that Colin already tried that. The distance is quite far, and he landed right in the puddle. This is too difficult." Indeed, I wonder if the professor ever intended for US to succeed? In a hushed tone, "I know a freezing spell. We could freeze the puddle." "Really? Why don't you give it a try? I'd rather not be the only one from our class who fails. However, I'm a loss, as I have only witnessed Senior Hermione practicing this spell in the common room." Hearing their discussions, Douglas felt utterly speechless. This group of children seemed to be at odds with the puddle. He had never intended to challenge a group of first-year students. Yet not a single one of them noticed the narrow path he had left for them, measuring merely half a foot in width, cast in the shadow beside the puddle. As long as they carefully adhered to the wall and grasped the protruding rocks, they would not have to contend with the water at all. However, starting with Ginny, they failed to observe their surroundings, and by the end of the class, apart from a few students who struggled with the Lumos charm, the rest had attempted the task. Yet one student managed to perform a commendable transfiguration spell, transforming a small stone into a wooden plank to bridge the puddle. He, too, fell into the water. Although his eyes remained shut, he misjudged the direction while climbing out, and when he finally opened his eyes, he found himself staring into another pair. At the conclusion of the class, Douglas regrettably informed them that their collective challenge had failed. Following the Gryffindor first years were the Ravenclaw first years, whose performance was markedly superior. For students discovered the hidden path and successfully reached the second challenge, although they ultimately faltered there. Nevertheless, neither the students who failed the first challenge nor those who stumbled at the second shared their experiences with one another. Douglas chose not to comment on this. Everyone has their own choices. After Ravenclaw came the final class of the day, the second-year Slytherins. Chapter 64. Surprisingly, Crabbe was the first. After introducing the rules, Douglas made no promises to them. He did not believe that his sign book would hold any allure for this group of Slytherins. He merely mentioned that this practical lesson would also involve rankings. In the observation room of the practical classroom, when he inquired who would enter first, a profound silence ensued. Draco, as the class representative, first glanced at his companions, Goyle and Crabbe, pondered for a moment, and then pointed to a student behind him. "Theodore, you go first." The Slytherin named Theodore not furrowed his brow, but ultimately refrained from further comment. After casting a glare at Draco, he stepped through the entrance. Draco wore a smug smile. Theodore not, buoyed by the fact that his cousin was the president of the male student council, had consistently shown disrespect towards him as the class representative, often disregarding his requests to recite spells. After all, they had only recently learned a biological detection spell in defense against the dark arts, and most had yet to master it. This spell could detect the presence of other beings within a meter's radius, but it could not mark their locations. And when there were too many surrounding creatures, it failed to distinguish the specific one they sought. Alas, they were ranked last. After Theodore entered the passage, he first cast the Lumos spell with his wand, but he dared not glance around. Cautiously, he ventured forward, but soon he sensed something trailing behind him, sending a chill down his spine. He felt that he could discern the presence of a creature nearby, without the need for any detection charm. With a sardonic smile, he recalled that the professor had never prohibited him from attacking said creature. He hastened a few steps ahead, then pivoted, swiftly waving his wand and exclaiming, "Incendio!" Accompanied by a sound akin to a firecracker, a faint orange fireball erupted. Simultaneously, he caught sight of a pair of glimmering green eyes appearing on the wall beside him. Douglas, observing from the observation room, furrowed his brow at the name of the spell that had just manifested. Malfoy, noticing Douglas's expression, muttered under his breath, "Fool." Of course, he was referring to Theodore. Incendio is the incantation for the fire-making spell, a form of advanced dark magic that, once unleashed, is notoriously difficult to control. Fortunately, it was wielded by a mere second-year student. It was perplexing that the parents from those pure-blood families would dare to teach such dark magic to children. Did they not realize that prolonged use of dark magic could have detrimental effects on a wizard? Resigned, he stepped into the passage and extinguished the feeble yet persistent flames of the spell. After inspecting the surroundings and finding no damage, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a wave of his wand, he levitated Theodore out, yet he did not immediately lift the full-bodied bind curse. He merely left him standing against the wall and inquired, "Who is next?" Draco cast a glance around before ultimately fixing his gaze on Goyle, who was vigorously shaking his head and retreating. Draco frowned slightly. He needed to ascertain the situation within in order to navigate the passage successfully. Thus, he turned to the burly Vincent Crabbe, saying, "Crabbe, it's up to you." He ceremoniously extended his arm and patted Crabbe's shoulder, as if to convey his confidence in him. Crabbe said nothing and walked straight toward the entrance. Douglas, having stood by and watched his class representative's performance, could not resist offering a word of caution. "Mr. Crabbe, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from using certain dark spells." Douglas had a vivid recollection of Crabbe. It was this very individual who, during the final battle, had unleashed an uncontrollable fiend fire in the Room of Requirement, ultimately leading to his own demise. Scratching his head, Crabbe thought to himself that he struggled even with ordinary spells. How could he possibly manage dark magic? Nevertheless, he nodded and proceeded inside. Draco interjected, "Professor, you need not worry. Crabbe can hardly master first-year spells, let alone any sophisticated dark magic." Douglas shot him a glance, internally noting that dark magic was far easier to learn than ordinary spells. The more malevolent one's intentions, the more likely one was to succeed. Never mind. There is no need to converse with a second-grade student about this, especially one from Slytherin. After Crabbe entered the passage, he first cast the Lumos charm. A slight smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Despite others deeming him foolish, he always considered himself a thinker. When Professor Holmes outlined the rules of the game, he pondered them earnestly. As long as he traversed the passage safely, that would constitute success. Thus, there was no need to engage in combat with anything. He merely needed to forge ahead. He glanced at the path beneath his feet and then, with a swift motion, dashed forward. Though often perceived as gloomy, he possessed a certain athletic prowess. So engrossed in his forward sprint, he failed to notice the rustling sounds of the creature behind him. Soon, he reached a puddle, yet did not halt his stride. With one mighty leap, he crossed over it, indifferent to whether he landed in water or on dry ground. This low-lying area spanned over 3 meters, and ultimately, as Crabbe took his third step in the puddle, he stumbled into a deep pit. Fortunately, his robust physique and the soft earth that Douglas had deliberately placed beside the depression spared him any serious injury. Outside, the Slytherins sneered at Theodore, who lingered in the corner after Crabbe veered into the first bend. Theodore, now filled with a mix of anger and sorrow, felt inferior to Crabbe. Perhaps the Slytherin students yet to enter did not perceive the gravity of the situation, but Douglas was astonished. He had never anticipated that Crabbe would be the first to breach the second challenge, relying solely on his physical advantage. Indeed, Crabbe had inadvertently stumbled upon a small flaw in Douglas's design. As long as one was swift and responsive, even if one dawdled momentarily in the puddle, the puppet would not catch up. Upon entering the corner, Crabbe did not cease his pace and continued forward. The passage was strewn with scattered rocks, forcing him to dodge them as he ran. After a few strides, he finally sensed something amiss within the corridor. There was no need for the Lumos charm here. A torch behind him cast a brilliant light toward the passage's end. He noticed this because he perceived a massive shadow on the ground before him, as if he were being engulfed by it. It was evident that the source of that shadow lingered just behind him. The strange silhouette, illuminated by the flickering flame, contorted into various grotesque shapes, exuding an indescribable terror. Panic-stricken, Crabbe sprinted ahead with all his might. However, after a few steps, he felt increasingly uneasy, as if the ground beneath him was shifting backward. Yet, daunted by fear, he dared not stop and pressed on, gradually realizing that the passage, though not very distant, appeared interminably long, and the further he ran, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The sensation of the towering rock walls closing in on him became unbearable for Crabbe, prompting him to unleash a furious shout as he turned around, brandishing his wand. Before he could contemplate which spell to cast, his entire body froze in place. Chapter 65. I firmly believe that the courage of Slytherin is no less than that of Gryffindor. Douglas led Crabbe out and liberated both him and Theodore from the full-body bind curse. Theodore stood silently in the corner, his gaze filled with a mixture of hatred and ferocity, while Crabbe's eyes brimmed with sheer panic. Douglas produced a piece of chocolate and offered it to Crabbe. Here, take this chocolate. It will soothe your frayed nerves and elevate your spirits. Mr. Knott, would you care for a piece as well? Crabbe hesitated momentarily before snatching the chocolate and stuffing it into his mouth, mumbling a quiet, "Thank you." If it weren't for Douglas's keen hearing, it would have been nearly impossible to discern whether the sound was one of chewing or speech. Evidently, after consuming the chocolate, Crabbe's mood improved significantly, though it remained uncertain whether it was the chocolate's effect or merely the act of eating. Theodore, after a brief moment of hesitation, resolutely declined the offer. Douglas did not press the matter further and, noticing Crabbe's hopeful expression, retracted the chocolate. He couldn't help but smile inwardly, recognizing the boy's youthful innocence. "Mr. Vincent Crabbe, you performed commendably in today's practical lesson. Slytherin earns 5 points," Douglas announced. "Mr. Theodore Knott, due to your reckless use of dark magic in class, Slytherin loses 5 points. The others gasped in astonishment at the unexpected bonus awarded to Crabbe, finding the situation utterly unbelievable. Crabbe, however, beamed with joy. It was indeed his first time receiving points in class, and Professor Holmes was truly a kind-hearted individual. After reveling in his moment of triumph, he shot a defiant glance at Theodore. The latter, who had initially appeared sullen due to the point deduction, found his expression darkening further upon meeting Crabbe's gaze. Had it not been for the presence of the professor, he swore he would have used magic to leave Crabbe incapacitated. Douglas observed Theodore and noted his nonchalance regarding the loss of points. He inquired lightly, "It seems Mr. Knott is aware of the consequences of recklessly casting advanced dark magic?" Theodore remained silent, his face set in a grimace. He certainly understood the repercussions, yet he believed that had he succeeded in extinguishing the flames, no one would have known of the spell he had employed in that shadowy corridor, being the first to enter and subsequently relegated to the corner. He had failed to notice the map on the wall that displayed the spells cast. Had it not been for his cousin's repeated admonitions to show due respect to the Muggle-born professor, he would have likely stormed off in indignation, especially now that he had already incurred a penalty. Douglas, perceiving Theodore's demeanor, chose not to comment further. He was acutely aware of Slytherin's disdain for his Muggle heritage, a sentiment that had been subtly evident since the very first lesson. Later, while arranging the classroom for the advanced practical lessons, though he did not employ any formidable dark magic, he adeptly guided the 7th grade students on where to fix certain incantations, simultaneously imparting the corresponding counterspells. Many of the methods he shared were not found in textbooks. They were the fruits of Douglas's profound comprehension of dark arts, which he had meticulously devised. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that the spells held no secrets for him, which earned him an additional measure of respect from those 7th graders who initially regarded him with skepticism but felt compelled to honor his status as a professor. The true reason for Slytherin's respect towards Douglas stemmed from the fact that during that period, the illuminating charm he wielded caused discomfort among those students who had clandestinely practiced advanced dark magic. It was akin to someone long accustomed to darkness suddenly encountering blinding light. Thus, they concluded that this senior, only slightly older than themselves, possessed formidable abilities. Following discussions between the male student council president and Professor Snape, a directive was issued forbidding Slytherin students from showing disrespect to this Muggle-born professor. Without further ado, Douglas glanced at Theodore's actions and addressed the entire class. "I am aware that many of you have gleaned knowledge of dark magic, whether from your elders or literature, and perhaps even practiced it. Rest assured, as your defense against the dark arts professor, I do not oppose your pursuit of knowledge. After all, mastery of dark magic does not inherently equate to being a dark wizard, nor does it imply that dark magic is solely malevolent. However, perhaps no one has informed you that indiscriminately wielding dark magic, especially the more advanced forms, can have detrimental effects on oneself." At this juncture, Malfoy hesitated before raising his hand, Professor, my father asserts that dark magic possesses immense destructive power, ensuring one is neither bullied nor disrespected. Yet, it is precisely such individuals who, through cunning, shrewdness, and opportunism, have thrived in the magical world. Perhaps Lucius has contemplated that with great power, his burdens would lessen. They believe that only strength commands respect, and their seniors have the authority to direct them precisely because they are more powerful. Douglas nodded. You are correct. The overwhelming destructive capacity can indeed lead one to become ensnared in dark magic, overlooking the harm it inflicts upon oneself. It appears some of you are somewhat bewildered by this, huh? Although this is content you will encounter in 2 years, I do not mind providing a brief elucidation here, to prevent you from unknowingly endangering yourselves and others. Why do so many in the magical community harbor opposition to dark magic? Is it solely out of fear of its formidable destructive capability? No. The use of dark magic inflicts harm upon your well-being, both corporeal and spiritual. The more potent the dark magic, the greater the damage it incurs. To speak rather bluntly, you, who pride yourselves on your noble lineage from pure blood families, surely do not wish to present yourselves to others in a state of mental disarray, exhibiting erratic behavior, irritability, unkemptness, filth, or even baldness, or with some facial feature absent, resembling a ghastly apparition. The consequences wrought by dark magic cannot simply be remedied with potions. You doubt this? Have any of you ventured into the infamous alley of the Upside Down? Surely you have witnessed the state of those dark wizards within. Is that the kind of person you aspire to become? Furthermore, I am aware of a master of dark magic who, in his relentless pursuit of knowledge, roamed desolate forests, fetid ditches, and dilapidated houses, ultimately rendering himself noseless and devoid of any hair, perpetually in a state of neurotic laughter. Draco Malfoy, smoothing his meticulously groomed hair, disdainfully remarked, "Without a single hair, he would merely be an egg." Douglas, suppressing a chuckle, replied, "Indeed, just like the boiled egg served at breakfast in Hogwarts, bald and lacking a nose. When you finally encounter him, showcase your flawless and refined faces, along with your splendid, abundant hair, and mock him for being an egg. I am certain the courage of Slytherin is no less than that of Gryffindor. Of course, remember to make a hasty retreat afterward." The mere thought of such a visage elicited a tinge of laughter from the others. Douglas noticed Theodore, who had been lingering in the corner, instinctively touching his nose, then running his fingers through his hair. Startled by Douglas's words, Theodore, after feeling his hair, began to worry that it might be thinning. He recalled discovering 2 strands of his hair on his bed just 2 days prior. Could it be the result of his secret practice of the Fiendfire curse? He even found himself contemplating his father, Old Knot. It must be said that the majority of Slytherins possess commendable genes, characterized by striking beauty. Upon hearing Douglas's account of the repercussions of dark magic, those who had secretly dabbled in it began to fret over their appearances. Naturally, at this moment, Douglas had no intention of elaborating that not all dark magic leads to severe health consequences. He did not believe that his words alone could prevent Slytherin from producing dark wizards in the future. Rather, he sought to plant a seed of caution regarding the dangers of dark magic in the hearts of these young Slytherins. As for how many would take root, that was beyond his foresight. However, he genuinely yearned to witness the moment when this group of Slytherins would eventually confront Voldemort. Observing the pensive expressions on their faces, Douglas clapped his hands. If any of you are indeed interested in dark magic, I personally suggest that you wait until your 4th year, when you possess a more profound understanding, before selectively pursuing your studies. Engaging with such matters prematurely poses a greater threat to your well-being. Chapter 66. Indeed, this is precisely my intention. At this moment, the group recalled that they were still engaged in a practical lesson. Douglas addressed Theodore and Crabbe, stating Theodore was taken aback. What could someone who had barely taken a few steps possibly write? Crabbe was equally perplexed. Was there a requirement to compose an assignment? Or to write reflections alone? He felt utterly unprepared. Anxiously, he glanced at his leader, Draco. Draco, too, exhibited signs of concern, for Crabbe had yet to convey any information. Observing the same look of uncertainty in Crabbe's eyes, he felt a warmth in his heart, glad that after all this time, Crabbe was finally awakening to the situation. Thus, Draco raised his hand, attentively studying Douglas's expression as he remarked, "Professor, upon careful reflection of the earlier rules, it seems you did not stipulate that entrants must conceal information regarding the passage. Of course, this is merely my humble conjecture. As you know, Slytherin is a united collective." Under Douglas's piercing gaze, Draco Malfoy sensed that he had exhausted his arguments. Douglas inwardly shook his head, thinking how this child always emulated his father's mannerisms, yet fell short in execution. He chose not to dwell on it and replied with a smile. Certainly, I am pleased that you have recognized this. However, it hinges on whether that particular student is willing to share their information. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Crabbe, igniting a spark of frustration in Theodore, who stood nearby. Why did they presume that a simpleton like Crabbe would possess more knowledge than he? Poor Theodore remained unaware that the map on the wall displayed an individual's coordinates. It was evident to all that Theodore had barely traversed 1/3 of the first passage before failing, while Crabbe was close to completing the second passage. Feeling the weight of his classmates' scrutiny, Crabbe blinked in indignation, wishing to clarify that wasn't what he had intended to say. However, after catching Draco's encouraging yet somewhat threatening gaze, he reluctantly relayed his experience, albeit in fragments. Upon entering, I discovered it resembled a cave. I kept running forward. There were several puddles, and I stumbled. After turning a corner, a massive shadow pursued me. I ran ahead and eventually saw a pair of bright green eyes. His classmates listened, bewildered, as if they were hearing a vague dream recounted by someone just awakened from slumber. They turned their attention to Theodore, who was equally baffled. Why had Crabbe encountered a monster in the second challenge, while he faced one in the first? Noticing their gazes upon him, Theodore nodded in agreement and declared, yes, indeed. It was a pair of bright green eyes. With that, he turned and walked towards the classroom exit, prompting Crabbe to hesitate briefly before following suit. The remaining Slytherins furrowed their brows, likely realizing that the peculiar creature had been present from the very beginning. Draco tentatively inquired, Professor, may we discuss this? Douglas nodded in agreement. Draco surveyed the rest of the group, and Pansy Parkinson quietly cautioned him. Consequently, Draco unceremoniously selected a classmate who had already mastered the detection spell to venture into the passage once more. By the end of the class, 4 Slytherin students had yet to enter, including Draco himself. They spent the majority of their time engaged in fervent discussion, during which Draco repeatedly reminded them that every individual who emerged must candidly recount their experiences within the passage. They aimed to devise a flawless strategy for navigating the passage, ensuring that on their next attempt, everyone would succeed seamlessly. Should any member withhold information, allowing Gryffindor to surpass them, Draco vowed to inform the head boy, the student council president, and even the headmaster. Although the other Slytherin students harbored personal interests, they understood the significance of their house's honor. The prospect of finding Slytherin trailing behind Gryffindor was truly daunting. However, each account from those who emerged varied significantly. Some reported that upon entering, the detection spell revealed a creature lurking nearby, and in their panic, they glimpsed a pair of glistening green eyes in the water. Slytherin student, use the mist spell to obscure your reflection. Others, like Crabbe, charged ahead without caution, overestimating their athletic prowess and tumbling directly into a puddle, failing to climb out. Slytherin student, you could use the freezing spell, despite their discussions yielding various solutions. It was unfortunate that not everyone could employ the suggested spells. Ultimately, a student named Daphne Greengrass, having heeded the collective advice, successfully navigated the second passage. She discovered that if one ran swiftly enough, the bizarre creature would remain approximately a meter behind. Furthermore, she articulated that the ground of the second passage would gradually recede as one ran, with every step forward resulting in a backward slide of about 3/4 of a step. Only by accelerating could one ensure progress. She attempted to counter the backward movement with a freezing spell, but to no avail. As she approached the exit, she sensed an invisible resistance akin to being submerged in water. While it did not impede her breathing, it was quite exhausting. Moreover, the passage undeniably narrowed, imparting a sense of claustrophobia. Thus, she concluded that the challenge posed by this passage was likely a test of endurance. Upon hearing her description, the Slytherins stared in astonishment, pondering whether the situation was simple or complex. Douglas, after listening intently, could not help but applaud, exclaiming, "An excellent hypothesis, Miss Greengrass. You earned 5 points for Slytherin." He was genuinely surprised that the purpose of the obstacles he had set had been discerned by a second-year Slytherin student. Originally, it was thought that such revelations would only transpire in the 3rd year, or perhaps during the 2nd year at Ravenclaw, or possibly through the astute Hermione. Upon hearing Douglas's commendations, many turned their gaze towards Daphne Greengrass, pondering whether this truly tested one's physical endurance. Yet, Draco's lips curled into a slight smirk. After all, this was the magical realm, and it could not be so straightforward. He mused that there must be a spell or some other mechanism to unravel the subsequent challenges. Watching Draco, brimming with confidence as he led the others away, Douglas could not help but stroke his chin, deducing the source of Draco's exuberance. A sense of pride welled within him. How could you foresee what I could not? Ah, still too young. The essence of this trial was fundamentally twofold. The first objective was to ascertain whether that diary had indeed infiltrated Hogwarts, yet so far, no student exhibited any anomalies. Thus, it would be necessary to await the unfolding of this practical lesson, allowing the esteemed senior riddle to emerge. Simultaneously, it would afford students a rehearsal for their actions in the event of the Chamber of Secrets incident. Naturally, he welcomed the prospect of astute students uncovering the connections, for he had already prepared his explanations and subsequent contingencies. After all, he had been fond of playing Go in his previous life. The second purpose arose from his observation that many students at Hogwarts exhibited relatively weak constitutions. This was not to say they were frail. Rather, many experienced heightened heart rates, breathlessness, chest tightness, and headaches with minimal exertion, a phenomenon evident during regular classes. When it came time to rush to class, they would scramble up the convoluted staircases, arriving breathless. And on one occasion, a student even felt lightheaded upon arrival due to their frantic pace. While potions could effectively alleviate such symptoms, he believed it imperative to address the root of the issue for the children. Morning exercises could enhance the functionality of the central nervous system and improve motor skills, fostering a spirit of collectivism and cultivating commendable qualities such as resilience, unity, and perseverance. Most importantly, morning exercises would refine the students' sensibilities, as they resided in the picturesque Hogwarts grounds, yet spent their days traversing the dimly lit castle. Except for the Quidditch players, few could relish the beauty of nature. Douglas was determined to allow the children to experience the joy of running along the banks of the Black Lake at dawn. Of course, he did not presume to possess the power to unilaterally alter the school's lifestyle habits. Rather, he would employ subtle methods, gradually guiding them from specific points to broader changes. Ultimately, it was all for the sake of the students. Chapter 67. The Disempowered Twin Class Representatives. Percy knocked on the office door and presented a letter. Boss, this is a letter from Mr. Slane. He mentioned that your owl was unable to deliver the message, so he sent it to me instead. Douglas accepted the letter, perplexed, and inquired, how does he know you? Percy widened his eyes in disbelief and replied, Boss, have you forgotten? It was you who introduced me to Mr. Slane back in Diagon Alley, and even had him procure a complete set of books for me. On the day of a new term, I received a book sent by Mr. Slane. I recall him mentioning that there could be no backing out of this arrangement. Douglas smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting this matter. However, what puzzled him was that a Hufflepuff would seek him out. One would expect them to contact Professor Sprout for assistance, yet he approached a Gryffindor instead. Upon opening the letter, Douglas perused its contents. Essentially, it began with a complaint about the inability to send a direct letter to him. Douglas's actions had inadvertently led to an influx of peculiar correspondence flooding his office, as fans were unable to reach him. Additionally, there were matters to discuss regarding the company's consideration of releasing a collector's edition of several books, altering the author's name to Douglas Holmes, and inviting him to pen a foreword as the defense against the dark arts professor. It would be ideal if he could engage the Hogwarts professors to contribute a foreword, particularly Albus Dumbledore. Furthermore, they intended to hold a book signing event during his tenure, as this edition would surely become a sensation, printed only once. Given the transitory nature of this role, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The books published during this period would hold immense significance. The final point was not a discussion with Douglas, but rather a direct notification that on Saturday afternoon, a reporter from the Daily Prophet would be conducting an interview with him at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. He was not permitted to refuse and had to attend. Slane assured the company that should Douglas decline, he would hang himself at the gates of Hogwarts. Slane also specifically mentioned that he had turned down Rita Skeeter's request for the interview, clearly aware of her journalistic style. After reading the letter, Douglas asked Percy to wait for a moment. He agreed to the arrangements and offered profound praise for Slane's decision to refuse Rita Skeeter's interview. Percy, please make a trip to the Ollery and send this letter to Slane. Percy was not at all surprised by Douglas's request and took the letter from his hands before departing. Shortly after Percy's departure, class representatives from various classes arrived to report on their academic progress. Hermione brought in the students' written reflections, and Douglas noted that none of them were shorter than 12 inches. Upon glancing through them, he discovered that Hermione's was the longest, measuring a remarkable 20 inches, filled with dense writing. He observed that Hermione had even cited several historical events that had transpired due to the gullibility towards rumors. Other students had likewise referenced various incidents to varying extents. Noticing this common style, Douglas looked up at Hermione, who was fidgeting anxiously. Of course, it wasn't solely the second-year Gryffindors tasked with this reflection. Any class that had believed in the rumors was assigned this work. The Hufflepuff class representative, upon seeing the length of Hermione's reflection, grew concerned. For the longest submission from their class barely measured 6 inches, leaving them significantly overshadowed. Douglas instructed them to leave their reflection papers behind, assuring them that he would arrange for those who genuinely recognized their mistakes to receive their books after he reviewed the submissions. Once all the students had departed, Douglas noticed that 3 individuals had subtly remained among the crowd. Seated at the tea table, they indulged in pastries and tea, 2 of them appearing quite at home, offering critiques on the delicacies without a hint of unfamiliarity. "George, Fred, have you truly mistaken this place for your communal lounge? Remember, you are here for confinement, not leisure. Of course, Miss Angelina Johnson, you need not feel anxious. I am merely admonishing these 2 rascals. What brings you to me?" Angelina Johnson, a tall girl with long black hair styled in a braided ponytail, was a notable seeker from Gryffindor. However, she seemed somewhat apprehensive at this moment, though she had exuded confidence in the Gryffindor common room, leading her 4th-year peers to coax the Weasley twins into acquiescing to their proposal for a deputy class representative. She now felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation upon entering Douglas's office. Fred exchanged a knowing glance with George, and together they guided Angelina through the throngs, hoping to alleviate her nerves with tea and pastries. When Douglas inquired, Angelina found herself momentarily at a loss for words, glancing at Fred for support. Indeed, Douglas had already discerned that she could identify Fred at a glance, while he himself had to rely on name magic to distinguish between the 2. Fred and George feigned exasperation. "Oh, Professor, the students have revolted. They intend to undermine us. It's as if the Deputy Minister of Magic is communicating directly with Dumbledore. Alas, poor Minister Fudge, our fates are inexplicably entwined." "Oh, Merlin Socks, Fred, you have fallen so far as to aspire to the position of Minister of Magic." "George, you are mistaken. I am not Percy." In the midst of their antics, Douglas began to grasp the purpose of Angelina's visit. Addressing George and Fred, he declared, "Since you have both mentioned it, Miss Johnson may henceforth come directly to me to report on the affairs of your class and your individual progress. Miss Johnson, you shall serve as your class's deputy representative, responsible for overseeing the completion of assignments by all members. Yes, all of them." Upon hearing Douglas's affirmation, Angelina beamed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Professor. I shall not disappoint you." The twins sighed in relief. Ever since assuming the role of class representatives, they had been overwhelmed with responsibilities, not only encouraging their classmates to study, but also collecting assignments and listening to them recite passages. This had left them little time to pursue their many ideas. Some individuals eagerly await the opportunity to assume this role. Douglas seemed to discern the thoughts of the 2 and adopted an expression that conveyed his regard for them. "Fred and George," he stated reassuringly, "do not feel disheartened. I wish to clarify that Miss Johnson is merely a deputy class representative and will not usurp your positions. To ensure that Miss Johnson does not overshadow you, I shall announce a specific arrangement tailored for your class as a testament to my esteem for you. Henceforth, all assignments for Gryffindor's 4th year must first undergo scrutiny by Messrs. Weasley. Miss Johnson, you are to cooperate." Angelina, who had initially intended to clarify her lack of ulterior motives, couldn't help but smile upon hearing Douglas's arrangement, nodding enthusiastically in agreement. She understood the twins well, and this arrangement was simply splendid in her eyes. Douglas was equally pleased with his decision, knowing well the twins' capabilities. If they applied themselves, they could excel in the task of reviewing assignments. The Weasley twins were left astounded, exchanging bewildered glances. "You don't wish to be overshadowed? I thought you didn't want to be overshadowed?" "Indeed, we all desire to be overshadowed." It appeared that the professor was reluctant, and Angelina seemed to share that sentiment. Remarkably, she was smiling. It felt like a descent into the abyss of bureaucratic decay, where one yearns for titles yet shuns the labor involved. George and Fred lamented internally, regretting their attempts at cleverness before Douglas. History and reality had shown that they could never outwit him. Each time, they fell into his traps. The scene from 5 years prior flashed vividly before them once more. Chapter 68, Guarding the Purity of Hogwarts. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Douglas glanced at the time and turned to the Weasley twins, inquiring, "How is your memorization progressing? How much longer until you can recite it from memory?" George and Fred's eyes lit up. It seemed the professor intended to step out. If they could prolong their answer, perhaps they could conclude their confinement early today. "Professor, we might need a little over half an hour to memorize it completely. Recitation might take about an hour." Douglas acknowledged this with a simple "oh," and instructed them to stand by the doorway to continue their memorization. ever since the twins had brazenly brought Angelina into his office for refreshments. Douglas felt uneasy about leaving them alone in his quarters. The Weasley brothers shrugged. They had grown indifferent to the prospect of standing in the corridor to study and recite. Since the last incident, they had taken to wearing heavy clothing whenever they visited, preparing a little gadget that would finally come in handy. Pulling out a piece of parchment, Douglas warned, "You are to remain here and not wander about. Do not forget that I possess the Marauder's map. I shall find you if you stray." Lastly, he emphasized, "Do not even think about cheating." After speaking, he departed. As for the incantation he mentioned, one might chuckle. The magical realm is vast, and no one can assure that they have heard of every spell. It is quite feasible to concoct a few to deceive others. George and Fred observed Douglas's retreating figure, whispering to one another, "Does such a spell truly exist? Ah, George, your knowledge is indeed impressive. So, should we bring that object out?" "Fred, the professor merely instructed us to exit. He did not specify that we must stand. The Marauder's map can discern whether we are standing or sitting." They then joyfully exchanged high fives in celebration. At that moment, Douglas, still on the staircase, called out to them, "What are you up to? Is there not a whisper of sound from your recitation?" Startled, the Weasley twins hastily retrieved their textbooks and began to mumble through their lines. Once Douglas had departed, each produced a sturdy wooden stick from their belts. With a gentle flick of their wands, the sticks transformed into a stool with 3 intersecting legs. The seat crafted from an old bed sheet they had found. They had tested it and confirmed that it would not topple as long as it wasn't deliberately shaken. This ingenious design was inspired by a cross-legged stool they had seen in Douglas's Muggle home during their last visit. Initially, they had considered creating a fake wand capable of casting a simple fire-starting charm, which could then transform into a stool for sitting beside a campfire. Alas, time had eluded them. While patrolling, Douglas encountered Madame Loris, who was on her own round. He retrieved a small dried fish from his pocket and offered it to her. She delicately took the fish, rubbed against his trousers, and then departed. If Hogwarts students were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished. The ever-watchful Madame Loris, who monitored students for filch, could display such affection towards another. As he traversed the corridor, Douglas glanced around and found no one in sight. He produced the Marauder's map and, with a flick of his wand, lightly tapped it, declaring, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." He scrutinized the ink spots while murmuring, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you." Of course, to those students, my actions would undoubtedly not be deemed good. Nevertheless, as a professor, it is only fitting that I engage in the activities befitting my role. He first cast a glance at the lavatory he had been monitoring, finding nothing amiss. The twin brothers remained at the office door, and Filch was patrolling the basement. Soon, he located his intended target. "Ah, these two are from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. How unfortunate." Without needing to consult the map, Douglas skillfully approached the door of the abandoned classroom. He cleared his throat twice, signaling to the two within. Then, he confidently pushed the door open and ignited a candle that had long been extinguished. Bathed in the flickering light, a boy and a girl blushed deeply. Douglas sighed in relief, grateful that no inappropriate situation had arisen. He recognized the 2 students. The girl was a 6th-year Gryffindor, and the boy was a 5th-year Ravenclaw. Without the permission of their professors, they had ventured out into the castle at night. Both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw faced a deduction of 20 points each. "I shall inform Professors McGonagall and Flitwick about the confinement. Why are you still standing there?" Observing the two as they hurriedly fled, Douglas couldn't help but let out a sigh. During his own school days, he had witnessed incidents arising from students' clandestine meetings. A 7th-year boy once impregnated a 6th-year girl who was merely 2 months shy of turning 17. It is important to note that pregnancy among wizards is no simple matter. And although Hogwarts did not expel the two, Douglas, along with Bill and Charlie, found themselves cornered by 2 professors in an abandoned classroom during one of their own nocturnal escapades. The 3 were confined for an extended period. Since that time, whenever the trio found the opportunity, they would venture out at night, not for any other reason than to safeguard the purity of Hogwarts. Utilizing the Marauder's map, they would discover those ill-fated couples, with 2 blocking the door while 1 discreetly lured Filch away. At that time, after the students confirmed it was not Peeves at play, tales began circulating from some unknown house about an ancient ghost, single for a millennium, seeking revenge on couples. Of course, the ghosts of Hogwarts have consistently denied the existence of such a specter. In truth, Douglas had long suspected that the 3 of them might have been secretly cursed by couples they had reported due to that incident. He had overheard the earnest Hufflepuff upperclassmen discussing how one might curse a ghost. Despite receiving numerous love letters from young ladies during their time at school, they remained blissfully single in the most innocent sense until their graduation. Today, however, their motives for this venture extended beyond merely preserving Hogwarts' purity. More importantly, they sought to advocate for the establishment of morning exercises as a formal course at Hogwarts. As an ordinary professor, he could not directly compel students to rise early for physical training, yet he could gradually build this initiative through the imposition of detentions. He was grateful for Hogwarts' trust in its professors, allowing them to tailor the content of detentions, just as he intended to identify a second pair of wayward students. He suddenly noticed a solitary dot moving towards the Forbidden Forest. Recognizing the name above, he realized it belonged to a third-year Hufflepuff. Douglas furrowed his brow. It was quite late for anyone to be heading in that direction, especially a Hufflepuff. Upon observing the trajectory of the dot, he felt a sense of relief upon realizing the destination was not Hagrid's hut. In recent days, Douglas had taken to visiting Hagrid's area during his morning exercises, checking on the flock of chickens he tended. Hagrid, noticing Douglas's daily presence near his hut and his habitual glances at the chickens, assumed Douglas was once again contemplating cooking a roast chicken, albeit too shy to admit it. Thus, Hagrid generously offered to gift Douglas 3 or 4 delectable beggar's chickens, only to be met with Douglas's refusal. 3 or 4 chickens. Are you concerned that one may not suffice? Oh dear, the robust and expressive Hagrid has also begun to consider matters of sustenance. As he watched Douglas's figure swiftly fade at the edge of the lively map, Douglas dashed toward an open corridor. With a sudden surge of speed, he placed his left foot upon the edge of the castle wall, launching himself into the air with a long-forgotten technique known as the left foot kick to right foot soar. Above Hogwarts, a sound reminiscent of a crane's call, absent for 3 years, echoed through the night. Chapter 69. He once aspired to ascend like a crane, yet found himself as one to be ridden. Clad in ethereal robes, he spread his wings to traverse the azure sky. Awoken from a tranquil dream last night, a resounding call pierced the colorful clouds. A magnificent adult red-crowned crane soared directly above Hogwarts before swiftly diving down. Bathed in moonlight, it resembled a bolt of white lightning as it landed amidst the trees bordering the Forbidden Forest. A student noticed a white figure descending not far from him into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to walk in another direction. Douglas sighed and stealthily made his way towards that spot within the forest. This aversion to employing his animagus form at school stemmed from the sheer size of the target, coupled with the fact that it was an avian creature that did not belong to this realm, making it prone to recognition. Yet, such occurrences were beyond his personal control. The arduous journey to achieve a animagus transformation had cost him dearly. Nearly 3 years of relentless effort culminated in a successful metamorphosis. The initial step alone took him 7 attempts. He endured the ordeal of keeping a single mandrake leaf in his mouth for an entire month, from one full moon to the next. Under no circumstances allowed to swallow or spit out. Should the leaf leave his mouth, the entire process would need to be started anew. Heaven knows how arduous this was for a Hufflepuff. The second step ended in failure 4 times, as fortune seemed to elude him. Ultimately, on his 7th attempt, he succeeded, prompting a reflection on the number 7's enchanting significance within the magical realm. Once the first 2 steps were mastered, the subsequent stages, if approached with care, would not yield mistakes. Had he not known that an animagus could remain conscious in Azkaban, preventing the Dementors from consuming him, he might not have persevered through those trials. In those times, as a Muggle-born wizard wary of Voldemort's resurgence, he faced the risk of having his wand broken. Should he find himself unable to resist and imprisoned in Azkaban, transforming into an animagus would ensure he could await Voldemort's downfall without succumbing to madness. During his time at Hogwarts, he often intertwined the notions of magic and cultivation, perpetually fantasizing about the day he could transform his flying broomstick into a means of sword flight, convert potions class into alchemy, and devise talismans capable of subduing malevolent spirits. Upon graduation, he envisioned himself clad in a flowing Taoist robe, soaring gracefully before an audience, embodying ethereal elegance and ascending like an immortal, eliciting envy from those who were fervently devoted to magic. Perhaps this is why his animagus form manifested as a crane, appearing remarkably transcendent and extraordinary. However, contrary to his initial fantasies of cultivation, he desired to ride the crane, not be ridden by it. Ever since Bill jokingly expressed a wish to experience the sensation of flying upon a crane as described by Douglas, he had refrained from showcasing his animagus form in Bill's presence. Only Bill and Charlie were privy to his animagus shape, and of course, certain creatures in the Forbidden Forest did not count as people. As he indulged in these whimsical thoughts, a student from Hufflepuff had already ventured into the Forbidden Forest. not far from Douglas's position, oblivious to his presence. Douglas scrutinized the student, curious about their intentions. The Hufflepuff student cautiously and furtively stepped into the forest's edge. And even from his concealed vantage point, Douglas could discern the tremors coursing through the student's body in the dim light. The student muttered incessantly to themselves. And upon reaching a spot illuminated by moonlight, their trembling intensified, as though faced with a ravenous beast. Douglas rubbed his nose, pondering how such a timid individual dared to trespass into the forbidden forest. The student, quaking visibly, managed to cast the Lumos charm 3 times before retrieving a silver dinner knife. After assessing their distance from the forest's edge, they began to etch letters into a nearby tree with trembling hands, all the while preparing to flee as if a monster could emerge from the depths of the forest at any moment. Douglas frowned slightly, questioning whether the student intended to convey a message to someone. He remained silent, observing as the student hastily completed their carvings. When the student, startled and nearly in tears, dashed out of the forest, Douglas carefully examined the surroundings and cast a human reveal spell, discovering there were no others nearby. He approached the tree, illuminating his wand to read the inscription. Patrick Quincy is not a coward. Douglas felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. After waiting so long, this was all he was shown? Suddenly, he glanced at the Marauder's map and noticed the names of George Weasley, Fred Weasley, Argus Filch, Madame Rosmerta, and Peeves overlapping right outside his office door. Swiftly, he pursued the student named Patrick Quincy. Due to the student's Hufflepuff affiliation, Douglas refrained from immediately deducting points or issuing stern reprimands. Instead, he helped the child, who had fallen to the ground in fright at his sudden appearance, to their feet. Once the student regained composure, Douglas finally learned why this young individual had ventured into the forbidden forest at such an hour. The professors regard me with disdain, yet I am genuinely terrified of the towering astronomical tower. Each ascent fills me with dread of plummeting from its heights. In truth, my flying lessons have never seen me soar more than 10 feet. I harbor a profound fear of darkness and possess no innate talent for magic, learning at a pace far slower than my peers. Originally, Slytherin challenged me to a bet which I declined, and my classmates comforted me, asserting that it was acceptable not to partake, as Hufflepuff does not concern itself with others' opinions. However, Zachariah Smith declared me a coward, tarnishing the honor of Hufflepuff and causing him to feel ashamed before the other houses. For the sake of Hufflepuff's dignity, Douglas, gazing into the earnest eyes of the other, chose to trust his words. Of course, he also received a modicum of assistance from the Veritaserum, which, though it did not delve into the other's memories, allowed him to easily discern the truth in his statements. He did not believe the other would possess mental occlusion or be more formidable than himself. As for Zachariah Smith, a second-year student, he indeed remembered him, and the recollection was rather unfavorable. He had always been curious as to how Mr. Smith ended up in Hufflepuff. Perhaps he should leave a poor review for the Sorting Hat. Ultimately, Douglas regrettably informed him, Mr. Quincy, while I am pleased to see your dedication to Hufflepuff's honor, I must regrettably inform you that I cannot grant you any points for this matter. Due to your nocturnal escapades and trespassing into the Forbidden Forest, I am obliged to deduct 50 points from Hufflepuff. Nevertheless, as a member of Hufflepuff, I am touched by your courage in defending your house's honor. Thus, I shall deduct only 20 points, and Dean Sprout will inform you of the details of your detention. Douglas looked at him and added, Mr. Quincy, refrain from such trivial endeavors to prove your bravery in the future. In reality, at times, the ability to restrain oneself from meaningless impulses is a form of courage. And one final note, your classmates are correct. Hufflepuff indeed does not concern itself with the opinions of others. Protecting your house's honor is not limited to this singular path. Best of luck. With that, Douglas hurried toward his office, wondering what might unfold with these four assembled together. An animagus refers to a wizard or witch who can transform into a specific animal at will. When they assume their animal form, they retain a level of cognitive ability akin to their human state, along with self-identity and memory. Even after prolonged periods in animal form, they maintain the typical human lifespan. Unregistered animagi, if discovered, are likely to be sent to Azkaban prison. Exercise caution. To become an animagus, one must possess talent in both transfiguration and potion-making. Should one choose to follow the steps outlined below, the author accepts no responsibility for any adverse consequences. One must continuously hold a leaf of mandrake in their mouth for an entire month from full moon to the next full moon, without swallowing or spitting out the leaf under any circumstances. Once the leaf departs from the oral cavity, the entire process must commence anew. At the second full moon, place the leaf, saturated with your saliva, into a diminutive, transparent vial, allowing it to bask in the pure, unadulterated moonlight. Into this vial, introduce a strand of your hair. A silver teaspoon of dew, collected from a location untouched by sunlight or human presence for a full 7 days, and a cocoon of the ghost moth. Allow this amalgamation to rest in a serene, darkened space, ensuring it remains shielded from prying eyes and disturbances until the next storm approaches. During the interval of awaiting the tempest, perform the following ritual at each sunrise and sunset. Point the tip of your wand towards your heart and utter the incantation. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. The wait for the storm may extend over several weeks, months, or even years. Throughout this period, the transparent vial must remain entirely undisturbed and shielded from sunlight, for exposure to light would result in the most grievous mutations. Furthermore, resist the temptation to inspect the potion within the vial before the arrival of the lightning that accompanies the storm. If you persistently recite the incantation at dawn and dusk, you may, at a certain moment when the wand tip touches your chest, perceive a distinct heartbeat that may sometimes resonate more powerfully than your own, and at other times, be rather faint. Regardless, this is inconsequential. Every step must be executed with precision and without alteration, uttering the correct incantation at the appropriate time, without error or omission. When lightning graces the sky, immediately proceed to the location where you have concealed the transparent vial. Should you successfully complete all aforementioned steps, you will discover a blood-red potion within the vial, approximately a mouthful in quantity. At this juncture, you must promptly journey to a spacious and secure location, ensuring that the transformation process does not incite chaos or place you in peril. Direct the wand tip towards your heart, recite the incantation Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus, and then consume the potion. If fortune favors you, a surge of intense pain and a vigorous dual heartbeat will ensue. Visions of the animal form you are destined to become will manifest in your mind. You must remain fearless. If you wish to alter your resolve and evade the promised transformation, it will be too late. The initial metamorphosis is often uncomfortable and frightening. Clothing and accessories such as glasses or jewelry will meld into your skin, transmuting into fur, scales, or sharp claws. Do not resist, nor panic. Otherwise, you may succumb to the instincts of the animal, compelling you to act foolishly, such as leaping through a window or charging into a wall. Once the transformation is complete, you should find yourself acclimated to your new form. It is strongly advised that you immediately retrieve your wand and secure it in a safe place for future access upon regaining your human shape. Once again, it must be stated, those without the gift for transformation and potion making should refrain from attempting this. It is a perilous endeavor of bodily metamorphosis. Chapter 70. The Binding Spell. Peeves, I shall certainly expel you from Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick will be appalled. As Douglas ascended the steps, he heard Filch's hoarse roar echoing. Simultaneously, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Why did the mere mention of his name evoke such a reaction? Almost instantly, he detected a familiar scent, causing his complexion to turn a shade of ashen gray. Peeves, this time no one will be able to stop me, he declared, embodying the spirit of Douglas Sherlock Holmes. He cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and slowly approached the office. As he passed Professor McGonagall's office, Douglas cast a lingering glance, puzzled by her absence amidst such commotion. She must not be in her office today. Turning the corner, he was met with a peculiar sight. The Weasley twins had somehow procured a sheet, crafting a makeshift tent-like structure near the office door, concealing themselves beneath it, murmuring to one another. The sheet was dripping with moisture. Filch stood beside them, drenched. Yet the Weasley brothers adamantly refused to share the sheet with him. Every now and then, they retched in unison. From a distant corner, Mrs. Norris lurked, while Peeves, with an air of arrogance, stood akimbo, clutching a bucket, occasionally ladling out a scoop and splashing it toward the trio. Whether intentional or not, his aim was consistently just off, with most of the liquid landing on the door of Douglas's office. Witnessing this scene, Douglas's blood pressure surged. Before he could draw his wand and catch Peeves off guard, the house elf, creature, materialized nearby with a shrill cry. Ah, goodness, Peeves, what have you done? That is Professor Holmes's special creation. You must cease at once. Peeves blinked innocently and retorted, Gag, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly tamper with the masteress belongings? We have an agreement not to provoke or attack one another. Do not slander me. Gag, Gag. I distinctly heard you say this item was foul, spoiled, and moldy. According to my agreement with Professor Moore, I am entitled to select the moldy items first. Beneath the sheet, the Weasley twins whispered among themselves. Did you hear that? It was conjured by the professor. Goodness, this thing reeks worse than dung. What on earth was he trying to concoct in the kitchen? Hee hee, I bet he aims to serve it to the entire school. George pondered aloud. Fred, do you think this includes us? Regrettably, it seems so. I wonder what this water tastes like. George, I'm certain Filch knows. Filch's expression darkened ominously. Had the situation not been dire, he would have dragged those two rascals from beneath that sheet. His voice, cold and slightly hoarse from retching, pierced through the air. I can hear you two rascals. In a moment, I will inform Mr. Holmes. I doubt he will let you off lightly for turning his office corridor into this mess. The Weasley twins paled slightly, sensing an unusual tension in the air. After years of interaction, they felt that Peeve's aim had never been this poor. Upon the arrival of the mischievous poltergeist, he immediately proclaimed his intent to seek vengeance. However, the brunt of the ensuing chaos ultimately fell upon the professor. The recent difficulties and accruing points had rendered them reluctant to further burden themselves. Most of the attacks aimed at them were thwarted by a bedsheet, magically amplified by a protective spell. Surely, the professor would not chastise them for failing to safeguard the entrance, for neither of them were gatekeepers. The house elf, Chien, burst into tears, exclaiming with a quivering voice, "Ah, wretched poltergeist, what do you know? This is the work of Mr. Holmes himself." Before he could finish, a furious roar echoed from within the castle, binding spirit rope. Upon hearing those words, the poltergeist exhibited a startling reflex. This reaction left the Weasley twins momentarily stunned, observing the panic etched across the poltergeist's face. Regardless of the half-bucket of foul liquid still in his grasp, the poltergeist flung it forward and attempted to phase through the wall to escape. Yet they were longtime adversaries, well acquainted with each other's tactics. Before the poltergeist could abscond, a silvery, semi-transparent rope, crackling with sparks of lightning, materialized beside him. It swiftly ensnared the poltergeist, coiling around him in a manner reminiscent of a peach, binding him tightly. The more he struggled, the tighter the rope constricted. Due to the unique properties of this binding, the poltergeist emitted anguished cries throughout the ordeal. His hat, a prize won from Professor Euphrasia Moore in 1876 and crafted by Madame Bonneville, tumbled through the air. Chien the house elf deftly caught it along with a half-bucket of foul liquid. The poltergeist wailed, "Oh no, the ghost slayer is upon me. Professor, save me. You deceitful fiend. You have violated our agreement. Release me, or the binding magic shall torment you." As his cries echoed, a number of ghosts began to drift closer, many casting disapproving glances at Douglas. In particular, the slithering ghost, Bloodman Barlow, shook the chains in his hands, glaring at Douglas. The Ravenclaw ghost, Lady Grey, observed the scene from a height, her expression revealing her disdain for both the poltergeist and Douglas. The Gryffindor ghost, Sir Nicholas, and the Hufflepuff ghost, Fat Friar, floated towards the distressed poltergeist. Sir Nicholas glanced at Douglas, who was comforting the house elf, then shot a reproachful look at the poltergeist. Adjusting his slightly askew head as he admonished, "Poltergeist, do not forget our non-aggression pact. You are compelling him to unleash that item again, which benefits no one." Even the typically amiable Fat Friar, who had often defended the poltergeist, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Poltergeist, this time I cannot assist you. Remember, that contract is binding for you as well." Realizing the futility of his struggles, the poltergeist ceased his efforts, recalling from past experiences that the more he resisted, the tighter the bindings would become. However, this time the rope felt markedly different from before. In addition to an uncomfortable heat, it also inflicted a significant pain. He blinked his mischievous yet lively eyes and feigned a look of grievance, saying, "I have not violated any agreement. I targeted those two imps in Felch, after all. They just happened to be there. Oh, please, untie me quickly. If he can bind me today, tomorrow he can ensnare all the ghosts of Hogwarts. I can feel it. This rope has changed and is actually causing me harm. Oh dear, this is unbearable." The Fat Friar glanced at the other ghosts and then turned to Sir Nicholas, before drifting alone to Douglas's side, offering an awkward smile. "Douglas, it's been a while. Congratulations on becoming a professor. Pomona was genuinely thrilled for you, and of course, for Hufflepuff as well." Douglas accepted the hat from the house elf, Chien, and instructed him to dispose of the remaining brine. Upon seeing the Fat Friar approach, Douglas smiled warmly. This smile was sincere. After that incident, the Fat Friar, also a victim, had tirelessly defended him among the ghosts, clarifying that the matter was not Douglas's fault, which had mitigated the ghost's animosity towards him. Yet, even now, the ghosts still preferred to keep their distance from Douglas. Even the ever-supportive Fat Friar could only muster an awkward smile from afar. Douglas speculated that the ghosts had likely convened once more. To spare the Fat Friar discomfort, he refrained from initiating conversation. "Friar, it's been too long. How have you fared at Hogwarts these past years?" After speaking, he deliberately scanned the nearly 100 gathered ghosts. The fat friar quickly replied, "Of course, I have been well. I mean, I am a ghost. It has always been this way. You should hurry and collect the ropes from the poltergeist. You know that while everyone despises him, there is still an element of fear directed towards you, especially when you display such abilities in front of them. Huh, they're all a bunch of cowards. Even in death, they remain so fearful." At this point, a hint of dimness and confusion crept into the fat friar's eyes. After failing, he drew inspiration from the Patronus charm and the upgraded Lumos charm, which led him to develop a binding spell in advanced transfiguration that incorporated positive emotions. He finally summoned a rope capable of binding spirits. During his time at school, the spell's efficacy was repeatedly validated on the poltergeist, although it only managed to restrain him for a day. An unnamed ghost speculated that this rope, designed for spirits, noting that the poltergeist is not a ghost but a mischievous spirit, might even cause harm. After graduation, due to acquiring the thunderstruck Elder Wand, Professor Holmes upgraded the spell once more, incorporating not only positive emotions, but also the element of lightning. The professor had once confronted a malevolent spirit abroad using this incantation, which subsequently revealed that the enhanced spell could inflict a certain degree of harm on specific ethereal entities, and its effects would endure for a longer duration. Chapter 71. The Banishment Charm for the Peeves. The voice of the rotund monk was not particularly loud, yet many spirits still caught wind of his words. A sorrowful expression surfaced in the eyes of some specters. Douglas sighed, uncertain how to console them. The realms of the living and the dead were irreconcilable, and he was unable to offer even the simplest embrace. Turning his head, he addressed the Peeves, who was bound into a ball and wailing, saying, "Peeves, I distinctly recall stating that my personal belongings in the kitchen were off limits to you." The mischievous spirit retorted defiantly, "I didn't touch anything. That was refuse. A foul substance. According to the agreement, I am allowed to." Douglas scoffed. "Humph. That was the stinky tofu marinade I painstakingly concocted for a culinary delight. Every spirit in the kitchen knows I dedicate time each day to magically catalyze it. Just as it was nearly ready, you went and ruined it, wasting my efforts and now deliberately splattering at my office door. Do not forget, I am a professor at Hogwarts, not a student," Douglas concluded, addressing the surrounding spirits. The act of Peeves bullying students was entirely different from provoking a professor. Peeves argued, "I didn't mean to. I was targeting those two little brats. You violated the agreement and attacked me. I shall report you to the head professor." Filch shrieked, "Professor Holmes, do not believe his fabrications. Use the banishment charm on Peeves at once." As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes, spirits, turned toward Filch. The spirits glared at him, and the castle erupted with their furious roars. "Silence, you wretch." Then the spirits cautiously glanced at Douglas, many of their gazes tinged with a hint of pleading, fearful that Douglas might acquiesce to Filch's demands. In the face of the shrieks and ire of hundreds of spirits, Filch felt the temperature around him plummet. The foul water, dripping from him, seemed to threaten freezing. The Weasley twins, hidden beneath a sheet and stealthily watching the spectacle, involuntarily shivered. They dared not utter a sound, lest they draw the professor's attention and be expelled. After all, it was rare to witness such a grand spectacle. They had previously been curious about the relationship between the professor and Peeves. Now, they had uncovered something significant, as it appeared the Hogwarts spirits harbored animosity toward the professor. No wonder students had previously inquired about Professor Holmes's reputation at the school. The spirits had always skillfully diverted the conversation or seized the opportunity to depart, leading everyone to believe they were reluctant to discuss a current professor behind their back. At this moment, the Weasley twins felt that being confined in Professor Holmes's office was infinitely more thrilling than a nighttime escapade. Just look at what we have overheard. The agreement between the mischievous spirit and the professor was one of non-provocation. The binding spell, which could ensnare the spirit into the shape of a peach, was truly remarkable. Moreover, the exorcism charm for the spirit, although newly introduced, seemed exceptionally powerful. Douglas looked at Filch with an expression of disbelief, as if to say, "Surely, you must be doing this on purpose." It was as if he feared the spirits would forget that matter altogether. He turned his gaze back to the mischievous spirit, astonished that it had the cunning to exploit loopholes in the agreement. Not intentionally provoking, the spirit declared with a hint of pride, merely means that as long as one does not act with malice, it is not considered provocation. Look at that splendid explanation. Douglas retorted disdainfully, "Spirit, perhaps you overlooked the specifics of the agreement. It clearly states that while enrolled as a student, one must not engage in conflicts with the spirit, nor transfer or sell the exorcism charm or similar products to others. I regret to inform you that upon my graduation, the contract has become void. He had anticipated the spirit's cleverness from the outset when drafting the agreement. Even Dumbledore, the creator and guarantor of the contract, found nothing amiss in its contents at the time. The spirit paused, then lamented in agony, "You deceitful fiend." The Weasley twins were taken aback by this revelation. Suddenly feeling inadequate in comparison, why had they not been as brilliant during their own school days? In contrast to the spirit's ire, the other spirits were the most alarmed. The invalidation of the agreement meant that the exorcism charm could very well resurface at Hogwarts. To the spirit, the charm merely indicated confinement, but to the other spirits, it posed a genuine threat. The spirits harbored a strong aversion to Douglas for having invented a means to harm them without resorting to potent dark magic. Initially, Douglas had produced a number of exorcism charms for sale around the school, which students purchased merely to fend off the spirit's bullying. However, the situation escalated when a particularly ingenious student threw an exorcism charm at Moaning Myrtle, resulting in her being trapped in midair outside the restroom, wailing in despair. That day, it felt as though Hogwarts students had discovered a new frontier, leading to numerous spirits suffering varying degrees of harm within a single day. Ultimately, the headmaster intervened to prohibit the use of such charms after an incident where some brilliant fool unleashed one upon Professor Binns, the long-serving ghost of Hogwarts. This caused a significant decrease in his transparency, leading to the unprecedented decision to suspend history class for an entire month due to Professor Binns' personal circumstances. Dumbledore personally sought out Douglas, issuing a strict prohibition against the sale of any items capable of inflicting harm upon spirits. Douglas promptly agreed and proposed to sign a treaty for peaceful coexistence with Peeves the Poltergeist. It was from that moment onward that the ghosts of the school began to harbor a certain fear towards Douglas, a fear that gradually morphed into animosity. In the words of Sir Nicholas, the ghosts are a collection of souls paralyzed by the dread of death, lacking the courage to move forward. They have transformed into mere imprints of the real world, choosing this most impoverished of existences to prolong their presence. One fateful day, when ordinary wizards could inflict harm upon ghosts, they were naturally engulfed by panic and fear. At long last, upon graduating, they could only pretend not to recognize one another, opting to endure the year in silence. Until today, they discovered that each had once again manifested powers capable of harming them within the school, and were informed that their previous agreement had lapsed. Although this was not directed at them, it nonetheless instilled a sense of unease and terror. Yet, they were also left in a state of confusion. Where else could they go but Hogwarts? The twins exchanged a glance beneath the sheets. What a talent! What a predecessor! Peeves has him stumbling about. Our little failures pale in comparison. Suddenly, George whispered, "Fred, do you think that rule against casting spells at ghosts has anything to do with the professors?" "George, look at those ghosts. They might as well have that rule written on their faces, making the professors recite it word for word." Douglas distinctly felt the temperature within Hogwarts drop significantly under the influence of the ghosts. He resignedly addressed the fat friar, and thus all the ghosts, saying, "Friar, I am a professor of Hogwarts, an integral part of this institution. I assure you, in my capacity as a Hogwarts professor, no spells of my making shall ever be cast upon the students, including the professors. Furthermore, I promise that during my tenure, I shall not unleash this curse upon any ghost other than Peeves. You know, it was merely an accident." The fat friar nodded, mumbling, I know, which is why I've always told them you've never targeted the ghosts. Only Peeves wails. Why should I be the exception?" After hearing Douglas' words, what could the other ghosts do? The initiative lay with the opposing party. Given that he could guarantee it in his capacity as a professor, they had no choice but to believe him. They could not force him to take a magical oath, prohibiting him from teaching this spell to the students. Although they desperately wished to do so, But that was hardly the way of a saint. It's all Peeves' fault. Knowing full well he couldn't win, yet still provoking, serves him right. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from the stairway at the end of the corridor, silencing spell. A curse shot towards Peeves, abruptly halting his wailing. The newcomer sneered contemptuously at Douglas, saying, "Professor Holmes, is this the result of your nightly patrols? Hundreds of ghosts gathered? It's positively livelier than your nocturnal escapades during your school days." The method of use is quite simple. One merely needs to cast the talisman towards Peeves, thereby temporarily confining him within an imperceptible space for a duration of half an hour. The front of the talisman is adorned with an illustration depicting Peeves bound, alongside his repeated declarations of his desire to depart from the sorrowful grounds of Hogwarts, earning it the affectionate moniker of the Peeves Exorcism Talisman among students. On May 20th, 1986, a student employed this talisman on the resident ghost, resulting in Professor Binns being compelled to suspend classes. Following opposition from the other ghosts, a clandestine agreement was reached, leading to the discontinuation of the talisman's use at Hogwarts. Only Mr. Filch retains 3 expired talismans, harboring hopes of one day utilizing them to deter Peeves. Regarding the conjecture as to why ordinary spells do not affect ghosts, wizards have long regarded ghosts as part of humanity and acknowledged their inability to significantly influence the physical realm. Consequently, they have never contemplated the effects of standard spells on spectral entities. However, certain advanced dark magic can indeed inflict harm upon ghosts. References 1. Newt Scamander noted in his writings that ghosts oppose being categorized as human, viewing such classification as indicative of a bias, suggesting they are but remnants of a bygone era. Thus, the Ministry of Magic established a separate classification for them, leading to the creation of the Ghost Office. 2. Professor Snape recorded various dark spells capable of affecting incorporeal beings in his textbook, Advanced Potion Making. Chapter 72. The Weasley Twins. Is gossip more important than life and death? Douglas observed Professor Snape approaching and smirked, thinking it rather ostentatious, as if no one else could conjure a silencing charm. However, he quickly noted that only Professor Sprout and Snape had arrived. A frown creased his brow as he pondered what significant event could have necessitated the absence of both the headmaster and deputy headmaster. Such a commotion would surely have summoned Dumbledore by now. Upon reaching him, Professor Sprout instinctively covered her nose. Is this all the doing of Peeves? Fat Friar. Why are all the ghosts gathered here? And what is that? 2 individuals, who had been hiding beneath a blanket, felt a sense of relief upon being noticed. They promptly emerged from their concealment. Professor, it's us. We didn't do this. Yes, George has not retaliated, as we are in detention. Professor. Fred has also been hiding, because we do not wish to lose points. Professor Sprout, momentarily taken aback, replied, Indeed, I mean to say, well done. Your detention ends today. It's truly chaotic here. With that, she busied herself with a spell to clean the water stains from the floor. George and Fred immediately protested, Professor. We believe we cannot leave yet. Our detention has not been completed. It was interrupted by Peeves. We witnessed the entire ordeal. George and Fred were most unwilling to depart at this moment. They believed that they were at the climax of the entire tale, and leaving now would undoubtedly lead to lifelong regret. Filch, with a peculiar grin, declined. Of course, I shall not leave. I must observe Peeves in this state and etch it into my memory. The last time I beheld such a scene was many years ago. Snape's face bore a hint of derision. Engaging in mischief with Peeves has resulted in quite the chaos before my office door. I regret to inform you, Gentleman Weasley, that each of you shall lose 30 points. The crimson jewel representing Gryffindor in the house cup clattered down. The Weasley twins lamented in agony. No, Professor. It was Peeves who attacked us. We were utterly defenseless. Douglas snorted dismissively. In the face of adversity, one must remain composed, avoiding impulsive actions that could lead to dire consequences. For your steadfastness, Gentleman Weasley, Gryffindor shall gain 60 points. Snape's smile seemed to grow even more grotesque. As members of Gryffindor, you have learned to evade when confronted by foes, thus forfeiting the courage emblematic of your house. You have brought shame upon Gryffindor. Each of you shall lose 20 points. The crimson jewel clattered down once more. Douglas, unperturbed, declared, in the midst of the fiercest enemy fire, it is essential to remember the lessons imparted by our teachers and to steadfastly hold one's ground. This, too, embodies the bravery of Gryffindor. For this, Gentleman Weasley, you shall earn an additional 40 points. George and Fred were in deep distress, regretting their decision not to leave earlier. Their desire to witness the annual spectacle had led them to a performance far less entertaining than anticipated, and now they found themselves caught in the midst of it. The ghosts, in perfect harmony, concealed themselves in various corners, peeking from ceilings and walls to enjoy the show. Had it not been for the ghastly expression of Sir Nicholas, they might have even wagered on whether Gryffindor would gain or lose points in the end. The hourglass of the house cup beside the entrance seemed to express its own thoughts. What do you take me for? Coming and going, and yet dwindling in number. Just grant a clear answer. Will it be a deduction or an addition? You are wearing me thin. Just as Professor Sprout hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, Filch's sharp cry captured everyone's attention. Peeves. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the poltergeist. They beheld as the ropes binding Peeves first became translucent, then vanished with a pop. Following this, Peeves joyfully exclaimed, "Ouch, that felt splendid," before swiftly disappearing from view. Snape and Douglas exchanged glances laced with curiosity and mockery. Is that all? In such a short span, Peeves has learned to speak. Snape chuckled. What audacity to claim mastery over Peeves. And yet what qualifications do you possess to teach defense against the dark arts? Professor Sprout appeared to sense the spark of rivalry igniting between the two. Furrowing his brow, he instructed the portly monk to have the specters depart first. Then he addressed the Weasley twins and Filch, saying, "You may leave now." At that moment, the Weasley twins yearned for a professor to grant them an escape, for even the spectacle they were witnessing required an admission fee they could scarcely afford. They feared that if they lingered any longer, Professor McGonagall would be utterly enraged upon seeing the hourglass of the house cup the following day. Filch, gazing in the direction where nearly headless Nick had vanished, wore a look of profound disappointment, his damp hair adding to his dismal appearance. Just as the Weasley twins began to flee, Snape's icy tone resonated once more. Upon encountering a professor, one should respectfully greet them. 10 points from Gryffindor. The twins were on the verge of tears, bewildered by their supposed misdeeds. They stood rigidly, forcing out a semblance of a smile, before turning to Snape, gritting their teeth as they said, "Good night, Professor Snape. May you have pleasant dreams." "Indeed, Professor, it shall surely be a delightful dream." Professor Sprout could no longer bear to witness this, and interjected, "Severus, they have endured enough. Do not frighten the children further." Snape's expression remained stoic as he mockingly addressed Douglas. "I am utterly perplexed by your intentions in concocting such a foul-smelling brew. In the kitchen, no less. It is unimaginable that one who can brew potions into a delectable broth could produce something so repugnant. I recall someone asserting that the skills required for cooking, when taken to their utmost, are no less than those for potion-making. It seems that is not the case." Douglas scoffed inwardly, realizing that Snape had likely arrived long before. His deliberate tardiness was surely a ploy to witness Douglas's humiliation before the specters. At that moment, the Weasley twins found themselves reluctant to depart. They slowed their pace, hoping to glean more gossip. Chapter 73. The Agony of Working with One's Teacher. Hearing Snape's derision, Douglas felt rather mature, being a professor himself, and thus his wings had surely grown strong. "Oh, Professor Snape, you fail to appreciate the delights of culinary arts. Do not be deceived by the pungency of stinky tofu. It is, in fact, exquisitely tender and flavorful. By the way, I achieved an O on my OWLs in potion making." Upon learning that this foul concoction was intended for a new culinary creation, Professor Sprout's eyes sparkled with intrigue, just as she was about to inquire further. Snape beat her to it, mockingly exclaiming, "Is it possible that one who mistakes Horklump for a mushroom has goblins assisting them in their examinations?" Goodness, one could only wonder how long Snape had held that remark back. Today, he finally let out, "What a relief." Professor Sprout, hearing such a claim for the first time, could not help but slap her forehead, though it did seem to fit Douglas's character. However, Douglas was not pleased, declaring, "One should not air their dirty laundry, Snape. You have crossed the line." Yet what could he say? For the sake of world peace, for the harmony of the wizarding community, for the tranquility of Hogwarts, Douglas suppressed the urge to retort. With a subdued tone, he merely stated, "I receive an O on my OWLs in potion making." Snape scoffed derisively. Some individuals cannot even distinguish between horseradish and radish. The fact that they could secure an O in the examination is nothing short of ludicrous. Douglas was incensed. This incident occurred years ago. It was merely a moment of curiosity when he had inquired, "Professor, is this a variety of radish?" Upon encountering horseradish for the first time, while he had previously tasted horseradish sauce, he had never seen the root itself. Douglas felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly reluctant to continue working alongside his former teacher, the endeavor felt exhausting, especially as Professor Sprout interjected with a sharp remark, "Severus, this child is not unfamiliar with misidentifying plants. He nearly mistook the wolf's bane in the greenhouse for an ordinary vegetable to consume. It seems he cannot resist touching anything that resembles food. Moreover, since that incident, he had diligently memorized the descriptions of all plants in the wizarding world, fearful that a misstep might lead to dire consequences." Two professors. Aren't you here to discern what transpired? Professor Sprout shrugged. "Oh, there's nothing to uncover. Everyone is well aware of your little affair with Peeves. However, do bear in mind that those ghosts are rather pitiable." Snape let out a cold snort and retorted, "I would relish the thought of him expelling you. How could one who merely concocts foolish potions ever aspire to be a professor?" With that, Snape turned to leave. Douglas, indignant, exclaimed, "My OWLs and potions were graded O. I am a defense against the dark arts professor." Snape paused momentarily, casting a frigid gaze at the Weasley twins, who were fidgeting, and said, "Is there a swamp curse in the corridor? Or have your brains been devoured by goblins, rendering you incapable of walking?" Professor Sprout, exasperated, shrugged. They were her own students. After all, what could she say? Douglas, although Peeves has ruined your work, do not be disheartened. Simply redo it. I am eagerly anticipating what delectable tofu you will create from this foul concoction. As Professor Sprout yawned and prepared to depart, Douglas curiously inquired, "Is something amiss? Why is it that not only the headmaster is absent, but Professor McGonagall seems to be missing as well?" Professor Sprout shook her head. "I am uncertain. The headmaster has been away for over a week. This afternoon, a letter summoned Minerva and Phileas as well. You need not worry. It should have no bearing on the school. Furthermore, regarding this incident that led to your expulsion, it is not your fault. I shall discuss this matter with Albus." Douglas felt a sense of relief. He had feared some grave occurrence had befallen the wizarding world. His greatest concern was that if the diary had not been secured within the school and was instead left to roam free, a dark wizard could potentially resurrect Voldemort's Horcrux in advance. In hindsight, he regretted not allowing Lucius to pass the diary to Ginny and retrieving it himself. It would have spared him the current predicament of searching like a needle in a haystack. However, if the matters Dumbledore is handling are related to Voldemort, it is quite likely that he would choose to take Severus Snape with him. The fact that Snape remains at the school indicates that the situation is not connected to Voldemort. Douglas, you and Severus must not allow your relationship to become so strained. From what I gather, he actually holds you in high regard. I have often overheard students discussing how Severus frequently remarks that the potions brewed by the individual who can only concoct broth in a cauldron are superior to yours. However, ever since you arrived at the school, he has ceased to mention it. Oh, and there's another secret, imparted to me by the house elf in the kitchen. Severus has recently taken to visiting the kitchen during meal prep times to observe them as they prepare ingredients. He exclusively watches the methods you have taught for handling the produce. You see, there should still be ample topic for discussion between you two. After sharing this, Professor Sprout offered him an encouraging glance before departing. A faint smile played on Douglas's lips. It seemed that Snape had indeed taken note of the contents at the back of the book he had gifted him. That was specially tailored for him. During his time as a student, he had discovered that one of the most distinctive features of the potions class at Hogwarts was its extravagance. Indeed, it was extravagant. To have individuals who had never handled any materials before begin practicing with those potion ingredients, many of which were quite precious. Goodness, the potions class was truly opulent. Of course, during his studies, he did not shy away from this lavish style, as many of the materials in potion making were indeed edible. He also realized that many of the methods for handling ingredients in potions bore a striking resemblance to the preparation techniques found in traditional Eastern culinary arts. Techniques such as boiling, steeping, and simmering. Moreover, mastering the control of both gentle and vigorous flames, while patiently awaiting the delightful aromas wafting from the cauldron. Naturally, not all potions yield pleasant scents. This is why he often unwittingly found himself concocting broths instead. Compared to the failures of his peers, he was already quite accomplished, as not everyone's failed potions remain consumable, especially since Professor Snape frequently required students to taste their own concoctions. Therefore, the fact that his brews were still edible gave him a distinct advantage. Digressing, he had interspersed his personal insights within the book, aiming to guide Snape towards implementing some reforms in the potions class. For instance, employing an abundance of ingredients to replace similar potion materials, allowing students to first practice the methods of handling various ingredients, or perhaps teaching them how to brew a variety of soups, practicing the control of fire. Ultimately, the advantage of this approach would be the reduction of wasted potion materials, consequently lowering expenditures. By substituting with food ingredients, the kitchen would need to procure more supplies. The funding for the kitchen's ingredient procurement had been arranged through Hufflepuff. Thus, wouldn't this result in an increase in Hufflepuff's budget? He still vividly recalls that, as he was preparing to graduate and depart, Professor Sprout quietly summoned those impoverished or orphaned Muggle-born wizards among the Hufflepuff graduates to her office, inquiring if they would be willing to receive a stipend to aid them in navigating life within the magical community. At that time, Douglas became aware that Professor Sprout engaged in this practice almost every year. Each time, she would allocate a substantial sum of money, nearly half of her annual salary. Hufflepuff students constitute the largest group among the four houses. Of course, there were some well-off individuals who contributed funds to Hufflepuff through the school board. However, it was rare for a Muggle-born wizard like Douglas to amass a significant amount of money in just a few years. The reason Professor Sprout did not refuse when he proposed a donation of over 10,000 galleons for a Nimbus broom was that she understood Douglas was not one to inflate his own importance. Similarly, it was all for the honor of Hufflepuff. Chapter 74. Gryffindor takes the spotlight. The Weasley twins hurriedly sprinted into the Gryffindor common room, breathless as they entered. Upon their arrival, they realized that no one seemed to notice them. At this hour, the common room was bustling with activity. Hermione appeared to be instructing first-year students on spells, while second- and third-year students were engaged in fervent discussions. A few upperclassmen were surrounded by towering stacks of books, poring over parchment as if in search of information. Scanning the room, they finally spotted their classmates in a corner, chattering animatedly about something. At that moment, their friend Lee Jordan noticed them and excitedly waved his wild mane of hair. The Weasley twins were experiencing a palpable Ravenclaw atmosphere for the first time in Gryffindor. They linked arms and exclaimed, "Hey mates, do you want to hear about our adventures tonight?" "Oh, I bet they don't want to hear the story of the Boggart banishing spell." Fred remarked, "George, if Professor Flitwick's binding charm can tie a Boggart into a peach, why isn't it called the Boggart transforming peach spell?" George replied, "What are you saying? Goodness, did the Boggart actually sign a non-aggression pact with Professor Flitwick?" "Fred, you're simply brilliant. Facing hundreds of ghosts alongside your brother is quite the feat." Their antics successfully captured the attention of everyone present. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the common room. Many students instinctively turned to look at second-year Seamus Finnegan. Seamus quickly raised his book and exclaimed, "Not me. I'm just studying. I didn't use my wand." The others regarded him with skeptical glances. At that moment, Ginny, who was practicing the freezing charm, complained to her twin brothers, "It's my fault. You scared me so much that I accidentally shattered a teapot into pieces. If you share the stories you were just telling, I won't tell Mom that you frightened me." The attention of the room shifted back to the Weasley twins. Unlike the excitement among the younger students, the seventh years appeared somewhat bewildered, vaguely recalling that the Boggart banishing spell mentioned by the Weasley brothers sounded familiar. A seemingly enlightened seventh-grade girl pondered aloud, "The banishing charm for Peeves? Is that not a mere fabrication? I recall when I first entered Hogwarts. An upperclassman waved a yellow parchment and cast a spell, yet it yielded no effect whatsoever." The other students gazed at the seventh year with bemusement. At that moment, it appeared as if the other seventh graders had their memories stirred as well, and they readily concurred. Suddenly, Ginny stepped forward and covered her nose. "Have you all been struck by dung bombs? Why does it smell so foul?" The Weasley twins, upon hearing this, beamed with pride. You are unaware of this. Professor Flitwick's exclusive recipe. Stinky tofu. I believe that's the term. ISNT it, Fred. Indeed, I heard it quite clearly." Others, intrigued, leaned in to catch a whiff, nearly retching in response. Eventually, the Weasley twins were collectively asked to stand beneath a window and narrate from distance. While they spoke, others posed their questions. Hermione, after listening intently, furrowed her brow and remarked, "The latest edition mentions Harry's enrollment last year and his sorting into Gryffindor. It also recounts the failed attempt to banish Peeves in 1876 and the agreement made with him. Yet, not a single word of what you mentioned is found in the book." Harry turned his head to follow Ron's pointed direction and was startled by Colin's fervent gaze. He feared Colin might leap out and exclaim, "Oh, Harry, please turn to that page for a photo." The group began to debate the truth of the tale, with the majority believing it to be genuine, provided the Weasley brothers were not fabricating stories to amuse everyone. It wasn't that they doubted the Weasley twins. The reality was simply too fantastical. To seek verification from Professor Flitwick? Preposterous. Did they think their assignments were insufficient? Professor Snape was out of the question, unless someone believed that Gryffindor already had ample points. Professor Sprout might be approachable. The conversation shifted to which year had herbology class the following day. Suddenly, someone exclaimed excitedly. According to George and Fred, the professors promised that ghosts would not produce similar runes in the future. But they did not say we could not learn that spell to bind Peeves into a peach. Instantly, the room erupted with enthusiasm. Peeves ranked second on the Hogwarts most hated list, with even Filch relegated to third. To master that incantation would mean transforming Peeves into a peach daily. Some even envisioned hanging Peeves from the chandelier in the Great Hall, pelting him with moldy bread, scoring 10 points for a hit, 20 for a direct hit to the head. Just then, Sir Nicholas, the resident ghost of Gryffindor House, glided through the wall, appearing before the crowd. His entrance was akin to a powerful, silencing spell, abruptly rendering the common room silent. All eyes turned to Sir Nicholas, startling him so much that his head fell clean off his neck. He quickly adjusted his head and then noticed the Weasley twins standing by the window. Instantly, he felt an ominous presence that did not require the divination professor, Sybil, to foretell. As expected, students began to approach him with inquiries. "Sir, could you enlighten us about the happenings between the ghost and Professor Holmes? Is it true, Nick? Just as George stated, does Professor Holmes possess the power to harm ghosts? Is the banishing charm truly effective?" "Certainly, it must be true. After all, Professor Holmes is such a remarkable individual, undeniably powerful. Chapter 75. The Ghost Banquet Made Possible by Harry. Sir Nicholas, upon hearing the barrage of questions, felt as if his head, barely held together, was about to explode. Were it not for his status as the resident ghost of Gryffindor, he would have surely fled. Ultimately, he had to float to the ceiling to steady his head while bellowing for silence. That is a private matter between the professor and the ghost. I'm not inclined to gossip about the professor. It is indeed true. But the good news is that Professor Holmes has assured everyone that such occurrences shall not transpire again at Hogwarts. The binding spell, I presume, is a rather powerful form of magic. Regrettably, it is not dark magic, otherwise we could cough. You would find it challenging to learn, and I would not advise you to pursue it. Sir Nicholas, utilizing almost dismissive rhetoric, finally managed to quell the students' inquiries. He then proposed a request. However, I have a matter that requires your assistance. On that day, ghosts from all over will gather, primarily to celebrate the 500th anniversary of my dear self. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, will you all join us? Upon finishing, Sir Nicholas cast an eager gaze upon the students, who, fulfilling expectations, raised their hands in agreement. At that moment, a student suddenly inquired, will the ghost banquet, like the Great Hall, feature an array of exquisite dishes? Sir Nicholas appeared to be taken aback, responding with displeasure, no, not at all. It will merely be a cold, dark, ordinary underground classroom. One cannot expect ghosts to indulge in gourmet cuisine. Instantly, the enthusiasm of the students waned, and many expressed their reluctance to attend, saying they would reconsider later. At this juncture, someone noticed the Weasley twins making their way to the dormitory. Goodness, George and Fred are heading to the showers. I must get there before them, or it will be filled with their scent. Other students swiftly responded, abandoning their textbooks and dashing toward the dormitory. In an instant, the common room was left with only a few individuals, mostly the prefects, as they had separate bathrooms. Hermione busied herself organizing the textbooks to prevent any misplacement for the next day's lessons, while complaining, why are George and Fred not allowed in the girls' shower? Why are the girls so excited? Why didn't you two go? Ron shrugged. The boys' bathhouse is not particularly spacious, and they usually take turns using it. Trust me, many will emerge shortly. Harry muttered to himself. Was everyone heading there to bathe? The tale shared by nearly headless Nick was intriguing. Yet none wished to agree to visit that desolate place where no living soul dared to tread. They could only concoct some excuse to evade it. Suddenly, Harry was struck by a thought. Why was he still lingering here? He glanced at Hermione, who was tidying her belongings, and at Ron, who was scanning the half-finished assignments of others. Turning his head, he noticed Sir Nicholas approaching, his eyes gleaming with an eager intensity that nearly caused Harry to drop the book in his hands. Harry, I sincerely apologize for my previous demeanor. You see, organizing this ghostly banquet is no small feat. Dumbledore graciously agreed to lend us an underground classroom, but due to a certain professor, the application process has become quite arduous. We truly feel remiss in asking for provisions to entertain the living. However, I believe this will be a rare spectacle for you. Imagine all the ghosts from across England. Harry, witnessing the pitiable expression on Sir Nicholas's face, felt his heart soften. All right, Nick, I will likely attend, and I believe Ron and Hermione will join as well. This extraordinary banquet will surely leave an indelible mark on us. Do not be disheartened. It seemed that a blush graced his pearlescent visage. Meanwhile, Ron was racing against Hermione, trying to sneak a glance at a couple of assignments before she could gather them all. Sir Nicholas exclaimed excitedly to Harry, I cannot thank you enough. You know, we were contemplating canceling the banquet, after all. Truly thank you. I must share this delightful news with the others. And check if the Fat Friar has found anyone yet with that. He vanished into the depths below. Harry stood there bewildered. What did he mean by? I know what I know. It sounded as if the banquet would only continue because he had agreed to attend. Was it to commemorate his 500th birthday? Why were ghosts still seeking companions? He had thought himself to be uniquely special in this regard. On Saturday morning, Douglas dressed himself in a tidy and elegant ensemble, reminiscent of a bygone era, and set off toward Hogsmeade Village. For this interview, he had postponed the fifth-year practical test scheduled for that morning to the following day. As he made his way to Hogsmeade, a group of students gathered around him, although most were oblivious to Professor Holmes's purpose. They speculated that his formal attire indicated something favorable was afoot. After all, what if, like last time, the professor decided to treat them all out of sheer delight? They couldn't afford to miss such an opportunity repeatedly. As they passed the Honeyduke's sweet shop, the proprietor, Ambrosius Flume, bellowed to celebrate Professor Holmes, our esteemed partner, becoming a renowned author. All purchases made in this establishment today. Not only did Douglas gaze in astonishment at the candy shop owner, But all the students present and absent from the shop displayed expressions of sheer excitement. An iconic moment had finally arrived. The shopkeeper chuckled and continued. All purchases will receive a 10 discount. Come, allow me to introduce you to several confections invented during Professor Holmes' student days. Even on ordinary occasions, discounts were unheard of when Dumbledore bought sweets. The crowd surged forward. The shopkeeper winked at Douglas before turning to greet everyone. Douglas smiled. This was a trick he had taught the shopkeeper. Long ago, establishments in the magical world rarely engaged in promotional activities, as there were scarcely any competitors throughout the entirety of Britain. Nevertheless, the candy shop owner decided to experiment with the discount Douglas had suggested. Although the response was not as overwhelming as in the Muggle world, there were certainly more patrons than usual. Before he could take his time, Slyne burst out from the 3 broomsticks, pulling him toward the bar. My goodness, what are you still doing? Parading around? Are you surveying your territory? This time, I have a particularly special journalist I invited. Don't keep her waiting. Chapter 76, reserved for the front page. At the 3 broomsticks. There weren't many people, yet due to the time of day, Slyne led Douglas to a specially arranged booth, evidently designed to highlight Douglas's identity as an author. At that moment, a neatly groomed individual with slightly graying hair extended his hand toward Douglas. Good day, Professor Holmes. I am Lemos, a reporter and columnist for the Daily Prophet. Perhaps today it would be more fitting for me to address you as the banana-loving bald fellow. Douglas replied with a hint of surprise, realizing that Slyne had arranged for this particular journalist to conduct a feature interview with him. Merlin socks. I never expected it would be you conducting the interview. Your work, Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells, has been immensely beneficial to me. Lemos chuckled. I had a hunch you must have read my book. Moreover, your understanding and research of ancient magic surpassed the information I compiled within its pages. I have long wished to meet you, the elusive author I've only heard of, yet it seems Mr. Slyne has always been concerned I might steal you away. Hence his reluctance to reveal your true identity. Slyne stood by, refraining from further explanation, merely joining in the laughter, all the while observing how the seasoned journalist adeptly initiated conversation. Douglas's attitude toward Mr. Lemos was not one of insincere flattery, but rather a genuine acknowledgement of the truth. He had sought to ensure that the narrative of the magical realm resonated more closely with contemporary magical perspectives. He had previously delved into numerous ancient magical texts, though most of the content proved excessively specialized. At that time, he was still a first grader, finding reading quite challenging. Ultimately, he chose the book The Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells as his foundational reference. This tome, authored by Lemos, a journalist and columnist for the Daily Prophet, delves into the realms of ancient magic and spells. The text is minuscule and densely arranged, requiring one to be quite close to discern its intricate details. Percy had perused this book while delivering a letter to Professor Holmes in his office. Due to the shared interests and engaging conversation between the interviewer and the interviewee, the originally scheduled 2-hour interview extended well into the afternoon. They even neglected to take a lunch break, consuming 2 bottles of Holmes wine instead. They traversed a wide array of topics, from the magical world to the Muggle realm, from England to distant lands, and from spells to culinary delights. Whenever one initiated a topic, the other would seamlessly continue the discourse, creating an illusion for those nearby that the two were contemporaries. Eventually, prompted by the photographer Mr. Lemos regretfully concluded their conversation to allow time for some photographs. As they parted, Lemos cheerfully leaned towards Douglas and whispered, "Douglas, trust me, tomorrow will be front-page news. Absolutely remarkable, a rare talent. Frankly, you surpassed that Lockhart fellow by leaps and bounds. I've interviewed him before, and he is nothing but a purveyor of empty rhetoric. His understanding of magic makes me question whether he authored those books at all. He even covertly incites others to doubt your abilities, thinking no one sees through his childish tactics. I believe that even if you weren't a professor of defense against the dark arts, you would excel as a professor of ancient runes or charms. I am confident that from this point forward, you will shine even brighter than he does." Douglas smiled in silence. Upon exiting the booth, they were immediately taken aback by the scene before them. The pub was teeming with people, both inside and out, and Madame Rosmerta fluttered about like a busy butterfly amidst the crowd. "Hey, Douglas, do you still remember me? I'm Alina from Ravenclaw. We took herbology class together," exclaimed a banana-loving student. "I'm from Hufflepuff, too. Hi, Douglas, you invited me to the orchard, remember?" Another voice chimed in. "Professor Holmes. My child is in third-year Ravenclaw." In short, there was a diverse array of individuals present, including seniors, juniors, and even some parents. Douglas was horrified to discover that each person held one or several copies of his novels. Through the window, he even spotted someone carrying a complete set of his works. Rosmerta squeezed through the crowd, exclaiming in exasperation, "I didn't notify them. It seems that Hogwarts students spotted you leaving the school and came here." Beside her, Mr. Limus chuckled amiably. "Ha, you must quickly acclimate to this scene, for I can only imagine that if you were to host a book signing event, it would surely be far more vibrant." During a prior conversation, Douglas discovered that the Silent Publishing Company intended to co-host his signing event in conjunction with the Daily Prophet. This was certainly not Hogwarts, so Douglas could only greet everyone with a beaming smile. He hastily set up a table to begin signing for the fans who had come from afar. Among them were some students, whom Douglas had previously reprimanded for their grades due to reading novels during school hours, resulting in their books being confiscated. The graduates present, regardless of whether they had children at Hogwarts, applauded enthusiastically, particularly those who had recently graduated, as they had read Douglas's novels during their own school years. There were times when they stayed up all night engrossed in his stories, leaving them often weary in class. And many had even faced attention from their respective heads for such indiscretions. As night fell, upon entering the Hogwarts Great Hall, he noticed several students still lingering there. It was evident that students from the three houses were engaged in discussion, while the Slytherin students sat with an air of superiority, whispering amongst themselves and casting disdainful glances at the other houses. Douglas wearily rubbed his temples, having a fair idea of the cause. Due to Slytherin's advantage in their curriculum, the number of third-year students passing their practical classes this week surpassed that of the other houses combined. They had even proclaimed that they would be the only house among the four to have every member successfully complete Professor Holmes's practical class. This was, in part, thanks to the slight assistance from Slytherin's head, Professor Snape, who had inadvertently dropped a detailed recipe for a rather obscure strength potion during his rounds of the common room. Consequently, some Slytherin students swiftly gathered the necessary ingredients through familial connections. By the time Douglas became aware, 3 students had already passed the challenge using the potion. What could he do? He had previously only considered that someone might employ spells, albeit less common ones. He was aware of no fewer than 3 methods to enhance one's strength. To counter this, he had deliberately concealed a third pathway, intending to activate it should someone resort to such spells, thereby increasing the difficulty. However, he had never anticipated that someone would leverage potions to augment their power. Thus, there was no potion detection incorporated into his magical assessments. By the time he recognized the anomaly, 3 Slytherin students had successfully navigated the challenge. To further raise the difficulty at that juncture would seem unduly targeted towards Slytherin. Reluctantly, he awarded Slytherin an additional 10 points, commending them for identifying the oversight. It can be said that, thus far, he intended to enlighten everyone about the significance of personal stamina through practical lessons. And his objective of laying the groundwork for the subsequent early morning running and exercise classes has regrettably failed. He had once sought out Snape, brandishing the formula for a strength potion that a student had shown him, to complain that it was inappropriate to provide students with additional assistance during his teaching sessions. Snape, maintaining an air of indifference, remarked that it was merely an accident and that he had no intention of interfering with the teaching methods of other professors. Ultimately, he nonchalantly stated, "You know nothing of the greatness of potions." What could Douglas say in response, other than a chuckle in return? "I am a defense against the dark arts professor." He realized he had been careless. Indeed, potions were a subject he had never particularly prioritized. This had been the case since his school days. Although he had achieved an outstanding, he felt no significant regret for not having taken advanced potions classes. In his view, when confronted with danger, what could truly assist you in the moment was your own strength, whether magical or physical. Potions would only be of use if one was adequately prepared in advance or had already failed. This lesson had been imparted to him by his former potions instructor. In a magical world, there are certain matters one might overlook, but one must never let their guard down. Ultimately, for the sake of fairness, Douglas decided to completely eliminate the hidden third challenge. If students from other houses could also benefit from potions or spells, he would treat them all equitably. After all, the goal was to enable students to learn how to apply what they had studied in practice. For him, as a professor of defense against the dark arts, this could be deemed a success. However, he resolved that next time, he would not so easily allow his students to exploit the loopholes. How embarrassing. Fortunately, this incident remained unknown to the students. Otherwise, he would surely have found it difficult to remain in their presence. Unbeknownst to Douglas, after receiving assistance from their head, the other house heads could no longer restrain themselves. Among the 4 heads, who does not possess their own unique skills, it was inconceivable to allow Slytherin to dominate unchallenged. Chapter 77. The Detention Content. Morning Run. he encountered Professor McGonagall. "Oh, Douglas, I was just looking for you. By the way, the study room will officially open to students next Monday. Regarding the nighttime detentions for students, I have come around to your point of view and have persuaded the other heads as well. Since they believe that they have ample time in the evening, we will have them run around the Black Lake at 6 in the morning with you. You were right. They expend their energy during the day and will not be as active at night. Here is the list of the students in detention. Also, you need not worry about Peeves, since you have already made a promise to the ghosts. Both Albus and I trust you. Now go and have a good rest. I have heard all about today's events." Douglas glanced at the list he received. There were only 6 names. He then smiled wryly and said, "Today has indeed been exhausting, but it has also been profoundly rewarding. Mr. Limus, the author of Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells, is also a reporter for the Prophet. He told me that I will definitely make the front page tomorrow. It is likely that in the future, no one will question my esteemed identity as a professor." Professor McGonagall wore an expression that was oddly curious. This is indeed splendid news. However, whether Douglas is on the front page is of little consequence. Well, you must take care to rest adequately. After all, you are now a professor, and your focus should primarily be on teaching, allowing other matters to weigh less heavily on your mind. Douglas could not shake the feeling that Professor McGonagall's words held deeper meaning. After all, wasn't it you who insisted that I earn my rightful title? Regardless, Douglas resolved that should that individual Lockhart trouble him again, he would certainly make time to seek out clues, for he could not believe that all traces could be so thoroughly erased. The 4 students in detention convened in his office. Upon seeing Harry and Ron engaged in a written exercise, George and Fred, however, had only just begun to study from their books. Douglas, slightly irked, remarked, "Could you two not have reviewed before coming here?" George and Fred lamented, "We have resolved to excel in every class. Yet it seems nearly every subject requires us to memorize." However, the silver lining was that they had given up on their plan to boost their scores in potions class. It was evident that Professor Snape was not inclined to entertain their recitations of textbook material. Douglas cast a bemused glance at the two. "So, does that imply that you have indeed memorized portions of Transfiguration and potions as well?" George and Fred exchanged triumphant high fives. "Of course, Professor. We have sacrificed our sleeping hours." Douglas smirked. "Gentleman Weasley, I believe you have forgotten that the content of your detention includes not only defense against the dark arts, but also Transfiguration and potions, correct?" George and Fred shared a stunned gaze. "George, how could you forget such a pivotal detail?" "Oh, Fred, shouldn't you have been the one to remember this?" Clearly, the two had become so engrossed in their defense against the dark arts office that they had neglected other aspects of their detention. Douglas, clearly displeased, stated, "Starting tomorrow, you two shall only engage in written exercises when you visit my office. If you dare to bring your textbooks to study, I shall not hesitate to assign you an additional set of exercises each night. Furthermore, the content of all 3 subjects would be required for nightly written work." Douglas felt a sense of injustice. Why should other subjects allow for study during leisure time, while his defense against the dark arts must be confined to the office? The twin brothers were utterly distraught. They found themselves longing for the days before they had hurled dung bombs at the professor. Ron and Harry shielded their faces with notebooks, stifling their laughter, though it was a painful endeavor. Douglas, with a cold smile, remarked, "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, do you find this amusing? Have you also forgotten that the content of your detention mirrors that of your peers?" The following day, at 5:30, Douglas awoke, only to recall that he had detention awaiting him. At 6, with the dawn barely breaking, he arrived punctually at the designated area before the castle. Upon his arrival, he noticed Filch carrying a lantern, addressing 6 students who were clearly struggling to shake off their slumber. "Good morning, Mr. Filch. Please allow me to take over." 6 students, 1 from Ravenclaw, 1 from Gryffindor, and the remaining 4 from Hufflepuff, among whom 1 served as their class representative. Apart from the 3 captured by Douglas, the other 3 Hufflepuffs were cornered by their prefect late at night in the kitchen, only to be caught by Filch. In their own words, they had ventured to the kitchen in search of food, claiming hunger had driven them to study late into the night. The house elves had enthusiastically inquired if they needed preparations for a hot pot. Coincidentally, just as the prefect sought late-night snacks in the kitchen, he stumbled upon the trio, gleaming with grease and exuding an irresistible aroma. The prefect chastised them for indulging in hot pot without notifying him, ultimately leading to their discovery by Filch. Regardless of the prefect's attempts to absolve them, the matter was reported to Professor Sprout. Observing the distressed expressions of the students, Filch grinned and remarked, "Professor, your method is simply brilliant. These little rascals have too much energy because they sleep excessively, allowing them to roam at night. It took considerable effort to rouse them just now." After handing over the situation, he turned to leave. Douglas snapped his fingers, and a bright yet gentle orb of light appeared before them. Filch momentarily faltered, while the 6 students were astonished by Douglas's display, particularly the boys. Douglas smiled and asked, "Are you awake now?" They all nodded in unison, only to immediately voice their grievances. "Professor, the curfew notice stated 6 o'clock. Yet Filch had the ghost awaken us at 5. Professor, does our curfew really involve running around the Black Lake?" Douglas nodded, then shook his head. "Indeed. But not the entire Black Lake. We only need to jog around the on-campus Black Lake for an hour." Suddenly, Douglas noticed a pair of young lovers lingering behind the 4 Hufflepuffs, exchanging glances and even discreetly holding hands. "You two, separate. One in the second position, the other last. Mr. Quincy, you lead the way. Stop lingering." Quincy, the student Douglas had previously captured in the Forbidden Forest while trying to prove his bravery, appeared to have made little progress, judging by his current demeanor. The other 3 Hufflepuffs cheerfully separated the couple, each offering a supportive pat on Quincy's shoulder, clearly having already gathered the reasons for each other's capture. Once they were arranged, the floating orb of light drifted to Douglas's side. "Now, please illuminate your path forward with your wands." Initially, the students held their own opinions about running, but through Douglas's personal demonstration and corrections, they gradually became accustomed to the rhythm, though some still struggled to distinguish between their left and right feet. Upon arriving at the edge of the Black Lake, the students glimpsed a faint glimmer beneath the surface, a reflection of the Slytherin common room. A wave of melancholy swept over them as they pondered the absence of Slytherin from their ranks. The lake was vast. Although they merely circled the confines of the surrounding walls, they had only covered about a quarter of the distance. The sun ascended gradually. Douglas observed the panting students, who had long lost the initial vigor they possessed, and declared, "Dear students, let us run while shouting resounding slogans. Let those still slumbering hear the voice of the rising sun." The students looked at one another in confusion, wondering what slogans he meant. Was it something akin to the songs sung by the Sorting Hat at the beginning of term? Noting their bewilderment, Douglas clapped his hands and called out, "Hufflepuffs, shout with me. We are Badgers, loyal and trustworthy Badgers." At this, the 4 Hufflepuff students instantly perked up, straining to shout, "Badger, Badger, loyal and trustworthy." In that moment, the young couple felt isolated. A Ravenclaw girl pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Professor, my slogan is, 'We are eagles soaring at the pinnacle.'" The remaining Gryffindor boys inquired, "My dear, what about me?" The Ravenclaw girl blushed slightly, glancing at the amused Douglas and the equally amused Hufflepuffs. With a flushed face, she whispered, "What do you think of, 'We are lions, the bravest of lions'?" The Gryffindor boy could not help but marvel. "My dear, you are simply brilliant. Splendid." This elicited playful shrieks from the others. Douglas refrained from chastising the boys' antics. After all, who had not experienced the exuberance of youth? As long as no trouble arose, he had no desire to dampen their spirits. It must be said that the Gryffindor boy was quite audacious. No wonder he had captured the attention of the Ravenclaw girl. Thus, at the moment the sun illuminated Hogwarts Castle, a cacophony of uneven yet resonant slogans erupted from behind the castle. The volume was amplified by the Gryffindor boy, who had discreetly employed a sonorous charm, causing the girls to giggle incessantly. The other Hufflepuff students felt a pang of envy, as if they had tasted Professor Holmes' infamous vinegar. Douglas was compelled to sternly admonish the boy for his antics, reminding everyone that this was a detention, not a spring outing. While he encouraged liveliness, he insisted it should not devolve into recklessness. Yet, internally, he silently commended the boy for his clever use of the charm. Having noticed several individuals peering through the castle windows, curious about the commotion. To attract fish, one must first cast intriguing bait. Once the group had swelled, establishing rules could wait. Chapter 78, Douglas. My headline has been stolen. Douglas was unsure whether to lament the vastness of the Black Lake or the lack of stamina among Hogwarts students. At 7 o'clock, as the detention period concluded punctually, they had barely completed a third of the intended route. Following the end of detention, Douglas granted them the freedom to engage in leisure activities. He needed to prepare for today's 5th grade practical class assessment, as well as the content for the upcoming week. Subsequently, he accessed the system interface to summarize the point situation. Academic Excellence Development System. This Sunday, 5th grade practical class. Not conducted. Total points. Student satisfaction. Homework completion rate. Student progress. Classroom engagement. Teachers' comprehensive quality monthly rating, 0 points. Earning 0 points. Monthly ratings above 9 points reward 1,000 points. Ratings above 6. 9 reward 500 points. Ratings below 5 points reward 300 points. The monthly rating encompasses teaching norms, methods, effectiveness, teacher quality, and attendance. Academic year exam result assessment. Excellent. 0 students, earning 0 points. Satisfactory, including good and passing 0 students, earning 0 points. Unsatisfactory, including poor, very poor, extremely poor 0 students, earning 0 points. Excellent. Each student rewards 1,000 points. Satisfactory. Each student rewards 500 points. Unsatisfactory. Each student rewards 300 points. When points accumulate to 10,000, the mall will be unlocked. Due to the host being afflicted by an unknown curse, which will manifest in 1 year, 10,000 points can be consumed to dispel it. Douglas calculated that the score for the next 2 weeks would be approximately 379 points, primarily due to the students' poor performance in the practical class. If only everyone learned spells as swiftly as Harry and Hermione. What concerned him most was that the system had incorporated the exam content he had arranged. This meant that if he later added courses related to defense against the dark arts, they too would be included in the system assessment. Thus, he need not wait until the end of the year. He could accumulate 10,000 points sooner. If circumstances improved, perhaps he could even amass 20,000 points within a year. Just as he continued to ponder, a sudden knock echoed from the office door. Douglas opened the door to find Percy standing there. Noticing the copy of the Daily Prophet in his hand, Douglas's lips curled upwards. He ushered Percy inside. "Good morning, Percy." Percy handed over the Daily Prophet along with a letter. "Boss, you probably haven't seen today's newspaper yet. Something big has happened." Douglas accepted the newspaper and letter, thinking it was merely about his appearance on the front page. Hardly a momentous event. Clearly, Percy required further training. Being overly dramatic was not the hallmark of a competent politician. He casually placed the letter on the desk before unfolding the newspaper. "Blimey," Douglas exclaimed in astonishment. This time, it was Percy who remained composed, sitting at the tea table and brewing tea for himself. "Boss, this is indeed significant. I mentioned that I hadn't seen Headmaster Dumbledore much since the term began, and Professor McGonagall has been leaving hurriedly after class these past few days." The only thought running through Douglas's mind was, "My headline has been stolen." The front page displayed 2 photos, one depicting Lockhart ensnared and struggling in a net. One photograph captures him with an air of unshakable confidence, his forget-me-not blue eyes twinkling and a perfect smile gracing his lips. Beneath this image lies a brief caption. "Yesterday, the Ministry of Magic received a notification from Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, regarding a well-known author who, during a criminal act, was apprehended by Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, and Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House and Charms professor, while they were visiting the victim's home. The perpetrator was subsequently taken away by a team of Aurors who arrived promptly at the scene. That evening, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, at the invitation of Headmaster Dumbledore, approached Gilderoy Lockhart with some evidence, hoping to persuade him to confess, appealing to his former role as both a professor and head of house. Professor McGonagall remarked, he was once an exemplary child, capable of persuading Headmaster Dumbledore to establish the school newspaper. His eloquence and abilities are commendable. Professor Flitwick added, I have always believed that his intellect and skills surpassed the average. With diligent effort, he could achieve great success. The Knights of Merlin, upon hearing this news, vehemently expressed that they had all been deceived by his flowery words. You know, Gilderoy is quite adept at such manipulation. I even question whether I have fallen victim to his obliviate charm myself. One member lamented. The Anti-Dark Arts Alliance declared, he is our disgrace. He has shown us that a dark wizard need not be well-versed in dark magic. Indeed, we firmly believe he embodies the essence of a dark wizard. Gilderoy Lockhart is scheduled to be interrogated by members of the Wisingamot today at precisely 10 o'clock in the morning. From a newspaper's somewhat vague account and his recollection of the original text, Douglas surmised the situation. It was clear that Dumbledore had long since discovered the deceptive clues surrounding Lockhart, yet lacked sufficient evidence for an arrest. Thus, Dumbledore had considered inviting him to Hogwarts, intending to observe him closely until he revealed his flaws. Clearly, in the original narrative, Dumbledore succeeded. However, Douglas's own presence prompted Dumbledore to weigh the pros and cons, ultimately concluding that Douglas's role would bring greater benefits to Hogwarts. This decision, however, left Lockhart feeling uncomfortable, leading him to malign Douglas both overtly and covertly after Douglas's appointment. After all, one was a renowned figure while the other remained obscure. Doubts began to cloud opinions regarding Douglas's capabilities. It was only after Douglas revealed another facet of his identity that he eclipsed Lockhart entirely. This shift left Lockhart feeling anxious and desperate, compelling him to resort to desperate measures. as he planned to publish a new book to reclaim the spotlight. Unbeknownst to him, Dumbledore had already initiated actions against him following Douglas's formal induction. In this regard, Douglas could not help but admire Lockhart's capabilities. The fact that it took Dumbledore over a week to gather a complete chain of evidence indicated that the perpetrator had conducted himself with a certain level of finesse during the commission of his crimes. Suddenly, Douglas recalled Professor McGonagall's words from yesterday, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose in embarrassment. At that moment, the other party was clearly aware that they would never make the front page, especially when seated at their desk, furrowing their brow as they meticulously revised their writing. This image vividly encapsulated the arduous toil of a writer, one who is deeply committed to quality, dedicated entirely to their readers. Alas, it did not grace the front page. True to his nature, Lockhart never lost sight of his goal to capture attention until the very end. Reflecting on Lockhart's fate, Douglas found himself contemplating his own situation. Well, I'm not a plagiarist. I'm a translator, indeed, a distinguished one. Simultaneously, he glanced at the letter on the desk, which contained Slane's condemnation of Lockhart, as well as his relayed apologies from Mr. Lemousin. Chapter 79, 5th Grade Practical Assessment. Sunday morning at 9 o'clock. The long-awaited 5th grade practical assessment finally commenced. In the corridor, as per Professor Holmes' instructions, students from the 4 houses lined up according to their respective colleges. The number of Hufflepuff students was nearly double that of the others. In addition to the 5th graders, some upperclassmen and underclassmen stood at a distance to observe. Douglas began to explain the assessment rules. The content of this assessment is quite simple. You will not be required to confront various dark magical creatures, nor will you engage in duels. I, along with your 7th-year seniors, have set up 4 pathways. Each pathway contains spells that have appeared in past OWL's examinations, all of which you have studied. You need not worry about the potency of these spells, as long as you defend yourself appropriately. Most spells will not result in serious consequences. Your task is merely to use what you have learned to counter these spells. Should a student choose to withdraw or fail, they will either exit on their own or be assisted by their seniors. At this point, a Slytherin student inquired, Professor, what if we encounter spells that we are only meant to learn the 5th year? Douglas praised the question, an exceptionally astute inquiry. The spells arranged within the pathways are sequenced according to the 4th and 5th years. If you happen upon a spell not yet covered in the 5th year, it simply indicates your exceptional prowess. I must remind you, however, that you cannot select spells in which you excel. After all, during the OWL's examination, the spells you encounter are also randomized. Thus, it is possible that the first student entering may fail, or conversely, they may succeed in countering several spells. Subsequent students will only build upon the foundation laid by those who preceded them. If a particular spell proves too challenging for all students in a house, then your assessment will conclude there. Finally, the rankings will be divided into 2 categories: individual rankings, where the number of spells countered determines one's position, and house rankings, based on the total number of spells countered by each house. A Ravenclaw student remarked, Professor, this seems unfair. There's simply too many Hufflepuff students. Even if each one counters a spell, they could surpass our total. Douglas blinked in response. It seems you have overlooked my earlier statement. The assessment of the Academy is considered concluded only when a particular spell has ensnared the entire institution. Naturally, in smaller groups, there's the possibility for each individual to take turns and attempt to break the spell. However, among a larger cohort, it is conceivable that some students may not manage to break even a single enchantment. Upon finishing his explanation, Douglas surveyed the room, observing the lively discussions among the attendees. If there are no objections, I shall now grant you 3 minutes to rearrange your teams. Once the assessment commences, no further changes to the order will be permitted. Moreover, those who precede you are forbidden from divulging the nature of the spell that has confounded them. Class representative, please maintain order. Immediately, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony. Douglas, standing aside, witnessed an amusing scene unfold. The representative and head of Slytherin were busy orchestrating who would go first and who would go last, with the other students complying readily. Conversely, the Ravenclaw students were eager to be the first, each believing they were superior to the rest, leading to a situation where several stood in line side by side. Gryffindor too had its share of disobedient students, creating a ruckus in the front row, while a few self-aware individuals stepped back into the line, chuckling at the scramble among their peers. In stark contrast, Hufflepuff remained remarkably quiet. Their lines scarcely shifted, as they peered curiously at the other houses. Once the assessment commenced, no alterations to the order would be allowed. Douglas noted that even Hufflepuff's own representative exchanged triumphant high-fives with the head, as if their strategy had succeeded. The 4 houses entered in their designated order. Douglas, however, did not join them. Instead, he conjured a chair for himself, retrieved a book, and settled at the entrance of the classroom. Inside, seventh-year students were tasked with documenting and recording each entrant. The method for establishing the spell-breaking assessment was one Douglas had learned during his visit to Egypt while visiting Bill. Back in school, Bill had often listened to Douglas recount his captivating tomb-raiding tales, harboring dreams of such an adventurous life. During career guidance, he had discovered that Gringotts engaged in protective excavations of ancient tombs within a magical realm. Thus, upon graduation, Bill became a curse breaker stationed in Egypt, primarily dealing with those ancient burial sites. It is important to note that Bill's curse-breaking work and the assessment devised by Douglas exist on entirely different tiers. The curse breakers of those tombs must possess profound knowledge of arithmetic divination, whereas Douglas's arrangement merely involves a straightforward examination in spell-breaking. Targeting various dark magics, considered one of the simplest mechanisms in the realm of tomb raiding and archaeology. In less than 5 minutes, the classroom door swung open abruptly, surprising Douglas with its swiftness. The first Hufflepuff student emerged unscathed, bearing a hint of regret, yet showing no signs of despondence. As he made his way directly to the end of the Hufflepuff line, Douglas discerned that he had encountered an unfamiliar spell, rather than attempting to forcefully break it. He chose to withdraw immediately. The second participant from Hufflepuff promptly entered. Students from other houses began to murmur amongst themselves, their faces adorned with expressions of disdain. Douglas felt compelled to restore order. 10 minutes later, another student emerged, this time from Gryffindor, clearly having just experienced an explosion. Yet, he wore an expression of exhilaration. It was so simple. I successfully unraveled 8 spells in one go. The last one was unfamiliar to me. Douglas had to cough discreetly to remind him not to disclose further details. The student then lowered his voice, saying, "All in all, I feel quite good. By the way, how was he the first to come out, was I?" Just as he posed this question, the classroom door swung open once more. A Slytherin student stepped out, showing no signs of distress. Evidently, he had retreated in the face of challenge. His gaze immediately fell upon the Gryffindor student who had entered with him. With a slight smirk and a toss of his head, he declared, 8. This proclamation left the Gryffindor student feeling regretful. Had he known to wait a little longer, he might have emerged only a minute after the Slytherin, despite their equal number of spells unraveled. As the second round of Gryffindor and Slytherin students entered, the classroom door opened again within 2 minutes. All students eagerly anticipated the outcome, only to find that the one emerging was the Hufflepuff from the second round. The Ravenclaw students erupted into enthusiastic applause and gasps. This unexpected reception left the recently emerged Hufflepuff bewildered. Upon closer inspection of his house robes, he confirmed he was indeed a Hufflepuff. Following inspections by 5 professors in succession, the session concluded with the last Ravenclaw student failing to attempt the spell. In the end, the rankings were as follows. Ravenclaw unraveled 32 spells, Slytherin 31, Gryffindor 28, and Hufflepuff 26. In the individual rankings, the top 10 comprised 4 Ravenclaws, 3 Slytherins, 2 Gryffindors, and 1 Hufflepuff. The first and third places were claimed by 2 Ravenclaws, while the second place went to Gryffindor. It must be said that despite the varying levels of teaching and defense against the dark arts, Ravenclaw students displayed a commendable capacity for independent learning. Regrettably, nearly all houses failed to complete the full set of 4th-year level spells. Even the well-read and experienced Ravenclaws encountered an obscure spell that stymied their progress. Ultimately, Douglas announced that the practical classroom would be open to all 5th-year students every Sunday for the coming year. He informed them that any individual who could successfully break more than 60 spells would receive private instruction in an advanced charm, guaranteed to yield high marks on the OWL's examination. Lastly, he encouraged students to post the rankings from this practical session on the Hogwarts notice board. Chapter 80. The Mysterious Figure Appears. At 6 in the evening, Douglas received a message from Dumbledore's Patronus, inviting him to dinner in the headmaster's office at 7 o'clock, with the stipulation that he keep it a secret. The special password was Dragon's Blood Copper Cauldron. Consequently, Douglas concocted a casual excuse to send the quartet of students, who were in detention, to Professor McGonagall's office. Promptly at 7, he arrived at the door of the headmaster's office, carrying a box filled with an assortment of sweets from Honeydukes. Dragon's Blood Copper Cauldron. The stone gargoyle at the entrance scrutinized the surroundings cautiously before parting to reveal the spiral staircase behind it. Upon entering, Douglas beheld a specially arranged hot pot table, replete with a variety of dishes, notably some rare magical creature meats that were hard to procure on the market. In Dumbledore's words, these are materials left over from his friend's research endeavors. The specially crafted copper cauldron was fueled by goblin fire, which explained Douglas's fondness for sharing hot pot with Dumbledore. One could always savor delicacies unavailable elsewhere. Upon seeing Douglas, Dumbledore winked and remarked, "Rest assured, I have set a special password at the door. Severus would never suspect it." Douglas felt a wave of relief wash over him. It wasn't he that he was particularly afraid of Professor Snape, but he did feel a tinge of apprehension regarding the matter at hand. He presented the gift he had brought to Dumbledore, who exclaimed in surprise, "How delightful! There are even a few new varieties." Before Douglas could respond, Fawkes, looking a tad older than their last encounter, flew to Douglas's shoulder and pecked gently at his head. Douglas shrugged. "Oh, Fawkes, don't be troublesome. You know the headmaster forbids you from indulging in such treats." Dumbledore popped a pepper imp into his mouth, then, in a playful manner, let flames burst from his ears and nostrils. "Isn't it splendid? Perfect for today's hot pot theme." Douglas inquired with curiosity, "Headmaster, is Fawkes nearing his rebirth?" "Recently, I have allowed him to indulge in that exceptionally spicy delicacy. One must permit the elderly a few whims," Dumbledore replied, winking at Douglas with a glimmer of enigmatic expression in his eyes. Douglas suspected there was more to Dumbledore's words, yet lacked any evidence. Eagerly, he began to place an assortment of ingredients into the cauldron, retrieving the unicorn horn chopsticks gifted by Hagrid. The dipping sauces had been prepared to his taste. Dumbledore sat there, smiling contentedly, observing him. "Ah, you make me feel how fortunate it is to have a friend with whom to enjoy hot pot. You know, I usually dine alone." Douglas gazed into the cauldron, mentally calculating the cooking time, casually remarked, "There are so many professors at the school, yet no one is willing to join you for a hot pot." Dumbledore shook his head in regret. "Minerva thinks I am too old to indulge in such stimulating food too often. The other professors either dislike it or are far too occupied." Douglas instinctively nodded, counting down in his mind, 3, 2, 1. Just as he reached for the chopsticks to pick up a slice of Romanian longhorn meat, he witnessed several pieces of meat soaring from the pot directly into Dumbledore's seasoning bowl. You truly understand the essence of ingredients. I always either start too early or overcook them." Without regard for Douglas's piercing gaze, he began to feast heartily, were it not for Dumbledore's age. Douglas might have been irked by the fact that every morsel he prepared would swiftly vanish into Dumbledore's magical grasp the moment he decided to act. Eventually, once satisfied, Dumbledore would slow his pace. At last, Douglas savored the coveted fire dragon meat, grumbling as he ate. "Now I understand why no one wants to share a hot pot with you." Dumbledore mused, "When it comes to culinary delights, no one can rival Hufflepuff. Having been here for 2 weeks, how do you feel? I've heard from Minerva that you are particularly dedicated. Although your educational philosophy differs from most of ours, it undeniably infuses Hogwarts with a unique vitality." Dumbledore's sudden shift nearly caught Douglas off guard. He finally comprehended that the evening's theme was not merely about dining together. While the elder and the younger savored their feast in the headmaster's office, a furious roar echoed from one of Hogwarts' female restrooms, sending a wave of shock and fear through him. Observing that the handwriting did not appear to be recent, he exhaled in relief. Initially, he intended to quietly return once he had fully regained his strength. However, through the child he was currently inhabiting, he had learned of some recent amusing events at the school. He discovered that the newly arrived professor seemed to be aware of the peculiar monsters lurking within Hogwarts and was attempting to instruct students on how to confront them. Though he held such matters in disdain, he was genuinely concerned about whether he had already been exposed. Thus, he felt compelled to reveal his true nature in advance by controlling the child. Upon reading those words, he comprehended not only that he had exposed himself, but also that the other party was aware of the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and its contents. He withdrew his wand, cautiously probing around the faucet. After confirming that no traps were laid, he murmured, "Douglas Holmes, I'm most curious about your true identity. Are you perhaps a descendant of Slytherin left in the Muggle world? How else could you know the location of the chamber? Or are you a seer?" In McGonagall's office, as Harry and Ron had only transcribed content pertaining to defense against the dark arts, they were liberated from Professor McGonagall's office ahead of their peers. As Professor McGonagall departed, she meticulously reviewed the previous dictation performance of the 2 students, seemingly intrigued by this method of assessment. This left them both quite pleased, albeit concerned for their fellow classmates, considering that the curriculum for the term already included transfiguration. As they walked along, the 2 engaged in a discussion about Quidditch. Suddenly, Harry was seized by a chilling, malevolent voice that seemed to freeze the air. "Come here, let me tear you apart, let me kill you." Harry abruptly shouted, "What?" Ron, taken aback, replied, "I was just talking about the Chudley Cannon's keeper, Harry. What's wrong?" He then noticed the odd expression on Harry's face. "Harry, glancing around with a strange demeanor, said, "That voice, didn't you hear it? It wants to kill someone." Ron, astonished by Harry's words, began to scan their surroundings. In the quiet castle, certain sounds stood out as particularly unsettling. There was a rustling noise, as if the walls themselves were whispering. "Harry, run. Don't look." Upon reaching the fourth floor, Harry found himself unable to continue, panting heavily as he asked, "Did you hear that voice? What on earth was it? A ghost?" Ron, bewildered, replied, "What voice? I didn't hear anything, but I did hear that rustling sound." Harry, feeling a surge of anger, believed Ron was mocking him. Damn it. There was clearly someone speaking. "You need to be honest with me. I'm not joking." Ron shrugged off Harry's arm, feeling perplexed. "It was just a rustling sound. I didn't hear anything else. I can't quite tell if it was the wind or something else, but I suspect it could be the creature Professor Flitwick released during practical lessons." The voice resembled it. If it truly is that creature and we're caught glancing around, we could both end up petrified by the professors before they even realize. Who knows, we might even lose points. However, after Ron's comment, Harry began to doubt himself. Recalling the rustling noise he had indeed heard, he murmured, "But why would the professor release that creature?" Ron shrugged once more. "Who knows? Perhaps he thinks we aren't performing well enough, so he decided to let the monster roam the castle to keep us on our toes." Chapter 81. Rumors abound. A new week began. Aside from the addition of a student punished to run laps around the Black Lake, everything else seemed quite ordinary. Students made rapid progress in their studies of the ironclad charm. Douglas distinctly sensed a peculiar atmosphere in the class. Feeling that his classmates were watching him secretly with odd expressions, he refrained from inquiring further. Ever since the verdict was announced that Lockhart would be imprisoned in Azkaban for 5 years, certain sensationalist magazines swiftly launched in-depth reports questioning whether Lockhart had been wrongfully accused. A certain best-selling author engaged in a sordid transaction with the authorities not only faced adverse repercussions beyond the confines of academia, but also encountered whispers and pointed fingers from a faction of students within the institution. Douglas, however, met such criticism with a knowing smile, offering solace to those concerned for him, reminding them that every path to prominence is fraught with obstacles. He remained undeterred even when a magazine editor portrayed him as a malevolent figure shrouded in a cloak, treating the editor's daughter without prejudice in his classroom. Last night, he composed a brief narrative entitled The Half-Blood Prince of Slytherin, which narrated the tale of a young wizard, John Prince, who found himself at the Wolves Orphanage in London. Upon his arrival at Hogwarts, he displayed extraordinary talents in potions and dark magic. After an unrequited pursuit of a muggle-born girl, he swiftly turned his affections towards various upperclassmen, indulging in a romantic escapade. Ultimately, following his graduation, he fell victim to the entanglements of love, leading to a harrowing fate where 7 mistresses conspired to exact revenge, resulting in his dismemberment and his essence being sealed within magical artifacts or creatures to keep him company. The remnants, bound by enchantment, retained the ability to communicate, allowing the charming half-blood prince to remain in the company of his lovers, conversing and sharing moments with them. Douglas felt a profound sense of satisfaction at having crafted a story that seamlessly intertwined elements of inspiration, romance, and horror within a mere hour. At 3 a.m, he transformed into an animagus and stealthily exited Hogwarts, intercepting an owl mid-flight. He sent the manuscript, along with 50 galleons, anonymously to Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor of the Quibbler. He generously bestowed all rights and royalties of the story upon Mr. Lovegood, contributing to the flourishing of the magazine. The 50 galleons served as the fee for this special edition. As for whether Mr. Lovegood would attract the attention of 2 dark wizards and a renowned light wizard post-publication, that was beyond Douglas's concern. After all, rumors are easily spread, yet the truth requires effort to dispel. The most effective remedy for rumors is to swiftly overshadow the previous tale with a new one. He held no apprehensions regarding the publication of his story, as the 50 galleons were not to be squandered, and the potential success of the narrative, that, too, was of little concern, for stories resonate with both truth and fiction, and those who read would inevitably be captivated. Thus, he remained utterly indifferent to the speculations of the young wizards about him. To his surprise during class, he discovered that numerous students had mastered a transformation spell known as serpent sliding, which transformed their shoes into serpents capable of gliding swiftly, reminiscent of Muggle hoverboards. However, the transfigured serpents exhibited remarkable realism and adeptly navigated obstacles in their path. It was only through Hermione's revelation that he learned this spell was introduced by Professor McGonagall to the 3rd years the previous week, capturing the admiration of many Gryffindor students due to its unique charm of allowing one to tread upon a serpent. Thus, everyone spent the weekend diligently practicing this transformation spell, Hermione noted that Professor McGonagall particularly emphasized the choice of a snake, believing it to be the swiftest among reptiles, devoid of any ulterior motives. Douglas chuckled. Was this an intention to duel in his defense against the dark arts class? Should they rally the four houses? Thankfully, he had wisely opted for Plan B. Otherwise, his morning exercise regimen would have been thwarted. As expected, during the afternoon, the third-year Ravenclaws and first-year Hufflepuffs showcased their house's unique talents. The Gryffindor's Serpent Slide spell and the Ravenclaw's Body Shift charm were contingent upon each individual's proficiency, making it challenging for those lacking skill to succeed. Although Slytherin relied on potions, it still necessitated the students' physical capabilities, as those with inferior stamina experienced limited growth. Yet, Hufflepuff, with its remarkable display, astonished all. They solely depended on 2 pots of Professor Sprout's newly arranged climbing plants in a common room. Despite possessing only a single sturdy vine, this plant had a unique trait. When placed on the ground, a wizard could grasp its end, adjust its direction, and shout grow rapidly. Upon the first Hufflepuff student entering the passage with the 2 pots, aside from 2 classmates, one who misdirected and was slammed against the wall, and another who, in haste, failed to adjust and was propelled to the ceiling, the rest swiftly passed through in one go. Their rapid passage even granted the 2 receiving minor treatment a second chance to succeed. Consequently, the first class to complete the challenge emerged from Hufflepuff. What could Douglas say? He could only internally acclaim Professor Sprout's brilliance. That day, Douglas's spirits were rather low. In stark contrast, the Hogwarts students were in high spirits. During lunchtime, a rumor circulated from Gryffindor, an account embellished by Ron and corroborated by the renowned savior, Mr. Harry Potter, had traversed through Gryffindor, reaching other houses in a convoluted relay. Professor Holmes had unleashed a creature during practical lessons to target those wandering about at night, which was indeed true. His roommate and her Ravenclaw boyfriend were caught this way. Professor Holmes had released a creature within Hogwarts specifically to discipline disobedient students. I heard it was aimed at those with poor physical condition. The professor supposedly relishes punishing others by making them run. That is false. Mine is the truth. You are all mistaken. The professor unleashed the creature to punish those who gossip about him. By the time it reached the Slytherin table, it had morphed into a narrative that Professor Holmes, dissatisfied with Professor Snape's interference in the defense against the dark arts curriculum, had deliberately released the creature to target Slytherin students. As everyone knew, Professor Snape had long aspired to teach defense against the dark arts. Upon the arrival of this news to Ron's ears, combined with the peculiar sounds Harry purportedly heard that night, a new rumor was born. As it circulated, it morphed into a tale that the creature specifically preyed upon purebloods and might even kill. In truth, nearly all students were aware that the creature in the practical class was not formidable. At most, it could only cast a full-body bind curse. Professor Holmes never permitted students above the 4th year to confront the creature, fearing that older students might inadvertently cause its demise. Nevertheless, driven by a sense of amusement and the understanding that they were not the first to do so, many upper-year students, with a penchant for mischief, contributed to the fabrication of this rumor. It was not until the evening that Douglas learned of the various iterations of the rumor from the Weasley twins. However, Douglas's expression at that moment evoked an indescribable sentiment in the twins, as they sensed that the professor regarded this matter with considerable gravity. They felt that a mere creature, easily vanquished by a 4th-year student, should not be a source of such anxiety for Douglas. Ultimately, they found themselves perplexed.